What do I need? I need a scrub. Oh yeah. Hey you guys, what's up? Y'all don't mind my shirt, please. Okay. Don't mind how I look. Matter of fact, hold on, because my shirt is getting a little sticky. Hold on. Hold on. Okay. Because I usually wash my hair on Sundays, but I was like, I'll just do it today. That way I'm done with this. Usually like, remember I used to wait weeks to wash my hair. Then it was like 2 weeks to wash my hair. Now so I can't even make it 2 weeks. Hey, Calvin. Hey, Mark. Bisous, mon chéri. Comment vas-tu? Hey, Fallon. What's up, boo-boo? How the kids? How the kids doing, boo-boo? You guys, Cassie getting sued. Okay? Cassie is getting sued, and it has begun. It truly, truly has begun. I mean, I saw a few posts. I saw like one video or something like that. But today, I was on Gossip of the City, and I saw her post about this. And I'm like, who is this man? Like, what is going on? Okay. Oh, you're welcome, boo-boo, right? And I'm like, you see, guys, it has begun, y'all. It truly has begun. You know, one thing I will say about Cassie, though. Cassie, she's like, to me, she's devilish, right? To me, she's devilish. But she's not really smart. Like, she's a master manipulator, but she's not really smart to me in the sense that she didn't consider everything, right? Because one thing you don't do in America is tell people how much money you got, okay? Because once you tell people how much money you got, it triggers people to want to sue you. Priscilla is a clown. Priscilla is actually a clown. And because she has that deep voice, and she sounds like some knockoff Muslim preacher, she really thinks she's intelligent. No, Priscilla is a clown. Because her argument, first of all, anybody who watches Priscilla's content, right? Number one, if you feel like patriarchy is so awful, why are you a stud? Why are you a stud? Why can't you be a more effeminate lesbian that embodies that matriarchy is best? You don't even believe in matriarchy. You present as a man. You want to be seen as a black man, and not just any black man. She wants to be seen as a YN. When her videos start, it's like this girl sounds like Lil Boosie. She sounds like Lil Boosie. Why don't you sound like, I don't know, Whitney Houston? Why don't you sound like, give me somebody's name, y'all, Mariah Carey, right? If you believe so much in matriarchy, why are you a stud? Why do you dress like a man, talk like a man, act like a man? She went and cut her hair all the way down like a man. So that's kind of weird to me, right? If patriarchy is inherently evil, patriarchy is diabolical, womp, no problem. Then why do you want to be a black YN? Why don't you be yourself? Why don't you just be a woman? And you can be a lesbian woman and just be a regular woman, right? Make it make sense. And number two, when you watch her content, the way Priscilla talks to these women, no, she's really cruel. She can be right, but you don't have to be cruel. Like Priscilla can be so cruel in the way that she talks to women. Number three, you're saying that patriarchy is inherently evil, but as you're talking to Candace, you proceed to say that most women cannot read. Hello? You see, and that's the problem with people being impressed by pseudo-intellectuals instead of truly listening to what, first of all, look at how she looks. Number two, listen to what she's saying, right? You want matriarchy to be uplifted, but you're saying that most women can't read. Well, if they can't read, then why would they be in charge? Should most women make sure they can read first before they ask to be equal to men or ask to, okay, we want to take over the mantle of leadership? You can't even read, right? So it's like she just wanted to have a moment with D. Candace Owens, because when you watch her content, she pretty much agrees with Candace. Right? Was it not Priscilla who's told the girl? It was even Priscilla who introduced me to consent, non-consent. I thought she had made it up. I did not know it was a real thing where some people, a lot of women have rape fantasies. I didn't even know it was a thing. But it was Priscilla who introduced me to consent, non-consent. And she said that you women have to stop lying. So if you know they can't read and they love to lie and they have rape fantasies, right? Why would they lead? She just went, oh, I got you moment with Candace. I just think Candace was truly even overwhelmed by her presentation. And the people even voted her off. When she was sitting there, everybody got bored because when she started saying that women can't read, women are dumb, women are slow, the people there even, okay, they called her, okay, they don't want you anymore. Right? But I'm like your energy is just off-putting. And Candace does not deal with women that behave like that. Candace does not deal with black female studs because black female studs are predominantly YN wannabes. They're a bunch of wannabes. They will never know what it is to be a real man. They will never know. All they do is overcompensate, right? But if patriarchy is inherently evil, why do you want to be a man? Why are you a stud? You have a husband. You have a daughter. Are you being a good model? Are you being a good role model for your daughter? People are telling us that your daughter sleeps on a pee-pee mattress. You got other things to worry about than going on to fight with Candace about patriarchy. Girl, take care of your baby. Clean your house. Make her dinners. What the heck? And then go back to your husband. How can you be married and you got 3 girlfriends? You're worse than a man. She has a husband and she got 3 girlfriends. Are you kidding me? And allegedly her daughter doesn't even have her own room. Because the mama uses the other room to record her YouTube and the main room for her freak offs. So please go sit down somewhere. Oh, yes. Oh, they're even saying that he's probably out here looking like a woman. But I was like, you know what? I do believe that maybe it's not, maybe he really planned this. Unlike the other ones. Like maybe the other ones, they got caught because they escaped to escape. But maybe he was planning this the whole time. Because I'm like, how come they haven't caught him yet? Okay, let me see. I think I liked it. I think I like the post. Let me see if I can find the post. Hold on. So I'm like, how come they haven't caught you yet? No, liked, right? Or did I save it? Maybe I did. Maybe I did. Hold on. Let me see. No, I didn't save it. Did I like it? I think I liked it. But they think he's out there looking like a woman. How come I didn't save it? Child, they have a post saying like he's out there looking like a woman. I'm like, yeah, I don't think you guys will ever catch him. Like, but I mean, like, if he hasn't been caught and it's been so long, maybe he really thought about this. Like, his case makes me sad because, like, there was a really corrupt cop, a black cop in New Orleans who was really, really corrupt, and the cop killed his grandmother, right? So he was really upset because I'm sure he was surrounded by a bunch of women yet again. So he didn't know how to deal with his stuff, right? So he went out there. So the man was eventually convicted. But what he did was he killed the man's family. I'm like, why are you killing his family? You have to hold them accountable. And I wish that he would have gotten his revenge by going to school, go to law school, go to school, and then come back to be the district attorney of New Orleans. So that way you can make sure nobody ever goes through this again, right? There are better ways to avenge your grandmother. You know what I mean? And people have to learn. A lot of black people, let me say this, a lot of black people have to learn, like, revenge, take your time. Don't be in a rush. You need to, like, take your time and plan it well. Oh, he killed my grandma. I'm in my feelings. He got convicted. Let me go kill his family. No, take your time and make her death count. Like, make sure, like, become a lawyer and then fight so that you can become the district attorney of New Orleans. And then you can indict all these corrupt cops. And that's how you'll make her proud. Right? But you kill his family that's completely innocent. What does that do? That is not going to bring her back. And that's not going to stop any other cop from taking advantage of another person's grandmother. Right? Got to calm down. Use your anger as motivation to have a position of power and influence. And then you use that to get at people who do bad things to women who cannot defend themselves. I don't know. And also he was like getting parole and stuff. But I'm like, at least you should make sure. Just like that dad who went because they killed his son and he went and killed a police officer and he didn't even kill the right police officer. I'm like, at least if you're going to go kill somebody, kill the right cop. How are you going to kill a cop that had nothing to do with this? Like, I really can't support that. If you want to kill a cop, kill the right cop. So you went and killed another cop, you will serve life in prison, and the cop who killed your son is going to be walking free. Are you actually intelligent? Is that why your son was out here stealing cars? Like, make it make sense. And I don't care, even if you're really upset, at the end of the day, your son was in a stolen car. So he was not raised right. You didn't raise him right. If you had raised him right, he would have been in college. He would have been at work, not in a stolen vehicle. So you also have to take accountability. Oh, why did they kill my son? Sir, your son was in a stolen car. So he also brought that on himself. And obviously you did not raise him right. Look at your temper. Like, look at how you reason. Right? Even your dad, he was mad. He didn't go kill nobody. But now your son is dead. You'll spend life in prison. Like, come on. Thinking like a woman. You're crazy. Yeah. I don't know if the cop is still alive. But yeah, they're saying like he's probably out there like living as a woman or something. I'm like, well, you probably thought about it. But you see, had you done it the right way, you wouldn't be in this predicament. There are better ways to get even. There are truly better ways to get even, right? But just because somebody is a killer or somebody kills somebody, you don't have to turn yourself into a killer. And if you're going to kill somebody, at least kill the right person. Go and kill the right person. Make it make sense. Truly, honestly, make it make sense. That makes like, I hate that. Oh, I'm mad, go kill someone. That can't be a plan. That cannot be a plan. That's not a plan. You know, learn to use your anger and use that as motivation to do something better, something more meaningful. And that's how you'll honor your grandmother. It's really awful that it happened to her. She didn't deserve that. But if it happened to her, you got to ask yourself, how many more grandmothers is this happening to? So yeah, you can kill his family. Okay. But does that really stop evil? Right? What we want is like dismantle a system that even puts evil people in powers behind a badge with a gun to oppress people that look just like him. It's disgusting. But it's the system you really have to dismantle because the system allowed him to do that because they should vet their goofy ass cops a whole lot better. You know what I mean? But you gave into that rage. You gave into the voices of the devil and now look at you. I'm like, this is really crazy. This is really crazy. Now, the other one who like the one they just caught recently with the tats on his face, I'm like, you could be innocent. Maybe they did lie on you. But when you show up with tattoos on your face, it's really hard for people to not think something is wrong with your ass. That's why even if you like getting tattoos, like there are certain places you should never tat yourself. Do not put anything on your face. Do not put anything on your neck. Like have tattoos that most people can't see. But if people see you, you're getting accused and they see you and you got tattoos all over your face, they're going to think you did it. And it's like, it's hard because people think they can tell who a person is by just looking at a person. So you gotta be very mindful when you make decisions to put ink on your face. It's crazy because I'm like, yeah, me also, if I had seen you at first time, like, yeah, he probably did that shit. Because what normal person does that to their face? It is your face. Why would you put ink on your face? You know, you got to make better decisions. But I'm like, a lot of y'all, you're just in there because you're emotional. You are emotional and you make serious life decisions on a spur of a moment. Then it costs you your life. It costs you your freedom because you are highly emotional. Like, it's like, I feel like some dudes need to go sign up for like more testosterone shots because maybe you have too much progesterone. Like, I don't understand what's going on. You're too feminine. You got to stop that. Calm down and truly plan how you're going to get your lick back. But it can take years, though, because the goal is to get revenge without getting locked up. You got to think, okay? You got to think. So I saw this. So I just saw this, but I'll show you guys more videos from TikTok. But this is the man. Hey, boo-boo. No, I would not relax my hair. It's this one. It's the, I just did the, Ayurvedic herb thingy. I wash my hair first because I have so much dirt on my hair. Then I do this because then it's kind of messy. And then I go with the scalp scrub. No, I don't do relaxer. I'm done. So I wish you could smell it. It smells so good. Yeah. There's this one. Nature Lab Tokyo. Like, it smells really good. I love it. Even Jimmy loves it too. He's like, he loves it too. Smells really good. Smells really, really good, right? So I was like, okay, I'm doing my hair, washing my hair. So let me go call my people real quick because, you know, they might be available. What do I know? So let's watch this video real quickly because this is crazy.
To tell the truth, I'm going to speak of people. They don't need to lie about Cassie to get a conviction against this guy. He's guilty anyway. So I'm not going to help them lie for Cassie to make this lie look better. I'm going to tell the truth. I'm going to speak about what she actually did to me and people I'm about to go public because the truth is that the jury and the prosecution and the people deserve to know the truth about Cassie. This should not be held. This should not be hidden. It should not be buried. So she's allowed to use an excuse that Diddy made me do it. When there's a man who sat in a room with her 8 years that can say, no, he did things to her, but he didn't do that. People are not for Diddy. I'm fucking not for Diddy. And when you read this book, you'll realize there's no way I'm for Diddy. People, I'm telling them everything that he did, but I'm also telling them what Cassie did. Because a true man of truth tells the truth. He doesn't favor one side or the other. People, they don't need to lie about Cassie to get a conviction against this guy. He's guilty anyway. So I'm not going to help them lie for Cassie to make this lie look better. I'm going to tell the truth. I'm going to speak about what she actually did to me. And people, I'm about to go public, because the truth is that the jury and the prosecution and the people deserve to know the truth about Cassie. This should not be held. This should not be hidden. It should not be buried.
So good morning. I am Dave, the man who has just sued Cassandra Ventura for damages involved in the Sean Combs sex trafficking trial. And I'm looking through social media, and I see a lot of the women out there, particularly black women like myself, who choose to victim shame me and try to do everything they can to discredit me, because the truth is that the loss of the Sean Combs trial was a loss to the Me Too movement and to hating women like the women who are trying to insult me. So let me tell you something, you women out there who would like to insult me. This is my story. I was paid by Cassie, Cassandra Ventura, for 8 years to be her male provider. I didn't have to be the best looking guy. I was the best in bed. And because I was the best in bed, guess what? I was given this arrangement. I was coerced. I was drugged. I was manipulated with promises of money and gifts for over a period of 8 years to continue to be this woman's provider at her expense and at the expense of Diddy. Now, at the time, legally, I didn't know my rights as well as I do now. I didn't create this conflict with Cassandra Ventura. She created it with me. She's the one who decided to bring up things that happened over 10 to 15 years ago to hold Sean Combs accountable for what was a partial truth. She's the person who introduced me to the U.S. Attorney's Office. She's the person who told the U.S. Attorney's Office about our relationship. So in essence, those out there who want to hate on me.
Okay, you see this? I was like, you guys, what kind of victim, right, who is having sex against her will, is being drugged and forced and oiled up for free calls for 12 hours, is keeping in contact with the sex workers? Why? It should be Diddy who is in contact with the sex workers. It should be Diddy that has their phone numbers. Diddy don't have nobody's phone number, y'all. They all go through her. She talks to them. She kept their number. He said 8 years. 8 years? You ain't never called the police in 8 years? You were communicating with your a man that's hired to rape you, because that's rape, right? It's rape. The freak offs to me imply rape. Where Cassie's there, she's being drugged, she's being oiled up, she's being threatened by a man who's rich, who's in control of her career, who can shelve her career. So these men are raping her, right? That's what it should be. So these men who had sex with her are her rapists. But instead, she has their numbers. First of all, she's the one who finds them. She's the one who seeks them out. And she does not seek them out, as you can see, for how they look, but their penis sizes. So the size of the penis matters to her. She goes above and beyond to find out, show me your penis. So they were sending her dick pics. Let's be so for real. To her phone. Okay? She makes all the arrangements. When they come to the hotel, she also gives the name, what name to ask for. When they come to the hotel, she's the first person they meet. When they come to the hotel, she's the first person they meet, and she pays them right off the bat. So for me, the fact that you are paying them off the bat, you're the one giving the money. Yes, I'm going to say that you have the power. You have the power of the purse, because the money is coming from you. So therefore, if the money is coming from you, not only are you not a victim, you are a co-conspirator to whatever Diddy is doing. And not just that, you're also a financier of what Diddy is doing. Because most women who are abused, they don't pay the abuser. It's the abuser who will pay your rapist to rape you. No, she paid, oh yeah, here's the money, now rape me. This doesn't make sense to me. Okay? And I said, to me, she really is a mastermind. Because she made sure to keep contact with everybody. And when you notice that they're with Cassie too, even with Kid Cudi, Michael B. Jordan, even her husband, Alex Fine, the cuckold, the football player, right? She goes and she tells a story. You know what I mean? Because, Diddy's making me do this. Diddy's making me do this, right? And Cassie knows, because of the way she looks, men are going to believe her. Women are going to believe her. People are going to want to come to her rescue. Hey, my love. Hey, Journey. People are going to want to come to her rescue. She is very, very manipulative. I have told y'all this. And the part that hurts my feelings, right, is that today we live in an America where people are not truly trying to dismantle racism. People are trying to create another form of ism, which is feminism, right? Racism is racism is the construct of, because of my skin color, I am better than other people, therefore I get to abuse other people. Right? It goes off of skin color. It goes off of a physical attribute. When it comes to feminism, feminism does the same thing as racism. Oh, because I have a vagina, I am better. But they don't say they're better, because feminism uses more of a, once again, it's manipulation, because these are women, right? It presents itself under the guise of humility. Oh, I'm unprotected. Oh, I'm abused. Oh, I'm oppressed by patriarchy. Girl, what? Most white women make more than the average Black woman. Most white women make more than most people in this country. And it's not because they're better workers. It's not because they are more innovative. It's not because they work more. No, they simply make more because they come with the white man. She is the mate of the white man. So she is a beneficiary. Now, you're not going to make as much as the white man, because the white man, he really put his chest out there. He's the one who's really known for killing. He's the one who ruined his brand to make sure that y'all will be successful. So why would you make as much as the person when you didn't sacrifice your image as much as the white man? You are crazy. White men have killed, done all kinds of things to make sure that white women will live a life of luxury. That white woman will be considered beautiful. They're a bunch of ungrateful bitches. They are so ungrateful. White women, by far and large, are not the prettiest women in the world. From their face to their bodies, it's nothing memorable. But white men have invested so much. They have invested so much money, so much time. They have destroyed the self-esteem of so many people. They have trampled the self-worth of so many people, including Black women, to make white women feel good about themselves, because they're incredibly insecure. They are insecure. They're so insecure. Look at the story of Tony, what's that girl, Tony from the UK? The moment that white lady saw her and she saw her husband jump in the picture, she felt triggered because she felt as though her white man was attracted to Tony. I'm sure if that man had never jumped in the picture, had never tried to be friendly with Tony, she wouldn't have behaved the way that she did. Because the vast majority of white women know they're not beautiful. They have so much surgery. Do you know how many videos Esther sent me yesterday? Do you know how many videos? Hold on, wait a minute. Let me show you all the videos Esther sent me, right? They all get plastic surgery. All these women don't even have their original faces. They do not have their original faces. I'm like, what is wrong with you people? Okay? Why don't you like your face? Hold on. Hold on.
As a beautiful model to First Lady, I'm going to explore with you whether
here's her face.
Almond shaped.
See? Here is her face. This is Melania's real face. They've all had plastic surgery. The vast majority of Black or white women that are called hot, beautiful, it is not their face. These are not their natural faces, because they're not beautiful. They are not. I mean, I guess like in God's eyes, they're beautiful, right? But what people hold the standard of beauty, even white women themselves, do not meet the expectations of beauty. They're like half of them people as transformers. These are not their faces. They are not their faces. They're basic vanilla, plain vanilla bitches. Okay? It's okay. It's not to be offensive. They're plain vanilla. It's cool. Khloe Kardashian, Kim Kardashian, Kris Jenner. The vast majority of white women, you're told they're beautiful. Charlize Theron, Jennifer Aniston. It doesn't matter. They do not have their original faces. They're always doing Botox. They're doing rhinoplasty. They're doing facelift. They're always doing something to their faces. Right? And then they're so afraid to eat food. The vast majority of white women have an eating disorder. They are so afraid of food. It's like, what is going on? I even asked Jimmy, I said, Jimmy, the way these white women are they're so stressed for a snapback. A white girl will have a baby. The very same day, she's already doing squats in the hospital room. I'm like, why are y'all so afraid? Why do you put so much stress on yourself to snap back after a whole 9-month pregnancy in 2 weeks? Do white men cheat? Do your white men not make you feel beautiful when you're thicker? Like, what is going on? I'm like, what's going on with these heifers? What is going on? So I'm like, to me, Marlene, as a Black woman, as somebody who has suffered in so many ways in the hands of white people, I think the vast majority of white women who sit here and call themselves feminists and have the audacity to say that white patriarchy has been evil to them are nothing but ungrateful bitches. Because if the white men did not love you, you would not be where you are. Because, girl, you're mediocre. You are so mediocre. The white man is the one that puts you on the cover of magazines. He's the one who makes you a supermodel. He's the one who gives you roles in movies, makes you the heroine, does all the stuff, red carpet. White men do everything for white women to be the standard. You haven't worked for this. You go and anytime there's a world like Miss Universe, Miss World, does a white woman rank? Have you ever seen a white woman win? If they do Miss Universe, a white woman's not gonna win. It's never white people, okay? If they do a Miss World pageant, it is never a white woman because they're not the most beautiful and they know it. So do their plastic surgeons. The first people to even have access to plastic surgeons are white women. Like, stop. We need to just stop, okay? They miss me with the oppression. You oppressed where? You are oppressed where? Shut up, your lazy ass. And that's the problem with giving stuff to lazy people, is that they do not practice gratitude. White men, I'm like, for as much as I can't stand white men, they've done too much for you that you didn't deserve. They went look at everything they've done to people so that you could feel beautiful. And instead of getting on your knees and say, you know what, thank you, white man, because I know I'm not the prettiest. But you've rigged the game. Kevin, you have rigged the game that I might be called the prettiest amongst them all when I am not beautiful like that. You ain't that beautiful. You ain't that pretty. Let me show you a video. Let me show you a video. Man, please, go sit down somewhere. Ungrateful asses. Okay, hold on. Y'all got me triggered. Hold on, give me a second. Hold on. Give me a second, right? I was watching the video from Naomi Campbell recently. There you go. And look at her. You see? Look at her next to that white woman. Look at her. You see? And when we were kids, hold on. When we were kids, they told us, oh, this woman is, and she's pretty. But I'm sure she also got surgery too, though. But look at how she's aged. Look at her and look at Naomi. I was like, white women do not age well. Look at this. This is what the most beautiful woman in the world, right? And they make, as supermodels, they make more money than anybody. They get paid way more. Their walks is mediocre. If you grew up in a supermodel era, especially when the Brazilians start to hit the stage, right? How many times did Gisele try to walk like Naomi? How many times did Gisele try to walk like Tyra? It was, especially one time at the Victoria's Secret fashion show. Tyra came out. And then Gisele comes back out, and then she's trying to walk like Tyra. I don't know what the heck. So when Tyra came back out, she said, oh, hell no, bitch. You about to steal my walk. So then Tyra bumped into her bitch, you better start walking right. You better walk the way you naturally walk. That's all they do. They have no sense of identity. They're always copying somebody, right? Look at Kylie Jenner. Look at that girl, Alabama Parker. They have no original sense of identity. They don't even know what it is to be beautiful. Always they take from this person, take from this ethnic group, take from that ethnic group. All they do is poach because they themselves don't know what true beauty is. Because they know they're stupid. They see what's in the mirror. They're not stupid. But my point is, as mediocre as you are, the white man, he went above and beyond because he loves you. White men love white women. They truly do. And all they get is bullshit. All they get is ingratitude, emasculation, complaint. Like, see, me, Marlene, I should complain about the white man. But you, he has done too much for your goofy ass. This woman are crazy. White women are going to talk about their oppressed. White women are going to talk about their oppressed. Have you seen their lives? Have you seen their houses? All they have to do is just throw out an idea and people just give them money. All they have to do is start a little business and people just support them. They can sell a sweater for $200 because people automatically think that if a white woman does it, it's the best. Right? Alex Earl, does she make original content? No, but look how much she gets paid because she's a white woman. It's not because she makes the best content. Even her fellow white sister had to fire her. Alex Cooper gave her a podcast and she realized that this white girl's mediocre. So Alex Cooper fired her ass because she's boring. She's really boring. All she does is live in a dirty apartment. She's always drunk. She don't cook, don't clean. She parties all the time. The epitome of mediocrity. And yet she's one of the highest paid influencers for doing the very least amount of work. And you white woman, you white American woman, you have the audacity to tell me that a white man has oppressed you. You are really dumb. You are truly dumb. And I even think because he loves you, that's why he allows you to say these lies out loud. That's why he dotes your neuroticism. White women are neurotic as fuck. And it's about time that a lot of white men start to get their balls back. It's about time that a lot of white men start telling these white women to shut the fuck up. You think you can do it better? Go. Leave me alone. Matter of fact, stop identifying as white. What would happen if most white women stopped putting that they were white on their job application? Would they get the job? Right? Stop identifying as white. You hate white men so bad. You hate white patriarchy so bad because whiteness is a social construct, right? You hate the white man so bad. The white man is so evil. He has oppressed you so relentlessly. Stop identifying as white. Create something else. Come up with something else and see if you get the job. See if you get the job, right? Shut the fuck up. You live in a world that the white man has created for you, and therefore your life is so fucking easy. You owe your man a big thank you. You ain't shit. There you go. You ain't shit. You ungrateful ass little bitch. You ungrateful ass little bitch. White women need to get their asses cussed the fuck out. And then be told to sit the fuck down. And their mans needs to start being men in that household. Too many white men are allowing these women to walk all over them. And that's why we ain't safe. You see, because if the white man checked his wife, the whole Karen thing would not exist. But she's unregulated. She is unchecked in her house. And when she goes outside, she's a menace to other people. How many times have you seen a white woman go crazy and her husband is trying to calm her down? Because the problem is, sir, in your household, you're not the man of the house. You are the wife of the house. And you let this woman turn you into a little bitch. There you go. Get out of here with that. These women are crazy. But anyways, my point is, look at Naomi, look at this white woman. And these two they're about the same age. But one is not aging well, and whatever. Okay, one is truly aging. One is like her face is frozen in time. Okay, but I'm like, Naomi, she might be evil, but she's very pretty. You see, look at that. Look at the crow's feet. I'm like, this is how they age. You see, and look at Naomi's face. Look at Naomi's face. Look at her face. I'm like, this is insanity. White women are beautiful. Black women are gorgeous. Seriously, black don't crack. Seriously, right? And if the white man was not in love with the white woman, he knows he himself would have put the black woman on top. He knows. He knows damn well he ain't stupid, he ain't blind. But because they need to have white people, they need to have white children. A white man cannot have white children without a white woman. So did he even have a choice? Did he even have a choice? De facto, he has to make her relevant because they need to have a white population. But they know they're stupid. White men ain't stupid. White men ain't blind. White men are not blind. They just prioritize making white people. So because of that, he puts up her bullshit. Get out of here with that. You oppressed where? White women oppressed? Get the fuck up out of here. Okay? Hey, legend, where you been? Okay, get the fuck up out of here. You oppressed? And then you see black women want to identify with their white women are neurotic. You got to be insane to want to identify it with the white woman in her struggle. What struggle? What struggle? Like what? Like how is her life hard? Please tell me. How is her life hard? They came from Europe. White men went above to Africa, kidnap all kinds of people. Even here, Native American, they kidnap everybody. Make these people work their fields. Make these people raise their kids, cook her food. What did she do? Okay? When was the last time? Do you know when black women left the white woman's household? Like maybe in the late 80s. Can you imagine? In the late 80s is when like most white women stopped having black maids. Can you imagine? And she gonna call this man evil. You were in a house with slaves. He has given you slaves. He went to Africa, kidnapped people for you, and you want to call him oppressive. This girl is a clown. White women are clowns. They need to get cussed the fuck out, right? And then the days of like, even like after the slavery, he went and found you sharecroppers so you wouldn't have to do shit. White women didn't even have to breastfeed their own babies. What are we even talking about? You don't even have to feed your own, breastfeed your own babies. So your titties got to stay perky. Are you dumb? Are you stupid? Are you an idiot? And now the white man oppressing you? He's doing everything to help you keep your body intact. You're not even breastfeeding your babies. You don't cook, you don't clean, and you still don't know how to cook and clean. Because we see it. You go to Walmart, Costco, they have entire aisles full of seasoning. You will never see a single white woman even get lost in the seasoning section. They still don't know how to season food in 2025 because you've never had to cook because the white man got you a black woman to cook for you. Like he's made your life so fucking easy. The vast majority of home appliances were made by white men to make the life of white women easy. Dishwasher, microwave, stove, you name it, refrigerator, telephone, TV, QVC. White men have done nothing but make your life easy. And you talk about you're oppressed. Okay? You talk, have you ever, from the time of the settlers, have you ever seen a stove with your goofy ass? Like, go sit down somewhere. These women are goofy as hell. They are so damn goofy. They're so goofy. I'm like, go sit down. But it's because white men allow y'all to keep being ungrateful. You're so ungrateful. You see me, Maureen, as a black woman, white men didn't do nothing for me but make my life fucking hard. Yeah, you grow up, you hate your nose, you hate your lips, you hate your hair. Did you ever have to grow up like this? Everywhere you turn, people look like you. Every movie, they look like you. Every heroine looks like you. Every superstar looks like you. Why have you been oppressed? Everything you get and everything you have is the confirmation or affirmation that you're beautiful, you're special. Even when you're dumb, they make a movie like with Alicia Silverstone and Clueless and still make you cute. Not just stupidity. Oh, shopping all day. They thought it was cute. They made movies where you're mean girls and people are still nice to y'all. Right? And you don't carry a stigma because there's a viral movie where white girls are mean. Seriously mean. You're mean as fuck, you vipers. Are this a joke? They didn't do shit. They've never done shit. They've never done shit. It's about oppression. You were fucking oppressed? You dumb bitch. You stupid whore. You dumb bitch. You stupid bitch. You dumb bitch. It's such an insult. It is such an insult. There were black women out here who had to wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning while you were still having your beauty sleep with your basic ass face. You plain vanilla bitch. Mothers had to wake up. They could barely spend time with their children to come clean your house, fold your clothes, wash your clothes. You're a grown-ass woman and you don't even know how to wash your underwear. You nasty bitch. You nasty bitch. Can you imagine all the grandmothers, the great-grandmothers who had to wash a white woman's underwear and see her blood stain, her period stain, or whatever coming out of her vagina? Is this a joke? You were oppressed? You were oppressed? But can't even make eggs. You were so oppressed, but you still cannot make an omelet. If you don't sit down somewhere, they get on my nerves. And if you think I dislike white men, I dislike white women even more. They're just agents of chaos. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Exactly, Mark. She fed 2 families. You know, my grandma was a maid, and Ivory Coast, my grandma was a maid to white people. And guess what? She was 14. She was 14. And the white men even tried to rape my grandmother. She was probably even younger than that. They don't know what oppression is. They're like, you had to be a maid at 15. Please show me how many white women had to be maids at 14, 15. Taking care of children, putting babies on their backs, having a breast. You oppressed where, bitch? These hoes need to get cussed the fuck out. Is this a joke? Oppressed where? Oppressed where? Even like these stove dinners, white men even made prepackaged food so you wouldn't have to cook because you're so damn lazy. Huh? Can never get the flavor profile of a dish right. Your bummy ass. Everything white men have done, even coming up with a car. Then they came up with a minivan. They came up with a chariot. They came up with everything to make your life easy. White men have done nothing but terrorize everybody else so you wouldn't have to suffer. And you want to sit here and tell, oh, the patriarchy. The patriarchy has made your life amazing. Amazing. And especially in America, how many white women got to be first ladies? How many white women got to be first ladies? Almost 40 of them. Maybe more. 40, 43 of them. How many black women got to be first ladies? Just one. to compare to 40 or to 43 or maybe 44 white women, right, who got to be first ladies. Jackie Onassis, all these people, so many white women, Dolly Madison, all these goofy bitches, okay, got to be first ladies. You got to live in the White House. Have you ever heard the story of Dolly Madison? Goofy ass white bitch, reckless motherfucker, right? When the White House burned, there was a point in American history where the White House actually burned. And when the White House is burning, Dolly Madison tells these black people to go in there because she has her paintings in there. White women, they ain't shit. Ain't never been shit. Oppressed where? You're worse than the white man. You are worse than the white man, and you gotta wait you on Judgment Day. Bunch of clown bitches. Bunch of clownish bitches. Okay? To get dressed, to do everything. These hoes is lazy. Oppressed where? Can you imagine your man will travel, go across the Atlantic to bring you slaves because he wants you to have a soft life? And to this day, white men will steal. White men will kill. White men will lie. They will even murder children just so the white woman can have an easy life. But she has the audacity with her tiny ass lips to lie again. And even she lies on everybody. Pretty much when you think about it, the white woman lies on everybody. The white man gives her everything and she calls it oppression. The black man doesn't look at her, and so she feels away. So she lied that he looked at her so he can get killed. She lies on the black woman. She lies on children. She lies on everyone. And like a true creation of Lucifer himself. Go sit down somewhere, you Nephilim. Go sit down somewhere. I'm sick and tired of you people. Everything white men, if most white men, I really hate if he's, I do believe that if most white men, okay, yeah, I do believe that if most white men were just by themselves, they wouldn't have even been as evil. It goes to show you the power of a woman, like the kind of power a woman has over a man. She can be so manipulative, right? But if most white men had been by themselves, or if most white men did not care about having white children, I don't even think they would have been as evil. But I can have mercy, because I can say most things white men have done, it has been out of love for the white woman and the white child. You know what I mean? I don't agree with it, but I understand because he loves her. And all she does is talk about how he's evil. Even with Jasper used to have these two white clients as a married couple. The husband, he will come in there, the white man, he will come in there, work out, like he didn't bother anybody. But his wife, every time he brought his wife, she was so mean. Her body language, you guys. Her husband gives her a ball. She looks at him like this. She will roll her eyes. And so I started looking at her nasty too. And I think she realized I was peeping her shit. I got this close to telling her, you have a good husband. Every time that white man come in here, he don't talk to nobody. He don't entertain the ladies. He don't talk to nobody. He comes in here, he gets to work. You come working out with your husband, he's helping you with your form. He's grabbing your weights. He's grabbing the ball. This goofy ass, ugly ass white bitch with no ass couldn't even say thank you to that white man. That's why every time they get cheated on, I don't feel bad for them. Because so many of these white women are not nice to their husbands. They're awful. They're so awful. I'm like, this man really loves this woman. I'm like, yo, you should see him. Like, if she does it, he helps her with everything. But the look on her face was a look of contempt. I'm like, but damn, bitch, if you that mad, leave, bitch. Leave this man so he can have the best sex of his life. Because, you know, most white men also barely have sex, you know. Most white men barely even get head. They barely get blowjobs. And when they get blowjobs, this bitch acting like a freaking pharaoh. It's all teeth. Like a damn squirrel. Okay? What else? A rat. Like a rat. It's giving a feral creature. All she does is give teeth. But go sit down somewhere. Okay? Most white men are like, they're so neglected in their marriages. Sir, divorce this goofy bitch. Okay? Divorce her. You deserve to have the best sex of your life. And I can see why Jeff Bezos went with that Latina. Because maybe he's having the best sex of his life. Because I'm sure Mackenzie was boring in bed. Yes. I'm sure Mackenzie was boring. I'm sure Mackenzie was controlling. I'm sure Mackenzie was anal. He's like, oh, bitch, fuck you. I want to have sex. I want to have fellatio. I want to do it. Like, yeah, he wanted sex. You know what I mean? Because the thing about that, the Latina, she brings the energy. So it goes to show Jeff Bezos being the wealthiest man in the world, he probably had to beg for pussy. Okay? He probably had to beg for ass. He got sick and tired of that shit. Because for your man to be out here sending penis pictures, this is at that time he was richer than Elon. I'm like, this man is oppressed sexually. So many white men. And that's why a lot of white husbands have porn subscriptions. A lot of white husbands have these OnlyFans subscriptions. It's the married man. It's these married men. They beat off, they masturbate, they're by themselves because they're very lonely in their marriages. They barely have sex. Why do you think white men are so mad like this? Because they have lows they need to release. You know what I'm saying? They're men. They need sex. They really do. They need sex. They need intimacy. They need they need blowjobs and shit like that. They're not getting any of that because a white woman is a complaining ass bitch, a controlling anal ass bitch. She's fucking annoying. She is annoying. She annoys me. Even I'm annoyed. So I can't even imagine what you're going through being married to her ass. Okay? I cannot even imagine. Okay? Look at her. See? Look at Mackenzie. Right? You see? She don't want to put no makeup on. She don't you see? Hold on. Do you see this? Hold on. Hold up. It's okay. It's okay to be honest. Okay? Dry, doesn't do her hair, doesn't put lip gloss on. Like she doesn't even try to be sexy. You know what I'm saying? That girl. So you see, can you imagine being the wealthiest man in the world and you have the worst sex life? You will be like, yo, for that kind of money, you even have dudes that come out of prison and they get the guap 3,000. You have dudes that come out of prison with no money, no place to stay. And they get the boom, 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 boom. But you're the world's richest man. People are afraid of you. People want to get to know you. And your wife is starving you sexually. You know what? I said, in the words of Diddy, go king, go get it, king. Divorce that goofy bitch. Go have the best sex of your life. You only live once. You only live once. Do not be in a suppressed marriage. The way these women are so quick to go file for divorce, if you don't like your sex life, go file for divorce. I need to have sex. I am too rich. I am too successful. I am too people respecting too much for me to be on a portion control. These men are on a portion control sex life. This is insanity. White men, stop being so fucking weak. We are tired. Okay, we are tired. We are truly, truly exhausted. Okay, now look at Jeff Bezos and the new wife, huh? You see, Mackenzie, dry. Okay, you see, now look at Miss Sanchez. You see Miss Sanchez? Look at this. Look at this old picture of her. You see? You see? You would think she was a lesbian. Where's that picture? Hold on. You see? If you didn't know better, you would think this woman was a lesbian. You would think she was a lesbian. She looks like the lady from Sex and the City, huh? If you didn't know better, you would think this woman here was a freaking, hold on. You would think she was a lesbian. Like, why do you look like this? Your husband is so rich. You need to be hot, right? It goes to show men are visual creatures. Men love to have sex. Now, look at Jeff Bezos. Look at her. Look over here now. Look right here. Look at this picture. You see? You see? Look at, what's her name? What's this girl's name? Whatever her name is, the Latina, okay? You see the Latina? She puts her hand on his chest. She looks at him like she makes him feel like he's that dude. Like, yes, I'm Jeff Bezos, bitch. What you talking about? Right? You see what I'm saying? Like, do you see how the body language is different? The leading in is different. And the thing about Miss Sanchez, está muy caliente. She likes to be hot. She likes to be hot. So I'm like, yeah, there you go. Okay. Hold on. Jeff Bezos. And what's that girl? Lauren Sanchez. And you know, Lauren Sanchez also, she only dates rich men. You see? She only dates rich men, but like he likes that. He likes a woman that's more feminine, the long hair, the fake boobs, the small waist, the flat, da-da-da. You know what I mean? He likes that kind of stuff. He likes it. It turns him on. You know what I'm saying? And like, look, she takes pictures for him. You see? You see? He likes that kind of stuff. You see, she'll kiss him in public. You see how she holding him? You see how she holding him? Okay? When you are the world's richest man, you want to be what a woman, right? You see? What I tell you, see? Putting her hand on his chest. It's okay. I get it. I understand, my boy. I get it. She takes, and how much you want to bet she cooks for him? She Latina. How much you want to bet she cooks for him? How much you want to bet she calls that man papi? Papi chulo. Papi, ¿cómo está, papi? How much do you want to bet she talked to that man in Spanish? Right? It's the same thing with that white girl. Because when I was younger, I used to defend her. But now that I'm older, I don't know, I kind of changed my position. But the white girl, the wife of quarterback, what's his name? The one who married Gisele, what's his name? What's his name? What's the white boy's name? The one who married Gisele Bündchen. Child, what is the quarterback? The Patriots. What's his name? What's his name again? But anyways, he was married to a white American woman, right? And then he left her for a Brazilian. But how much you want to? How much you want to bet that with the Brazilian, it was more spicy, it was more romantic, it was more, you know what I'm saying? Because she had a baby and he left her. I'm like, yeah, because you're probably anal. Because most white American women are a drag to be with. They are a drag. Like, you are boring. You are anal. You are controlling. Tom Brady, there you go. Tom Brady was with this white American chick. Now, she's pretty, but at the same time, hold on. Tom Brady, ex-wife. Hold on. Let me show you, right? Let me show you. You see? There you go. You see? Compare. Contrast and compare. Hey, Elena, right? And it's not that she's very pretty. The first wife is pretty, but I will give her that. She's not a regular plain vanilla white chick like that. She's really pretty. She's a pretty white woman. She really is pretty. Unlike that Cindy Crawford pretty. But the thing is, it wasn't giving muy caliente. And I'm sure she was also controlling. You know one thing about Tom Brady? You control him, he's out. Gisele tried to tell him also not to play football. He's like, gotta go. You ain't about to control me, bitch. I'm the man, bitch. So shout to Tom Brady. You stress me out, I'm gone, bitch. I'm gonna find somebody else because I am the quarterback. Okay? So here's this lady here. You see? You see? Like, okay, right? But compare, look at Gisele. Gisele looks like a goddess. And I'm sure she's also had procedures, but you see that she holds like the white American girl, she holds Tom Brady like he's the homie. New England Patriot quarterback, and you're holding him like he a regular dude, or you crazy, right? Gisele Bündchen, just like Lauren Sanchez, where is her hand? On his chest, looking into his face like this. Hey, husband, esposo. However you say esposo in Portuguese, esposo. I don't know, right? But you can compare, you can contrast. And you see why these Latinas or these Portuguese, them people, they're always able to snatch a man, a high, powerful man from an American white woman. They can't raise children and they can't keep a man because they don't know how to make a man feel special. Who again lost her husband? Jennifer Aniston, white American woman, don't know how to keep a man. How are you going to be with Tom? You are with, what's his name? Brad Pitt. Bitch, is you dumb? Bitch, are you stupid? They're just something else. Okay? Look at this. Look at this. Hold on. Okay? Jennifer Aniston and Tom Brady. All white women do is keep fumbling. They're so stupid. Okay? All they do, Brad Pitt. Oh my gosh. And Brad Pitt. They don't know how to keep a man. Right? Look at her. You see? Look at how she's holding him. Hold on. You see this? Right? They hold hands like homies, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, okay, sure, whatever. Right? Now, look at what's that crazy bitch's name? What's her name? Angelina. There you go. Thank you. I was like, what's her name? You see this? She made that man feel something, right? And most importantly, she told that man, I will carry your children. Yes. Put your seat all up in me. Go ahead. Right? There you go. I am just saying, don't come for me. Okay? Do not come for me. But there's a thing here. Y'all need to work. They need to work on that. So go sit down somewhere. So I'm like, Jeff Bezos, initially I was not happy about him divorcing Mackenzie. But then I got older. I'm like, you know what? Maybe she was boring. Maybe she was anal, controlling. They barely had any sex. They became like roommates. And he was like, no, I am too rich. I am too successful to have a sexless marriage. People are tired. A lot of men out here is tired of having sexless marriages. Okay? They want the passion. They want the touch. They want the intimacy. They want all the nasty stuff. Okay? That's it. But who wants to be so rich and you barely get any blowjobs? That is crazy to me. So I'm like, he did what he had to do. Okay, he did what he had to do. Like these women, oh, I'm tired of suffering. I have to prioritize myself. Men also need to prioritize their sexual happiness. Men need to prioritize their libido. Men need to prioritize their natural desire for sex. You are a man. It's normal for you to have sex. Now, can you have sex every day with your wife? Oh, that's too much, right? But it should not be like, oh, we have sex once a month. Or we have sex once every 6 months. We have sex once a year. You're not married anymore. You are no longer married, boo-boo. You're not married. Okay? If your wife is not attracted to you, if your wife doesn't want to have sex with you, if your wife does not want to get pregnant by you, then why the fuck are you here? Why is she here? Let her go. There's another woman out there who would be like Lauren Sanchez. She'll pose for selfies. She'll put her hand on your chest. She'll look at you in the eyes. She'll call you Papi Chulo, okay? She'll make you breakfast in the morning, okay? She'll tell you, oh my gosh, you're so smart. You're so intelligent. Oh, wow, what a smart man you are. You know that's what she does, and he likes it. Because all she does is date really rich men. So it goes to show you she understands their psychology. She knows they need to have their egos boosted up. And that's what she does. And you see how he gave her that big-ass wedding in Venice? Right? He gave her what she wanted. Why? Because she understands the man. She's not in, and you think she's in there talking about patriarchy this, oppression this, oppression. Nah. When he's with her, they're having great conversation or they're having great sex. Okay? Yes, es muy caliente, muy fuego de la pasión. Okay? The fire of passion. There you go. There you go. All right. So let's stop. Let's stop the foolishness. And the day, yes. The day a lot of women understand that sex truly matters in a marriage, we're going to have better outcome out here. But they don't want to have sex with the man. They want to use their words to control the man. No, you want something from a man, you should also know how to have sex with your husband. And that way you can get things a lot easier. No, but you deprive this man sexually, and then you ask for all these things. Like, what does he get out of it? Okay? Can a brother also have an experience? I don't care what he is, black, white, doesn't matter. Right? Can the brother also have an experience? Can you also make it about him a little bit? Right? There you go. But a woman who does not center her man would lose the man. Just like if he don't center you also, you ain't gonna like it. You ain't gonna like it. Men are sexual. Women love to spend money. Men also want to have sex. So let's be fair, right? Let's do honest business dealing. You give me some, I give you some. Sometimes I give a little bit more. Sometimes you might give me a little bit more. It is what it is, right? But I'm like, I see it. Even Bill Gates, as old and corny as he is, what happened? Melinda left. He's like, he didn't chase behind her because he also wants to have more sex. You right? Do you see him cry? Oh my gosh, Melinda left me. No, he's tired. Oh, they want to tell you what to eat, when to go to sleep. They're not. No, he wants to live life. He is too rich. He is too rich to be controlled. And I get it. I really do get it. But anyways, let's get back to the main topic over here, right? So this dude is where's the video? I was on TikTok, right? Okay, let me play it again. So here's this guy here. So I'm like, please stop. We need to stop. We truly need to stop. There are so many women out here who just sit here and just lie on people. And it's enough. Oppress where? You oppress how? You decide to have sex, you contact people, you find people, you pay people, you engage with people, you keep their numbers, you maintain a relationship, like a talking relationship with your so-called rapist for 8 years, this one 10 years. I mean, how is she managing all these people? Do everything but her music. And then you cry victim and get $30 million. And people still want to say that she's oppressed. Oppressed where? No, she lives in a country that has now decided to create an industrial complex of victims. Oh, do you want to be a victim? Call 1-800-numbers, be a victim today. No, it's enough. You are not a victim. You've made choices. But this is what our nation has turned into, right? Where there's an industrial complex for victims. It's a line, a production line. A conveyor belt of victims. Like, no, you're not a victim. You are not a victim. What kind of victim keeps up with her aggressors like that? This is crazy. Because to me, if this is true, then this man would have been a rapist. So how can you talk to him for 8 years? The Punisher, she also kept in contact with him for 8 years. Then the guy who looked like the football player, she kept in contact with him too. She's been talking to these people for over 10 years. This is crazy. How does this make any sense? It does not. Because if Diddy is doing a RICO, she's a co-conspirator. Matter of fact, she's not even the co-conspirator because these freak-offs are her ideas. And Armand told us when she went to court, she said that she was doing freak-offs because that's the only way she knew that she would have time with Diddy. So these are her ideas because she's mediocre. This man doesn't care for, like, if you start to realize, like, Diddy has so many women on rotation, she was not a priority. But in order to become a priority, because she was never the priority, okay, she decides to do this to her own body. And I'm gonna play the video of Lauren LaRosa when she talked about people saying that I don't know how it went, but the text messages where Diddy was like, girl, we need to calm down, slow down. Do you want to go to rehab? Diddy was really checking on this girl. Like, you don't have to do this. Like, you don't. She's like, no, I want to do it. I want to do it. Okay. So I'm like, that's the only reason why Cassie is not with Diddy is because she found her current husband. No, it's not because she found her current husband. And the reason why she's with Diddy is that she realized Diddy was never going to make her wife. Because if she never left Diddy for Alex. Because when she was with Alex, y'all was not listening. When she was with Alex, I guess they were even married or whatever, but she was with Alex. She went back to Diddy. And then Alex called on FaceTime. And I'm like, when you call somebody on FaceTime, your entire face takes the phone. She was doing a doggy style with Diddy, and she picked up, she looked at her phone because Diddy also saw, because Diddy's the one who told her, when the thing was going down the courtroom, right? Diddy wrote a note to his lawyer to let the lawyer know that when that happened, Alex called her on FaceTime, which means Diddy saw him on the FaceTime, because when you call somebody on FaceTime, your entire face takes, like whatever picture they have for you, it takes over, right? And she sent his ass to voicemail because she was doing a doggy style with Diddy. I'm telling y'all this. So she is not with Alex because, oh, no. She's with Alex because she realized Diddy was not going to marry her. Number two, I do believe that as an entertainer, as a woman, as a modern woman grew up in America, as a woman who uses social media and understands women's psychology, Cassie understands that, you know, I say this all the time, but because people don't want to be honest, whether you are from here as a white American or you immigrate to America as a white-skinned foreigner, you understand how America works. You understand that Black Americans are seen as bad people. No matter what they do, they're always in the wrong. And white people are good. White people give redemption. White people give savior. I truly believe that Cassie, being a Filipina, right, being white adjacent, understands the optics of it all. Black men took advantage of me. Black men did this to me. Black men, right? And then redemption, salvation, rebranding herself as I was innocent. White, you go with a white man so it can seem like he's restoring your purity. We see it all the time with white girls we went to school with, middle school, high school, college. All these white girls that used to date all kinds of Black boys, sleep with Black boys, give head to Black boys, right? When they get to that age to marry, they rebrand themselves. Right? Because she needs to look pure for the white man. So like the Black boy, he's like your dark shadow when you want to be dangerous and this and that. You'll see the same thing with what's that girl's name from the real Jenny Mai, right? Jenny Mai is a hood rat. For real. Jenny Mai is a hood rat. She a real hood rat. She's a faux bowl, like fold the food, okay? A bullshit. Jenny Mai was out here stealing cars. She was stealing cars. And just like Cassie, if you looked at Jenny Mai, if you looked at Jeannie, you would never think that Jeannie was out here stealing cars. Okay? You would never. What's her name again? Wherever you spell her name. Okay? When you look at Jeannie Mai, and I'm like, these Asian girls, they understand that. Because Asian women understand that white people have always given Asian women the presumption of innocence and the presumption of submission. Right? We've seen so many movies with the geishas, right? The geisha woman, the whatever woman, right? But white people in America have always given Asians, especially Asian women, the presumption of innocence, the presumption of servitude, the presumption of humility and meekness. Oh my gosh, the poor Asian people. And because they're very small too. It's a very small people, right? But Black people, we're bigger. We have more muscle mass. We usually stand up to white people. So it never ends well for us. Right? So they're fully aware of that. So my thing is, when you look at Jeannie Mai, would you ever think that Jeannie Mai was out here stealing cars? Right? But if somebody said, oh, Marlene stole cars, you're more likely to believe it. Why? Because Black people in America are always associated with crime, evil, moral turpitude, all kinds of bullshit. And you even have Black people who reinforce that. You can be Black on the outside and a white supremacist on the inside. It's okay. But how many people would believe that Jeannie Mai was stealing cars, right? And the judge, once again, these judges were being nice to her because she looks innocent. So at first it was like a little bit in the jail, let her go. And then one day she came back, she stole, the judge got tired. He gave Jeannie Mai 18 months. You see, but she's able to move on, work at Warner Brothers Studios. She joins The Real, this, and that. But what did she do? She married Freddie. She married Freddie because she knew she had a criminal past, right? She knew she had a criminal past. And that's why she said, oh, I don't want to have kids. If a woman is not attracted to it, every man should know that. If a woman tells you, I don't want to carry your children, she don't really like you like that. She probably wants a man to just check it off her list, to make her, okay, I got it done. Somebody wants to marry me, right? But if a woman does not want to carry your seed, she doesn't love you. Do you understand? And that's part of being mammals, right? You see it with the females out there in the nature, right? If you ain't shit, she won't get pregnant by you. She will wait for the man that she really wants. We saw the same thing with Ashanti. Ashanti she could have been married. She could have had babies with anybody. She waited for Nelly. It's okay, right? So Jeannie Mai goes with a white man so that she can rebrand herself and that she can come off as pure. She can come off as palatable. That's what she said. I like my dark meat on the side. The people will never forget. Okay, we will never forget, because that was a disgusting, bigoted comment. She said, I like my dark meat on the side, but the white meat is the main entree. Why? Because she understands perception, she understands optics, and she knows, given that she's not the stereotypical Asian with a great GPA, went to a great college, like she was out here doing crimes, she out here stealing cars. I think she was in a ring, because I'm like, girl, why do you keep stealing cars like that? Jeannie Mai is a hot ass mess. Right. And so she used Freddie. If you remember when Jeannie Mai first started, she was first a stylist. Before she got on The View, she used to have like this fashion show on like HGTV, something crazy like that, where she used to like makeovers. That's how I was first introduced to her. Right. And then the next gig was the Real. But I do believe that having a white husband made things made things easier for her. Because if she was Asian with an extensive rap sheet of stealing cars and a black husband, oh, hell no. You know, women are not stupid. We have to stop. People are smart. People understand optics. People understand that if you have a bad past, or if you've been too promiscuous, what you do is you get you a white man, right? Because in America, white is purity, white is salvation, white is this, white is this, white is that. Okay, cool. But and then she also said that she didn't think her mom was going to be okay with her bringing a black man. So it goes to show Freddie was just there to help her and her image. And that's why she didn't mind disrespecting Freddie, calling him a Mitch, oh, this and that. She did not mind disrespecting. Yeah, it was so it was so disgusting. But anybody who watched The Real, because I used to watch it all the time until like Tamar left, the things Jenny would say about Freddie, it was too much. Call him all kinds of bitch. Call him this on national TV. I'm like, wow. Then she's like, I don't want his kid. I want kids. And I'm like, you don't want kids. Then why are you married to that man? Then when they went through a divorce, she wasn't even sad. Can you imagine a woman who's not sad to divorce her husband? She was never in love. For her, it was all about the optics, right? But as soon as she gets with Jeezy, because she been outside, right? Oh, I have to change the way I talk. Oh, I can't raise my voice anymore. Oh, nobody ever told me I was disrespectful. My girl, shut up. Yes, they just didn't care, because Freddie did not enforce the rules to tell you, you're not going to talk to me like you're crazy. See, Freddie didn't even realize he was being used. He didn't realize, right? She didn't want to pay Freddie money for all the things she put him through, all the insults she didn't want to pay. When Freddie got remarried and his wife got pregnant, that lady was getting harassed every single day. Because Jeannie would sit on that damn couch and lie, say things that were so untrue, play the victim. Girl, you are in California. You're a true feminist. If the roles were reversed, he would have to pay you alimony. So pay the man. Pay the man. You've emasculated Freddie time and time again. That lady, that white girl, she barely got to enjoy her pregnancy. And that's how I saw how manipulative Jeannie Mai is. But there's a distinction. As she meets Jay, within a few days, she's already pregnant. Didn't you say you don't want kids? How can you change like that? Because she never changed. She was not attracted to him. It's the same thing with Quad and Dr. G. Quad married Dr. G because she's a hood rat. When Quad left Memphis and she moved to Atlanta, she was sleeping in her car. She was homeless. And think about Quad. Anybody who's watched Married to Medicine, you know that Quad wanted Mariah's life. Mariah made her. Mariah introduced her to that circle clique. So she got a doctor because she had to rebrand herself. Quad is fraudulent. Quad is fake. That's why people even got to a point, people started having Quad fatigue because we realized that Quad was not into Dr. G. Dr. G was a come up for Quad. You don't like that man? Right? The man talking about having kids. She goes and gets a dog. The man talk about having kids. She went and brought her brother, his girlfriend, and their baby in the house. One time he said, okay, you're always mad. So tell me how you want me to change. She said, oh, hold on. I got to walk to the room so I can get the list. I said, girl, so you don't even know off the top of your head why you're mad at this man? You claim to be so mad at Dr. G. You claim Dr. G so damn evil. Now he's saying, okay, fine. Tell me what I'm doing wrong. Tell me what you want from me. Oh, no, I got to walk up to the room. She got to walk up the stairs, go into the room, retrieve her list so she can come back and read it. Girl, carry the fuck on. Carry the fuck on, right? But coming to Atlanta, she had nothing. She had nothing. Mariah had everything. Quad is dangerous. She is so damn dangerous. That's why she's a friend of no one. And you see, when they kicked her off the show, none of them, Dr. Jackie, the Heavenly, Simone, nobody fought for her because Quad is a friend to nobody. She's a self-serving human being, right? But allegedly, according to Dr. Heavenly, when Common came to the show, it seems like she linked up with him after the show because she has a type, but the type don't want her. So she went with Dr. G so she could level up, so she could have a name, and she could be part of a very selective society in Atlanta, that of doctors. But everything about Quad is performative. Everything about Quad is over the top. It is so fake. It's so fraudulent. You'll see a man come out of prison. A woman will give him a baby because she loves him, right? So imagine being a whole doctor and your wife doesn't want your children. She doesn't love you. She's using you. And the sooner you realize that, the better for you. No, the thing about relationships that are funny, the sooner you cut them off, the better. That's to me, that's the biggest mistake. To prolong a relationship that you know you're not really wanted. She will never love you. You're not her type. There are men out here, right? There are men out here with way less than you, way less education, a whole criminal record, bunch of babies. And they're having so much sex. They're getting so many blowjobs. They're like, they got so many babies. And you on paper, you are perfect. And she treats you like the scum of the earth. She don't want you to, hey, boo, she don't want you to touch her. You can't do this. You can't do that. You have sex once every 3 months. If a woman has sex with you every 3 months, if a woman has sex with you once every 6 months, sir, no. File for divorce. Like, you're not her type. Maybe you have money and you're allowing her to live a certain life. That's it. But in her heart, she wants somebody else. And she will let you know, I don't want your kids. Oh, I'm on my period right now. Oh, I don't feel good right now. Oh, my head hurts. Oh, I have this. She doesn't want to have sex with you. You have to accept that. And it can be really hurtful. But the sooner you accept that you are not the man that she wants, the better. Let her go find her person. You see? And as soon as Jeannie found the man she really wanted, she had a baby in 2 days. You see her with Monaco? This is a woman, she used to be on the real every day. I don't want kids. I don't think you need kids to be happy. I don't want to have kids. When I first met Freddie, I told him, oh, girl, shut the fuck up. Freddie was not your type. Freddie was the one that was going to help you, like, rebrand, give you the great optics, make your mom feel proud. Your mom was going to be proud of you because you brought a white man home. You brought a white American home. It's okay. It really is okay. So for me, when it comes to Cassie, like a lot of Asians, especially these poor Asians like Thai, Philippines, Laos, Cambodia, because I have boxes like Japanese, Koreans. Like, to me, luxury Asians are Japanese and Koreans, and not 1A, 1B. Doesn't matter. You can say Korean first and Japanese, but I will say Japanese first because they've been outside a little bit longer. They've been richer and more bullies a lot longer. So Japanese first, Korean second, and then like very affluent Chinese. But if you notice, if you care to be honest, you don't really see Japanese people hanging out with Vietnamese people. You're not going to see a lot of Korean people hang out with Vietnamese people. They're not the same. Yes, they have slanted eyes, but they're not the same. Japanese are very selective. Koreans are very selective. Upper echelon Chinese, they're very, very selective. Now, when it comes to Laos, Cambodia, Thailand, Vietnam, Philippines, those kinds of people, they usually hang out with Black people, right? They usually have kids with Black people. They're in the Black community. They do nails for Black people. You don't like Koreans. A Korean can have a business. Koreans can have businesses in the Black community, but they will never mingle with Black people. It's just business, right? With Vietnamese, it's a lot more. Like Daphne Joy, it's always them, right? Karuchi Tran, she's Vietnamese, right? It's like, I'm not trying to be funny, but it's a real thing. Out of all these Asians, who's always messing with Black people around the Black community? They want to sound Black. They want to sound this, that. It's always Laos, Cambodia, Thailand, Vietnam, Philippines. It's them people, because they're not accepted by these other Asians, because they don't see them as classy enough, or maybe their nose are too wide. What do I know? I don't know much, right? But Koreans are very selective, right? How often do you see a Korean girl have a baby with a Black man? You can see a Korean man have a baby with a Black woman. And usually that Korean too, when you see him, it's usually it's not your typical successful Korean, because that's not going to happen, because he's going to get married to another woman in Korea, because a man like that is highly designed. Like, he has lots of options, right? But you know what I'm saying? But you're more likely to see a Korean man be with a Black woman. You're not going to see a Korean girl. I don't know, unless you lost her mind. Okay, be with a Black person. They're very, very serious about, especially keeping like their blood pure, because they move a certain way. The same thing with Japanese. How often do you see a Japanese woman with a Black man? You know, it's very important to them to keep their blood pure, right? Same thing with upper echelon Chinese, you know. But when it comes to Thailand, Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia, Philippines, they sleep with anyone. And they're always around Black people. So I do believe that when you've been here for a while, you understand how things work. You want to have fun, you want to be ratchet, you go with Black people. You want to also be desired, you want to be put on a pedestal, you come to Black people because you seem exotic. Around your other Vietnam Asian people, y'all all look the same. White people too, sometimes they've had so much of y'all, they tired. But to a lot of Black people, this is brand new. Oh, this is new. So it makes you feel special. The guys stroke your ego. You're different, right? But as soon as they're tired or they don't get their way, they know that they can weaponize the underbelly of racist America. Black men did this to me, and the white husband saved me. Because that's the thing. A lot of people look at Alex Fine. A lot of people look at Alex Fine. A lot of women, but then again, they're really goofy, right? A lot of people look at Alex Fine. A lot of these goofy white women, these goofy women in America, they look at Alex Fine and they see a savior. Why? Because he's white. That's it. Do they know this man personally? No. But Diddy's bad, and he's the one who saved her from Diddy. How did he save her? What exactly do you call saving? You know what I'm saying? Save her how? Okay, right? Alex Fine was hired to be her trainer, right? He was hired to be her trainer. As a trainer, you would say a man of integrity, especially since he's white. And people think white is better, white is savior, white. Because you are her trainer, should you be having sex with your clients? Should you be having sex with the client, the girlfriend of your client? That make it make sense. Also, number 3, if Cassie really is a victim of sexual assault, sexual abuse, being trafficked, being prostituted, right? If you were a man of integrity, not only will you not have sex with her, because as long as Diddy is still paying you. So if you will even quit the job first, I'm going to quit the job. Then I'm going to talk to you, because I can't take money from a man and sleep with his girlfriend concurrently. You ain't shit, right? He ain't shit. Number 2, if Cassie told you that Diddy's abusing her, Diddy is freaking her off, because I'm sure she does the same thing to everybody. She goes to Kid Cudi, she says these things about Diddy. She goes to Michael B. Jordan, she says things about Diddy. She goes over here. Anytime she meets a new man, she makes up a story about how Diddy is abusing her, and it's believable. He's Black, he's a rapper. And then like this whole Biggie thing, Tupac thing, like, Diddy has his reputation does precede him. And the fairy tales and the folklore and the urban legends, like, it follows Diddy. So people really see Diddy as an ominous person, and he's dark-skinned. If he was light-skinned, it'd be slightly better, but he's dark-skinned. So, to be dark-skinned in America too means that you're even more vile. It's okay. People can admit it to themselves. Most people think that dark-skinned people are even worse. Like, if you could put all Black people together, the dark-skinned Black people would be seen as the worst. Because people really do believe because our complexion is dark, therefore our heart are also darker, even other Black people. I talked to this girl on TikTok telling me about how she's Creole, okay, and that some of her family, not even her, some of her family is passé blanc, that people that pass for white. I'm like, this obsession with white proximity. Why? Because the closer you are to white, the more pure you are. It's okay. It really is okay. You know, it's okay. People see a dark-skinned woman, a dark-skinned Black man. People think that we are inherently even way more vile, way more violent because of our complexion. Not even our psychology, just our complexion. So being dark-skinned, being a man, being a rapper, the Biggie, the Pac, the whatever, the nightclub with J-Lo, Shine, whatever, people see Diddy as an ominous person. They see him as very evil. And they can sit here and tell you, oh, it has nothing to do with his race. You don't know him personally. Everything you know about Diddy is what somebody told you. You never sat down with Diddy. You've never talked to him. You've never been in his presence. So why do you believe the things, the ominous things that are being said? Because he's dark-skinned. It's okay. You look at most Black inmates, they're dark-skinned. It's okay. You look at most slaves, most Black slaves that had to do the worst kind of labor, that had the worst kind of punishment, that were treated the worst is dark-skinned slaves. It's okay. And it continues to this day, to the point that you even have Black people who take pride in being light-skinned or having certain features, right? Because God forbid they look Black or they look African. That's why people don't want to claim Africanness, because it means that I'm still dark-skinned, right? It's okay. It's okay. Right? Because there are so many Black people who think the worst of dark-skinned Black people. Oh, it's ugly. They're violent. They're this. So many people think the worst of dark-skinned people. It's okay. So when you see Diddy and his complexion, it's so easy to believe that he's an ominous creature. And if anything is evil, it has to be on him. There's no way. Cassie has white skin. Alex Fine is a white man. White people don't do evil. Right? White people stop evil. White people are heroes. They're avengers. They're rescuers. They're Prince Charmings. Yeah, there you go. Whatever. What the fuck ever. White men make up the #1 group of rapists in America. 70% of rapes are perpetrated by white men. Get into it. It's okay. But that just, once again, it shows you the power of image, right? That's why I said in my other live, never allow anybody to tell you that how you look don't matter. It matters a whole lot. It can indict you or it can set you free. You got to have the right image. Understand? Some of us, unfortunately, we're born dark-skinned. So what can we do? Okay? Right? But Alex Fine represents that. But if you really think about it, he's not a savior. He's a piece of shit. He's just another man who saw a very pretty woman who was probably sad, confused. Cassie also has a drug addiction. Cassie also has paraphilic disorders. Okay? I already said that before. And he had sex with her too. Right? He had sex with her too. He didn't even say, I'm going to quit the job. I'm going to give Diddy back all his money because I don't even want this kind of money. This is disgusting money. Diddy even asked, when Diddy found out that the man he hired to train Cassie was having sex with Cassie, Diddy asked for his money back. To this day, he hasn't received the money. To this day, Alex Fine is living off of Diddy's money, but he's such a demon. You see what I mean? And this is how white people will always get away with bullshit. Because people have watched so many movies. People have grown up to Disney, the white Prince Charming, the white person, who saved Sleeping Beauty? A white man. Who saved the Snow White? A white man. Who saved Ariel? Ariel was so damn goofy that she was willing to give up on her people. Can you imagine? Like, the story of Little Mermaid is really sick. It is really sick. Imagine hating yourself so much. What makes you a mermaid is the fact that you're half human and you're half fish. She turned her back on her people. She knew her dad, whatever his name, Trident, Poseidon, I forgot his name, okay? But her daddy, he had cursed Ursula. That's why Ursula, she lives somewhere dark out there. She's a reprobate. But she knows her dad hates that woman. She knows her dad can't stand that bitch, and he cursed that bitch. And she goes behind her father's back, and she brokers a deal with a woman that her father has cursed. You see this? Because she wants to be with a white man. She's never talked to him. You sit here sometimes and you see the kind of disgusting brainwashing like that Disney has been pushing onto women. It is disgusting. Because as a young girl, you should be proud of who you are. This man, you want to go broker a deal with a witch that your daddy cursed. Oh my gosh. Have y'all seen Ursula? Okay. Have you seen Ursula? This is insanity. Okay? You see how desperate women are for evil. How desperate women are to go against the patriarchy and go broker deals with evil ass matriarchs. You never spoke to the prince. You don't even know who he is. You never even went around and asked people, hey, who is, like, what kind of man is he? No, she don't know this man. She never heard his voice. She never asked about his character. He's a prince. He's rich. So she goes behind her daddy's back. I'm like, you sit back and you think about this. I said, if I was her dad, the way my heart would have been so broken, because it's not even just that you went and brokered a deal with an enemy of mine, my own daughter. Can you imagine your own child goes to an enemy of yours to surrender everything that makes her your child? Because the moment you have legs, Ariel, you are no longer part of your family. The bitch said, I don't care. I want those legs. And you see how reckless she is. Because not only, and you think Ursula gonna do it for free. There's a reason why your daddy cussed this bitch. She ain't shit. But you won't trust, you rather trust a bitch that ain't shit than to trust your daddy who's always been there for you. You see this? This is some bullshit. Then you give up your fin because you want to have legs. Ariel, what if you get up there and that man is already married? Do you even know if you got a woman? No, she don't know. What if you get, and I'm thinking because she can't talk. Because she gave up her voice. You see this? Oh my gosh. This bitch gave up her voice for legs. And you know the thing about Ariel losing her voice, because you see it, her voice is leaving her body. And I'm like, girl, without your voice, who are you? And you see, and this is what, it makes me want to cry. This is what you see today with modern feminism. Women are giving up their own, the ability to think critically, to be intelligent, to be their own person, believe in yourself. No, I want to use my body. How to get a man? How can I use my body? How to get a man? How can I become a sex worker? They are willing to give up intelligence, a voice, right? Just so they can be in hypergamy, whatever you call it. But I'm like, what if you get up there and he doesn't like you because you're deaf and you're mute, you can't talk? No, but she's willing to risk it all because she thinks it's going to work out. Now it's Disney, so of course they made it work out. But you guys, what are the odds that a prince, somebody who mama is a queen, his daddy is a king, he's going to walk by the beach, see a woman that looks like she from a shipwreck, completely naked, she can't talk, even, oh yeah, I'm going to marry you. What are the odds? Why would he marry you, bitch? You're naked. You ain't got no shoes on. Your hair looks crazy. You can't talk. You can't write. Remember that? She looks so damn stupid. I'm like, what is this? But this is the bullshit they've been pushing on us since we were kids. And we didn't realize that. But you get older. Should you give up everything that makes you to go and be part of this world? What world? Do you even know these people? And then think about that. What if something had happened to Ariel? Right? Hold on. No, this is real, y'all. This is real. Hold on. Okay. What if something had happened to Ariel? What if things did not work out the way she had planned? But her dad would have lost his shit. And because he's the god of the sea, I'm like, you don't even, and also, first of all, your dad cursed Ursula, so why are you fucking with her? She's the op. If somebody is an op of your dad, that's an op of you also. You ain't loyal, bitch. Okay? Number two, your dad is the god of the ocean and shit like that. You don't even know if your daddy also brokered a deal with the god of the earth. Like, I ain't gonna cross you, you ain't gonna cross me. But if something happens to you, he will have to cross that place. I'm like, something happens to you and he finds out that man is capable because he is Trident, whatever his name is. That man is capable of coming over here and flooding everything and everybody. What if that white man kills you? What if this white man rapes you? What if this white man is not who you think he is because you never talked to him? If something happens to you and your dad finds out, he gonna kill everybody. But she don't care because it's all about herself. You're from a different world. You have a different culture. You don't know these people. You don't even know if they're welcoming. But if your dad finds out that they did something to his baby girl, you already know he gonna flood the earth. He gonna flood us all. He gonna flood. Children will die. Old people will die. People will die because there is no way you're gonna hurt the daughter of, I'm gonna call him Poseidon, right? There is no way you're gonna hurt the daughter of Poseidon, and you people are going to remain on dry land. this man will fuck everything up. We're going to die today, right? So I'm like, this goofy ass love of yours, or your goofy infatuation with this goofy ass prince can put so many people's lives at risk. She doesn't care. And that's what most modern women are today. They don't care. How their actions affect other people, they don't care. How their promiscuity affects other people, they don't care. How having children with multiple men will fuck up society, raise our taxes, create a world where so many kids go to prison, they do not care. Because they gonna do what they want to do. And the hell with it. That's it. Selfishness. I do what I want to do. I don't care how it affects other people. I don't care how it affects my mom, my dad. I don't care how it makes me look, makes my family look, make my community look. They do not care. They don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck. And then when they don't like the outcome, I'm a victim. No, you're not. You are a fool. And you've made a choice to live a life full of rebellion. You made a choice to live a life where you and evil is like this, right? So here are your consequences. You're not a victim. You are so not a victim. So my point is, when it comes to Alex Fine, is that because he's a white man, people want him to be a hero no matter what. Because you always, every woman, especially if you grew up on Disney, needs a savior, needs a Prince Charming. They use one man to forget about another man. We saw with Halle Bailey, whatever her name is, DDG, right? To forget about DDG, she got another man. That's all they do. A man is always the savior, but then patriarchy is evil. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. So Alex Fine, to me, he ain't shit. Never been shit, never will be shit. And it's also crazy to me that you're a trainer in LA, but your only paying client was Diddy. You ain't shit. And all the money Diddy paid you, you didn't invest the money. You didn't buy, you didn't start a gym, you didn't have more clients. No, the only celebrity client he had was Cassie, and Diddy was paying for it. When Diddy stopped paying him the money, he had no money. When Cassie returned the keys to the houses, because she had 2 apartments, right? They had nowhere to stay. So this man is not even a provider. What did you do with all the money Diddy paid you? Because you did not return the money. So why is it that you didn't even have your own apartment? No, he followed right behind Cassie, and they moved into her mother's basement. But you see, the hate for Diddy is so strong that people do not want to look at this piece of shit right here. He ain't shit. A real man would have said, this shit right here, this is crazy. I'm going to quit. Number 2, I'm going to give you your money back. Number 3, I'm going to make myself. If you decide to make her your wife, you should provide for her. But no, he went from Diddy providing for him to now Cassie is providing for him with Diddy's money. He ain't shit, right? And that's why, for as much as Black women want to lie to themselves, when they marry a white man, they usually settle. Because most white men they get with are basic. Most white men they get with are average. Most white men they get with barely even have the feet of the table, right? They're a bunch of bums. It's very rare for me to see a Black woman with a high achieving white man, right? They settle, but they pretend not to settle because they need so badly to believe that a white man, the white savior, found me beautiful. If you see, it's a mental illness. Hey, Ace, it's a mental illness. How often can you say a Black girl has married a white man and he changed her life and he made her wealthy? And no, even Tamara Mowry, since she was a kid, she's been working. Since she was a kid, she's been a millionaire. But when she married Adam, Adam required her to sign a prenup. I'm like, and what do you think she's going to take from you? Okay? What do you think she's going to take from you? Right? And guess what she did? She signed it. She signed it. Because Tamara wanted to prove to this he's a basic white man. Adam is basic. She's too beautiful. Tamara is too beautiful for this man. She's too gorgeous. She's too gorgeous. But Tamara signed it because she wanted to prove to this white man that she was not after him for his money. If it was, would he have required a white woman to prove herself? She's more famous. She has more money. She has more. Still what? Even his money is the vineyard of the family. It's not even a business that he started. Adam has money from his parents. He's not even self-made. He's a Nepo baby, right? Tamara and Tia are self-made. They're the first millionaires in their family. And he required a beautiful girl like that who's always had a career. He made her sign a prenup and she signed it. That's why I didn't like him. It's not even the whole racist. Is he racist? No, fuck that. But I'm like, she's going to take your money to go where, bitch? Tamir and Tia have worked since they were kids. I watched them growing up because I used to look up to them. So she ain't poor, she ain't broke. She had never been in the news. She'd never been out here doing all kinds of shit. And he made her sign a prenup. Because even though to me, when I see her, I believe Tamir is a really good person. I really do. I don't feel like she has an evil bone in her. So if I can see that across the state, across the phone, how come you get to talk to her, you've been with her, you had sex with her, you slept with her, and you can even feel her soul? Like, she's not the type that would ever take a dime from a man. He still had to make her sign a contract. And she signed it. Marlene, never ever. You an ugly ass, basic ass white man. Have you seen him? Even now with his beer belly, he does not work out. He's like a plugged chicken, maybe a plugged turkey, okay, with a beer belly. He's very unattractive. She's too beautiful. She's too beautiful. How often can you say you met a white man, married a black woman, and he changed her life? You have access to everything. Never. But usually you meet a black woman with a white man, she takes care of him. She finds a way to put her into her YouTube content. She finds a way to make him an influencer. She finds a way to do these dances. I'm like, girl, he black. If you want a man that knew how to dance, you should have married black. Let that white man be. His hips are stiff. They don't have rhythm. And I'm sure you see in the bedroom, it's okay. The man can't move his hips in the bedroom, but now you want him to do all these goofy ass stuff. Blah, 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 especially the boots on the ground. Boots on the ground. Girl, stop. You know, this white man only gave you about 2 to 3 positions. Stop playing with me, right? They barely have rhythm. So the man don't got the rhythm in the bed, but he gonna have rhythm now. Do you know how many steps are involved in boots on the ground? Have you seen boots on the ground? Yo, hold on, wait a minute. I will play the video, but then they're gonna show up, okay? Do you know how many steps? Even my ass, I'm like, what the heck? I can't keep up. Like, but I know the thing about the fan, like the bad thing about the fan. But besides that part, even I'm sitting my ass down. Y'all go ahead and do it, okay? Boots on the ground. Have you seen boots on the ground? I'm like, let that white man be. This is another black girl I saw today. Once again, very beautiful, basic ass white man. I'm not going to show you the person. So they were doing a little choreography. So it's like when the sound starts, you walk off the screen, then you come back. Girl, guess what happened? The sound start, her and the white man walk off the screen. Then you're supposed to walk back. That white man never walked back. I'm like, he ain't got no damn rhythm. He don't get it. He don't get it. And it's okay. You know, if you wanted a great dancer, either you marry black or you marry Latino, maybe Italian. White people cannot dance. Stop making these white husbands dance. They do not know how to dance. Stop it. He is not black. Yeah, he just walked up. People are like, oh, he never came back. I'm not he ain't gonna come back. He black. He white. He has no rhythm. He doesn't get it. Stop making people dance. They don't know how to dance. Stop doing it. It's so annoying. It's not a dancing people. It's a bombing people. They bomb people. They know how to kill. They're good at that stuff, right? Ask him how to tie a noose. He'll show you. Okay? Stop telling these white men to dance. Ask him to tie a noose. They'll do it in 15 seconds. Okay? It's okay. Right? But how often do you see it? And it's okay. It really is okay. Okay? Like, it's okay. It truly is okay. But when a white man marries a white woman and he loves her, we see her life. We see she ain't got to do nothing. But when it's like black woman and white man, usually, you know what I'm saying, she does a lot. Even the Bachelorette, she got to pay this man like $70,000 a month. I don't know, something crazy. Like, what the heck is this? What is this? For what? For what? Like what? What you got this? Okay? So that's how I feel about Alex Fine, is that he's helping her to rebrand. Because in America, white is salvation. Whiteness is redemption. Whiteness is purity. Whiteness is elevation. Whiteness, then yes, ask him to tie a noose. Ask him. A lot of them white folks oh no, it was for the horses growing up. No problem, boo-boo. No problem. But you did that mighty fast, huh? Yes. Ask this man to tie a noose. Matter of fact, ask this man to kill a baby. He gonna show you know how to do it. Okay? So stop lying to yourself. Stop lying to yourself. It's okay. Right? They go so hard to make white men like goals. No, they're killers. Right? Little black girl wanted to deal with the white man. He cut her into pieces. There you go. And he threw her body all around the city. Right? Okay. So it's okay. Right? But to me, that's why I felt like she got with him. Okay? She tried to get Cuddy. She kept trying with different people. But Cassie, ultimately, being an entertainer, being in show business and stuff like that, she understands the image. She understands perception. She understands the narrative. And she understands that women want to see themselves as victims. Right? This is how grifters work. This is how grifters are able to make so much money off of these women. because they understand that the modern woman in America has this insatiable desire to see herself as a victim. She's neurotic. She is neurotic, right? She's not okay. So she's always a victim. And the more you help her to solidify that she is a victim, she will love you. Because a crackhead loves the drug dealer, right? An addict loves the supplier. So somebody who's addicted to victimhood loves a person that can help them to feel better in their victimhood. They don't want to get better. They're sick. They are truly sick. People here a lot of these women here are mentally ill. There's a lot of mental illnesses roaming and raging in the minds of modern women. They're not okay. They are truly not okay. And it's okay. I mean, it's not okay, but it's okay to talk about it. Right? So that's what Cassie is. Right? And that's why if you notice carefully on social media, women are only attracted to negative stories. They're only attracted to hysteria, things that's hysterical, it causes paranoia, fears. They love to be afraid. Look at the people who do like murder myths, like the murder makeup, like they do their makeup as they talk about murders, right? Look at their views. A woman will talk about this woman got butchered by a man and she's doing her makeup. She'll have 6 million views. You talk, there's even that girl, Rotten Mango, the Asian girl too, like all she talks about it, woman being beaten, a woman getting kidnapped, a woman being abused by a man. And the views are crazy. Why? Because women want to hear awful things. Women want to hear like just crazy shit. Hey, Ms. V, because they want to be afraid. So they create an algorithm for themselves where they're constantly be fed like fear soup, more fear soup, fear soup, fear soup. And they drink that shit up because they want to be like, yes, I know I'm a victim. I knew I was a victim. I knew I was innocent. I knew I did nothing wrong. I knew he was a narcissist. I knew I was perfect. It's a mental illness. When you live your life to believe that you never do anything wrong, it's always other people. You need help. It is not normal. Like healthy-minded people are able to have perspective. Right. And when you have a healthy perspective, you can be like, you know what? This part right here, I could have done that better. This part, I'm responsible for this. That's a healthy-minded human being. But most women in America are not healthy. They are mentally ill. They're never to blame. They are never responsible. They don't know. I don't know. I just don't. But then they tell you they're grown. They tell you they're highly educated. They make all this money. Then how are you able to do all these things? But when it comes to your personal life, you have no accountability. So you know how to make your career. If you're not lying, but then again, many of them also lie. And that's the sad part. They lie about their lives. They lie about the cars they have. They lie about how much money they make. They're always lying. Look at Wizard Liz, another one. They're always lying. They live a lie. They're mentally ill. They need help. Like they truly need medication. It's not normal. The rate at which women lie in America, it is truly concerning. They're always lying. Like, girl, when are you not lying? There's even a video. This girl went and lied about buying a Van Cleef, that she went to buy a Van Cleef. Then this black man walked up to her and said, oh, a pretty girl like you should not buy just one. I'm like, girl. And then the bracelet she posted is a fake because apparently I don't have a Van Cleef. I don't even think I've ever had because it's waste of money. The fake one has a very like long chain to it. So because she doesn't have a real one, and also she's never even seen the real one, also where she said she went to get the Van Cleef, people in Florida who know about the Van Cleef store said she's lying because there's no Van Cleef store there. Like, why are you lying? Even if you buy a Michael Kors bracelet, what's the big deal, right? Even if you buy a Coach bracelet, what's the big deal? Right? You don't have Van Cleef money and you don't even need to. Why would you even spend $5,000 on one bracelet when there's so much poverty around you as a woman? Why don't you even donate the money and make somebody's life? They never donate. All they do is spend on themselves. And the most stupid purchases, they don't treat money seriously. They're mentally ill. Money, they have no regards for money. They have no regards. Many of these women, they make pretty good money, but they don't know where the money is. Because they spend more than what they make. Because in their head, they're way more than who they truly are. Delusions of grandeur, right? You make 60,000, but you're living like you make 200,000. You don't make 200,000, right? They are extremely delusional. And they say it, be delusional, be delusional. Like, yep, here goes the language of the mentally ill. And it's like, yeah, I need to be delusional. Why do you have to be delusional? Oh, I deserve. They will never talk about what they've earned because they don't like to work. Right? I deserve. Anybody can sit here and say, I deserve. But the reality of it is, what have you earned? They never want to talk about what they've earned. They want to talk about what they deserve. They are mentally ill. They're mentally ill. Because you cannot go to the bank and write a check or say you want to withdraw money you don't have in your account. If you only have $1,000, how can you ask to withdraw $5,000? Are you okay? You withdraw out of the bank what you put in the bank account. And what you have in your bank account is money that you've earned. So because you earned the money, you can withdraw the money, right? But when you say, I deserve, baby, we can all say we deserve. But what is it that you've actually earned? They're not builders, they're complainers. It's also part of their disorder. It's a disorder. It really is. They have personality disorders. They need help. They truly need help. And it's so sad because given the amount of women who call themselves therapists, psychologists, psychiatrists, why do we have so many mentally ill women? And they're all telling us that they have a psychiatrist, they have a therapist, they have a psychologist, which lets me know even those women also ain't shit. They're taking advantage. Because the amount, the way women here, the way women in America talk about, oh, I have a therapist, my counselor, you should be, when to me, if you are truly dealing with a head specialist, right? Accountability should not be something you struggle with. When you go to therapy, what the fuck do you talk about? You just go in there and blame other people, and your therapist never tells you, you know what? How did you also play a part in this? Then that's not a good person. That's an enabler. And they also are not doing their job. Because a great therapist, a great psychiatrist, a great psychologist should also help you to see how you played a part in that. How your mindset at the time was conducive to you doing X, Y, and Z. You should not struggle with accountability. But when you tell me that you have a therapist, you have a psychiatrist, you have a counselor, and you struggle with accountability, I'm realizing that you don't really have a help. You have an enabler. You have somebody who wants to just charge your insurance. They don't want you to get better. But then again, it's on par with the American health system. Because in America, you don't treat people. You just make them sicker, right? But people out here, women out here, should not be struggling with accountability. They should not struggle with healthy perspectives. They should not struggle with humility. Because all this therapy you've taken, it should have helped you with humility. Like, you know what? Just when you think you know, you realize you don't know enough, right? But they don't have that. Empathy, they don't have it. Right? Hey, boo. Empathy. Think about other people. Everything is not always about you. No, they cannot. They center themselves at all times, even with their children. Their happiness comes before their children's happiness. Can you imagine? Oh, an adult. You are an adult. You've had your childhood. You chose to bring a child into this world, and you still want to center your happiness over a baby that's just getting started in life. They are mentally ill. They're sick as fuck. You got to be a sick fucker to compete with the happiness of a child. You see, because a healthy-minded person would say, I've already had my childhood. I had a childhood. I had a great childhood. My child deserves to have. I can sacrifice for my child because I'm an adult. That's a child. They're just getting started with life. They deserve to be happy. I can be uncomfortable. I can even suffer, but I want my children to have their childhood because you only have one childhood. And in contrast to the rest of your life, if a person even dies at the age of 80, you only have 18 years to be a child, 62 years to be an adult. So we understand childhood is very short, so therefore it's precious. And we should allow all children to enjoy their childhood. They have their entire adulthood to suffer, right? But they don't want to suffer. They would rather see their children suffer because they prioritize their happiness. Grown-ass women who will say, between me and my 5-year-old child, I need to be happy. And my 5-year-old child can go through pediatric depression. How these women are not classified as sociopaths, psychopaths, a threat to society. Like, seriously, it's concerning to me. These women are malignant narcissists. They're not well. They are truly not well. Me, I fear these people. I really do. I fear these kinds of people. Like, you're sick. You are truly sick. Because when you get to a certain age, sacrifice should be part of your language. No, They never sacrifice. They don't suffer. I deserve, 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 it deserve. You ain't shit. Go somewhere. Go somewhere. And that's how you see. And they cleave onto people who feed their malignant narcissism. They are sick. Even in the church, you see that. This is the same thing with that Sarah Jakes girl. Same bullshit. Tell me I'm innocent. Tell me I matter more than a child. Tell me my happiness matters more. Like, who are these people? America breeds despicable people. America, I'm telling you, the American culture does not encourage people to be honorable. And they think it's China. China's not going to take America down. People here are going to take it down. Because when you have a country full of selfish people, where can you go? But how far can you go? How far can you go? When you have a country where even children are not protected, where the childhood of children is not even a priority, making sure kids are okay is not even a priority. People are so selfish. People are so selfish. You know what I'm saying? They will throw a newborn baby in daycare for a goofy ass job. Because God forbid she's a stay-at-home, God forbid she takes care of a baby, that's beneath her. She will throw a baby. Don't even know if they're changing that baby's diapers. Don't even know if her baby's in there crying for hours and he's being neglected. It's not her problem. They like you see these women come together and they never talk about children. Like, yo, how are we making sure not to damage our children? You know what I mean? How are we making sure that our kids are healthy, like they're happy? How do you make sure that my child knows he's loved? Like, I might not be the perfect mom, but I want you to know I really loved you. I truly loved you. Like the day I die, I really want you to miss me. You understand? But so many children, they're not going to miss their parents. They're not even going to miss their mom because she was a selfish ass human being. And I would know. Trust me, I would know. I was raised by a narcissist. Like it's a woman that just centers herself. It is so disgusting and it's so evil. But you thank God for Jesus, though. It is so disgusting. And so when I see that in other women, because my mom has that problem, I stay the fuck away. I stay the fuck away. Because to me, I believe that when you are, especially as a woman compared to a man, what makes a woman virtuous is that she sacrifices for her children. I can expect a man to be selfish. But today, you have more men who are more gentle with children than you have mothers who are gentle with their kids, their souls, their dreams, and things of the sort. It's so disgusting. All they care about shopping, buying stuff. They will go get plastic surgery, BBLs. These things are so dangerous because once again, she prioritizes how she looks versus making sure that you are here to raise these kids that you brought in here. A BBL, having a bigger ass. She is, and they know these surgeries are dangerous. They know. They said there's like a big vein in your booty. And so when the fat goes in there, it goes straight to your heart. Look at Jackie O. She left a 6-7-month-old baby for BBL. That baby will never remember her. Like a BBL, like that's how much eating the girls down, getting comments from girls. Like Jackie O was a narcissist. She was a malignant narcissist. Humility would have said, girl, it is what it is, yeah. When your mama, certain things won't come down. But at least try to go to the gym. No, somebody offered her a free BBL. And she didn't consider her babies. Because getting her ass inflated was a bigger priority. There you go. Now she's dead. Now she is dead. You see? Because that's all they do. Me. They never think about other people. Because sometimes when you think about other people, guess what? You're probably not going to do a thing. Because you're like, yo, it's not just about me. There you go. That is part of being a community. That is part of being in a society. Is that you realize that you are not alone. And for as much as you can do it, think about other people. But a lot of these women they're not empathetic. They're sociopaths. And one thing about these crazy people, they don't have empathy. They struggle with putting themselves in other people's shoes. Because as I said, just like racism, feminism is also about supremacy. And these are all supremacist movements that rely on physical attributes, not virtues, not morals. No, I'm white, therefore I'm better. I have a vagina, therefore I need more protection than even children. How can a grown woman need more protection than children. All this money wasted on Cassie Ventura by taxpayers' money. There are real children missing in NYC. There are real children being trafficked in New York City. No, they spent 8 weeks, maybe more, millions of dollars to give justice to a grown-ass woman who chose to slut herself out. That money could have been better spent on finding real missing children in New York City. It could have been spent on finding real missing girls. There are real girls that are getting trafficked. It is not a joke. Human trafficking is real. And they don't get trafficked on private jets. They don't get trafficked and get sent to the Met Gala. They don't get trafficked and are hired personal trainers. They don't get trafficked in luxury hotels, right? Make it make sense. They don't get trafficked and are giving records and Billboard awards and Billboard performances and 106 in Park performance. No. They is trafficked for real, and they starve, they're beaten, they're abused, malnourished, right? Oh, you're still here. You must like me, okay? You must obviously like me because the way I read you down and you're still here, you didn't unsubscribe, you're still here. Well, I guess you like me. It's okay. You can admit that to yourself, right? There you go. That is crazy to me. I don't know. Your dark shadow, maybe. If you bother me, this is my life. So if you bother me, I will send you to timeout. Okay? So don't distract me. Thank you. Behave. If you can't behave, you go timeout. I don't like to block people, but I will send you to timeout. Okay? So that's that. And it's okay. It really is okay to be honest, right? But I'm like, to me, there are real unsolved cases in NYC. There are real cases of trafficking in NYC. I saw a post on Instagram. This little girl, mom is white, daddy's black. She's 14. They put her in a cage. She's been living in a cage. I said a cage, a human in a cage. She's 14. The school district never checked on her. The school never checked on her. I'm like, there are real children that are really missing out here. 14 years old. She has been living in a cage for years. But no, let's fight for Cassie Ventura. The whole world has to stop for Cassie Ventura. The whole world has to stop all people. That's why I say people don't care, right? People do not care. People do not care. You think it's a joke? I'm going to teach you about boundaries. You people do not care about the real welfare of women, because then you would really protect the most vulnerable. But no, they always protect the famous ones, the pretty famous and rich ones, right? Because it's like, I guess it feeds your complex to say, I'm the one who rescued a beautiful rich woman, right? Because is it really sexy to rescue regular people? Is it truly sexy to rescue average women, right? There are so many average women being abused, but they're not going to rescue them, because what do you get? But if you're known for saving Cassie Ventura, the pretty girl, the model, right? Then you feel good about yourself, because everything out here is performative. Performative activism. People don't move from a place of sincerity. It's the hashtags, it's the hyphens, it's the whatever. People don't move from a real place of conviction. Because when you have true conviction, you will fight for the least protected, the most vulnerable, the ones that have the least amount of money. Cassie, this thing was gone for 9 years. Every sex worker she has on her phone, every sex worker she talks to, she goes back. Right? This is crazy. She has a luxury apartment in New York City. She has a luxury apartment in Miami. Most people who get trafficked, they live in luxury. Most people who get trafficked, they have a $9 million apartment in New York City. Are you kidding me? Right? Most people who get trafficked, they live in a $6 million apartment in Miami with multiple cars in the parking lot. Oh, go sit down somewhere, right? Once again, virtue signaling. Okay? Virtue, just like with Austin Metcalf, like Austin too. All these white people who claim to care about Austin, they don't care about Austin. Every day, how many white children die? How many young white people die every single day? How many young white people die of a drug overdose? How many young white people in the streets starving? Nobody checks on them. Nobody saw. I used to live in New Orleans. You used to see so many homeless and junky white children. Nobody would check on them. It just be them, their dog. One time I even went and bought this dog food because I felt so bad for the dog. Right? They don't care. Austin was here. He was posting. He had Instagram. He had Twitter. He even had TikTok. Posted his workouts. He even had a special page for his workout, for his football, whatever. They never cared. They didn't watch his stuff, did not share his stuff, nothing. But now, oh my gosh, Austin. Why? Because they get to hide behind Austin to weaponize their hatred for white people, for black people. Because if you truly care about young children, especially young, because they care about white people, right? If you really care about a young white teen being alive and being successful, you would support them all. You would fight for all. There's such an opioid crisis with white children in America. So many of them are dying of fentanyl. Are you calling your state senator? Are you calling the state representative? Are they writing letters to the governor, right? To say, hey, these paramedics need to carry overdose medication. They don't have to die. You know, there's medication for when people are overdosing. There's a shot, like you shoot their asses and they come back to life. No, they don't want to call the senator. They don't call the state senate. They don't call the representative. They don't call the governor. They don't harass the mayor. They're not harassing these lawmakers, people who decide how these taxes are spent, to say we have to prioritize rehabilitating these children. We have to prioritize overdose prevention, right? There is so much you can do. No, they don't care because they don't give a fuck about Austin. It's an opportunity to just be racist against black people because people don't move out of conviction, right? When you're on social media, you only support foolish people. You know, because it's possible that everything about Austin wasn't bad, but I can tell he was very, very passionate about football. Why didn't you support him? No, y'all like fools. You like watching Mr. Beast and his goofy ass challenges. You like people who fight on TV. You just like goofy ass content. But when we have young people who have great content, who love what they do, they're serious, they work hard, that you don't support that. You wait until somebody dies so you can hide behind this to weaponize your racism. Go sit down somewhere. Go sit down somewhere. Go sit down somewhere. You're like, nobody's gonna fall for this. Because when you really move out of conviction, this is what you do. And you do it all the time. You don't wait for the media to weaponize racism or to weaponize your racist heart to like, oh, I need to come. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. And I know they don't care about, what's the name, Austin? You don't even know how much he weighs. Right? Even when I say, oh, he weighed 225, they think I'm lying. Because so you see, they didn't even do their research about this boy. They don't give a fuck. They're going to use his death to justify their racism. Don't even know that he did jiu-jitsu. They have no idea that he knew jiu-jitsu, right? But they care so much about this man. They don't even know shit about the person. But it's a good pretense to hide behind his death, to go and harass black people and to be disgusting towards black people. Because I'm like racist, feminist, communist, anyist. It's always a Zionist. There you go. So you got racism, you got Zionist, racist, feminist, communist, right? Anytime Marxist, anytime there's an ist, it's a movement of supremacy. It is a movement of supremacy. These are wicked people. They are truly wicked people. So I'm like, no. But my point is, Alex fine, he ain't shit. Let's get into the video, you guys. Sorry, I've taken too long, right? I'm going to start the video over. Go.
So good morning. I am Dave, the man who has just sued Cassandra Ventura for damages involved in the Sean Combs sex trafficking trial. And I'm looking through social media and I see a lot of the women out there, particularly black women like myself, who choose to victim shame me and try to do everything they can to discredit me, because the truth is that the loss of the Sean Combs trial was a loss to the Me Too movement and to hating women like the women who are trying to insult me. So let me tell you something, you women out there who would like to insult me. This is my story. I was paid by Cassie, Cassandra Ventura, for 8 years to be her male provider. I didn't have to be the best looking guy. I was the best in bed. And because I was the best in bed, guess what? I was given this arrangement. I was coerced. I was drugged. I was manipulated with promises of money and gifts for over a period of 8 years to continue to be this woman's provider at her expense and at the expense of Diddy. Now, at the time, legally, I didn't know my rights as well as I do now. I didn't create this conflict with Cassandra Ventura. She created it with me. She's the one who decided to bring up things that happened over 10 to 15 years ago to hold Sean Combs accountable for what was a partial truth. She's the person who introduced me to the U.S. Attorney's Office. She's the person who told the U.S. Attorney's Office about our relationship. So in essence, those out there who want to hate on me, who want to say that I'm attacking Cassie, you should realize the truth, that Cassandra Ventura, your idol, did this to herself. She exposed herself to liability when she got on the stand and decided to mention me as the male escort who was with her when she overdosed and Diddy made her have sex with him. That was a lie, people. Cassie had just woke up from sleeping 8 hours. Myself and Sean Combs were exhausted. We wanted to go home. Cassie's the one who forced that sexual encounter. People, she tells you that Sean Combs made her have sex on her menstrual cycle. I can't speak for anyone else but myself. But I know the one time that did happen, that Sean Combs was not responsible for that Cassie, in a drunken, intoxicated, hormonally imbalanced state due to her period, manipulated and forced herself on me during her menstrual cycle. And what I mean by that is I had no knowledge she was on her menstrual cycle because the room was completely dark. She manipulated the room. She manipulated the environment to get what she wanted, and then she totally got up like I was the one who should have been grateful. You're on your period. That's disgusting, and I deserved more respect than that. As a man, if I had laid down with a woman and forced myself on her and orgasmed in her and she got up and it was leaking out of her, guess what? I would have raped her. So by statute, by case law definition, Cassandra Ventura sexually assaulted me. I'm not looking to destroy Cassie. I've given Cassie more than a year to settle this before things got out of control. The problem is she's being supported by women like you who choose to attack male victims instead of accept the truth, which is that a woman could have lied to get revenge on the ex-boyfriend who broke her heart and hurt her. It happens, people. You
know why I said like it's all supremacy, feminism, racism, Zionism, the communism, Marxism, all these isms, these okay? A racist, a Zionist, a feminist, a Marxist, a communist. I told you, these are all movements that run on supremacy. And if you notice what they also share in common, besides like they use their physical attributes, a racist will say, oh, because I'm white, I'm better. A feminist will say, oh, because I'm a woman. Believe me, no matter what. That is the epitome of supremacy. Because when you're saying, oh, I'm a woman, so automatically believe me, you are saying women don't lie. So you are saying that genetically, when a woman, any woman is born not to lie, are you actually okay? How is that not supremacy? But to even demand that people just believe you on physical attributes alone, are you insane? So because you have a vagina, therefore you're trustworthy? And like, this is supremacy. You are disgusting. No, I don't know you. They're not even saying, believe me because I'm credible. No, believe me because I'm a woman. But how are you different than the racist who says, believe me because I'm white? I know better because I'm white. I deserve the vast majority of the world's resources because I'm white. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. You are a supremacist. A Zionist says, I have the right to defend myself because I went through the Holocaust. Are you the only one who went through a Holocaust? Like the Jews of Europe, the Ashkenazi Jews are the only people in the world who have experienced a Holocaust. No other people's ever been killed. You see, when you talk to a communist, whatever it is, right? Oh, we have to share everything. Because, and the thing about is the racist, the communist, the feminist, whatever, is that there can only be one victim, and it's always them. Nobody has the right to be a victim. Nobody has the right to be sad. Nobody has the right to have a different perspective. No, because a supremacist requires all attention, all eyes on me, all empathy for me, all sadness for me, all praise to me, all the money for me, all the protection for me. I can do like, they're the only victim that can exist. Nobody can be another victim. Nobody could be a co-victim. It's like, no, I am the only victim. I am white. You know, like, you see how, like, when he says that the black women are shaming him for speaking up, right? Isn't this what white people do? They'll say to black people, oh, you're always playing the victim. You're always playing the victim. Yet white people are the ones who play the victim. They enslave people and act like they were always nice to people. They stole land and act like it was always their land. They stole labor and act like, I worked hard. You did what? Right? White people are the biggest victims. They do bullshit to people. They be like, oh, but why are you mad? Oh, the white culture, the black culture, as if they're not the ones who made it so that from enslaved people to freed people to whatever, that black people in America didn't have the right to read. They are the ones who created the projects. It was their idea. White people created the project. They are responsible for these housing projects. Why? Because they needed the Black people to live in proximity to them because they were maize and this, and that. So they create these like small, like a small square footage of land, and they have 20,000 Black people live on a small surface area. You don't think this thing gonna go left? Fake news gonna go left, right? Any project, it was built by white people. And if you even look, the projects are usually named after a white person because it's usually a Black engineer. It's usually a white engineer who created the project. Even in New Orleans, most New Orleans projects are named after a white man. It's okay, but there's we don't know the culture. They're violent. You don't say, right? You tell people they don't have the right to get a good job because they're Black. You tell people they don't have the right to have an education because they're Black. Or you're going to kill them. They don't have the right to vote. You're going to kill them. They don't have the right to think. You'll kill them. You are always killing people. But y'all hear white people, oh my gosh, they don't know. Why don't the Blacks like us? What do you mean you don't like me? Why are they violent? Why do they have broken homes? White people are the ones who gave welfare to Black people. They are the ones who told the Black women, if you want this money, you can't have a man. Oh, they don't have fathers? It's unbelievable. They are the biggest victims, but then they will call you a victim because this is what mentally ill people do. They always have an episode. You are having a psychiatric episode. Okay? You need help. Okay? Right? But mentally ill people always think that somebody's coming after them. If you ever deal with schizophrenic people always think that somebody is coming. This person is coming after me. I talked to a friend, and like I said, I really think she was having an episode. She said, Marlene, my sister came in my sleep to attack me on multiple occasions. I said, oh my gosh, here we go. And I said, do you think you could be having a breakdown? Right? You understand? It's always other people. How can you be 1 against 8? Something is off. Right? Okay? But that's white people for you. They're the victims. They suffer. Black people hate this. They want to kill us. The blacks, they've always done that. Oh, he looked at me. He looked at me. He looked at me. She's the victim. A 13-year-old boy looks at a white woman. She's scared. A look got you scared. He looked at you how? How do you even know he looked at you? Of course he looked at me. I'm white. I'm beautiful. He had to look at me. Emmett Till dead. How many people have died because a white woman lied? Oh, he looked at me. He looked at me. Oh, he stole from me. He stole. Oh, okay. She white. Why would she lie? White people don't lie. Right? Whites never lie. Right? Black people lie. But the whites don't lie. Right? They go and kidnap people from Africa. And they say, oh, we didn't do it. Your people sold us. As if even if Africans were selling Africans, did you have to buy it? You don't have a mind of your own. Right? So if somebody sells you drug, you just want to buy it. If somebody sells you a child for sex, you'll just buy it. Make it make sense. So white people have no agency. You just couldn't resist. I mean, like, what choice did we have? Your people sold you. So you could have said, no, we don't buy human beings. You're like, what the fuck? But what are we talking about? Right? Because once again, they're narcissists. They never see I got to blame somebody. Oh, we bombed you because you had weapons of mass destruction. Exactly. This is crazy. Oh, I bought this job because the mama told me I could buy it. So you don't have ethics. You don't have a moral compass. Like, you don't have a mind. White people have no agency. I was trying to be a good person. I'm like, well, if you're selling it, I'll just buy it. They're sick as fuck. But that's what happens when you're dealing with a supremacist, right? Supremacists are always the victims. They never do anything wrong. So you talk to a feminist. I didn't have a choice. I was young. He manipulated me. You're going to go find out she was 28 years old. Back in the day, at the age of 22, most women were already married with 4 kids. Even Nora Smith. Nora Smith is 22 years old with 4 kids. How come Nora Smith is not manipulated? She cooks, she cleans, she has her children, and she wears designer. Cassie is 28 years old doing freak offs. And you got this girl about to be 30, 28 years. And that video, the elevator video, she is 28. When I was 20, me too, also at 28, I was married with 2 kids. At 28 years old, you old enough to be married and a mother, right? 28 years old. They talk about Cassie like she was 12 or 15 when she met Diddy. The girl was grown. When they got together, they even said it, when they got together, because when he first met her with Ryan Leslie, she was like 19. But when they first got together, she was like 21 or 22. So 22 years old. You at 22, you graduate college. You should have your first bachelor's degree at 22. Most people enter the professional world at the age of 22, unless you're dyslexic. Okay? 22 years old. Most people are graduating college. So you still don't know that a man can't pee in your mouth at 22? But now she is 28 years old. And even now, Cassie's in her 40s, right? They still treat her like she's 12. Supremacists, they're always the victims. Okay? All right. Zionists, the Holocaust happened 80 years ago. 80 years ago. When was the last time that people who are Jews from Europe were gathered up, put up places, traumatized, burned, bombed, gassed? When was the last time? The Holocaust was like in the 1940s. In 20 more years, it would have happened 100 years ago. And when you hear these Jews, these Ashkenazi Jews, then Zionist people, you would think the Holocaust happened last week. You're like, my God, it was 80 years ago. Some of them were not even born. They weren't even there. They have no idea. Oh, my grandmother. Yes, your grandma. And I'm sure if she was alive, she would have moved on. You've never been to Auschwitz. You've never been to Germany. You were born in America. You are white. You never went through oppression. Jews are some of the wealthiest people in America. But they got to talk about the Holocaust that happened 80 years ago. The people is tired. When was the last time Jewish people were abused? You are given everything. America gives you everything. Weapons to just kill children. And that's still not enough. They're even afraid of kids. They call these children Hamas supporter. How can a baby even have political ideas? A 3-year-old is a Hamas supporter? Seriously? Seriously? Like they will take a child and adultify a child. A 3-year-old is a Hamas supporter. A 6-month-old, a person that can't even talk. A person that is just on to recognize faces. They are a Hamas supporter. Are you kidding me? Because there's a need. Even children that from people they don't like, they have to turn these people into adults to justify killing these children. Because if you say to yourself that a child has a political identity, a child, you guys, can you imagine somebody saying that Maverick is a Black Panther? Maverick, the boy can't even walk yet. A baby, if sometimes when I put him in his bathtub, he'll poop in there. He can't even control his bowel movement. But imagine somebody saying that Maverick is a Black Panther, a supporter of the Black Panther movement. Are you okay? Are you really okay? Because children of the people they don't like do not get to have a childhood. The very moment they're born, they're already an enemy. They're children of Amalek, the seed of Amalek. And that's why they take pleasure in bombing hospitals with the help of other supremacists, which are white Americans. So when supremacists link up, it's a bunch of bullshit. October 7th, my ass. October 7th, my ass. Once again, a supremacist. Because if you're not a supremacist, even you will question October 7th. It don't make no damn sense. October 7th makes no sense. And once again, supremacists who are malignant narcissists and psychopaths, right, want to disregard the genesis of it all. The mandate of Palestine. Even the British people called that place the mandate of Palestine. The English, the most racist white people on the planet. On the map, they called that place the Mandate of Palestine, right? 1948, the Nakba, where these Ashkenazi Jews and the Haganah, which was a private militia of over 20,000 Ashkenazi Jews, went batshit crazy on these Palestinians. And they killed over 700,000 people. Get the fuck out of here, October 7th. How does that even make sense? People are going to tell you that Hamas, they came on air gliders. Where the fuck have we ever seen that? Air gliders? So you have a so-called bunch of terrorists who flew in on air gliders. Huh? What? But they're telling us that the Mossad, the Secret Service of Israel, is way better than the FBI. It is better than the CIA. It's better than the MI6 in England. They're so good, but somehow they have all this information. They know so much. They are trusted informers in the Middle East, but they did not know that they were planning October 6th. What the fuck do you take me for? You see, the thing about white people, y'all think you're so smart. You convince yourself that you're so smart that when you say you're bullshit, you don't think that other people are also intelligent to sniff out the white lies, per usual. It makes no fucking sense. Israel itself is not even that big. Jerusalem's not even that big. Anybody who has gone to Israel says that city is on lockdown. Lockdown. When you're 18 in Israel, you have to join the IDF. Bye, Kevin. Okay, have a safe trip, right? You have to join the IDF. So if it was an event and the young people were there, most of these young people, I don't care. I don't care. I'm black. I don't care. You can be black and have white supremacist ideals. I don't care. Because if you were black, for real black, you will see yourself in the struggle of the Palestinian people. So therefore, you would know about the Nakba, right? But you can be black and be an Oreo. Look at Candace Owens. Look at Officer Tatum. Like it's a bunch of black people with white talking points. Because you don't question what you're told. You just repeat shit. So you're just black. It's just your genetics. But what's in your head? What's in your head? White people talking points. So you're a white supremacist. There you go. Because otherwise you will question it. Because if when you're 18, you have to join the military. If Hamas came and got young people over 18, these are soldiers. So first and foremost, how come the Mossad did not know they were doing this? Number two, when they landed, first of all, and then they came on air gliders, they don't see shit. You mean to tell me like the military in Israel could not see these weird ass air gliders? Like what the fuck? What is this? Where were the generals? Where were the people in charge? Now, when they finally land and they want to gather 1,000 young people who are over the age of 18 who have served in the IDF, how was that so easy? So they took 1,000 people and they walked these people right over the border to go to Gaza, and then they walked these people into tunnels into a single file, 1,000 people. Hamas was able to pull that off. How many hours does that take? Do you have any idea how long it takes to take 1,000 people and to have these people walk peacefully and to cross the border into Gaza, and then they peacefully walked into tunnels? You serve in the IDF. Even if I didn't even serve in the IDF, you're not taking me over. We're gonna fight over here. Nobody fought. And how many hours does that even take? And this entire time, there's no rescue. There's no police officer. The military, nobody's being deployed. If you sacrifice your own people, just say that. And the mere fact that to this day, it's been almost 2 years, even the government of Israel, the Minister of Defense of Israel, has yet to do an open investigation to understand exactly how did Hamas get here. How did Hamas pull this off? Why don't they investigate it? Why don't they do an open investigation, an open hearing, when they need to ask questions because people need to be held accountable? No, we're being asked here in America, do you condemn Hamas? Do you know I don't condemn Hamas? I condemn the people responsible on the Israeli side. Where were the soldiers? Where were the generals? Where were the colonels? Where was Mossad? Because it is your job to protect your people. How can you leave 1,000 people to be kidnapped and then walked over into a tunnel? How does that even work? How does that work? This is some bullshit, right? But it's a supremacist. They know I'm a weaponized, I'm gonna call you anti-Semite, even though they speak Yiddish. Yiddish is not a Semitic language. Okay, there you go. The very few of them even speak Hebrew. Very few of them even speak Aramaic. You speak Yiddish, you're from Europe. You eat European food. You're last in the European. You're from Europe, right? But this is what supremacists do. Supremacists require you to not challenge their narrative because they're living a lie. They're mentally ill. So for me, anybody who repeats this October 7th bullshit is a fucking clown. You are a supremacist, right? Because even you yourself, like, okay, how did this happen again? Whoa, what? 1,000 people? I'm like, sometimes, like, especially for people who live in America. Anybody who lives in America has gone to school in America. You have experienced a fire drill. You have experienced a fire drill, and you can see how chaotic they are. Most schools, most public schools, elementary school, middle school, high school, do not have 1,000 students. And you should see how chaotic it is to do a fire drill. People act like chickens. Okay? People act like chickens. So if we see what fire drills look like. So how exactly did these people take 1,000 people and just walk them over across the border? Then they walk them into a tunnel. So all that happened peacefully. And my thing's like, how many hours? I wonder how many hours it takes to kidnap a people, grab a people, walk them over, and then walk them into a tunnel. And this whole time, nobody's chasing them. This whole time, there's no rescue. This whole time, there's no police. There's no military help. There are no helicopters flying. Even as they're walking over to the border, nobody is catching that shit up. Pop, 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 pop. People are coming here with air gliders. You're not pop, 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 pop. No. So I condemn I guess like, yeah, like the politicians, how you call it? Like, I condemn those who are in the government, because it's your job to protect the people. It is not my job to condemn Hamas. Who is Hamas anyways? I don't know these people. Who are they? Who's the leader? Oh, Hamas. How do we even know Hamas is real? Given white people's extensive history in lying, how do we even know Hamas is real? Has anybody ever even seen the face of Hamas? No. Have we ever even heard their voices? No. It's like a boogeyman. Hamas. How do I even know this thing is real? Right? And that's the thing with a supremacist. Oh, just trust me. Because supremacists never want you to use your own intelligence. Supremacists never want you to question the narrative. Supremacists are always hiding something. And that's why they hate people who are intelligent. They hate people who ask questions, because you're going to expose their foolishness. That don't make no damn sense. Even here in America, you cannot kidnap 1,000 Americans. When I tell you within 5 minutes, it's going to be police, the sheriff, the SWAT team. You ain't going nowhere. You ain't going, it can even be in Ohio. It can even be in Ohio. You can pick the most ignored town in America. You are not coming to kidnap 1,000 people. That shit about to go crazy. And it will be on the news, by the way. Oh, yes, it's going to be on the news. They will kill your ass. There's this white boy who he set up some firefighters, crazy white boy. He set up some firefighters to kill him. But I tell you, they killed his ass too. He got to 2 people. But people responded so quickly. That boy got killed as well. We don't play them kind of games over here. But my thing is, you're telling me that Mossad is way better than the FBI. Mossad is better than the CIA. But our police officers would have gotten there quicker than your own police. But you got Mossad. Please go to sleep. Please leave me the fuck alone. Okay? Everybody knows that Israel spends more per capita on their weaponry than America. They have things that we don't even have. Right? So please, if this was another Pearl Harbor where FDR intentionally left that boat right there so he could justify using a nuclear bomb on them Japanese people, just say that. But to me, if it truly happened, you sacrificed your own people because you needed a reason to go batshit crazy. These people were sacrificed. If it truly happened, then the government of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, should be also charged for what happened because he allowed that to happen. It's not possible. I don't even see how people can kidnap 1,000 people and then not even kidnap and at least you can say maybe they killed 1,000 people, but even then somebody gonna make it out, right? But you took the people, you walked them across the border, then you walked them into tunnels, and now they're in tunnels. What do you take me for? What do you take me for? Even El Chapo had tunnels, and he never even smuggled 1,000 Mexicans in those tunnels to come to America illegally. El Chapo had some real tunnels, and we all know he did. Right? But he used those tunnels for himself. I don't know how you could put 1,000 people in there anyways. I don't think he could. But if El Chapo couldn't do it, how exactly is Hamas doing it? Under surveillance. Gaza is an open air concentration camp. Everything they do is under surveillance. So for those tunnels to even exist, they had to build a tunnel. So when you're digging into the earth, you got to put the sand somewhere. So there's an extensive network of tunnels, and they never saw them dig the sand. Where is the sand? Where's all the sand from the tunnels? Show me pictures, right? Because these European Jews, they were also in concentration camps in Auschwitz, right? And other concentration camps. So if it's so easy to dig tunnels while you're being watched by an oppressor, why then they dig tunnels to get themselves out of Auschwitz? Get out of here with that. It's so easy to dig tunnels. Gaza is an open air concentration camp. Dig tunnels where? Dig tunnels how? I want to have an extensive networks of tunnels in Gaza where you would see piles of dirt. The only piles of debris we see is because of what Israel did to these people. They are killing children. They are killing mothers. They are a bunch of terrorists. These people are white supremacists who have repackaged themselves as people who are oppressed because of their religion. A bunch of white people rebranding themselves the same way white people will rebrand themselves as what else? LGBTQ, trans. White people always find ways to rebrand themselves so that they can have supremacy. Yeah, I'm a trans white woman, so you can't question me. I have to be in a woman's bathroom, even though I have a penis, even though I have an apple's atom, even though my voice is loud as fuck, even though I'm clockable, right? White supremacy. These people are all supremacists. Trans white women are also supremacists, which is normal. They're white men. They're white men. It's cool. Right? We have to stop. We truly, truly have to stop. But I stop the people to say this, right? From a feminist to a racist to a Zionist to a communist to a Marxist, these people are supremacists. And in their supremacist ideals, they're always the victims. Nobody else can be a victim. Only they can be the victim. And if you dare to challenge their narrative, you're the N-word. If it's a racist, if you challenge a racist, you're an N-word. You'll call you an N-word real quick in the comment section. If you challenge a feminist, she will call you a misogynist. Okay. If you challenge a Zionist, they will call you anti-Semitic, right? If you challenge a Marxist, they will call you a person. You love capitalism. You love the wealthy. Oh, you're greedy, right? You love capitalist greed. That's what they do, right? They use names. They label people instead of having sound arguments to prove that you are wrong, right? So you deal with a white racist, he will call you the N-word. If you question a white racist and his narrative, his goofy ass narrative, you are the N-word. He will talk on N-word, the welfare queen, blah, 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 blah. You have no daddy, he will assault you. You challenge a Zionist, you are anti-Semitic. You challenge a feminist, you are a misogynist. You challenge a black feminist, misogyny noir, the only French word they know. Maybe voulez-vous coucher avec moi because they love to have sex, right? You challenge a Marxist, you are greedy. You support capitalism, right? If you support a communist, I guess you are, I don't know, you are against humanity. I don't know, you tell me, right? That's how it goes out here. These are all movements of supremacy, and that's why I don't like them. And that's why, and that's why, even with democracy, even though ideally democracy is optimal, ideally, if everybody's educated and not easily influenced by celebrities and marketing, right? But you see, that's why you don't call somebody who supports democracy a democratist. Because democracy is about the majority. It's not about one person, right? So racism, feminism, the Zionism, but it's always about the rule of a few over other people. And there's not even like they have earned the right to rule. No, they manipulate or they use violence, right, to give themselves the rights to rule over a few. You will never call somebody who believes in democracy a democratist. No, he is democratic. He believes in a process. Democracy has a process to it, and that process involves the majority. When you're dealing with an ist, the supremacists, the ist, they don't care about what is good for the collective because it's always about a distinct minority who derive their sense of entitlement from some physical attribute or some trauma they went through, as if human beings don't have it in us to just abuse other people. We're all mean. We've all done evil things. Okay, this is how it goes. So that's what I wanted to say. So this brother here, he is experiencing in the supremacist movement, and in the feminist movement, a man does not have the right to say that he's a victim, because a man can never be a victim. He is cursed to always play the role of a villain, because a narcissist requires all sympathy, right? So a man cannot be a victim. Only women can be victim. Only a woman can be a victim. It doesn't matter. At any age, even at the age of 90, she's still going to be treated and talked about like she's 12 years old. She can be 60 and she will be treated and talked about like she's 7 years old, right? Because she has to be a victim. And she's never even encouraged to come out of her victimhood, because who is she without her victimhood, right? What's a white person without racism, right? What's a Zionist without hatred for Muslims? Okay, who are you? Their sole reason for living is to live as victims. Not people who overcame, not people who healed, not people who turned the page. They are not capable. They are supremacists. They are supremacists. That's it. So let's keep watching the video. Okay, this is crazy.
They say hell hath no fury like a woman scorned, and that's true. If you hurt some women, they will do everything in their power. If you hurt some men, they'll do everything in their power to hurt you. But I want to end this by saying this. Cassie did this to herself. They say he who sets out on the course of revenge should dig 2 graves. People, Cassie dug the grave that is Clayton Howard herself. Cassie got on the stand trying to destroy Diddy. She should have took her $20-30 million and walked into the sunset, people. She should have never gotten on the stand and created further liability for herself by telling more of the lie that she created to get this man sent to prison for his life. She made a mistake when she got on the stand, people. She made a mistake when she got on the stand and lied about the events with Clayton Howard. Clayton Howard is a victim of Cassandra Ventura. Clayton Howard didn't ask to be in a relationship with Cassandra Ventura while she was sleeping with numerous men per week. I get it. You all think I was a nasty male prostitute sleeping with women, all different women all the time. It actually didn't work like that. To have certain types of people that can pay you that well, what you really have to do is you have to focus on people who are affluent. And affluent people don't engage in activities like that. So I might have had a client once a month. The truth is I was only a male escort for 2 years. I continued in the profession because Cassie and Diddy continued to pay me very well. And I was an ex-con. I needed money. I was trapped in a situation. I'll admit that. I didn't know what to do. But does that mean I should be victim shamed because the same thing that happened to women all the time happened to me as a man? No.
And to me, even him, I could see a man like that. I could have even more empathy for him. Because like he said, he's an ex-con. Where can he go? You've been in prison. You don't have a credit. You don't have credit. You can't rent a place. Who's going to rent a place to a felon? What job can you have? So for Diddy and Cassie's also affluent. Cassie don't have a record. She has white skin in a racist white America. She has slanted eyes in a racist white America. She has long, straight black hair in a racist white America, right? A lot of people will find her beautiful. Right? She can sing. She can do many, many things. She has a lot of opportunities. She's also a model, right? She don't have a criminal record. She has 2 luxury apartments, multi-million-dollar apartments, Miami and New York City, right? So she's also a predator because she's a man like that. He's not going to be believable, right? But if he was a woman, they would see that. Like if a young lady came out of prison and she was recruited to be a stripper or she was recruited to have sex with basketball players and entertainers, right? People would have more empathy for her. Like, yeah, because she was down on her last. Like, she don't have anything. What can she do? And who knows how long you've been in prison for? But these rich people are taking advantage because they know someone like you, if you were to ever complain, given your criminal history, given your career, given your profession, nobody's going to respect you. Meanwhile, Kim Kardashian, white woman, she's a sex worker. Kim is a sex worker. Her claim to fame are her sex tapes. And she sold those sex tapes. First of all, she recorded because she had 1 sex tape. I guess her mom watched it. And her mom said, we can make this into an actual thing. Sick as fuck. Kris Jenner is so disgusting. Okay. So Kris Jenner decides that she wants to make an official tape. So she made Kim do it 3 times. I'm like, are you that mediocre? Okay. And then her mom sold the tape. She sold the rights to the tape in perpetuity for $400,000. So how is Kim Kardashian not a sex worker? Right? Kim Kardashian is a sex worker. But you see how she was able to rebrand herself. And now she's a businesswoman. She's a law student, all kinds of bullshit. Right? There you go. Right? Because some people can do sex work and they're celebrated for doing sex work. They are giving they're giving all kinds of fame, success. They're invited to fashion shows, right? Because of how they look, especially their complexion and their gender. If you're Black, whether you be a Black man or Black woman, you come out of prison and you are propositioned by affluent people to get involved into sex work. You are most likely going to be mistreated. You are most likely going to be told to have more sex than you care to. You'll probably also might not even get paid. Why? Because you're not going to be believed if you complain. You know what I'm saying? People are not nice to felons. People are not nice to them. And that opens them up to being abused, just like illegal immigrants, right? When you are an illegal immigrant, you are more likely to be taken advantage of because you don't have papers. You don't have papers. Your time is not documented. Nothing you do is documented. So people don't have to really pay you, right? Because first and foremost, you don't have to be here. You can complain about your pay, and then the person can call immigration on you because they know you don't belong. And that's why people take advantage of illegal immigrants and they don't pay them. Or they pay them very, very little money because they know they don't have a choice. They don't have papers to work. They're not here legally, right? And they thrive. People thrive. Affluent Americans thrive on exploiting these poor immigrants who are coming here for a better life, but they will suffer. They will suffer. They will spend 20 years, 30 years just working these menial jobs, and they might never even get a green card. They will take advantage of you. Illegal immigration is modern day slavery, right? So I'm like, yeah, I can see that. Even if a young lady comes here illegally and she can't find a job, she can't find nobody to give her money, and then she goes into prostitution, I'm more likely to have empathy for her. Even though to me, I think she should have go home. You know what I'm saying? But I understand too, like, okay, what else can I do? I had to eat. I had to do this. So like, you understand there's a necessity to sell your body. Do you have girls out here who sell their bodies just for fame? It's not even to survive. You know, like once upon a time when a woman was prostituting, it was truly out of desperation. Today, people prostitute for consumerism. Oh, I want a Birkin bag. I'm going to go to Dubai and let a man, an Arab, pee on me and poop on me, right? I'm going to go to Dubai and do this. Women are not even prostituting themselves for survival. They are prostituting themselves to live a certain aesthetic. They want to live a certain lifestyle. They want to portray or give off a certain aesthetic, and they are willing to ruin their lives behind an aesthetic. It's a choice. It is all a choice. But they're not desperate. They're greedy. You see, there are young girls out here who can say, my mom died. My mom was incarcerated. I never knew my dad. I grew up in foster care, from foster parent to foster parent. It was awful, Marlene. I ran away and I've been living on my own ever since. So yes, I did sleep with men for money. That is very different. To me, that's not even, I mean, yes, you're engaging in sex work, but you are engaging in sex work out of desperation. Because a child, it never should have gone like this, right? But when you see grown-ass women who are capable of working, who are capable of creating, who are capable of building, and they just want to be prostitutes, do sex work, just because they want a Birkin bag, or because they want $7,000 K-tip extensions. They want to be able to go to Dubai. They want to be able to live in an apartment. You're not a victim. You are greedy. You want more than what you can actually make, and you want it fast, and you want it now. You're no different than a drug dealer, okay? You are a criminal. Unfortunately, yes, you are committing a crime against yourself. That's the sad part. But you're a criminal, because criminals want things they don't deserve. Criminals want things that they're not even willing to work for. It's a shortcut people. Criminals are people who look for shortcuts. And you are a criminal. You have a criminal mind. The sad thing is you are your own victim. You are your own perpetrator, and you are your own victim. Because you're greedy. If you're not greedy, you will be just fine with what you can have for now. And you'll work hard to keep making more. But you don't mind waiting, because your integrity, your dignity means a lot to you, right? But these women are criminals. They are criminals. They criminalize themselves. They abuse themselves. They sell themselves off. They broker themselves off to other people. And nobody's forcing them. There's no gunpoint. There's no type of force. It's their greed. She goes on social media. She sees what this girl has. She wants it too. She goes on social media. Let's say she'll see a girl like Aaliyah's face, right? Aaliyah's been out here posting content nonstop for 7 years. You see her and you see where she is right now, and you got to have that lifestyle by tomorrow. Something that took somebody 7 years to build, you want it by tomorrow, because most women are jealous and envious and lazy and mediocre. I will never stop saying it. Right? Because a person who's not jealous, who's not envious, who's not mediocre, who's not lazy, will give credit. I love her life. I love what she has going on. But I also realized that it was not easy. She had to work hard. She had to be consistent. 7 years of consistently posting content. 7 years of consistently showing up. You start off with no brand deals. Then it's $100. Then it goes to $200. She built everything slowly, but it was 7 years, right? A woman who is not jealous, like sick like that, she can give you credit. Like, sis, I love what you got. And I understand that it took you years to get there. I want that too. So I'm going to start working. And I'm not going to stop working until I get to my year 7. And I hope that by the time I get to year 7, I too can be able to, have that too. That's a good woman right there. That's a good person. That is a woman with integrity. Because she's not just seeing the glamour, but she also sees the work that went into it, the years, the sacrifice, the dedication. And she's like, I don't mind it, because I want this. I will do the work. I will work for 7 years, But these women here, no, they see something, they see a life that somebody's built for themselves in 7 years, 10 years, 15 years, and they want it in 7 days. How are you not going to be a criminal? How are you not going to be a criminal? How are you not going to have moral turpitude? How are you not going to find yourself in some shifty, compromising situations? You don't have integrity. And because you don't have integrity, this is why your life looks like that. So for me, him, I really do see him as a victim, because being a felon, I can see how you're like, how are you going to make this kind of money? And they took advantage. I will even be his lawyer. They took advantage because you gave him an offer, given his background, given his criminal record, given the fact that he had no money on him, you proposed him a certain amount he couldn't refuse. And I see why some people took $600. They're like, why would you be around Diddy and take $600? Like, it's so low. But now we know why some people took $600, because some people were getting paid $6,000. Some people were getting paid $7,000, but some people were getting paid $600. And now we know why there is such a huge discrepancy between some getting paid $600 and some are getting paid $7,000, because most likely those who were getting paid $600 are felons. They need that money. They're probably doing even more, even a better job, but you're a felon. And they know you're starving. They know. So they're taking advantage, right? And there's probably a reason why, too, they went on Craigslist. Once again, to prey on vulnerable people in need of a dollar. So like, yes, brother, sue her ass. And don't back down. Do not back down. Dark-skinned people unite. Do not back down. This is crazy.
And for those women out there, for you black women who choose to shame me as a black man for telling my truth, you should be ashamed of yourself. That's probably pretty much all I have to say. You will not see me too much in the media. I don't need the public to believe me. I just need a jury of my peers and 12 people to believe me in the court. And thanks to the testimony of Cassie during the trial of Sean Combs, I have that. Thank you for watching. Stop victim shaming. Thank you. So good morning.
Go ahead.
I am Dave, the man who has just sued Cassandra Ventura for damages involved in the Sean Combs sex trafficking trial. And I'm looking through social media and I see a lot of the women out there, particularly black women like myself, who choose to victim shame me and try to do everything they can to discredit me, because the truth is that the loss of the Sean Combs trial was a loss to the Me Too movement and to hating women like the women who are trying to insult me. So let me tell you something, you women out there who would like to insult me. This is my story. I was paid by Cassie, Cassandra Ventura, for 8 years to be her male provider. I didn't have to be the best looking guy. I was the best in bed. And because I was the best in bed, guess what? I was given this arrangement. I was coerced. I was drugged. I was manipulated with promises of money and gifts for over a period of 8 years to continue to be this woman's provider at her expense and at the expense of Diddy. Now, at the time, legally, I didn't know my rights as well as I do now. I didn't create this conflict with Cassandra Ventura. She created it with me. She's the one who decided to bring up things that happened over 10 to 15 years ago to hold Sean Combs accountable for what was a partial truth. She's the person who introduced me to the U.S. Attorney's Office. She's the person who told the U.S. Attorney's Office about our relationship. So in essence, those out there who want to hate on me, who want to say that I'm attacking Cassie, you should realize the truth, that Cassandra Ventura, your idol, did this to herself. She exposed herself to liability when she got on the stand and decided to mention me as the male escort who was with her when she overdosed and Diddy made her have sex with him. That was a lie, people. Cassie had just woke up from sleeping 8 hours. Myself and Sean Combs were exhausted. We wanted to go home. Cassie's the one who forced that sexual encounter. People, she tells you that Sean Combs made her have sex on her menstrual cycle. I can't speak for anyone else but myself. But I know the one time that did happen, that Sean Combs was not responsible for that Cassie, in a drunken, intoxicated, hormonally imbalanced state due to her period, manipulated and forced herself on me during her menstrual cycle. And what I mean by that is I had no knowledge she was on her menstrual cycle because the room was completely dark. She manipulated the room. She manipulated the environment to get what she wanted, and then she totally got up like I was the one who should have been grateful. You're on your period. That's disgusting, and I deserved more respect than that. As a man, if I had laid down with a woman and forced myself on her and orgasmed in her and she got up and it was leaking out of her, guess what? I would have raped her. So by statute, by case law definition, Cassandra Ventura sexually assaulted me. I'm not looking to destroy Cassie. I've given Cassie more than a year to settle this before things got out of control. The problem is she's being supported by women like you who choose to attack male victims instead of accept the truth, which is that a woman could have lied to get revenge on the ex-boyfriend who broke her heart and hurt her. It happens, people. They say hell hath no fury like a woman scorned, and that's true. If you hurt some women, they will do everything in their power. If you hurt some men, they'll do everything in their power to hurt you. But I want to end this by saying this. Cassie did this to herself. They say he who sets out on the course of revenge should dig 2 graves. People, Cassie dug the grave that is Clayton Howard herself. Cassie got on the stand trying to destroy Diddy. She should have took her $20-30 million and walked into the sunset, people. She should have never gotten on the stand and created further liability for herself by telling more of the lie that she created to get this man sent to prison for his life. She made a mistake when she got on the stand, people. She made a mistake when she got on the stand and lied about the events with Clayton Howard. Clayton Howard is a victim of Cassandra Ventura. Clayton Howard didn't ask to be in a relationship with Cassandra Ventura while she was sleeping with numerous men per week. I get it. You all think I was a nasty male prostitute sleeping with women, all different women all the time. It actually didn't work like that. To have certain types of people that can pay you that well, what you really have to do is you have to focus on people who are affluent. And affluent people don't engage in activities like that. So I might have had a client once a month. The truth is I was only a male escort for 2 years. I continued in the profession because Cassie and Diddy continued to pay me very well. And I was an ex-con. I needed money. Yes, I was trapped in the situation. I'll admit that. I didn't know what to do. But does that mean I should be victim shamed because the same thing that happened to women all the time happened to me as a man? No. And for those women out there, for you black women, who choose to shame me as a black man for telling my truth, you should be ashamed of yourself. That's probably pretty much all I have to say. You will not see me too much in the media. I don't need the public to believe me. I just need a jury of my peers and 12 people to believe me in the court. And thanks to the testimony of Cassie during the trial of Sean Combs, I have that. Thank you for watching. Stop victim shaming.
Diddy case. Yeah.
And you know what's so crazy too? If you okay. And you know what also is so crazy? Like I told you guys, I said, if you notice, Cassie is manipulative. I've told you this, I would never stop saying it. I said, look at her situation with Ryan Leslie. Instead of just breaking up with Ryan Leslie, her and Diddy proceeded to manufacture a booking event in Miami. These fools went as far as creating posters. These fools made flyers to dupe Ryan Leslie. I'm like, you people are just conniving. This girl is so conniving. Girl, if you don't want to be with him, just say that. No, she went along. I'm like, she just likes to manipulate people. Like, who does this? You don't want to be with Ryan anymore. You think Diddy has money and he can do more for you than Ryan? Cool. Just tell Ryan it's over. Why are you going that far? A fake booking. Oh, she has she had a thing in a nightclub. These fools, they even probably met up a nightclub. What is this? Probably met up a nightclub, but ultimately they made flyers and she's on the flyer. There is a date, there's a venue, you guys. Can you imagine going that far to deceive your boyfriend so you can go have sex with Diddy in Miami? You ain't shit. You really, I'm like, she's doing deviant shit like that at 22. So what the fuck were you doing at 17? What were you doing at 13? This girl is devilish. And I would not even be surprised if Cassie was a runaway child. Like she's not come home. I wouldn't be surprised. Come on, how do you even come up with these things? Just call him and say, Ryan, it's over. You gonna make a fake flyer? Hey, okay? Like, what the heck? Like, just say I'm out. Just say I'm out. It's over. Listen, he got more money than you. Because what else could it have been? It's the money. Diddy had more money. Diddy has hey, what's up, my love, right? Diddy has more money. Diddy is more successful, right? Just say that. Just admit to yourself that you're greedy. And that's why I'm saying, like, the vast majority of women are greedy, but they don't want to say to themselves, I am greedy. Oh, I'm just looking for a man who's looking to provide. Oh, I'm just looking for a man that's high value. They never talk about partnership. They never do. Everything comes down to money. These women are sex workers. They are sex workers who don't have the courage to admit to themselves that they're sex workers. They will sell themselves, their intimacy, their sex, their time to the highest bidder. Just admit it to yourself. I don't care. I'm liberated. I'm free. I'm a feminist. But when it comes down to admitting that you're a sex worker, you stuttering. Stutter, stutter. Is that what Joe said? Was that song by Joe? Stutter, stutter. Stop stuttering. You are a sex worker. That's why people like Shira. They like they like Shira. They call Ashley. They don't care. They don't care. They do not care. It's money because you barely know Diddy. So what could it have been? And you can't say, oh, Diddy looks better than Ryan. Ryan's actually taller. Ryan is taller. Ryan went to Yale. Ryan writes your music. He produces your music. Girl, you ain't got no damn talent. Ryan is the one who opened the door for you to meet Diddy. You never would have met Diddy without Ryan. And this is what you do to him. You cockled this man. I can only imagine what happened when Ryan found out. So this Miami thing was fake, baby. It's fake. She lied to you. She having sex with Diddy. And they probably making fun of you. Oh, you think he believed it? Oh, yeah, he probably believed it. And he probably texting her, hey, Cassie, hey, babe, how's your show? Oh, it's good. I'm getting ready. The whole time she half naked with Diddy, swimming in oil, in baby oil. This girl ain't shit. This girl ain't got no damn integrity. Look at her. Look at what Kid Cudi said. Kid Cudi said, she told me Diddy was bad. She told me this about Diddy. And then he found out she went back to Diddy. And I'm sure she did the same thing with Michael B. Jordan. She went there and said, oh, Diddy this, Diddy that. And guess what? She went right back to Diddy. The football player, I'm sure when she met that man, she told him, Diddy this, Diddy that. Right? Even these male escorts, I even feel like the reason why they also kept in touch with her, because she's talking to them. Who knows what she's saying? But every time she goes around a man, she makes him feel like she needs to be saved. And she's really pretty, so they fall for that shit. You see what I mean? This girl is so manipulative. She is so manipulative. And I want to play the thing from Lauren LaRosa so y'all can hear it for yourself. Listen to me. If somebody can go as far as making up a fake event to go cheat on a boyfriend or girlfriend, you crazy as hell. You a criminal. Like, that's just too much work. Just tell him it's over. Tell him it's over. Right? But if a man had done that to a woman, where he created a fake event at a nightclub so he could go have sex with another woman in Miami, why don't you just tell her, oh, men ain't shit, women ain't shit as well. They ain't shit as well. Just tell him, admit to yourself you're an opportunist. And obviously, it was never about the music. Cassie never cared to be a singer, just like Sierra. Sierra's not as bad, but Sierra is bad too. You see, let me tell you this, right? When you see Beyonce, for example, when you see Beyonce, you can say that this woman cares about music, right? You understand? Nobody can say. I'm not going to say music is her first love because now she got kids, okay? So we're not going to say that. But my point is, if you look at Beyonce, right, you know Beyonce more for her music than anything else. We can say House of Darion was a flop. We can say that Ivy Park didn't work out. You know what I'm saying? We can say her perfumes aren't selling. Sacred's doing a lot better, right? But one thing you can say about Beyonce is that her music, she don't play about it. Even when something goes wrong, people in the comments are, oh, somebody getting fired, because they know Beyonce will fire you if you mess up her shit. People know that about Beyonce. She will fire you. You mess up her lighting, you get fired. You mess up her track, you get fired. People know. Beyonce's obsessed, right? So you know, like Beyonce, you know she cares about music. Cassie, it was never about music. It was getting around these rich black guys, yes, because these Asians, these Southern Asian people, the Laos, Thailand, Vietnam, Philippines, they never want to be around their own men. They never do. They always want to be around black people. These girls always want to be around black men. They want Blasian babies so badly. It's like, girl, calm down. They want that black semen so bad. They want Blasian babies so badly. They're always around black people. Right? So Cassie, her thing was to get around these black dudes with a whole lot of money. And she did. Because whether it's Ryan Leslie, whether it's Diddy, whether it's Kid Cudi, whether it's Michael B. Jordan, I don't know who the football player is, but most likely it's NFL money. Okay? These are all rich black dudes. And she's having sex with sex workers. And she's also having sex with these rich black dudes. And she's not using protection with nobody. I said, girl, what is you passing in the community? What is you passing in the community? What is you up to, sis? What are you up to? Why are you here? Why are you here? From poor black people with big penises to highly affluent, successful black men, this girl is having sex with everybody without protection. And nobody is looking at her like the Delilah that she is, a Delilah, like the COVID that this girl is the Wuhan flu. She's the Manila flu. She coming here to contaminate people. What are you doing? How come you don't use protection? She don't use protection with nobody. And anytime somebody said, girl, show me your results, the girl runs. Every time people ask her for her test, she runs, right? She runs. Because if you remember from the Armand video, the first guy who testified, he said that at one point he started getting uncomfortable. So he brought his HIV thing, he brought his test, and he asked her to show hers. She never did. She never did, right? This lady is chaotic AF. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, this girl right here, she's the Filipina Delilah. She brings everybody down. She just brings people down. She's so manipulative. So now I'm going to play the video of Lauren LaRosa explaining to you what happened in court, because I will never forget that video. You know, I have great memory. Let me play the video. Let me play the video. Let's go right here.
I mean, day one of Cassie's cross-examination has been a hell of a day. This was the first day in court that I think there was not a tired eye. Everybody was really in tune and hanging on to every single word. There is a ton of stuff that was debunked today. Like, I'm gonna be honest with y'all, I still feel how I feel and what I said, as far as like, I don't think that, unfortunately, I don't think that Puff is gonna walk away scot-free. I don't think that. But the prosecutors from the beginning have been saying that their case is based on Cassie, victim 1, and victim Jane. I've heard that victim Jane should be taking a stand tomorrow after Cassie finishes, so we'll see what happens with that. But baby, if the prosecution is trying to lock Diddy up for the rest of his life based off of Cassie and her testimony, it's not going to happen. It is not going to happen. Man, they debunked so much. They debunked, yesterday Cassie said to us that basically that there was just no regard for like her health. Like, she talked about, you know, having these UTIs and swords in her mouth, just being used often as like a sex slave, like put through the ringer, no one cared. And you know, that's what she alleged. Today, they cleared up a lot of that through text messages and through conversations that Cassie couldn't push back on, because the way that it came out today was not only were Cassie and Diddy both on drugs. We found out today that Diddy overdosed around the same time that Lucy passed away in February. I believe that was 20. But don't quote me on that. But it got to a point where like Puff was more functioning than she was. She was the person that was, you know, heavily abusing drugs, and it got to a point where he was actually trying to almost like save her from herself. And that part.
So she said, sorry, she's like, she still wanted a microphone, but you see what she said? That Diddy even actually overdosed. But even with the overdosing, he was still more functioning. He was functioning a lot better than her. Diddy was the one trying to help her because she was doing too much. You see what I'm saying? She herself was doing too much. But it's unfathomable when you're dealing with narcissists to comprehend that sometimes they're the problem. Just like most addicts don't realize that the problem. Everybody has the problem. No, you're the problem. That's why you got to stay away from the ist. Racist, feminist, Zionist. You got to stay away from these people. They're mentally ill. These are malignant narcissists. And if you're not careful, they will take you down. Because they don't have a proper, they're not here with us. They're not here. They live in some alternate world. And they're always innocent. It's a mental illness. And it needs and I hope one day, because we're slowly killing the Me Too movement. And I hope one day we get to a place where people have the courage to classify mental illnesses accordingly. Racist people need help. They really do. Feminists need help. Zionists need help. And if you notice, they all have some kind of PTSD. They all do. They move out of some weird trauma. It's just weird. They need help because they are not here with us. They're not here. They are in a different world. And in that world, they can't comprehend, what do you mean accountability? What is that? Right? And that's why even these women, they love people that have alter egos. Like Shira 7, that's not even her real name. It's like Paloma or something like that, right? They love to follow people that don't even know their real names. People who just come on social media and just become an alter ego. Like Shira 7 is an alter ego of that lady with Paloma. I forgot her name. I forgot her name is. But Shira 7 is not the real. You think she's Shira 7 at home? You think she's Shira 7 with her husband? You think her friends know who Shira 7 is? Even Cardi B. Cardi B is a persona. Marlene's is a real person. Cardi B, even when she raps, I feel like the way she raps also, and the thing she told, I don't clean, I don't sweep, and then we see a video of her cleaning and sweeping. Because Cardi B is her alter ego, the girl who don't give a damn, the girl who don't need a man, But in real life, Cardi B is very male-centered. She cannot be without a man, and she cleans, and she sweeps, and she cooks. It's okay, right? Many women come online, and what they're selling to people is an alter ego. Wizard Liz, all her stuff, it was an alter ego. It is not her. She is mentally ill. She needs help. Because you see, in her private life, all that boy had to do was slide into her DM, give her a compliment. You have a 7-month-old relationship. You're already 4 months pregnant. How is that possible? Because it's an alter ego. Even Beyonce, when she performed, she's Sasha Fierce, and she told people that because she's very shy. People don't know the real Beyonce. But you will, and you probably never will, because that's not the real her. It's her alter ego. You know what I mean? I think sometimes some people have come to realize, in order to succeed in this world, I need to create a new version of myself, and that's the version that's going to be successful. They create alternative versions of themselves that they think people are going to like. But between that person and the real person, there is a dissonance. And that's why people always get exposed. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Mariah, that's why people get exposed. It's a mental illness. If you need an alternative, if you need an avatar, because that's what it is. You need an avatar to function. You need an avatar to be likable. You're not okay. You're not okay. It's not normal to hide behind a persona. This is not who you are. Why are you rapping about things that you truly don't even believe? I don't cook. I don't clean. Next thing we see, Offset is recording you cooking and cleaning and sweeping. How many times did he cheat? You sat there. You left Offset and you went with another man. You cannot be without a man. You're a pick-me. And it's okay. That's why I always tell people, if you're a pick-me, embrace it. Embrace your inner pick-me. But they don't want that because people are afraid to be rejected. And women are even more so afraid of being rejected by the sisterhood. You know, I think sisterhood, it means a lot to women. So unfortunately, it has been perverted. It has been taken hostage, right? It's about bullshit. Because the sisterhood today does not lead to feminine ideals. It's very toxic, huh? You know what I mean? Oh, Maverick, he's passed out. Maverick is gone. They're all asleep. Don't you know how loud I am? But he's good, though. I need to bring Maverick home. Maybe tomorrow. Y'all need to see Maverick. You haven't seen him in a while, right? You know what I'm saying? But it's a mental illness. And a lot of modern women are mentally ill. People are not helping them. Oh, she's just a strong woman. She's not strong. She's delusional. She's not strong. She's paranoid. She's not strong. She's hysterical. And that's why you see how they age. They're in their cars at 60. They don't have finances. They don't have a 401k. Because they're mentally ill. And one thing you also notice about people that have a mental impairment is that they struggle with finances. You know, most addicts are not good with finances. Most people that have psychiatric disturbances are not good with money. You know, because once again, to manage money, you got to be a realist. They cannot. They're mentally ill. They think they make more than what they can. Oh, well, I have this next thing that's going to come in. I have the sponsorship that'll come in. I'll just meet a rich man and it's all going to work out. They're like gamblers. They gamble with their future. You know what I mean? Wishing on a star. Yeah, right. Good luck with that shit. Okay? Because they're not okay. And they need help. They need serious help. So you see this? So even Diddy was more functioning. Okay. Because even when things are crazy, a man will probably have way more mental resilience than a woman. A woman, when she's gone mentally, she really is gone. Good luck bringing her back. Good luck. Good luck with that. Wish you all the best.
Talk about a friction in their relationship. And oh my God, all of the time that we've been having these conversations about the CNN video, and I told you guys that yesterday, the prosecution taking so much time to humanize and make you empathize with Cassie about her, domestic violence that she went through. I understand that Diddy is not on trial for domestic violence, but yesterday I understood it. I understood why the prosecution included it, and today I understand why the defense didn't run away from speaking about it from the very beginning and the inclusion of it, right? So in the very beginning of this whole thing, I told y'all that the prosecution opened up their opening statements making Diddy a monster, like a complete monster. He drags, y'all seen him drag this woman. He had this escort key in her mouth, and you know what I mean, choke. Oh wait, baby, my freaking camera cut off because I had to go get that interview, y'all. But here's a summation of today. To continue, they debunked a ton. I have a whole notebook full of things. Today I'm actually going to be able to sit down and do that full video. Y'all know I do a video right after I leave court, and then once I get home and I'm able to like decompress my notes, I got y'all. But to get to the point of what I'm trying to just give y'all really briefly, today they were able to debunk a lot. So number one, we heard about Cassie dating Michael B. Jordan, which people were like, well, Cassie's not on trial, Diddy is. Why is that relevant? Why is the Kid Cudi information relevant? So with Michael B. Jordan, it was relevant because...
And see, and this is what these women love to do. Like, so modern women want to be praised for being sexually liberated. It's my body. I do what I want. I kill who I want in my womb. They want to be praised for being sexually liberated. But when it's time to stand on business, just like Meg Thee Stallion, right? Your brand is about being a whore. Meg Thee Stallion, her brand is whorish. Okay. Meg Thee Stallion's brand is about being this derangedly promiscuous. This is a young lady who grew up without a father. I think maybe he was in prison. I don't know. So the fact that most women, a lot of Black girls want to relate to that. Oh, she didn't have a daddy. Her dad was a felon. Her dad was a criminal. Her dad was a felon. I want to imitate that. It just shows you how dumb people are. Like, imagine me trying to look up to a girl whose daddy was in prison. My daddy never went to prison. So you can never be a role model for me. You are disgusting. Meg Thee Stallion, her image is whorish, a drunk whore. That's what she represents. And this is why also a lot of white people look like, I don't know if you guys have seen these AI, there's like Black AI stuff that's out here. And it's it's disgusting, but it's like, is it also a lie? Because this is the image today. This is the image. If you keep representing yourself a certain way, you cannot be surprised when people make AI and AI is giving, okay, maybe it might be real, right? Because these are all the images. But Meg Thee Stallion, her image is that of a drunken whore, okay? She drinks all over the place. She's sloppy drunk. She tries to pass alcohol to other people. Every time she meets a woman, she wants her to twerk. She wants to touch her butt. She wants to be around her butt. Are you a lesbian? Maybe you are. What do I know? It's really disgusting. It's a disgusting image, right? But yet, when she has a lot of sex with a lot of people, because she slept with a lot of people. Now it's like, oh, but why does it matter? Because it shows your character. Just like women don't want to talk about the body count. Body count shows if you are reckless or if you are responsible, right? But when you are dealing with malignant narcissists, there is nothing that repels them like cockroaches than accountability. If a young woman sleeps with every man in sight, we might even say, okay, you're mentally ill, right? Why do you sleep with everybody? Why are you not selective? And the reason why they don't want to talk about body count, because they don't want people to understand that they have a poor vetting system. In the words of Six the Goddess, they have horrible pussy management, right? There you go. Okay. You have horrible pussy management. So if you're the kind of woman who does not practice any kind of judicious like thinking when it comes to who you sleep with, you can't be trusted. If you can't even be trusted to take care of your own vagina, why would we trust what comes out your mouth, sis? You abuse your body. You can go to a party and there's about 20 people who know what you look like naked. Girl, are you crazy? You don't value yourself. So why would we trust a person like that? Moral turpitude, right? So my thing is, when you want to be out here and make your brand whorish, I'm a whore, I'm a slut, I sleep who I want, I compete with men. If a man can't do it, then when people ask you who you fucking, stand on business. In the words of Nicki Minaj, you lied to the king. If they're saying, did you sleep with Tory? Yes, I slept with Tory. No, oh my God, why would I do that? Because you a whore. You are a drunk whore. That is your brand. Why would you not do that? From the moment you came out, you've always had a bottle of alcohol next to you. Bitch, you're always drunk. Do you even know what the fuck is going on in your life? Do you even know what the fuck is going on in your life? You're always drunk. You are a drunken whore. Your image is that of a whore. Nobody takes you seriously. No one. No. She is a drunken whore. And I get it. She's Black American. But the vast majority of Black American women are also supremacists. I'm a Black American woman. Nobody gives a fuck. Look at your brain. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. It never gave, right? You can say like in the 60s, 70s, before that, yet people had a lot of respect for Black American women. The modern Black American woman, her image is trash. Her brand is trash. Basura. Do you speak Spanish? Habla español? Okay? C'est la merde. It's bullshit. Stop. right? And that's why people say they have black fatigue. And black fatigue truly pertains to Black American women. People are tired. People are tired of people who never take accountability. Look right here. Look what's going on. I had a friend. She tried that shit with me. That's the girl. You're so proud to be African American, but you are a stereotype. You're a single mother with a daughter, and you took your baby away from her father. You date men, it leads nowhere. You can't teach me shit. See, I'm from a third world country, and I have way more structure than you. I am more successful than you, right? From my business life to my private life, I win. I win, bitch, because I was raised right. I know who the fuck I am. You from a first world country, look at your life. All you know is America. All you know is running water. You have running water, running electricity, free education for 13 years. How the fuck do you end up a stereotype? How the fuck? Like, make it make sense. You want to teach me what? You going to teach me about politics. Bitch, I will teach you about birth control. You should have picked better. Matter of fact, you should have held yourself accountable. He was good enough to get you pregnant. Go raise that baby with that man. You get on my fucking nerves. Okay? Oh, baby, I told us, like, don't do it. Don't do it because you're going to start crying. Don't play with me. I'm from a third world country. I'm from a country where most women don't go to school. What's your excuse? Seriously, what you seen so many women they got the kids, they by themselves. Why are you doing that? You born in 85 just like me. You should have turned out better because you cannot say that you didn't have people out here showing you that this is the way to go. Your mama married. Why are you like this? Why are you in this predicament? Right? Your granddad was a bishop. Why are you a single mother? People got questioned. And then on top of that, you date married men who cheat on their wives. Girl, what the fuck? And you gonna talk to me about politics. But I'm not surprised, though. I'm not surprised that you want to run for Kamala Harris, another whore. A 3 or 4, a whole Jezebel. Sleeping with married men to get ahead. It's the brand. It really is the brand. Fannie Willis out here sleeping with married men. Like, go somewhere with that. You're not going to teach me shit. You will never teach me shit. I told her, you never left America. All you do is speak one language. That's all you know, right? Me, I've been places. I speak multiple languages. I have a lot of different friends. I can live and I can coexist with different point of views. That's what it means to embrace diversity. You ain't going to teach me shit. You won't ever teach me shit. You will never teach me shit. And there's a lot of people who have this supremacist mind. I'm a black. Nobody cares. We're all black. It's a whole lot of black people. In Africa, there's 1 billion black people. You're not special. And if you really thought you were special, you would move accordingly, right? There you go. So she went crying somewhere. Who gives a fuck? Don't mess with me. I'm sick and tired of that. People think when you're from Africa, you can get bullied. Not me. Maybe bully somebody else, but it's not going to be me. Because if you're so proud to be Black American, then you should live a life that represents excellence. Between you and I should be like, yeah, I come from a third world country. But to see people who are you've been here all your life, you had so much free stuff given to you all your life. Why do you make all these horrible decisions? Why do you keep making these horrible decisions? And then they want to hide behind xenophobia. These girls tried it with me. It didn't end well. And they went crying somewhere because that's how it goes. Because just because somebody's from Africa, it's not an indictment on my intelligence. Just because I'm and first of all, even Africa, like them third world countries and poverty, I'm not responsible for that. I'm responsible for me. But being West African will never be an indictment against me, right? Because there you go. Because I'm a very smart woman. I'm a very smart woman, right? We're the same age. But look at you, look at me, right? Look at you, look at me. So you can't teach me shit. You will never be able to teach me shit. I told her, I said, if we went to the same college, we will never be in the same building. If we went to the same college, we will never be in the same classes. You cannot keep up with me, right? You might think you're better because you're from here. Subjective. Because here too, there are poor places here, right? Everything is subjective. But I'm telling you, on the matters of intellect, you cannot keep up with me. You cannot keep up with me. Most likely you never will be able to. And what I don't do, I don't dim myself for other people. I didn't choose to come to America. My daddy brought me here. But what's in my head, that's mine. My intelligence, that's mine. That's me. You won't play with me. Go play with somebody else. You ain't gonna play with me. And nobody in their fucking mind will ever make me feel any kind of way about being an African woman. I know who the fuck I am. I don't look up to deranged white women to give me grief. Oh yeah, I need to fight patriarchy. I don't need to. I need to fight racism. There you go. That's why I need to fight patriarchy. What the heck? What? No, I think for myself. If shit don't add up, I'm like, yeah, something is off because people lie. People lie a lot. They really do. You got to think for yourself. You got to think for yourself, right? But if you're going to build yourself on being a whore, if you're going to build yourself on twerking everywhere, if you're going to build yourself on being insecure and promiscuous, stand on that shit. Stand on that shit. Stand on it. Yes, I slept with Tori. Cool. That's it. Crying, lying. What is all this? Because if you can lie about this, what else are you lying about? And that's what people were saying. If you're lying about having sex with Tori, what else are you lying about? Because that's what it's your character. People are asking you these questions to test your character. So it does matter. Only a criminal is trying to hide their character. Just like Zionists, they want to rebrand them. Oh, I'm Jews. No, you're Europeans. You are people who study Judaism. You're not Hebrews, right? White Americans, they came from Europe. English, they came from Germany. They came from Dutchland. They came from England, from France. Then they want to call themselves Americans. Like, no, you're not Native Americans. This is that you stole this from these people, right? Oh, but what does that matter? Because it shows your character. It shows true ownership. It shows who you fucking are. So if you are building your brand on being a feminist, a modern woman, a woman that is sexually liberated, then own up to who you're having sex with. And if you sleep with 1,000 people, own that shit. Why you want to play shy now? Don't be shy. Own that shit. You are sexually liberated. You built an image around being a whore. So why are you a bashful whore? Be a proud whore. Be a strong whore. Say it. Yes, I slept with Tori. That's it. And then we're done with this. But you lied. So therefore, what else are you lying about? Now, when it comes to the Michael B. Jordan, why does it matter? Because it shows that she had plenty of opportunity to leave. She was not held against her will. Because Michael B. Jordan is also a very busy man. So if you're able to make it work with his schedule, it means that you were free of your own schedule. If you were really a sex slave, how would you have made it work? Because Michael B. Jordan is one of the most sought after actor. So he has a very busy schedule. So it's like if you have to meet him for sex, it's most likely when he's available. So how are you accommodating his schedule if you're a sex slave for Diddy? Like the schedules have to match. So if you're able to meet Michael B. Jordan at a moment's notice, it shows that you are free of your movement. You are free of your time. You can do whatever the fuck you want. So therefore, you're not being trafficked. You are a willing participant in these freak offs. You enjoy the freak off, and it's okay. It is okay, right? It's okay. Like, that is what it is. It's okay. You enjoy it. Because how are you meeting Michael B. Jordan? Because we know you're not successful. Right? Michael B. Jordan, he is successful. He has a track record. He has a resume. He has an IMDb. Oh, he done this movie, this movie. He is a highly sought after actor and producer. He makes the movies and he's inside the movies. You, after me and you, and you got a long way to go. What other song are you known for? You're not known for your music. You're known for how you look and who you date. So therefore, we understand if she's able to see Michael B. Jordan with his busy schedule, then this young woman is free of her schedule. So whenever he calls her at a moment's notice, she can go. So nobody held her against her will. She's free to go. And she had many other boyfriends. She had many other relationships. On top of that, she's still having conversations with the sex workers, 27 sex workers and the other relationship and Diddy. I don't even know how she does it. Does she have assistants from the Philippines? Okay, who knows? But the lady is free of her time. And she has a lot of time because she talks to a lot of people. That's okay. It really is okay. But we have to ask because you're asking people to send someone to prison for the rest of his life. And we need to know if you are the kind of person we can trust. And so if you are afraid to talk about your sexual past, it means that, yeah, you ain't shit. Because if your own subconscious is making you feel ashamed of the number of sexual partners you've had, get on your knees and ask God for forgiveness. That's it. Too many women have been whores. Too many women are whoring themselves. But when people start asking questions, now you want to be like, why you ask me? Girl, you did it or not? You a grown woman or not? Are you a strong woman or you're not? Are you independent or you're not? Then say the number. Don't lie. If you slept with 100 dudes, say it. If you slept with 25 dudes, own it. Own your shit. Own your numbers. Own your body count. And maybe the more women start thinking about their body count, they're probably going to want to stop. Stop moving like there's no tomorrow. Stop sleeping around like you want to have HIV. Do you want AIDS? Do you truly want AIDS? Do you want HIV? Right? So yes, you should know your numbers because the more you know the number of men you slept with, you're more likely to not want to sleep with more unless you're mentally ill. And which happens too when you've had too many sexual partners. It's hard to stop because now you're a sex addict. And also we want to know that because when a woman of a certain age already has a certain body count, most likely you're a sex addict. Most likely you need therapy. Most likely you need cognitive behavioral therapy. You need help. You need help. And that's why sex was never meant to be turned into a workout. Sex was never meant to be turned into, I don't know, just like a treadmill or get on the Stairmaster or get on an elliptical. Your body is sacred. Your vagina is sacred. It's not meant for, I'm just having sex just because. You got to be intentional as to why you are sleeping with people. And if you have no idea why you're even here with this man, go home. Go home. You don't have to sleep with every man that looks at you. And you don't have to sleep with as many men as possible to get over a breakup. You need help. If you don't know how to get over a breakup in a healthy way without resorting to sex and this, and that, you need serious help. You have low self-esteem. You truly have low self-esteem. And it's sad because it shows that your mother failed you. Because the fact that your mother did not build you up to know that you can overcome a heartbreak without using your body as a form of revenge, the only person you're hurting is yourself. The only person you're hurting is yourself. These men don't care about you. These men do not care. Because if they cared, they wouldn't do it. Because they know you're doing this to numb yourself. That's why I said about Alex Fine not being shit. Because if Alex Fine really was about some shit, he would have known this woman, she functions with sex. That's all she does. I need to show her something different. Cognitive behavior therapy. You have somebody who's used to functioning this way, which is very unhealthy. You slowly teach them how to do something differently. You can get the same joy, the same high by doing something that is healthy for you. You don't have to self-harm. And that's why we said Cassie she's sick. She has paraphilic disorder. She's a sexual masochist. She's a sexual sadist. You need help. It's not normal, but it means that you've been really promiscuous and it gets worse. And that's why all of these women out here, from entertainers to influencers who are encouraging women to have multiple sexual partners, I know for a fact that they are workers of iniquity. I know for a fact that they are witches. I know for a fact that they have a very evil spirit about them. Because a woman will self-destruct if she has too many sexual partners. A woman will start going insane if she has too many sexual partners. And also, if she has too many sexual partners, a woman will even question her sense of self-worth. Like, why doesn't nobody stay? Why don't people call me back? Why don't these men marry me? Why doesn't nobody commit to me? Because the more people you sleep with, and then nobody calls you back, and then you keep up with them on social media, and you see that, oh, he moved on now, he has a new girlfriend, oh, he's getting engaged, oh, he's getting married, oh, he has a new baby. It's gonna make you feel like there's something wrong with you. It's gonna make you feel like you are inadequate. It's gonna make you feel like maybe I'm not good enough. Because why do they leave and they never come back? Why do they leave and they marry somebody else? Why do they leave and they post a new girl on their page? Why? You are going to start, it's going to mess with your mental. It's going to mess with you. And you're going to start to feel like you don't have value. You're going to start to feel like you do not have any value. Why? Because you are doing unnecessary things. You are doing unnecessary things. And you know what? It brings me to tears. And the part that makes me the most sad is that woman, you don't even realize how much God loves you. Looking for love in all the wrong places. And you let these goofy ass sorceresses, they're a bunch of sorceresses. They're a bunch of enchantresses. They're just witches. They're a bunch of witches. You lean to oracles. Yeah, they are oracles of doom, oracles of prostitution, oracles of Sodom and Gomorrah. These bitches, their spirit comes straight out of Sodom and Gomorrah. These are oracles of gloom and doom. These women and the voices, these sirens, they're going to destroy you. They are going to destroy you. And by God's grace, maybe one day you will crawl your way back into church. But unfortunately, it'll be too late. Because once the mind and the soul is affected, it takes a long time to put a person back together. It takes a long time. And the easiest way for a woman to let her soul be besieged by fuckery is for her to lay down with random men who don't even care about her. There's nothing empowering about taking a body that God gave you. There is no one on earth that looks like you. And look at what you're doing to yourself. Look, I'm like, people, like you say, when you teach people, oh, patriarchy is inherently evil. Is it really? Is it really? When you teach people that God is patriarchy and what, with a bunch of bullshit, okay? How many people look like you? Maybe one, maybe. Some people have a doppelganger out there. How many people look like you? God made you. Everything on you, God, he made. The Bible even says God, he has counted the number of hairs on your head. How much he cares. And you listen to a bunch of idiots because they got a 40-inch bust down, because they have some weird ass BBL measurements. You just, oh, I trust her more. You trust her more than the God who has watched over every single heartbeat of yours from the moment you were conceived in your mother's womb. The way people are so ungrateful out here, it needs to be studied. Protection you have received, you have no clue. Death that could have came prematurely, God took that away from you, even though you were living in sin. Many things could have happened to you. The Lord, he spared you. And every day you wake up, your main goal is to find a way to make God, to grieve the heart of God. You need help. People need help. But to just give your body like this to random people because some goofy bitches on social media told you it was empowering, told you we got to make the man pay. You have to honor God. It's not your job to make people pay, especially if you're a Christian. For the Bible says revenge belongs to God. It doesn't belong to you. It's not your job to live life to make people pay. It's your job to live life. And through you, people will see that God is real. God is real. You're not meant to be on your back, legs wide open for a man that's not your husband. And Jesus said that to the girl at the well. He said to the Samaritan lady, stop sleeping with people's husbands. And even if he's not currently married, is he your husband in the bigger scheme of things? In terms of destiny, is he your husband? No. Then why are you sleeping with that man? Whether he is currently married or one day he will marry, he is not yours. You're not his rib. Why are you sleeping with that lady's husband? She's waiting for her husband, but he's right here in bed with you. Let that man go. And let your low self-esteem go as well. There you go. You're going to be okay. Return back to God and ask God for forgiveness. Because if you are afraid to answer to men, I fear for your soul, because you will die. And when you die, you'll have judgment day. And on judgment day, you will have to tell God how many men you slept with. So if you in your present life, in your present body, you are not capable of standing on how many people you slept with, it lets me know it's time for you to repent. And it's also time for you to come home. Jesus is waiting for you. It's time for you to come home. You have no idea what you're doing, prodigal child. Come home. Come home. There you go. Come home. Because if you cannot answer to men, because men will summon you and you can't answer, God will also summon you. He will summon your soul. And you will have to tell God how many men you slept with. And you will also have to tell God how many babies you've aborted. We all will have to answer for everything. No one is running away from this. No one is. This life right here, this life and the things we go through, the choices we have to make, the friends we pick, the people we marry, life, this life, right? It's nothing more than a dress rehearsal for Judgment Day. Everything we go through out here is nothing more than a dress rehearsal for Judgment Day. You will have to answer to God. And if you are even afraid to answer men when you're being summoned, I fear for your soul. Like I said, it is time for you to come home. It is time for you to come back to God. It is time for you to come back to Jesus. You've done enough. You have done enough fuckery. You've done enough bullshit. You have done enough. That's it. It's enough. And there has to come a time where you say to yourself, Father God, I try to take the helm of my life. It didn't go well. I surrender my life unto you. There you go. There you go. It's a beautiful thing, huh? It is a beautiful thing. It's time to come home. It's time to come home. It's time to repent. It's time to ask God for forgiveness. It is time to ask Jesus for forgiveness. And it's time to start looking in life and looking at love, marriage, relationship, intimacy through the lens of the Most High. Because God, even though the things he requires might not seem like fun, they might not seem enjoyable, but he's a father. And what he does is he protects, he provides, and he loves us. God loves us very much. And that's why when you get older, you say, you know what? It sounded very strict, but now that I'm older, I realize that God, he put all these restrictions and all these things, like all these parameters, because he didn't want something bad to happen to me. Any parent and every parent that loves their child, they're going to have perimeters, structure, discipline, things of the sort, because that's what it's going to take to keep you safe. They want you to live. Most parents, if they're good people, they don't just want you to live. They want you to outlive them. Most parents do not want to have to bury their own children. Most parents want to be able to brag about their children. So to keep you safe, we got to have perimeters. To keep you safe, we got to hold you accountable. To keep you safe, we have to put discipline inside of you, structure inside of you, so that the day you go to college, you will know how to succeed. You understand? The day you start your own life, you won't have to come back. You'll know how to succeed. That's just the way it goes. So you get older and you realize that when God says no, it's not a no to hurt you. It's a no to protect you, because there's a better way. There's a better way of finding love. There is a better way of finding intimacy. There is a better way of making money. There is a better way of finding a man that can provide. There is a better way. And the Bible says, in all your ways, acknowledge God. You cannot decide to do a thing and not put God in it. It's going to go left. It always starts off good. And that's why people get really cocky. Oh, look, I'm able to make money without God. I'm able to find love or whatever it is without God, right? There you go. It always starts well. But it's not about how it starts. We don't measure the quality or the success rate by how something starts and how it also ends. How long does it last and how does it end? And it's always tragedy, murder, prison, scandals, you name it. Because God was never involved. Because when you deal with the devil, what the version you are getting is a knockoff version. When you deal with the devil, what you get is the fraudulent version. It's the cheap version. It's not the real version. Because what the devil does, he just copies God. He gives you the knockoff. He never gives you a real blessing. It's a knockoff blessing. And also it's on a lease. There's always an expiration date. When you do stuff with God, like the Bible says, the blessings of the Lord, they're never followed by sorrow. If God blesses you, you will never weep over your blessing. That blessing will never cause you harm because God gave it to you. And every single blessing of God is tailor-made for you. Right? When you're on social media and you want what she has, what they have, that's not for you. You want to manifest things that are not for you. Your blessings have to be tailor-made for you. You have a destiny. And everything that comes into your life has to be what is propelling you towards your destiny. It got to go towards your destiny. If it's not going to help you to achieve what God brought you on this earth to do, you don't need it. So you need stuff that's tailor-made for you. But only God can give you blessings that are tailor-made for you. Men can promise you blessings and we see how it goes. I'll make you famous. I'll make you this. Drugs, da-da-da. We see how it goes. You know what I mean? This person promised you that. No, God has to be the one to design the blessings for you. Blessings have to be tailor-made for your destiny. That the day you die, you can say, I came and I fulfilled what I was born to do. Not here to amass foolishness that can't serve you. You want to say the day you die, the day God calls you, hopefully you die peacefully. Okay, but even that too, you can't live a life the same. If you want to die peacefully, you have to live a clean life. But the day God calls you back, you want to be able to say, I fulfilled the very mission I was born to accomplish, right? And you die without regrets because you know you did what you were called to do. And you go back, and then you go back to him. And hopefully you'll see your kids, your grandkids, but you'll die peaceful. You'll have peace about it. You won't have anxiety about it. Because you did what you were set out to do. You fulfilled your destiny. And now it's time for you to go back to God and tell him, look, everything I was meant to do, I did it. This life you gave me, it was not a wasted opportunity because I made something of myself. I did what I was born to do. That's it. That's all you can ask for. Right? But unfortunately, there's this perversion of obsession with money and materialism, and people are not even asking, what is my purpose? And your purpose is not to sleep with rich men. Your purpose is not to find how many men you can sleep with to live a soft life. Your purpose also is not to lie on people and send them to prison because you don't like the way things ended. You don't like the way he broke up with you, but he was never meant to be your husband. And you knew that. But you thought you could have sex with him and change his heart. Destiny is destiny. If sex is what it took to change destiny, a lot of people they would be out here doing all kinds of swapping. It was never meant to be. You were never going to be his wife, right? So you got to take that L. Let him go. You don't have to wish him harm. And you also don't have to conspire for bad things to happen to that man. You chose to live a life with no integrity. You chose to live a life without morals. Charge it to the game. Don't start lying to send people to prison because you're upset because he didn't marry you or he never called you a soulmate. A soulmate will never turn herself into a trash box. It's not gonna happen. If you're a soulmate, act like one. And if you're a trash box also, then I guess you're gonna be one. But Cassie, she made herself into a respectable of semen. That's it. Why would he ever call you his soulmate? Even Marlene, I'm like, why would he marry you? Look at what you're doing to yourself. And on top of that, you are still conversing with the sex workers behind his back. Like, girl, no. Stop lying on people. Stop defaming people or starting these series on TikTok. Oh, who the hell did I marry? As if you are not a co-conspirator of your own demise. The people are tired. I know for me personally, I'm exhausted. I am truly exhausted. Nobody sent you there. Nobody sent you to that man. You sent yourself there. And you were willing to do whatever it took to make money, to be famous, to also kick you with other celebrities. You wanted that lifestyle. And there was a price, and you were okay with that. But you don't get to turn around now because you need to rebrand and you need to. No. This is crazy. And to me, also, Diddy is somewhat a victim in this. This is crazy. Hold on, let her keep talking.
What they're trying to do, what the defense is trying to do right now is they are trying to paint a very clear picture of, yes, because listen, they owned it and they accepted it in the beginning. Yes, we know our client messed up a lot. A whole lot, and it's on video and we can't get around it, and there's photos of her abuse, but they're trying to show that there were things that were triggering the abuse. And at first I was like, this might not fare well for them, because I have been told about Cassie and the Michael B. Jordan defense that Puff's team was going to take. I've been told about this, I want to say almost maybe Monday or Sunday of this week. So I knew about it, but I was like, I'm going to sit on that. I'm not going to talk about it because I don't really know how that can fare, because at the end of the day, she is a victim of domestic violence, and to try and bring in the fact that she dated another man, so that should allow for someone to put their hands on her the way that Puff was doing. I wasn't touching that conversation at all. I wanted to let it play out to see how the conversation around it would go and how the setup would be. And basically, the conversation that they were trying to have today, which is what I was bringing in with that CNN video, when they debunked a lot of things or brought up a lot of things like Michael B. Jordan or like Kid Cudi, the point was that you guys were doing a ton of drugs, and this is a narrative that Cassie painted, which is why, to me, I keep saying, even if Puff does get time and doesn't walk away scot-free, and I don't see him walking away scot-free from this. I ain't trying to put nobody in jail. I'm just being honest with y'all about what I'm seeing and how I feel. I don't believe it's going to be that spend the rest of your life in jail that the government is going for, because when they brought up Michael B. Jordan, when they brought up Kid Cudi, when they debunked, the CNN video and everything that led up to that, and showed that Cassie, y'all, the way that the defense set this up today, and Cassie really had no rebuttal, and the prosecution, they threw her to the sharks today. I'm not even gonna lie. Yesterday when Cassie was speaking to the prosecutors, right? The prosecutors are the people, and I keep reminding y'all so that y'all know who I'm talking about when I'm talking about it. The prosecutors are the people that want Puff locked up. Yesterday when she was talking to the prosecutors, the whole point of their conversation around the CNN video was, okay, we're going to show, right? Because they've already established that, they have Diddy on text saying, hey, fly this person in. You have Cassie's testimony that people were being paid. You have the escort's testimony they were being paid, right? So there's that. But with Cassie, I think, because again, none of the escorts we've heard from so far have said that they've been kept beyond their will. They were threatened with videos. That's a big part of this. Cassie is that testimony. She is that character in this whole thing, right? Yesterday, Cassie testified about what led up to the CNN video using part of a text conversation, which I thought was so stupid by the prosecution, because with everything else, with a lot of other things, they've been trying to like put it out there before the defense had a chance to put it out there and kind of like create the narrative around it. I don't know why they didn't do that with this video. It was so bad, yo. Like, I felt bad for her on this thing. So basically, they brought in the conversation that the defense used yesterday, and I think that conversation was something like, when she talked about not wanting to mess herself up because of her big movie premiere that was coming up, and you know, not wanting Diddy to feel like she didn't want to do it. The way that they painted this picture about what led to that CNN video that we saw, the beating video from 2016, was that Cassie was this, you know, hopeless romantic who just loved this man so much and always wanted to make him happy, even if it was at the detriment of her own career, her own body, everything, right? Today, the defense refreshed her memory of that and then said, hold on, we're gonna go through all the text messages leading up into that. And the prosecution was trying to object so many different things because they didn't want it to be on record, and the judge was like, nah. The judge was overruling it, like he was letting it fly. So they take us back to March 3rd. Mind you, that Cassie beating video, I believe, was like March 5th or March 6th. I believe it was March 5th, 2016. They take us back to March 3rd. Starting from that day, Cassie and Diddy are having conversations, and Cassie is the one leading into all the sexual conversations. She about 4 times mentions the text. I don't even know what the text said. The texts were vulgar to the point where they didn't read them out loud in the courtroom. And they've been doing that a lot with any like sexually explicit things, just to, you know, just to save the you know, the victims, just the alleged victims.
So you see how these women are dishonest. You see how these women are dishonest. So she's saying Cassie is the one who's writing vulgar text to Diddy, but somehow she's a victim because she's just doing this to make him happy. Girl, what? He's not. So the day starts, he doesn't talk to you because he's busy. He's working. He's busy. Diddy has a lot going on for himself. Nobody's talking to her. Nobody's bothering her. She wakes up in the morning, maybe like 10, 12, 13, I don't know, 1 p.m. This girl's lazy. She wakes up whenever she wakes up. She always starts the conversations and she makes them as nasty as possible. But somehow she's the victim. And let's imagine she's Mexican. She said, oh, I'm playing with myself right now. I'm touching myself right now. So even that too, Diddy is not next to her. Maybe he's in the office. Gone. She might be in LA. He might be in Miami because Diddy can travel, whatever. It doesn't matter. But he's not there. You don't even live in the same place. Don't even live together. They live in the same place. She texts this man at God knows what time. Hey, bro, God knows what time. All kinds of vulgarity. Oh, we don't want to read it to protect her. For what reason? If Diddy had texted her, I want to kill you. I want to kill your mother. I want to kill your dog. I want to murder this. They would have read those text messages, right? Read to people what she wrote to him. Why? She's a grown-ass woman. No, because she did that for him. Did what for him? She has a contract with Bad Boy for 10 records. If you want to do something for Diddy, give us the music. Go write some music. Go in the studio, make the damn music, fulfill your contract, right? That's what she was required to do because she has a contract. She signed a 10-album deal with Diddy. Did she even give one? I guess she gave one. Where are the other 9? So and you see, like, that's why you see that this girl's so disgusting. Then she gets out of her contract. She didn't fulfill her contract. 9 albums, you owe this man, but instead you're the one who lies, you accuse him, and then you walk away with $30 million. But then again, she's still a victim. This is crazy to me. You want to do something for him, fulfill your contract, go make the music. Give us the albums. Give us choreography, right? But you don't want to work. So you decide to engage with this man with these vulgar texts that they chose not to read because she's a victim. She's not a victim. She's not. She's at me. The more I think about this, I'm like, this girl right here, she's the mastermind. She thought about all of this. And that's why she didn't want Diddy to drag her across that corner because she knew she was being recorded. That's why she never left. That's why I said these elevator doors never open because she never called for the elevator. It was all planned. And I even feel like she's the one who had these tapes. I feel like she had the tapes because she got it from Israel. Because she talks to everybody and she has everybody's number. And like the guy said, she's the one who introduced me to the U.S. attorney. She brought everybody. I have this witness, that witness. She had all the people. And they all are on her side. Even though allegedly they raped her, but they're all on her side. She's also not complaining. She doesn't want to file any. She does not want to file anything against any of these men who had sex with her. She's just fine. No, I don't blame you. I blame Diddy. Oh, I don't blame you. I blame Diddy. Oh, I don't blame you. I blame Diddy. Girl, what? No, she's a mastermind. And it goes to show you how racist America is. The fact that this girl was able to pull that off, it's about how she looks. It truly is about how she looks, because this is truly absurd. So every day you're the one texting this man utter nastiness, but you're doing it unprovoked because you just have to, because you want to make him happy. Would him being super rich have something to do with that? Why don't you worry about making Ryan Leslie happy? Ryan Leslie wrote your songs. He produced your songs. Your 2 top songs were written by Ryan Leslie, written and produced by Ryan. Why don't you worry about making him happy? But we see there's one big difference between Ryan and Diddy. It's the money. Ryan's a producer. Diddy's a producer, right? So what's the real difference here? It's the money. It's the level of wealth. From 500 million to maybe like what, 10, 20 million? It's a lot of money, huh? So the man that's worth like 5x what Ryan is worth, oh, I want him to be happy. Of course. Of course. Girl, like I said earlier, you are a sex worker. And you will sell yourself to the man with the most money in the room. And that's exactly what you did with Diddy. Because otherwise, for me, even with Diddy, did you have any songs with Diddy? Did he produce anything? Your 2 top songs are with Ryan Leslie. I'm like, Ryan was going to do more for you because you were like, Diddy has other artists and he has other projects. He got a bunch of kids, right? Ryan, he could have focused on you like full time because that's it. You were the only artist, right? And you were also in a relationship with him. So why don't you worry about making Ryan happy? Why don't you wake up in the morning and give Ryan send him these nasty text messages? Because he wrote your music. He produced your music. He took you to Diddy. He got you a bigger distribution deal because his label compared to Bad Boy, because Bad Boy's under Arista, right? They have better distribution, right? So why aren't you being all kinds of nasty with Ryan Leslie for everything he's done for you? Because he doesn't have Diddy's money. You are a sex worker. It's okay. Money makes you wet. It's okay. Like, be honest with yourself.
I guess, like some dignity. Like, but she had sent a couple of those text messages, right? It got to a point where basically Puff was like, okay, well, like it was around the time that they're about to link up to do whatever. They didn't know what they were going to do. So Puff is asking her, because she's saying like, yo, I want to do something, but I can't get too crazy. Like she's sending all these texts and he's like, well, too bad you got to work. He's prioritizing work for her. He's like,
okay, but this is Diddy the devil. Right? I had a movie premiere. You have a movie premiere. You wake up in the morning and you start morning. That's being too generous. Probably wake up in the mid-afternoon. Okay. Did you even say hi? Did you even ask him what he has for breakfast? No, already proposition with a freak off. But you don't want to go too crazy. Diddy says, well, you got to work. You don't have to do it. You got to work. But even that too, they don't want to hear it because these women are supremacists. The women who support Cassie, they're deranged. And I think many of them, because they're terrorists, they want to know, can I do what she did and get away with it? That's really what it's about. Even with the election, with Donald Trump versus Kamala Harris, because I refuse to believe that in 2025, most Black people don't know that the Democratic Party is the party of racist people, right? I refuse to believe that. The election for a lot of people, especially these Black women, 92%, it was all about welfare. They want free housing. They want free food, they want their EBT, and they also wanted their student loans erased. Because once again, many of these women go to school and they pick the most mediocre degrees. They don't even make it their business to major in degrees that can actually give you a life that I can take care of myself, right? The whole election supporting Kamala Harris was nothing more than a way to conceal their begging ways. They're a bunch of beggars. I said it. They panhandle. They want free shit. You see, the 92%, they wanted free shit. Because you start asking, like, if it was really out of conviction, if it was truly because you want a Black woman, why didn't you support her in 2019? Where was all this support for Kamala? Like, did she just happened to go to Howard? She's always been going to Howard. Why didn't you support Kamala in 2019? Kamala did so bad, in 2019. She didn't even make it to Iowa. This girl didn't even have one delegate. What was the sisterhood? Right? So you realize they don't really care about this lady, but they don't want to admit to themselves that they're beggars. They don't want to admit to themselves that they're panhandlers. They panhandle and they weaponize their vote to get free shit. I saw this other black girl make a comment like she had a post, oh, that's why voting matters because the voter, when you vote for a president, I'm like, she's so dumb. She's like, when you vote for a president, they vote on the rent. I'm like, you think a president's job is to vote on rent? That's your mayor. That's not the president. She was like, oh, they vote on rent. And then they like other stuff like that. And I'm like, what? I'm like, these people just want free shit. They want free shit. They're not voting for a better America. They're not even voting for a better Black America. They are voting for themselves. They want free shit. They want free housing. They want their EBT cards. They want to keep the government housing. They want their student loans erased. These people don't want accountability. You go to college, you major in all kinds of bullshit that don't even yield any kind of money, right? You sign on for student loans, knowing damn well a psychology major, what you gonna make, $30,000 a year, right? But then you want other people to pay for that. That's all they do is beg for money. All they do is beg for money. I'm like, does my girl sit down somewhere, right? And also then you realize a lot of them work for the federal government. It is very bizarre. How can one ethnic group and a gender expression be completely subsidized by the federal government? So it's like either if you're on welfare, it's the federal government. If you have a job, it's also the federal government. Are you not competitive enough to work in corporate America? What is the problem? Right? So all this, I don't need a man. No, you need a man. It's called the white man. It's called the government. You're not financially stable. You're not financially solvent. You don't make good decisions. And it's okay, right? The only reason why you wanted Kamala to go through because you were thinking about your benefits. Stuff that comes from other people's paycheck. Because you don't want to be productive. You don't want to produce. You want to take from other people and then go on social media and scream that you make more than people. You do this more. You don't do shit. You don't do shit. Sit down somewhere. If you really did something, you wouldn't even need the government to forgive your loans. Okay? You signed up for those loans. You chose your major and you signed up for those loans. Why do you want your loan forgiveness? So we should all have a bad, like this goofy ass Kamala Harris, so that way you don't have to pay back your loans. You will pay back your loans. You will pay back your loans. You will get out of government housing. You will get a job. And also they want free healthcare. Why do you need free healthcare? Go get a job or go get married. And that way you can be under your husband's healthcare. There you go. We're done. We're tired. We are tired of people just begging and panhandling and pretending that they care about the country and they care about you do not care. You care about your benefits. Benefits that you don't deserve. You haven't earned them. You want to live off the backs of other people who work hard and pay taxes. You see me? When I went to school, my goal, when I went to college, even my master's, like my goal was to become a financial engineer because financial engineers, like they made like 800,000. I wanted to do a thing that was going to enable me to make $800,000 a year. I never went to school so I could make like 100,000. Like now, I need to be a quant. So it's like, okay, math is going to be my undergrad, stats was going to be my master's, and then I was going to do a PhD because you need a PhD. I was going to do a PhD and become a quant until I got involved with like YouTube and stuff. But that was truly what's in my head though. I wanted to be a quant. I wanted to be a financial engineer, and I wanted to work in New York City, but I wanted to make money. You know, I never went to school so I could like, I don't know, like be a public servant or like work with children. Like what the heck do they even pay? No, I need money. I need money. I really like money. Okay, right? That was my thing. But you have people who intentionally go to college and they even go to college out of state. You're going to go out of state to major in psychology. Are you serious? They go out of state to major in African American studies. They go out of state to major in English lit. Why can't you do it locally? If you know that you want to major in psychology, first of all, why not do it in state? Number two, why not start at a community college? They don't care. They don't take money seriously. They're mentally ill. So they decide to go out of state. They pick the weakest majors possible. But even now, you would think she's out of state with a psychology major. She's going to work hard to get a 4.0. No, she might get like a 2.7, a 2, a 1.8, and she's okay with that. But then somehow people need to pay for her going to college for pretty much have to have fun and get drunk and have as much sex as possible. We're not paying for that. We are just not paying. I'm sick and tired of supremacists. We're not paying for that. You're gonna pay your stuff. You will pay your stuff. I don't care how long it takes. And if people want to help you pay off your student loan, it's not because you're going to bully them. It's because they want to help you out. But nobody is entitled to nobody's money. People work hard, right? Yeah, exactly, Queen. Brittany, you don't have to go out of state to become a teacher. You can do it locally. They don't even try to do this stuff on the cheap. What I'm saying, like, get all, like, your first 2 years, get your credits at a community college, and then go to a local university, stay in state. All you want to do is be a teacher. Why are you doing so much? No, they want to go out of state. They want to pick a goofy ass major that does not pay, and then they spend all their time partying. Don't even make it on the dean's list at all. The whole 4 years, she has never seen the dean's list. Mediocrity. And they want to scream, I'm educated. Oh, be quiet. You went to school and picked the easiest major. Girl, even Stefan can do this. Stefan is 9 years old, okay? Stefan is 9. Stefan can sign up for your major as a 9-year-old. He'll get straight A's. Even Trey, but I mean, he's 14. Anybody could have done your major asleep. Go to hell. Like, seriously, go straight to hell, okay? Mediocrity. And they're out here screaming, oh, I make more than a black man. Girl, where? The average black woman does not make more than the average black man. Shut up. Shut up. Like, really, be quiet. And if most black women made so much money, you would not always be listening to hypergamous content because you would have the money. If you already have money, why are you looking for a rich man? You are the rich man. You are the rich woman. What's the problem? Right? Shut up. Just go straight to hell. Like, people are tired. Right? So we need to be out here as a society, as a country. They need to take our tax dollars to pay off, to erase student loans of people who chose to go out of state to study psychology and graduate with a 1.8 GPA. Go straight to hell. At least if you had a 4.0, I can see myself wanting to help you out. Psychology and a 2.0 GPA, psychology and a 2.5. You study psychology, heifer. Okay, psychology. You should have had a double major, psychology and computer science. But then again, do you even have what it takes? Okay, go straight to hell. Straight to hell. Nobody owes you to come behind you and subsidize your poor choices with their money. You are insane. You are truly batshit crazy. But then again, you're a feminist, so you are a supremacist. Most supremacists are batshit crazy. Are you insane? Are you truly insane? So the hell the fuck no. Kamala will not be president. Trump will be president, and people will pay their own shit. Welcome to America, where people need to pay for their own fucking way. And that's the reason why I also don't like illegal immigration. Because the immigrants, the illegals of yesterday, the yesteryears, they used to come here on Monday. By Tuesday, they had a job. Today, we have a Gen Z, Gen Alpha immigration. They come here illegally. They don't eat peanut butter sandwiches. They don't eat this, don't eat that. Need a hotel. What? You crazy. No, that's fine, but you can disagree. And I want you to, it's fine, but it don't bother me. It don't bother me. I'm saying go straight to hell, my love. I will never pay for somebody who willingly went out of state for a bullshit ass degree that don't pay, and then you have a basic ass GPA. I will never pay for that. I will never pay for that. If a young black girl went to an out of state to study mechanical engineering, I will pay for that. I sure will. And especially if you had a 4.0, she had a 3.5, 3.7, 3.8. Mechanical engineering is so fucking hard. So I will pay for that. That's not a problem. Tax me, I will pay for that. Because I'm like, damn, that's hard. Mechanical engineering, if a young black girl goes to a school out of state to study nuclear physics, I will pay for that. Even I can't do it. What the heck? Okay, these are like impressive degrees. Like, what the fuck? You're smart as shit. I will pay for that. Because a person like that, you're gonna get your money back. That's some shit. That's an impressive investment. Right? A young girl goes out of state to study, I don't know, like some crazy like chemical biology. I don't know, get me something crazy. 3.5, 3.6, 3.7, 3.8, all the way to 4.0. I will pay for that. I'm like, okay, because maybe that school, even though it's out of state, they have the best department for that. Go ahead, sis. I got you. But no, you choose to go out of state to go study psychology. You have a 2.0 GPA. And you want me to do what again? Go straight to hell. There you go. Who asked you to major in that bullshit? Psychology should even be a minor. Nobody should be allowed to major in psychology. What kind of money are you going to make as a college student with a psychology degree? Who's going to hire you? It's like nobody, even African American studies. It should not be a major. It needs to be a minor. Who's going to hire you? Smithsonian? You going to work at the Smithsonian? How much you going to make? It needs to be a minor. And all these schools need to also be sued because no school should allow you to take more student loans that you are going to make in your career. Like if your average career is going to be like, you're going to make, coming out of college, the first 5 years, you're going to make like 60,000. You should not be able to sign more. You should not be able to take more than 20,000 because your debt to income ratio matters. We want you to pay your loans and still be able to have a life. But to let a child, to let a teenage, an 18-year-old sign up for over $100,000 worth of loan for a psychology degree out of state, when she's only going to make 50 to 60,000, that's taking advantage. It's a Ponzi scheme. It is a Ponzi scheme. And these schools need to be sued. These student services, they all need to be sued because you shouldn't allow that to happen. If a young person is majoring in like software engineers, computer engineering, you know what I'm saying, like math majors too, like these are people who can easily make $100,000 out of college, easy. So if they want to sign up for like 120,000, okay, cool, but you shouldn't even have to, right? Because they should help you out. Me, I had so many scholarships because I had amazing grades. I had amazing grades. That's why mediocre women, I despise them. I despise a lazy woman. I despise whores. It's disgusting to me. You can't use your brain. Are you dumb? Right? You see, me, I can't, like me, all my life, I never, maybe like America, but I was born in Ivory Coast. I lived there for like 4 years and we had to move to Burkina Faso. Then we had to go back to Ivory Coast. Then I had to move here. Like I've moved so much. I've had to learn so much. I had to learn so many languages. It's even here in America too. In high school, I had to learn Spanish. You know, I didn't learn Spanish as a child. I learned Spanish in high school and just stuck with me. You know what I mean? I took it upon myself to learn Portuguese. Like I do a lot. I'm like, listen, right? So I'm like, why are you so mediocre like this? Why are you like, why are you so mediocre? Why is your answer to everything? You're either begging, you're asking for welfare, or you want to sleep with a man. Why are you so mediocre? And modern women to me are so mediocre. These are the only things they want to do. Who can I sleep with to get money? Who can I sleep with to pay my rent? Who can I vote for to get free shit? Right? Where can I cry to get at the courthouse to get free money? That's it. Free. Panhandling. Begging. It has to stop. It has to stop. It truly has to stop. It is nauseating to see grown people not being able to take care of themselves. Even Lena Lashes, because when I started my master's, I had another fellowship. I got a lot of money for my fellowship, right? I took $700,000 within a year of selling lashes. And mind you, my packaging was ratchet. I made $100,000, right? I think it was slightly more, like 150 or something. My second year with Lena Lashes, by myself, it was mostly me, just me working by myself. I was even pregnant with Stefan. That's why I put on the weight. I kept the weight because I didn't have no time off. My second year with Lena Lashes, I made like $900,000 by myself. By myself. Nobody was helping me. Coming up with liquid lipsticks, packaging. It was just me. The notion of selling my body for money, God forbid. God forbid. Even the very notion of even asking for money, begging, leave me alone. Okay? Right? We almost made it to 1 million, but because I had a bad production batch and it really affected me. So I shut down because what the freak? I was all by myself. So the third year, it went down to like 500,000. Right? But all of this, it was pretty much just me. I would make stuff, I would ship stuff, I would sell stuff. So I'm dark skinned. I'm dark skinned, I got nappy hair, I got a big nose, I got a big forehead, I got big lips. I'm like super black. So when I see someone like Cassie, who in a predominantly white society will have just everything just given to her, and she chooses to just use sex and urine to get ahead, it's so disgusting to me. I cannot feel sorry for her. Because nobody feels sorry for a woman like me. And yet, but you, the way you look, all you had to do was apply yourself. All you had to do was try just a little bit. No, she had to be a whore because she wanted things to be easy. I cannot respect lazy people. And I never will. Because to me, lazy people are wicked. I will never stop saying it. I have no respect for mediocre women. A woman that is mediocre wants, if it's not sex, it's welfare. If it's not welfare, she's running to the courthouse to see how she can get money out of somebody. You are crazy. You are unproductive. You are not resourceful. You're mediocre. Go somewhere. You bore me. I want to be around people who are productive, people who can take $100 and start something big, people who can take $700, start something big, right? Even Courtney, if you guys know The Main Choice, Courtney, the founder of The Main Choice, if I'm not mistaken, like I think she started The Main Choice like $100 or $700, but she started making the product in her house. I'll show you her video. Courtney started, she was a nurse. She was married, but she was a nurse though, going to nursing school, I guess something like that. But then she started making her Main Choice thingy in the house with like $100. I don't know, but you see, so like it's sold everywhere. Target, Sally's, you name it. She sold the business. She made millions of dollars and never slept with one person in her life. She turned on her camera. She did her hair on YouTube. She mixed ingredients in her kitchen. Never slept with one person in her life. But this is ridiculous. This is so ridiculous. Madam C.J. Walker was out here in the worst time of racism, where they call you an N-word up and down. Madam C.J. Walker was over here, dark-skinned, overweight, big. Okay? Everything worked against her. And she became a multimillionaire. When most Black people in America were not even millionaires. When most Black women were even working, cleaning floors for white people. And not once did Madam C.J. Walker think to, well, let me bust my leg wide open. Let me be a madame. Let me start selling other Black women into sex. Let me start doing sex work. No, she came up with hair products. You don't have to sell your body to get ahead. You have a brain. You have a mind. Get to work. No, laziness is the mot du jour. Tout le monde. Oh, who can I sleep with? Who can I have sex with? Who can I sleep with? People are tired. People are tired. Everybody can sell their bodies. But it takes an honorable woman. It takes an honorable person to say, I'm going to work for the life that I want. I'm going to earn the life that I want. I might not get there, but I'm going to do it by working. Got to work hard. When I started in my math major too, I started all the way at the bottom, pre-calculus, because I left high school without, I did algebra 2. I didn't do honors. I told my son, you're better than me because I wasn't doing all this. I started the math major, calculus, pre-calc, all the way at the bottom. I had to get all the way to the top. As somebody whose first language is not even English. It's not my first language. I don't speak this language. I speak French. That's what I speak. I never even thought I could do math because I thought something was wrong with my brain. But I guess not. All the way at the bottom. I left the math department with like, a 3.9 GPA or something like that. I graduated magna cum laude. I was magna cum laude with honors because I wrote a thesis. I wrote multiple papers. I have multiple papers in math that I wrote. This is somebody who used to struggle with numbers. Maybe I was dyslexic. You go from not believing in yourself to like being one of the top students in the math department. Even with Nesby, the National Society of Black Engineers, look me up. I'm up there. Woman of the Year. Somebody from the Ivory Coast, her first language is French, did not believe she could do math. I never got involved in some foolishness. Even the thought that somebody's going to pee on me, for what reason? Because you have more money than me? You're going to pee on me? Are you crazy? Are you dumb? I will never look at somebody and say, oh, because you have more money, do whatever you want. I'm not an envious person. I know a lot of people. There are a lot of even Black women that I know. They have so much money. But even from them, I did not take disrespect. Because you have money, but you're not better than me. You're not better than me. I stopped my friendship with some people because I'm like, just because you have money, you will not talk to me this way. It doesn't work with me. Because I've grown up around money. I have lots of uncles that have money. My dad did well for himself. My mom also did well for herself. That money ain't nothing to me. But money will never be a reason where I will say, I'm going to just lay here like a doormat and you can just do whatever to me. You got to stand up for yourself. Even if you don't have shit, God is your father. And if you know that God is your dad, if the Almighty God, he made me, I am worth something. On my worst day, I've had moments with Linger Lashes, like my account was in the red. I never had weird ideas in my head. I never thought of, oh, maybe I can go find a drug dealer and clean his money. Maybe I can, never. It is what it is. Sometimes it goes left. It wasn't easy, but I did not succumb to the notion of, I got to go do something nefarious to get ahead because everything catches up to you. And also I have children. And I don't ever want my kids to be like, oh, my mom did it. Look at the Kennedys. Look at the Kennedys. Everything their granddad did, it catches up to them. There's nothing but bad things happen to that family. Nothing but bad things happen to that family. Because when you don't get money the right way, your children, your grandchildren, they will pay the price for the foolishness you did to get this money. This kind of money does not bring peace. And that's why Cassie gonna get sued and sued. This kind of money does not bring peace because it's not honorable. It is not honorable. And when you go, even drug money, you name it, it is not honorable money. Sex worker money, stripper money, it never lasts because it is not honorable money. And if you don't earn it with honor, it will not last. It will have wings. The money's going to have wings. It's going to fly away because it is not honorable. How many drug dealers have kept their money? How many strippers have been able to build something off their money? Even Black China, and I love her very much. I love Angie. I really do love her. Right? But you see, even her, she's going through financial issues. There you go. Right? Because you build things in iniquity, it will fly like this, like that. Right? When you don't get money the right way, your money will have wings because it doesn't belong to you. You acquire the money in dishonorable ways. It will flee from you because it's not your money. You are not the rightful owner. For a season, you can hold on to it. But eventually, like this, your money going to fly. It's going to be lawsuit over here, disease over here, assault, all kinds of stuff, lawyer fees. The money going to go like this. No flow. It's just go leave. That's it. Why? Because you did not earn this money honorably. You got to do things with honor. You got to do things with integrity. And that's the thing about the feminist movement, even the racist movement, even the Zionist movement, all these it's okay. Honor is never it's never the core pillar of these movements. Be honorable, have integrity. You will never get that from a supremacist because they don't acknowledge God. They think they're God because their pain makes them feel like I'm justified. I am justified. You're not justified. For the Bible says that God gave his only begotten son so that whosoever will trust in him shall have eternal life. God gave his only son. So he's also justified in flooding this entire planet if he wanted to, but he doesn't do it. So why do you think you get to indulge in your feelings of bitterness, revenge, destruction? Hold up now. Hold up now. There is a God and he's above you. And nobody can say, I've been hurt more than God. Look at the stuff we do as human beings. Children are dying. People are missing. We do so much crap. And yet God lets us live. So you're not more hurt than God. You have not experienced more betrayal than God. You have not experienced more rebellious behavior and disappointment than God. So calm your ass down. You're not God. And your pain will never be a legitimate justifier for the destruction that you're doing. You are destructive. She's destructive. And I said to y'all, the man Alex Fine, when he realizes that there are too many lawsuits, he's going to have to file early enough so he can secure something for himself. He will divorce her and he will cry and he will say, I don't know how to help her. I tried to help her. She's uncontrollable. I don't know what to do. I'm scared. I'm scared for my children. There you go. And nobody will be mad at him because he's white, right? He's a savior. He's a Prince Charming. So if Prince Charming said, there's nothing more I can do, nobody's going to be mad at him and he will take the money and she won't have much. And I said, if she's not even careful, Cassie might even end up homeless. It don't end well, right? And never when you do things in iniquity and in a lie, like that man said, when you do things out of revenge, dig 2 graves, one for the person you want to bury, and you because you shall be buried right next to that person. It's not going to end well, and we'll see. And I'll be here to make videos about it. I sure will.
Too bad you got to work. And then she keeps going. So finally, he's like, all right, well, what you going to do tonight? Like, whatever. And she's just like, oh, I want to be with my baby. So then they start having a conversation because now, you know what I mean? Now the conversation is initiated about the freak offs or whatever. But again, Cassie led into that. And the defense made it clear. They went back and they wanted to clarify who led into the conversation about that freak off day with the CNN video. And I'm going to tell y'all why I keep bringing up this video. There's a lot more, but this one I thought was a big bombshell. And they didn't even finish this one because not only did Cassie initiate the conversation, but Cassie made it seem like, you know, during these freak offs, her body was violated. You know, she made it seem like Diddy had no regard for her health. She talked about having sores in her mouth, and basically all he said was, oh, you need to go to the doctor. She talked about having so many UTIs back to back that, like, Antibiotics weren't even helping her anymore. She was trying to figure it out naturally, but like it wasn't happening. She was in pain because of the back-to-back UTIs. Like there was just no regard or no, like she had no control over these situations she was put in. It was a job. She just had to show up to her job, and she did it because she loved this man and she wanted this man to love her and to not go anywhere and be anywhere with anybody else, right? Multiple times in the conversations leading up to this CNN video, Puff is asking Cassie, like, well, what you want to do tonight? Where you want to go?
Okay, hold on. So first of all, she's saying it's her job, but she called the man the baby. I'm with my baby, but she's like, oh, it's a job, and I'm doing it so he won't be with anybody else. So that's also part of her job, right? And because these women don't want to admit to themselves, sometimes they do these things because they fear he's going to go with another woman. You know, the thing I've come to realize, you guys, it's going to be a long life, but I think I'm doing my hair, right? You know what I've come to realize with these women who want to be with these rich men, high value men, because Kevin Samuels told these people that rich men don't cheat. They exercise their options, right? What I've come to realize over here is that women think they can have it all, right? They don't want to suffer. They can have it all. She can meet a man who's like, almost like he's like 17 years older, right? He already has kids, but somehow he's going to love her. He's going to be faithful to her. A man that's worth $500 million, right? How often do you see that? Oh, I want to go date the basketball player. What's that girl, Miss Nikki Baby, right? Miss Nikki Baby came out here and said that the basketball player, the young man, he's younger than her, that he cheated on her. I'm like, girl, what does that even mean? Cheated how? What is that? What do you call cheating, right? You decide to date a young basketball player who's like 24, 26 years old, and he's cheating? No, he's not cheating. He's living his life, right? That's what comes with this. Then you have the other one who was, I guess, kind of married to Chad Ochocinco, the new Afro-Latina. She was like, yeah, that she caught Chad cheating because she looked at the cameras or the footage or whatever, and then she saw this one woman coming to her house, whatever. And I'm like, okay, then act like you didn't see it. What's the problem? You see the girl, delete the footage, act like you didn't see it, right? Because we all know you're not married to Chad Ochocinco for love. You're not married to Chad Ochocinco for monogamy. Where and when did Chad ever give? He's a one-woman type of man, right? And I don't. What's her name again, y'all? What's her name? The light-skinned one, right? And it's like, okay, before you met Chad, you were married. Okay, before she met Chad, she had a husband. Did your first husband cheat on you? No, she's the one who cheated. She cheated on her husband with Chad. So if you are a married woman and you were having affairs, then you know that Chad is that kind of person because he did not meet you in an honorable way. He did not court you in a way that was honorable. He knew you were married and he had sex with you. He a thief. So are you, right? You divorced your husband to go with Chad because Chad has money. He has money. He has fame. He has access. So you said, okay, fuck my husband because he regular. I'm going to go be with Chad Ochocinco. Okay. But it's not because of love, right? Because I'm like, I don't understand why you want I don't understand why you expect monogamy. I don't even know why you want monogamy. For what reason? You're not here for love. You're here for partnership, right? With Chad, you're not his first love. He's already been there. Been there, probably cried, healed from that, right? You're not his first marriage. You're not his first girlfriend. You're not the first love of his life. You're not the first to give him a child. You have no first with Chad, right? Your job is you marry Chad Ochocinco, you leverage his name, his relationship, his money, right? And hopefully when he dies, he puts you in the will and leaves you something. That's what you're here for. But this marriage is not love, it's partnership. So why are you crying over infidelity? I'm very, very lost, okay? All of these girls want to be with rich man, a rich man, a rich man, a rich man. But then when rich men do what rich men do, what? Right? It's part of the lifestyle. I even saw a video about Sophia Richie, the one who married the Lucian Grange's son, right? And they were saying that he's also cheating. And I said, he's not cheating. He's being himself. Stop it. To me, cheating is like, this is out of character. If somebody is doing what they always done, let's stop with this clutching pearl shit. Like, we got to stop, right? And also, I'm listening to the thing, and then they're saying that Sophia Richie, She backdoored her friend because her current husband used to be her best friend's boyfriend. And the girl was her best friend for 20 years. I'm like, 2 decades of knowing somebody? And you backdoor your best friend? Because the man has money. Look at his family. He's the son of Lucian Grange. This is like music royalty. So for the love of money, she said, fuck the friendship. And she slept with her best friend's man. And she didn't stop. She didn't want to stop. To the point that he's like, I'm gonna marry you. But my thing is, once you marry this boy, you know how you got this man. You cannot expect monogamy from somebody you got with out of like infidelity. Like, no, stop. He's not cheating because his job is to give you the lifestyle. The marriage is about you having the lifestyle. You have your money. You have the name, the prestige, right? When he does what he does, that's not your business. Because if you wanted true love, you wouldn't have married. You wouldn't have married for the sake of marrying rich. If you wanted true love, you wouldn't have taken your best friend's boyfriend when that's your bestie of 20 years. You would have been happy for her. You would have found your person, but you wanted somebody else's person. So you're not here for love. You're here for status. So I want to hear you crying about money, crying about cheating, just like the girl who was Chad Ochocinco too. To me, what I would call a betrayal in your relationship with Chad, if Chad gives another woman money, because that's why you're here. You're here for money. So as long as he does not give your money, like what belongs to you financially to another woman, we're good, because you're not here for love. Like, stop thinking, oh, now, like, oh, I did all these nasty things to get with a rich man, and now we're going to be exclusive, and we're going to be monogamous, and he's only going to be with me. In what world? You're mentally ill. Most wealthy men will have multiple women. Most wealthy men are not a one woman type of man. They sleep with multiple women. So if you don't have the heart for that, you got to go for a regular person. If you want monogamy, most likely you're not going to get it with a rich man, especially a man that you did not help to get rich, right? Even Beyonce does not get monogamy. What are we talking about? Even Beyonce does not get fidelity. What are we talking about? So who are you? Even if they put you right next to Beyonce, you look like her. Body for body, you look like her. Career for career, you look like her. Accolade for accolade. Can you compete with Beyonce? Can you even walk 100 steps in Beyonce's shoes? No, okay. So if Beyonce herself does not get monogamy and honesty, and why will you get it? What makes you that special? You ain't that special. Play your part, sis. Play your part, secure the bag, secure the inheritance. Last long enough that he dies in your hands and that you are in charge of his will and his estate. Okay? That's it. You're not here for love. And we all know this. Nobody, most women do not pursue a wealthy man because they want to love him. You don't even know this man. You love his life. You love his name. You love his fame. That's what you love. You don't know that man. Even Cassie, does she even know the real Sean? Has he ever really confided in her? No, all they do is surface level stuff, sick people shit. Right? Otherwise, if there was real love, you assholes, you would have gone to therapy. You would have healed together. Instead, you destroyed each other because it's a very superficial relationship, right? That's the thing. And people need to say that to these women. You want to date a basketball player. His job is to give you a life. Don't ask more. Don't ask for loyalty. You might get it, you might not. But if you don't, it's okay. As long as he gives you the life he has promised to give you. You can ask him to not be messy with it, right? But even Savannah James gets cheated on. And she was there from the start. But you see, she minds her business. She does her daughter's hair. She does her hair. She found a way to occupy yourself because that's what comes with the game. That's what comes with the life. By the end of the day, you will have a life that most women can only dream of, right? So cry in your closet, cry in your pillow. But don't come on social media and bother me. Don't come on social media, I had to leave Chad because he cheated. Chad has always been a cheater. What else is new? Tell me something I didn't know. You knew all of that. We all knew. We all watched Chad growing up. We watch him on, like, especially the Basketball Wives. Chad ain't shit. Okay? And he's very cheap. So what's up? Just like Cam Newton. Don't go messing with Cam. Talk about, oh, I thought he was, you thought what? Girl, bye. Okay? Stop it. Get close to that man. Get the man's money. Let him take care of you, right? Hopefully he dies. And that $75 million estate, he leaves you something. Right? That's what it is. You want honesty, loyalty, monogamy, a man that's faithful, gonna come home to you. You're gonna have to marry a regular person. But most women don't want regular. They want a high value, a rich this and that. Okay. Then you have to mentally prepare yourself to get cheated on. Why you think all these rich white women are always busy getting Botox, going to classes? Because they know. And they need something to occupy themselves because she knows what he's doing. That business meeting, or I won't be coming on Wednesday, I'll come on Friday. She knows. So she does her own things. She goes to classes. She goes to the spa. She has her female group. She has this, that. She goes shopping. They occupy themselves to distract themselves. They know. They're not stupid. They know. The majority of wives who are married to these rich men, these executive men, they know. They ain't dumb. So they occupy themselves. Because as long as you're distracted or you don't know, you can't be upset about what you don't know. That's your job. Do not know. And when you find out, pretend you didn't see what you saw. You'll be just fine. Because you didn't marry for love. Don't lie to us. No, and don't lie to yourself. Because that's even more tragic. Right? But when you want real love, real love might not come with a whole lot of money. Now, maybe one day y'all can make a lot of money. But initially, people who want real love, they don't put money first. They put the person first. If you're a woman and you put money first, then you got into that relationship for money, not for love, right? If you're a woman who puts love first and honesty and monogamy and this and that, you're going to look for a man based on his character, not his wallet, right? You can't have it all. You got to make a choice. And that's another thing, because most women are mentally ill. They don't understand that most people have to compromise because that's what adults do. They're petulant children. When you're a grown person, you understand, I can't have it all. And even if I can, do I even want it all? Right? But ultimately, it comes gradually. And people have to compromise. Adults have to compromise. Children struggle with compromise. There you go. Right? So that's how it goes. You have a choice to make. If money is what you prioritize, if he cheats, if honesty, love, integrity, and things like that are what you prioritize, you cannot be the kind of woman who looks for a man based on how much money he makes. Right? So you decide. But you can't say, I'm going after a man for money, but I'm expecting him to be a virtuous man. Because most men who have virtue, they're not also driven by money. Diddy is driven by money. He's not driven by honorable pursuits. No. Okay? He wants money. And everything about him has always been money. Take your rollies and swipe them side to side. Versace, Gucci, Fendi, Pucci, whatever. Diddy is as carnal as it gets. Okay? So if you go over there, I don't want to hear shit from you. Oh, he cheated. Oh, he went to see another woman. Why aren't you doing something while he's over there? It's like polygamy. When people are polygamous, if a man has multiple wives, this wife A, she'll have Monday and Tuesday. Wife B, she'll have Wednesday and Thursday, right? The other wife, she'll have Friday and Saturday. And then maybe one day the husband on Sunday, he takes a break. But I have 2 days with him. That's it. It's a rotation. So when he's not with you, occupy yourself. Right? Because he is not a one-woman man. That's it. So do not pursue, y'all really quiet, but it's okay. Do not pursue a man that is not the type to commit to a woman. And don't you go in there thinking you can change him. You can have a baby and change him. Stop trying to change people. You don't like it when somebody tries to change you. Oh, don't control me. There you go. You don't like it. When people ask you to change, when people tell you to consider changing, you call it controlling. There you go. So don't try to control him. Right? Accept him for who he is. If you know that you don't have the heart for that, don't pretend to be a gangster. If you're not about that life, don't do it. Because when you get your ass whooped, okay, do not come around and say, oh, he took advantage. Nobody took advantage. You were sniffing that shit a little too hard, and you thought you could take on something that you were not built to take on. You don't have that kind of heart. You understand? You have some women out here who can take infidelity because they know why they're here. Like Melania Trump, for example. She can take it. Okay? There are women like that because they're not married for love. They are married for security. They are married for status. So it's like, okay, whatever. Just don't be messy with it. Okay? So if you know you're not that kind of gangster, like you don't have that animal in you, don't go there. If you're sensitive, you cry quickly, you don't forget, girl, you need to invest in finding a man that has these honorable characters about himself. Okay? So you have a choice to make. Do you want true love and monogamy? You're going to have to go over here. You need to go like with the people who are honorable. You got to mess with men who are honorable. And they might not be, they might be, but most likely they won't be the richest, but they'll make good living. Okay. If you prioritize money, status, you want other girls to be jealous of you, you want to have celebrity friends and this and that. Okay. You go for these kinds of men, but you don't go there expecting fidelity. The only thing is, don't embarrass me, I guess. Exactly. That's it. But some men are not meant to be with just one woman. And the problem is, women are trying to force men who are meant to be with multiple women to be with one woman. And it goes left because you will never have that. He will never give it to you. He's not capable of giving it to you. Okay? People are who they are. Like Cam Newton, he's not the type to be with one woman. Okay? Chad Ochocinco is not the type to be with one woman. Okay? Even Michael Jordan was not with one woman. Like he slept with Vanessa Williams. He slept with Janet Jackson. He was out here smashing everybody. Okay? Like a lot of Chad. Okay? That's it. Some men they're not meant to be with one woman. So if you know you want a man just for you, you got to come back down to earth. Okay? That's it. Because you're not about that life and you cry quick and you know you ain't tough. You know you're not tough. So ideas of luxury, let that die. Get you a man that has values, that has morals, that, helps in the community. You know what I'm saying? Like, get that kind of person and be happy with that because that's what you want. You want somebody who's loyal and faithful and honest. That's him. Diddy is not the man for one woman. And he has never been this way. He will never be that way. Stop it. Okay? It's not going to happen. It's a lot of guys like that. They will never be the type to be with just one woman. So, you know what I'm saying? It's okay. It really is okay. Accept that.
What you doing tonight? What's the word type vibes, right? So she finally gets to the point where she's like, I just want to be with you. So now he's like, okay, like, and he's telling her, like, since it's your idea, you set it up. Like, what do you want tonight to be like? Like, she talked about it was a very well choreographed thing when they did the freak offs. She didn't tell us she was choreographing too. And that's what it was given. Like, he's asking her, like, well, who do you want to do it with? And blah, blah, blah. Like, she had control at some points. And the reason why all of this is important.
But she's still going to call her a victim. Anyway, so she was like, oh, she didn't tell us. Why would she tell you? Like, this girl, she's so cute. She's like, but she didn't tell us she had control. She didn't tell us. Why would she tell you? Her job is to be a victim. Why would she tell you? Feel sorry for me. Why would she tell you? And I feel like people don't realize. You know, one thing I've come to realize about living in America for so long. In America, people are encouraged to lie. Because you step back and you think about it, right? But why would people lie? And then you say to yourself, why wouldn't they lie? What's the consequence? If you lie and people believe you, you get what you want, right? If you lie and then you get exposed, you'd be like, oh, it was my period. Oh, I'm a woman. Oh my God, I'm going through depression, right? So if you lie and you are believed, you get what you want. Get what you want, right? If you lie and you are caught, all you have to do is, oh, I'm a woman. Oh, I was used. I was groomed. That's it. So either way, America does not hold liars accountable because either way you win. There are no consequences for lying in America. That's why this country, I guess it's like, the country was built on foolishness, like stealing, slavery, you name it, right? So much corruption. America is a corrupt nation. So because it's a corrupt nation, corrupt people thrive, right? Doesn't matter. You lie. If you have the right image and the right tears and the right goofy ass story and you're believed, you will get what you want. You might even get way more than what you ever thought you're going to get. Like, damn. If you also lie and you get exposed, it doesn't matter. Just say you're a woman. I can't remember now. Oh, you start crying. Oh, I'm overwhelmed. I can't remember. I don't know. I just felt like maybe that's what potentially happened. Doesn't matter. But liars in America are truly protected. They're encouraged to lie. They are promoted when they lie. That's what the vast majority of influencers do. The vast majority of influencers lie. They lie. And people believe it. Remember that girl I showed you, the pretty light-skinned girl with the long hair who bought her husband a fancy car? Forgot her name. But they say when she started posting on TikTok, she would go to fancy places to make it seem like that was her house. It wasn't her house. Like she would go to the mall. She would go to a coffee shop. She would go to a hotel lobby. And she was creating content as if she had money because she wanted to give the look of this very rich black girl luxury crap. She didn't have it. But she kept posting until it became believable. Now she has it. Is it April? What is her name again? I don't know. Right? Like, yeah, she would go places that look luxurious and shoot her content there. There you go. Because if you lie long enough, they will believe it's the truth though. Right? If you lie long enough, they will believe you. Because they care more about lies than the truth though. And if you get caught, cry. Just cry. Okay, well, oh, you guys, I'm sorry. And you say, oh, I'm going to take some time off of social media so I can really reflect on my actions. That's it. Or I went to therapy and my therapist, that's it. Or like maybe you write a check to a charity, like, I'm going to give this money to a charity. That's it. It's over. But America encourages people to be dishonest. And usually most dishonest people are believed. Americans are more likely to believe a liar than they are to believe somebody telling the truth, though, because lies are very convenient. Lies are extremely convenient. They're like carbs, like French fries. It's like you eat it because it tastes good, but it's really not nutritious, huh? And it burns off quick. Then you need more carbs. Okay? The truth is like fats or protein. So it takes longer to digest, but when you eat it, you feel fuller longer. Okay? Just like that. That's how it goes out here. People love liars. America, like the vast majority of successful people in America are liars. They lie. They lie about their education. They lie about where they grew up. They lie about how they went to school. They lie about their businesses. They lie on their financial statements. They just lie. You know? And you want to make it in America, you need to lie. You need to know how to lie. And you also got to have the image that matches your lie. They will believe you. And they will fight for you because it's all a lie. But she said it. She said it. I believe her. Hey, Goldie, I believe what's up, my love. I believe her. I'm telling you, there are no consequences. I won't tell you to try it, but I'm just saying you look for yourself. You lie. If you are believed, you will make it. And you will make it big. How many times have they caught Michaela Noguera in the lie? Is she gone anywhere? The girl said she reviewed mascara. She disappeared. She came back. She put lashes on and she kept going like this. They cussed her out. They cussed her out. They kept watching her videos. Every time they said, oh, Michaela, you're a liar. Michaela, you're a liar. And they're still watching her content. And she's still growing and she's getting richer. They love liars. They just do. Jaclyn Hill, how many times did she lie? They keep supporting her. That's it. Because they're even James Charles, there's no real consequences for liars. You can lie as much as you want. If they believe you, why would you not lie? You know what I mean? The hardest part is to be believed. When you tell a lie, no, I mean, like, but even her too, Goldie, she's a liar. I'm not even like this, but like, I'm like, you look at this girl, Goldie. You look at Wizard Liz. You say, how old is she? She's not even that old. What life has she truly lived? You know what I mean? But like just her lying and her fake confidence is false confidence. Like it's just a bunch of bullshit. She's a baby. She's a little girl. Look how quickly that boy got her pregnant. She's a baby. If at least a woman is like 45 or 50 and she's telling you that, like, okay, she's lived a life that she can talk about. But I'm like, where's the lid? She's a scammer. She's a grifter. Because that's what I'm trying to say. Social media allows you, if you can build the right image on social media and you can tell the right lies, you will make it. You will make it. Because they love demented people. They truly love liars. Look at Ace Metaphor. $300,000 a month off of his arm. Exactly. Boom, done. Yeah, done. You see? But when you watch Wizard Liz, you would think she's the kind of girl, she will leave a man on red for like 6 years. She's like, she will make it very hard to go on a date with her. She will make it very hard to even say, I love you. Like, you want to say it first, she ain't going to say it. right? Like the energy Wizard Liz gives, you would think this girl, it might even take 4 to 5 years for her to stop taking her birth control. Because this girl, she seemed like, child, a man, what? Do you know who I am? Girl, 7 months, already 4 months pregnant. Which lets us know they were having unprotected sex early on. How does that match the girl that we see on social media? It doesn't. Because she's a liar. And that's why she got exposed like that. And you see how God is good? God let this girl have millions and millions of subscribers. YouTube, TikTok. He let her have millions of views. But I guess that's the devil too. It could be the devil. And at the top, he's like, now I'm about to show you who she really is. She's fraudulent. She is fraudulent. Because if you were really that girl you talked about, that man, I mean, like, and not even just that, even the boy, like he seems like a little kid. Because Wizard Liz, the way she talk, I expect to be like with a tall man, very sexy, very handsome, very mysterious, rich as fuck. No, a broke ass little baby. He looks like a child. He's like he's 18. I'm like, you let this little clown get you pregnant? You know what I'm saying? So even the man she talks about, she's never had those men herself. They don't even check for her. So the first clown that came through her DM, she was ready because she wanted a man. Because a woman that has experience being with like high caliber men, very handsome, very sexy, very busy, like this right here, nah, that's a joke. She was like, never that. He's not a high achiever. Nobody even knows who he is. He has nothing. He doesn't even have a social media presence. You see, that's how it goes. People just lie. But I'm just saying, in America, there's no consequences for being a liar. Why would you not lie? Because I had a big sis ask me, she's like, Marlene, why do people lie? And I said, big sis, why would they not lie? What's the punishment? If you lie and people believe you, you made it, right? You made it. You know what I'm saying? Like, even, I'm not gonna lie, I supported Trump, I ain't gonna lie. But even Trump lied too. He made it. Now that he's in there, because he's in there as president. It's the last term, he can never run again. He's like, oh, whatever. He's doing him. That's it. I'm gonna fight for you. A bunch of lies, right? Now he's in there, he's gonna do him. That's it. Why would you not lie? Why would you not say the things they want to hear? Derek Jackson, he lied. It made him a multimillionaire. Derek became a multimillionaire lying to these women. If Derek had came out and told the truth, what money you gonna make? What money? Even Ace Metaphor, before he started his goofy ass grift, was he making that kind of money? No. Lying will make you rich. And you see, and that's why also a lot of black celebrities, they lie to black. I mean, all celebrities lie to them, but whatever. But that's why a lot of black celebrities, they will lie to black women and say the things they want to hear. But when you look at their private life, they don't live like that. Right? Beyonce, she seems very independent, a feminist. But when you look at her private life, does she ever go out without her husband? Have you ever seen Beyonce outside without Jay-Z? She goes nowhere without him. So she gives you that independent, my ass, I shake my ass, very sexual, very promiscuous, whatever her music is, right? That's what she's selling you. But when you look at the actual, when you look at Gisele, when you look at her personally, intimately, right? She's very traditional. Beyonce's very traditional. You haven't heard of her being with multiple men. I think even in high school, she only had one boyfriend. And then boom, it was Jay-Z. So she doesn't even sleep with a lot of people. It could have been that Jay-Z was the second man she ever had sex with, right? But almost from the time she was 18, Beyonce probably close to 50. She's only been with Jay-Z. You don't see her outside with Kelly going to the restaurant. She doesn't. Every time she's outside, she's with Jay-Z. She goes to the restaurant. She goes with him. She's married. She has 3 children. She's not out there. She's really about her family. So my thing is like compare, contrast between Beyonce, the superstar, and Beyonce, the person. She's a very traditional woman. But in order to make money, she sells a lot of feminist ideals to women. Right? But even herself, put a freakum dress on. Have you ever seen Beyonce outside with Jay-Z wearing a freakum dress? No, but she'll wear freakum shit on tour because she's selling a product. She's selling an ideal. She's not selling her truth. Same thing with Cardi B. Cardi does not sell you the truth. Cardi B is her alter ego. The real person is Marlenis Belcazar. That's her name, right? Marlenis Belcazar. There you go, right? But Marlenis is a very different person. She's a woman who likes relationships. She likes to be with a man. She likes to be loved. She wants to be with a man. But Cardi B, that's her alter ego. Fucking nigga, I don't sweep, I don't cook, I would never cook. Yeah, sure. It's a product. It is a lie, right? It is a lie. And people need to start realizing that. America is really, it's a fertile land for liars. The more you lie, the more you'll make it. Because if people believe you, you will make it. You will seriously see. People believe Cassie. She got $30 million. $30 million. Taking no accountability, crying. I'm going to make them. 30 mil. There are people who will never make that kind of money in their life. She did it in one day. Because she planned this for years. That's why she had everybody. She made sure to keep a friendly relationship with everybody. Because she was planning this heist. Right? And you see, and there, even with everything, there are still people who believe her. So why wouldn't you lie? And even when you do lie, cry. Blame it on your age. Blame it on being a woman. Just, whatever. And then, oh, yeah, okay, it's fine. She was sad. She was going through it. It was a breakup. It was the drugs. Doesn't matter. They will make excuses for you. You don't even have to make excuses for yourself. They will make excuses for you. Why wouldn't you lie? If you truly want to make it in this world, why wouldn't you lie? There are no consequences for liars. Look at even people on here who make this content, the grifter content. They just say all kinds of lies. Look at Officer Tatum. When he was making his videos about Carmelo, he was saying so many things they were just blatant lies. 1 million views. Look at the views. Because people want to hear lies. I've made peace with that. People don't want to hear the truth. Because the truth is, it's not as sexy. People want to hear lies. Oh, yes. You know, oh, they stole the money. They went and bought a house. $1 million house. They bought a brand new Escalade. People were eating that shit up. But it's all lies. They've always lived there. They've always had those cars. But Officer Tatum doesn't care. He's a piece of shit. Why would he not lie? And also, it's your fault if you're not doing your own research. He doesn't have to be factual. He does not have to be truthful. He's just creating content. And it's a product. There are people there who want to hear stuff like that. And he's here to help them hear whatever they want to hear. But my thing is, in America, ultimately, why would you not lie? Amber Heard, she lied on Johnny Depp. It helped her career. Her career skyrocketed. She was given opportunity she never would have had. Even Rihanna, it is very possible, I'm telling you this, it is very possible that Rihanna lied on Chris. Because you can say those pictures, okay, she has the blue eyes, but how do we know it's not makeup? And also, if she looked like that, let's assume she even looked like that. How do we never saw Chris that night. We didn't see Chris. Nobody saw what Christopher looked like. He could have looked worse, but you'll never know. Because all that matters is what she says and what she looks like. But look at how her career transformed. Nobody cared about Rihanna. No one cared. She was out here, Mr. Bip on the replay, pump on the music on down, pump on the replay, the pump on the replay. And her big forehead. Nobody cared. Nobody cared. When those pictures came out, because it was only her pictures that came out, Chris was also 18. He was 18 years old. Did he even know how to defend himself? Did he even know he could speak up for himself? Did he even know he also had the right to tell us what happened that night? Even if we don't agree with you, Chris, you have the right to tell your side. Because how do we get here? Y'all went to a party. You go to a Clive Davis party. You're coming back from a Clive Davis party. Why is it turning left like that? What happened? Nobody asked Rihanna. What happened? Like, what started? Oh, it doesn't matter. It doesn't. No, it does matter. Because if he's batshit crazy, we need to know. But what if she was beating him with a pistol? I don't know. A lot of these girls from the Caribbean, they're batshit crazy. A lot of women from the Caribbean are insane. They are violent. They are violent. When I think about people like Philippines, Thailand, Vietnam, I think of sex work. A lot of people from the West Indies are violent. They are violent people. They put their hands on people. They are crazy. They are crazy. They start speaking their patois and they go insane. I lived in England. I used to go like Peckham, Woolwich, like Peckham and Brixton. You would see some of these Jamaican girls, they would have scars like this. I'm like, these girls will fight with knives. Women, they will fight with knives. Y'all, I've been outside. I was like, damn, Jamaican women are violent. Went to a club one time. This Jamaican chick, she grabbed a champagne bottle, you guys, and she just threw the bottle across the club. I was like, what the fuck is this? They would get on the metro. They have this one line, this Elephant and Castle, line 55. You will see Jamaican girls get on there. Girl, scars everywhere. These girls will cut you up. So I'm like, nah, y'all crazy. They are crazy. They are truly crazy. Just like when you go to these African braiding shop and you see the aunties fighting, yeah, that's the brand. They will fight. They will cuss each other out and start fighting while they're braiding your hair. It's okay. It's okay to be honest, you know. It really is okay. But I'm like, we don't really know. We don't know what truly happened. And we have no idea what Christopher looked like that night. He could have looked horrible. He could have looked horrible. But because this country, you just train you, just feel bad for the woman. It's like, where is he? How is he doing? What happened? Chris, what happened? How did y'all go from going to the what? But everything was put on Chris. And he's Black American, so it fits. Put everything on a little N-word, like the little N-word. Put everything on him. And then what happened to Rihanna? Her career skyrocketed. And if you remember, Rihanna went back to Chris. She went back to Chris. There was a picture where she was on the jet skis. I'm like, oh, but if everything you said was true, why are you back on the jet skis? And I'm sure at that time, the people called her, like her handlers, because I think she had a L'Oreal. She had a L'Oreal thing, right? Or she had something with MAC or whatever. So I'm sure they called her like, you're going to lose your sponsorship, right? And she agreed because she wanted to make money. Rihanna knows what happened that night. And she will never have peace. She will never have peace. But she did something to Chris because she didn't tell the truth. She didn't tell the truth. But you see how successful she became, right? People just love, I love Rihanna. And she goes along with that. But you see, even with A$AP Rocky, you realize she's toxic. She's toxic. A$AP Rocky was 16 years old. He was detained at Rikers for attempted murder. What normal woman who has survived domestic violence in the hands of Christopher Maurice Brown is going to now go have babies with a man who was detained at 16 for attempted murder? Him and his friend, they caught this boy in the staircase, beat that boy to death. Even then, they shot his ass. He just didn't die. He was at Rikers. That's where he met Casanova. They were in there in the Rikers. He was there for almost like 2 years. I don't know. He was there for a long time. Recently, again, he was on trial for what? For using a pistol, for telling his friend to come down. And he almost would have killed that man. If that gun hadn't jammed, he would have killed him. She has a type. She's the problem. She is the problem. And she went to court to weaponize her celebrity status to make sure he wouldn't get a guilty conviction. How can an alleged billionaire be in the courthouse while her baby daddy's on trial for almost murder? Again? Okay, he went to Europe. He got arrested for once again being assaulting people, right? But this is what these women do. They pretend not to see what they see. They pretend not to see that these girls have a track record of picking horrible men. They pretend not to see that these women like to go for violent men, right? Because women help other women to lie. Women help other women to be dishonest. Women will help other women to be dishonorable. That's what they do, right? A$AP Rocky is really violent. He is seriously violent. And one day, if he clack, don't come outside and start crying. Because who he is, it's never been a mystery. Pretend you don't see it, that's on you. People here, they're narcissists anyways, okay? But let's not pretend. Because if you are someone who's afraid of violence, you've been through violence, the person you have kids with will be so different than that. No, she went right back to some bullshit. Because she likes the bullshit. Because there's Rihanna, once again, the alter ego, the product, and then there's a Robin. People don't know the real Robin. They know Rihanna. Rihanna Fenty. There you go, bad girl Riri. A girl who even goes by bad girl. There you go. So how we know she's not out here antagonizing and instigating bullshit? Okay? But then again, it's her image. It is her image. Light skin, green eyes, one thing, but she looks like what most girls want to look. Most girls want to look biracial. Most girls want to look exotic. Right? There you go. So if you have the image that most women aspire to have, they will help you to lie. They will help you to bury bodies. They will help you to take people down. That's what women do. They're accomplices in foolishness. It's okay. It really is okay. But my thing is, Chris, even me, I feel really bad. Because at that time, too, like back when this thing happened, listen, as if she knows the Saudi guy. She knows the Saudi, you don't know the Saudi guy. But on paper, who has the most violent record? It's A$AP. So, you see what I'm saying? I'm like, the Saudi man, you know that man? That man, he's a businessman. His family has, the Saudi dude, if I'm not mistaken, his family has the the exclusive rights to sell Toyota in the Middle East. They're business people. ASAP is part of a gang. It's a gang. ASAP Rocky, ASAP Ferg, ASAP. It is a gang. They are a gang. It's a gang. It's a bunch, I guess, like the bunch of like West Indian immigrants, like children of West Indian immigrants who act a fool in New York City. There you go. It's a gang. He's part of a gang. That's why they do gang people shit. Right? But you see, that's the culture out here, right? They date people who are part of gangs. And then they go, okay, cool, no problem. Lie to yourself. Lie to yourself. Dress him up in Burberry. Dress him up in, I don't know, whatever designer he wears. Who cares? The boy is violent. The boy has a problem with guns. The boy has a problem with keeping his hands to himself and not trying to kill people. Right? But it's cool. But I'm just saying, tomorrow, when he acts like the way who he is, don't be like, oh my God, 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 way. Okay, there you go. But I said, for me, I really do feel bad because now, like, because I've changed a lot, you know, and I really wish that at that time, even if I was upset, I should have said, you know what, we need to hear from Chris. Even if he's wrong, he needs to tell us what happens. Well, at least he's not a gang member, right? But we should have asked. We should have made our business to hear from Chris. Even if I'm okay, I don't side with you. But you always have to give a person a chance to explain themselves. What happened? How did we get here? Like, what the fuck? Like, seriously, what the fuck? Right? But he wasn't given a chance to explain himself. She was automatically believed. A whole foreigner from the West Indies. And you see how much money she has made in America? You see how much money Rihanna has made with Black America, especially? She doesn't give any money back. Even her best friend. What's her name again? What's her best friend's name? I forgot her name. Her best friend is from Barbados, right? Rocky is also from Barbados. So you buried this African-American boy in the mud. You destroyed him. Only God knows what happened. You see, that's how it goes. That's why you see, that's why with all this illegal immigration, I don't get involved. Because I know what people do out here. I know what people do, right? Melissa is from Barbados. Her best friend's from Barbados. ASAP is from Barbados. Her kids are fully of Barbadian, is it Barbadian Bajan blood? I don't know, how would you say it? There you go. Okay, cool. Her kids are full-blooded. Just like J-Lo. You see, J-Lo only has kids with her people. She only has kids with Latinos. She don't have kids with Black people. Okay? But she sure will throw your ass under the bus. She will date you and then throw your ass under the bus. But she will only have kids with Latinos because that's her culture. Right? Same thing with Rihanna. But I'm like, you built your career by destroying Chris Brown. You built your career by destroying Chris Brown. And you made a lot of money in America. And she made a lot of money with Black America. Okay, it's mostly Black America who supports that girl. And what does she do? Does she give to the NAACP? Does she give to HBCUs? What does she do? She don't do shit. Even when she gives money back in Barbados. Her non-for-profit gives, like they do stuff in Barbados. When was the last time you heard Rihanna gave money to an HBCU or Rihanna gave money to when? She doesn't give shit. She doesn't have to. Because they will kiss her ass because she knows she's light-skinned and she has green eyes. And that right there puts her above everybody because they want to look like her. It is okay. Like I said, me looking back at it, I wish I had the mindset I have now to say, Chris, these pictures look crazy as fuck. But I do want to hear your side. Chris, what happened? Y'all went to the party. You're in the car. What explain this shit to me. I should have given him a chance to tell me what happened. Then I can say, okay, I heard you, but it's not enough of a reason. Or maybe, I don't know. It depends. But that's why I say, like now, like for me nowadays, moving forward, I don't just hear from one person. I need to hear from both persons. You want to talk about your ex? If I don't hear from your ex, I'm not going to trust you. Because why wouldn't you lie? Why wouldn't you lie? You people, that's what people do out here, just lie all the time. I will no longer make up my entire mind just listening to one party. No. What you're saying, it could be the truth or it could be your perspective. But I also need to hear from him. Oh, my husband did this. My ex did this. Yeah, you're the only one that's talking. You could be lying. This shit could all be fake. I need to hear from that man too. Okay, brother, like she's saying this happened. What do you have to say? Right? That's it. Even recently, my little sister, she called me on some stuff. like her and her sister, this and that and that, saying all kinds of crazy shit. I said, okay, I hear you, but I need her phone number. She don't want to give me her number. I'm like, no, I have to talk to her because it's very easy to say things about people. Anybody can say anything about a person. But if you ain't lying, run me the number. And guess what? I called her. I texted her first to make sure she was up. And she was up. Okay, cool. And I talked to her because I will never, never again in my life, so help me God, just listen to one side and think I know the entire. I don't know shit. I only know a perspective. You get clarity by listening to both sides. You tell me what happened. You tell me what happened. Okay, give me time. Let me think about this for a second. Let me talk to God real quick. Because the truth is somewhere in between. And I'm going to find out you lying a little bit. He lying a little bit. There you go. Because both of y'all hiding something. Get out of my face. Okay? That's it. No more. No more will I ever listen to one person and think I know everything. No, you don't. Because people lie. People tell you stuff not because they want you to help them gain clarity. No, people just want you to support them no matter what. So they have an incentive to paint themselves in a good light and make everybody else look bad. Even Haley talk about, oh yeah, DDG grabbed my head and slammed my head into the steering wheel of a Rolls Royce. I said a Rolls Royce. Have people seen the steering wheel of a Rolls Royce? If somebody grabs your head in close range like that and slams your head into the steering wheel of a Rolls Royce, you're going straight to the hospital. You are going straight to the hospital. So we looked at the pictures. We looked at her mouth. We realized that her nose is not bruised up. Her lips are not bruised up. And even her tooth, it was a cosmetic chip. It's not even anything big. I'm like, you could have chewed on something like popcorn and that could have happened. But that doesn't give steering wheel, because that steering wheel would have fucked up your entire face and you would have been in the hospital. Then we read what she wrote and we realized that when DDG showed up at the house, she's half naked. Something is bizarre. Why are you naked? Half dressed with no shoes on. And you're in the streets. You're not fully dressed, but you want to put the baby in the car seat. Then somehow you go from being in the back to now you're sitting on the passenger side. What's going on here? Then you say, oh, he grabbed your head and he slammed your head into a steering wheel. You don't call the police. You're not bruised up. You're not going to the hospital. No, you stay in the car, half naked, while the door to your house is open. And you stay in the car. He's asking you to leave. You don't want to leave. And you said, oh, because you want to protect Halo. Girl, please. Girl, please. If you wanted to protect Halo, you wouldn't have let DDG be his father in the first place. If you felt like DDG was a menace, you never would let him be somebody's dad, but you did. So you ain't that scared, right? So you're half naked. You're in the car. He's telling you to go. Your front door is wide open. And you stay in the car to go to his house half naked. And then you get there, his family's there. You're half naked. So now you're embarrassed. Because why are you here half naked? Why are you here? Everybody look at you like, is this girl naked? Yes, she is. Why is she naked? You knew he was coming to pick up the baby. Why are you naked? Naked with no shoes, front door wide open. But you want to protect Halo. Girl, you need protection from yourself. You're slow, okay? You are really slow. But here we go. Here we go. And then DDG released the text messages. He released this. Then, like you see, same thing with Kiki. Oh, Darius abused me. Darius abused me. And now she's going from radio to radio saying it's okay for a rich black woman to be with a regular man. Whoa. So is your regular man Darius? So now you love Darius, right? There you go. Why wouldn't you lie? Because if you are successful with your lie, you're going to get a lot of opportunities. People want to hear a story about a woman who's abused by a man, a woman who's being taken advantage of, but they want that. And if you can be the poster child for that, they're going to support you. Right? Like even me, if I wanted tomorrow to make a video, oh my God, Jimmy abuses me. This man is evil. This black man has hurt me. This black man, I could also do it too. And people will believe me without even saying, oh my gosh, like we need to hear from James too. Like, can you imagine? You can just lie on people because you're a woman. You can just, oh yeah, James did this and Jimmy did that. Oh my gosh, Marlene, we believe you because you're a woman. Like, no, I could be full of shit. You need to also talk to him because what if I'm lying? What if I'm mentally ill? You know what I'm saying? Like my other friend, I was like, "Look, sis, I don't think you're okay." Because talking to her, I'm like, yeah, she's probably having an episode. I talked to her sister. Her sister was way more rational. Her energy was a lot lighter. Oh, Lord. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, no, no more. You tell me something about a person, I'm gonna go double check. I will double check. And if you're honest, you're not gonna mind me double checking because I have to make sure. Because it's a serious thing. I'm like, especially the things she was saying. I'm like, these things are serious. The things you are saying are very serious. And I'm not going to believe these serious allegations about your sister without talking to her first. This is serious. It's very, very serious, right? Remember one time too, this girl told me she was sexually assaulted by a guy, a hair person. I said, okay, because I have his number. I said, do you want me to talk to him? No, don't talk to him. Okay. But at the same time, I cannot believe that he assaulted you if I can even confirm that he assaulted you, because you telling me is not enough. And I'm sorry, I barely knew her. But I'm like, me looking at someone as somebody of sexual assault, it's a very serious allegation. And the way she explained the story to me, I was like, oh, I can see both sides. Because she went to his room at like 11, 12 o'clock at night to go smoke weed because she told him she never smoked before. He's like, okay, I got you. So she went to his room like 11, 12 o'clock at night. So I can see how for a man, if you come into his hotel room at that kind of night to smoke weed, you know what I mean? I can see how he would think, y'all might get nasty. I can see that. You know what I'm saying? And I can see how he would get confused. I can see that. You might think, oh, she's like, oh, but Marlene, I thought he was gay. I said, okay, you thought he was gay, but did you confirm he was gay? Also, just because a man is gay doesn't mean that he doesn't find women attractive. There are many gay men who have slept with women and who sleep with women. They just prefer to sleep with men more. Right? So I can see both sides. It could really be that he didn't mean to make you uncomfortable. He really thought that you were into him because obviously he was into you and y'all was going to get nasty. Because after all, we have a hookup culture. Let's stop pretending. We have a very casual culture around sex, hookups. You meet somebody, within 2 minutes, you have sex with them. So I can really see. So I don't think he meant harm. And she got offended by that. But I cannot look at this man as a sexual assault person because first and foremost, you don't want me to talk. You don't even want me to ask him. So then one day she decided to go on TikTok and she made a video. It went nowhere because I'm sure, just like me, people who listened to it probably confused. Then he made a video. He defended himself, however he defended himself. But then when that became public, then I texted him and I asked him, okay? But I'm like, no, I need to, if you are going to accuse somebody, I need to make sure I talk to the other person too, especially if I have their number. But you cannot tell me something about a person. I have their number on my phone. And I don't even give that person a chance to explain their side. Even if they want to lie, they have the right to lie to me. But I should have enough sense to be like, okay, that don't sound right. Well, don't talk to him, don't talk to him. Just believe me and just see it from my side. No, I don't work like that. And also, she was young. She's younger than me. So I'm like, I'm not going to listen to you. You're crazy. It went nowhere. Okay? It truly went nowhere. Because like, I can see both sides. I can see how he thought to himself, she likes me, I like her. She's coming over at midnight. We're going to smoke this blunt. We're going to have sex. I can see it. I don't think he tried to, he wanted to rape me. No, I can see you're in his room at 11 o'clock at midnight as a young woman. It's a hotel room. People go to hotel rooms to have sex. So if you didn't want him to see it from a sexual place, y'all should have met in the lobby. You should have met outside or went to some place that is not a room, like with a bed. No, I'm not sleepy. I don't sleep at night, right? Like you should know. I'm a night person. No. You know what I'm saying? Well, okay, cool, whatever. What do I care? Right? But ultimately, if you don't want a man, because men are sexual people, you know what I mean? If you don't want a man to have sexual ideas, let him know early on it's platonic. Oh, but I thought he was gay. What does that even mean? You've never seen a gay man with a child that he conceived? Everybody knows Tyler Perry is gay, but he's still having sex with a woman. You got that girl pregnant, okay? Like, what the heck? That doesn't mean anything. A man could be gay and still sleep with girls. A man could be gay and still find a woman beautiful. He just prefers to sleep with men, but he actually might be bisexual. Okay, he is bisexual, huh? There you go. That's it. But I'm like, no. Moving forward, though, I have to hear both sides. Then I have to pray on it. I gotta do my own research because what is going on? But I've realized that people lie. People lie a lot. And because either way, I'm like, why would you not lie? Because you lie If you believe, you're going to make it. So you have an incentive to lie. There is money to be made if you lie. There, you can have support if you lie. You can have more followers if you lie. You can have more views if you lie, right? Why wouldn't you lie? You'll even see, like, in fitness, you'll have girls who have like a weight loss transformation. The whole time she took GLP-1s. The whole time she'll take Ozempic. How many girls say, oh, I walked to lose weight. I did this to lose weight. Child, please. They're on Ozempic. They have the Ozempic face. People lie. Why wouldn't people lie? There are no consequences for being a dishonest person. So, hey, maybe lie. Because either way, if it works out, you'll have lots of success. If it doesn't, I mean, if you get caught, start crying. Start saying, oh my gosh, God, I was just tired. It's my depression. I'm bipolar. I have ADHD. I'm autistic. Well, oh, it's okay, girl. We forgive you. That's it. So, hey, why not? Truly, honestly, why not?
Important is because, yes, yesterday, prosecution did an amazing job at showing us that they do have proof that Cassie was threatened with videos from these freak-offs and things of that nature. But today, even when talking about the CNN video, and when I'm talking to you guys about the control, some of the control that she did have, right? There was one point where she's preparing to go and meet him to figure this out, and or to figure another freak off out, and she's like, dang, I forgot the tablet. And he's like, oh shoot. Like, she was okay with the tablets being there and things being recorded, and like, today just painted such a different narrative around that whole evening, right? To the point where, like, Diddy at one point, the person that was in the room with them, whoever ended up in the room, because they brought up a man named Johnny, but then she had said at one point it was like, I believe she said, or like another name, whatever. But before they got to the room, as they were still playing it, Puff said to her, we could just watch and it just be us. Like, there's a guy named Johnny that they booked from some sort of service, and I guess the service was a strip service. So at that point, if Puff is saying to you, because another thing that Cassie made a big deal of yesterday was, because here's the issue, right? A lot of this is Cassie not saying, I don't want to do this, not saying no, not saying, it's like he doesn't know that you don't want to do these things, right? You're alleging that he knew you didn't want to do these things, and he did it anyway, and he threatened you, you know, with certain things if you didn't do it, like if you didn't comply, right? But now you're here and you're not pushing back on either. You're not pushing back on none of these conversations. We're having conversations about him literally saying to you, she said, oh, he never wanted to spend time just us. So I did the freak offs because that was the only time that we could spend together. And even in the freak offs, he never wanted it to just be us. When I tell y'all, Puff was giving her this one, right? This is one. That's the moment that led up to that CNN video. He was giving her every bit of, it could just be us, baby. We could just chill. On her, like, no, that's not what I want to do. I want to have fun. I want to have a fun night. I want to relax. I don't want to, you know what I mean? Even down to, she talked about how high they used to get during these freak offs, and, you know, how it made her almost like kind of like defenseless, and, you know, like she couldn't remember a lot, and it was just hard on her body, and you know, like it got her to a point where she just didn't have a choice. There was a conversation that was had prior to the Intercontinental moment, which is where we see Puff beating her on camera, where and y'all remember Cassie said, I wanted to basically do the freak off to get ahead of the fact that Monday I needed to have a good day, because that was my big movie premiere. So if I made him happy, I knew I could have a good day. Not only did they talk about today the fact that Puff went to a brunch with her to celebrate the movie premiere, but, you know, he kept telling her he was proud of her all weekend. He was telling her to relax. He was telling her, like, yo, look, if you're going to do this freak off, let's do it early so you can get your rest. You got, you know what I mean, your big day coming up. He's like, yo, if we do it, let's not get caught up in the matrix. Like, let's not do too much. Like, let's take it easy on the drugs and, you know, all of that. Like, it was just a completely different picture that was painted. And it wasn't like it was just testimony, so you got to figure out whether it was true or not. It was in a text.
And you know the part that is so sad. You know the part that's like, it's like it almost wants to bring me to tears. Is that at the end of the day, even if Diddy has done things that we don't like, and sometimes we don't even know for a fact, it's just what we see from the media. And we know the media belongs to the Jews, child. The media belongs to the Jews. So should you even expect to see black people, especially rich black people, in a good light in the media that is owned by the Jews? I don't know. But it's like, even if Diddy has done things that we believe make him a bad person, or like, we're not happy about that. But it's like people are, and to be black, and I don't know, it's like people treat you like you are the worst person. And they see a Filipina, they don't even know her. They know nothing about the Philippines. They don't talk to Filipino people. They're not around Filipino people. They're not even invited by Filipino people. How many black people can say, I have Filipino friends. They invite me over to their house. They do this for me. You don't even know shit about Filipino people. But a Filipina can come into your community and say that your brother did this to me, your brother that, and you just believe her. It's so sad. It's really sad. It's really sad how people can just come and divide. It's a thing. It really is a thing. Because me, Marlene, I wish somebody would do that to me. But why are you here? Who brought you over here? Where are your own people? Says, why don't you go to your people? He did what? My brother did what? Okay, let me go ask him. Are you okay? I'm gonna call him. You said he did what again? But I'm like, the power of white skin, straight hair, bundles, you name it. And how you can just say things. People believe it. Oh, yes, she's right. Do you know her? You know Filipino people? You have Filipino people in your life. You've ever been invited into a Filipino house, the Filipino house? You ever ate their food? You know their culture? Do you even know their customs? Okay. What do you know about these people? Like, it's so, what's next? A Vietnamese, like Karuchi trained another one. Karuchi, she claims she half black. But when shit goes down, she don't talk. Right? Black lives, she was very quiet. But when it was time to fight against the Asian hate, oh, she was loud. I said, oh, so you're louder for your Asian side than your black side. Allegedly, she black. I don't know. I don't know her. Right? But they do that all the time. How easy it is. It is crazy to me. Because I'm like, even if I hate my brother, like chat, I'm not going to let you as an outsider bury him. That's just, no, that's crazy. No. It's not going to be me. That's crazy. But you listen to this, it's like, did he really cared about this girl? And nobody said, but where the fuck is her family? He's such a monster, but why isn't her family coming to save her? Even in her lawsuit, her lawsuit against Diddy, when she was booked for 106 Park, she went and did all kinds of mess. She can't dance. And people started making fun of her. They were bullying her because it's like, Cassie can't, you know what I'm saying? But Diddy was the one like doing the press. Oh, she's nervous. She just got started. I'm proud of her. It's a lot of courage. Like, he's very encouraging of her and all that. People know because it doesn't fit. Diddy cannot be encouraging. Diddy can't be nice. Diddy cannot take you out on brunch. Diddy can't care about your career. Oh, he's a ninja. He's a nigga. That's not about niggas. You know what I'm saying? You see? And people don't realize that the stuff people do on social media, all this nigga. There are so many people from different cultures, people who are immigrants, people who are from here, not from here. They watch these conversations and they understand how to leverage things. They understand the dynamics and they know how to leverage stuff. And they know, oh, well, I look a certain way. So if I say certain things, because these girls want to look like me, because they never wear their own hair anyways. It's easy to tell that most black girls want to be something else. Do they ever wear the natural hair? It's always some Brazilian straight, some Indian hair, some Chinese hair. Like, it's not hard to be like a Cassie and realize that these girls want to be me. Your hair looks like mine. You wear a lot of makeup, light skin, like way lighter makeup shades to look. That's not hard. You do your makeup a certain way to slant your eyes. You know what I mean? A lot of black girls want to have Asian blood in them. It's not hard. It's not hard to see, right? It's okay. It really is okay, right? So she says these things, but like, oh, yeah. And we don't even say, you know what, Diddy is still black, though. Like, can he really be that bad? And I said this, maybe when I read her lawsuit, even though at first I was kind of like on her side, and what the heck? But I said, like, it's not possible that 9 years, every single day with Diddy was bad. It's not possible. It is not possible. I refuse to believe that. Maybe the days that were bad were really bad, but they were days that were also good, right? And now you're sitting here and you listen. Laura's like, yeah, like he was checking on her. He was encouraging her. He took her to brunch. And I'm like, I believe that because it's in her lawsuit. She said that she did really bad at 106 Park. And Diddy went into like protection overload, like he was calling the media. He was doing interviews on her behalf. He was telling people to cut her some slack because she's new to this. And, you know, she's going to get better, but it's not easy, right? And I'm like, girl, like, and you're out here doing this like that? And people are like believing her. So you mean 9 years with Diddy? Every single day with Diddy was bad. Every day. There was not a single day Diddy was nice to you. He never did anything good for you. Everything he did was bad. And people think this is not a racist country. Like, who else could you accuse of things like that? Even Elon. Can you accuse Elon of being evil every single day? Even Donald Trump. Can you accuse these people of being evil men every single day? No, you cannot. Oh, that's a bit excessive. There's not a single day he was good. Every day he was crazy. Every day he wanted to freak off. For 9 years, every single day he wanted to freak off. Seriously? It's not even believable. But when people hate your guts, when people hate you for how God chose to create, like you're a black man, you got black skin, you will be hated. And you will be hated by people who look like you. They won't even say, you know what? This is a bit, I don't know, that's a lie. Let me go talk to him and see what happens. Now here we are. And it's also, I'm telling you, it's in her lawsuit, right? She says he rapes her, then she goes back to him. That's what, okay, there you go. Consent, non-consent, right? Oh, it was my premiere, I won't do too much. Did he say, yeah, you're right, you have to work. We don't have to do this. It could just be you and I. Did I just shut up lying? They went to brunch. So they went to brunch and you come in here and you take his phone and do all this shit. I'm like, this is crazy. This is really, really crazy. But it's really sad. It's really sad how people are so quick to believe the worst out of you, especially to see people that have your complexion, to not even give you the benefit of the doubt when they know how it goes down in America when you're black. When you're black in America and you go through the court system, it's so hard for people to see you as innocent. Now, I can only imagine like black people who go through shit and then they have to go to social media. Or even Carmelo, like black people who go through shit and they have to go on social media and see like it's their own people who say the worst things about them for some white people, for some white Filipinos, for some. I'm like, this is some sick shit. This is some sick shit. This is some sick shit. You know, I've been here since I'm like 11 years old. I was a kid when Diddy was out here doing wave your rollies from side to side. Like it's all about the Benjamin. I think I was in the what was I? 7th grade or 8th grade, right? When it all came out, it's all about the Benjamin. Okay, want to rumble with the beat, huh? Like, what? Oh my gosh, the locks like Diddy and stuff like that. But I'm like, I grew up with Diddy. Can Diddy really be this diabolical? This Cassie girl, I don't know her. And this Cassie girl too, I've always felt like she was lazy. I was like, I don't know, whatever. You don't want to work. You don't want to work. But I'm like, is Diddy really that bad? She said that in her lawsuit, that there was a point where Diddy came in there with a gun because he wanted to go kill Suge Knight. And then Diddy made her carry the gun. It never happened. She made that up. And yet again, another time where Cassie is lying. Diddy never had a gun. Diddy was never trying to go fight Suge Knight and kill Suge Knight. Diddy never made her carry a gun. It is a lie. Her lawsuit was laced with lies. And you see it because she went to trial. A lot of things don't add up. Many things do not add up. And yet, people continue to make excuses for her because her skin is white, her eyes are slanted, she's skinny, her hair is long, straight and long, right? And also, you have to support all women. No, you don't have to support demonic people. Fuck your vagina. Okay? Fuck your vagina and let's lift up people of integrity. I don't care about your vagina. Are you telling the truth or not? Are you consistent or not? She's very, very inconsistent. And she lies a lot. And she manipulates a lot. And nobody wants to say, yeah, Cassie, something here is a little suspicious. Oh, no, nothing is wrong. Lies and lies and lies. Inconsistencies. Oh, no, believe it. No, we're not. We're not. We're tired of supremacists. We are. I'm like me. I'm really tired. I'm like, no. But hopefully people are listening, right? And even if you watch the elevator video, I said this stuff doesn't add up. Over 16 minutes, the girl doesn't try to leave. 16 minutes, you watch the elevator video. The elevator doors don't open. They never open. 60, even from the time she leaves the room. I'm like, what kind of woman is trying to escape a freak off? Escape being abused sexually for 12 hours, having sex with men she doesn't care for, and she's worried about taking designer bags. That shit don't make sense to me. I'm leaving everything behind. Fuck these bags. Fuck a Celine bag. Fuck a Louis Vuitton bag. But the fact that you claim to be running away from a freak off, and you made sure to grab your Celine bag and your Louis Vuitton duffel bag, lets me know that you are attached to materialism. Material things matter a lot to you. They matter more than your life. Then she gets next to the elevator. Instead of calling the elevator, the first thing she does is carefully place her luxury bags on the ground. Then she puts on her shoes, and then calling the elevator is an afterthought. Why would calling the elevator be an afterthought if you're trying to save your life? Multiple, like 16 minutes, you see Cassie walking to and fro. She keeps walking past fire alarms, 2 different fire alarms. Not once did she try to lift them fire alarms so that she can cause pandemonium and just get the fuck out. She don't try. Not once did she try to leave through the stairs. Never. Even when the security guard comes, she's not crying. She's not frantic. She's not anxious. She has no bruises on her face. And we see Cassie walk back into that room with Diddy. She walked back in there. So I said, was her intention ever to leave? Or did she need this on audio, on camera? Did she need this recorded? And the fact that they did drugs, I can only imagine when they come off the drugs, what it does to them. So he felt for it. Diddy fell for that. It was a trap. And that's why I'm like, when he pulls her around the corner, she makes sure to come back into the frame, because in that corner, you can really see her. She wanted to be right there in that lobby to make it seem like she was trying to leave. It does not take 16 minutes for an elevator to leave the lobby to come to the 6th floor. Where the fuck are we? Abidjan, Nairobi, Kenya? Where are we? We are in America. You're in a luxury hotel. They have luxury elevators. It does not take 16 minutes. We're not in Africa. It does not take 16 minutes for an elevator to come from the lobby to the 6th floor. Something does not make sense. A lot of things actually do not make sense. But when people hate your guts, when people hate your fucking guts, they will believe anything that's being said about you that's evil, because that's what they want to hear. Just like with the Carmelo thing. You see, all the white racists, when I say things that are factual, it triggers them because they don't want to hear that. They don't want to hear that Austin is 225 and Carmelo is 160. They don't want to hear that Austin in boxing, he would have been classified as a heavyweight and Carmelo would have been classified as a featherweight because he's 160. He's very small. It's not a fair fight. They don't want to see and it's funny how when they show Austin and they show Carmelo, they only show their faces. They've never done a full body picture versus a full body picture. Why doesn't the media show a full body picture of Austin to a full body picture of Carmelo? Because he's very small. And they're going to be like, oh shit, you're big. But they don't want that. Why wouldn't they lie? Welcome to America. Why wouldn't people lie? You know what I'm saying? And every time people keep falling for that shit. You are 225. He's 160. Why do you put your hands on him? Right? Because it's not convenient. Because when people have made up in their minds that you are an evil person, you don't have the right. Like nobody, you don't even have the right. You don't even have the opportunity to show a different side of yourself. No, they want to lock you into their preconceived, hateful understanding of who you are. That's why I feel like also you got to be somewhat sick to want to be famous. You got to be a little deranged to want to be famous because people are very mean. Even B. Simone. I'm not like a big fan of her. I'm a fan of B. Simone, you know. But people love to pile on her because it's the cool thing to do, you know. How old is Simone? Even when she made her 9-to-5 comment, how old was she? If all of us had a major platform at her age, we all would have said some wild shit. But they will harp on that 9-to-5 comment until they even have grandkids. They will tell their grandkids about that 9-to-5 comment. Of all the things she could have said. Well, okay, doesn't want a man with a 9-to-5. Who cares? But they're going to hold on to that. And every time she does something wrong, or every time she cries about it, they're going to bring that up and use that as a reason to lash her ass. Right? Making, like, intentionally misconstruing what she said about H&M. To make it seem like, oh, she's crying because she has to shop at H&M. She's not crying because she has to shop at H&M. She's crying about her cash flow. She said before, I could go to Nordstrom and not worry about it. Even if it was overpriced, it wasn't a big deal because she had the money. But now that she has decided to invest in her app because she's self-funded, She can't do certain things. So if I can find it for cheaper at H&M, let's go to H&M. That's all she was saying. She never said H&M was bad. She never said H&M was for the poor. She's like, no, now that I'm investing in this app, I got to be more careful. That's all she was saying. But they intentionally take a clip like that, misconstrue it, and make it seem like the girl is crying about H&M. There was a whole conversation before that. She paid for the app the first time. It wasn't good app. Then she had to pay all over again. So she's paying twice for the same app. And she has yet to be, she hasn't sold memberships yet. You know, so she's scared because she's taking care of herself financially and she's paying for the app. That's all she was saying. I got to be more careful of my cash because this app, I'm on the second iteration and I have yet to even sell it. At least if she had memberships coming in, she could have a bit more cash. There's no cash coming in because the app is not ready. She has invested, but she's not ready yet to launch the app and start taking paid memberships. You know, she invested in this app twice. So that's all she's saying. There was a time where I could shop in Nordstrom because I was not investing in anything. So I don't care. Oh, this is 30. Oh, whatever. I'll just pay. It's no big deal. But now that I'm on this app and I'm on my second iteration because the first one was a failure and I'm paying this out of pocket, you know, if we can find something similar at H&M, let's go. But never did she say H&M was bad. Never did she say H&M is for the poor. Never did she say H&M is for 9 to 5 people. She never degraded H&M and the people who shop at H&M. Black people can be so mean. They can be so mean. And they can be willfully ignorant and intentionally cruel. Like from Diddy to B. Simone to a host of people, even Carmelo. Carmelo has hurt me the most. Carmelo, that one really fucked me up. Carmelo, he's 17. The Carmelo thing, it really messed me up. It still has me messed up. Because you would think, like, even on paper, the baby, he got a 3.7 GPA. He works 2 jobs. You know, he's the captain of a football team and a track team. Can people trust you to be a captain if you're a bum? Can people trust you to be a team captain, to lead your peers on the football field, to lead your peers on the track field if you are a bum? Even me, Martin, I was not athletic. So first of all, I wasn't even athletic in high school. So even me being the captain, yeah, the fuck right. That's not gonna happen. Okay. Like I'm complaining. I will complain. So I'm not gonna be the team captain. You know, I wasn't like that. I didn't even have a 3.7. I think about like a 3.5 or something like that, maybe. But I took honors. Maybe he takes honors. I don't know, but I had like a 3.5 or something when I went to high school. But definitely Carmelo has a better high school. He has a lustrous high school career. I didn't have that. Even Trey. Trey does way more. Trey is my son. He's doing better than me. So I'm like, and then on his body, there's not a single tattoo on his body. So I'm like, okay, if the baby says it's self-defense, we have to at least try to see it from his side. Even if you think he's wrong, he could be wrong. He's 17. But people expect a 17-year-old to have the wisdom and the understanding and the composure of a 50-year-old. When we have 45-year-old women out here who are still begging for abortions to be passed by the government. Are you serious? When you were 17, your life, it looked like this? You had this level of maturity at 17. If you had been in his shoes on that rainy day, you would have known all the right things to do. Shut the fuck up. Can you even manage your diet? Can you even stay away from Chick-fil-A? Can you even stay off of DoorDash? Is this a joke? But I'm like, you see the level of hatred for a 17-year-old. And the vast majority of people doing that are Black people. I'm like, this is a cruel people. It's a very mean people. They're very, very mean. Very mean. Very mean. Very mean. Very cruel. Because sometimes in life, you gotta be like, I don't know. So 17 years, you never did anything wrong. But on that day at 9 o'clock in the morning, you decided to throw your future away. Something is bizarre. Something is very off. And that's why I sat my ass down. Said, I need to know what happened. Because I truly wanted to understand, why was he at that tent? Why was he there? And once again, self-hating ass, Black ass, Officer Tatum told me why he was there. It was raining. Then I said, okay, if it's raining, why can he sit there? Was he doing something he shouldn't be doing? Was he stealing from people? Was he harassing people? Did he touch people? No, he was just sitting there. And we see Hunter Metcalf with his mama saying this kid was just sitting there. Not once did Hunter say, Carmelo did this, he did. No, his crime was sitting there on the bleachers. It's a public stadium. The bleachers don't belong to anybody. The tent is the school tent. That tent don't even look like it's more than $100. Why are y'all fighting over a tent that don't even cost more than $100? And mind you, that tent was bought with taxpayers' money. They could have had that tent even 4 or 5 years ago, before even Hunter and Austin were even enrolled at Memorial High School. Why are you doing so much over a tent like that? It's a school tent. Is he even degrading the school tent? Is he peeing on the school tent? You know what I'm saying? What, is he vandalizing the school tent? No, he is. How dare he comes and seeks refuge under a tent that they didn't pay for? How dare he sit under a tent they didn't pay for, and he sits on bleachers they didn't pay for? Whoa, my Lord. Is this a joke? Is this a joke? And on top of that, these two twins are 225 each. So collectively, that's 450 pounds. Carmelo is 160. And he made multiple requests for these white fuckers to not touch him. In what language do you have to speak to white people to enforce boundaries? Don't touch me. Is it not their language? What you guys saying in German? Or what, how you say it? Like, how do you talk to white people to be understood? Do not touch me. When I first moved to America, I was quickly told, right, that in America, you don't put your hands on people. It's considered assault. I'm a foreigner. I was told that in the 6th grade. I went to Greenbrier West. You even read, like, they have guidebooks that you bring home and your parents have to read and your parents have to sign. In the 6th grade, I still spoke French at that time. Mostly spoke French. I was taking ESL. But with my little bit of understanding of English, I knew that in America, if you don't put your hands on people, it is considered assault. So why is it that today, white Americans who are from here, born here, all they know is English, are acting like when somebody says, don't touch me, it is a request that must be respected? And that if you do touch a person after they told you once, multiple times, don't touch me, and you touch him, then it's what it is. You assaulted the person. So today, white people want me to believe that they don't know what assault is. Really. He not only grabbed Carmelo, he grabbed his book bag and he threw it into the rain. And they see nothing wrong with that. America is a racist ass country. That's why I say stay the fuck away from supremacists. But people are just mean. People are very mean. People are seriously mean. This country is not a loving country. It's not loving. It's not a loving place. It's not a loving place. It's not even a place where righteous people even have a fair chance. It's a place of bullies. It's a place of liars. It's a place for the mentally ill. It's a place that it really, like, it affects my soul. I'm like a 17-year-old. They have all these expectations for a 17-year-old. But they're grown as fuck. Their credit is a mess. Their sex life a mess. Their health record a mess. Their weight is a mess. Their credit is a mess. Their student loans, everything is a mess. Their lives are a mess. It's a messy people. Most Americans don't have their shit in order. And they're grown as fuck. Grown as fuck and still asking for their loans to be paid off by the government. But a 17-year-old and come to find out, it was almost 40 people against him. It was 40 of them against him in that tent. Can you imagine how he must have felt? Like, this is crazy. In the rain, 9 o'clock in the morning. But you hear how some of these black people talk about Carmelo. I'm like, what the fuck? You would think they were foreigners. I would expect this shit from immigrants. I really would. If immigrants spoke like that, well, okay, because mostly they consume propaganda. They consume only certain images. They don't have a direct relationship with African Americans. So immigrants, I can see them saying some crazy shit. That's why when that Nigerian pastor said his shit, like, yeah, of course, whatever. But just like somebody can talk about scammers in Nigeria, you wouldn't like it. But for me, to be a people and to know each other and to be so quick to believe outsiders like that, it just, you know what I mean? It's really weird to me. It's very unsettling. And it makes me really sad. Because I'm like, but damn, you will trust a white-skinned person before giving your own person the benefit of the doubt. But the Carmelo stuff, it really messed me up. And I will also say this. The Carmelo stuff is really a reason why, too, I was like, yeah, I stopped supporting Trump. Because I'm like, people who support Trump, they're not good people. His supporters are really racist. You know what I mean? They're truly racist. It truly, truly affected me. Carmelo's thing truly affected me. So I'm like, how do you know all these things? Do you know him? Have you talked to him? Do you know his family? You know, they don't even know his dad's first name. don't even know his mother's first name, but they know so much about these people. You know what I mean? And Cassie came and she understood that it's a family divided. And when you have a family divided, you can win. You can win. When you are looking at a people who's divided, you can win. Just weaponize the things they have. And you see, and that's why in Africa, like most African countries, that's why ethnic cleansing and these genocides and stuff, that's why they work. In Rwanda, that's why it worked. The Utsis versus the Tutsis, like that's why it works. Because what the white people did, they already weaponized preconceived hatred, like, you know, prejudice and things like that. They weaponized that. And once that thing got lit, you couldn't stop it. 6 million people died in 6 months. The power of hatred. The power of assuming things about people and assuming the worst things about people. So as soon as you think they're guilty of something, you just black the fuck out. You know, me, I grew up in West Africa, and I was living in Burkina Faso when they had the genocide in Rwanda. And I had an auntie, like, she lost her entire bloodline. Everybody was murdered. Everybody was murdered. And you realize this ethnic thing, like, people believe, oh, this ethnicity does that. Some people will be like, oh, this ethnicity is, they eat people. This ethnicity is like this, you know. When you grow up like that, when you come out of Africa and you see how these ethnic issues can cause so much harm, you are very careful how you speak about other people. You are very, very careful how you talk about people's cultural image. You become very careful because you understand that when people have very evil preconceived notions about a people, they don't like him. All it takes is the right catalyst, and you can start something so awful. We saw the same thing with the girl, with the Somalian, the bottle girl, right? The brick lady. There you go, brick lady, Somalian. You see, but that girl started like it was a black men war. It was a diaspora war. This girl, with her lie, she just lied that she got hit with a brick. And what made people believe it was Black American men who hit her with a brick, because she said these niggas. That's what she said. So people automatically assume they had to be Black American. But I was like, I don't think so, because to me it looked very sketchy. It didn't look like a place that Black American people visit. I'm like, you look Somalian. She definitely looks Somalian to me. I'm like, are you sure you were not around your people? But when you say these niggas, people are thinking that these are African Americans, right? And also, you looked at her face. I'm like, it looks like a hematoma. Her face looks swollen. It didn't look like a break. Because if somebody grabs a brick and they hit you upside a break, you guys, a break to your face, you're going to go straight in the hospital. No, you're not bleeding. There's no laceration. There's no bruising. No, and not just that, you got hit with a brick and you got back up. You weren't dizzy. Then you opened your phone. You weren't dizzy. Then you remembered your password. You weren't dizzy. Then you went like this to find the camera. You went on Instagram. Then you had to go hit, I want to go live. Do you see how many steps she had to go through to go live on social media to record herself? If you got hit by the brick, I expect you to at least be dizzy. No, she gets hit with a brick and she wakes up with clarity. She can pick up her phone. She puts in her password. She finds the Instagram app. She launches Instagram. Then she goes on live. She launches the live and she records herself. And nobody says, you're not dizzy? Your head doesn't hurt? You know, you got hit with a brick and your main reaction is to turn and record yourself, not even call 911. You don't call the paramedics. Right? I'm like, this girl is a liar. I said it then and I said it now, but I said it first on TikTok. I'm like, I never believed it. I'm like, this looks like a hematoma. If you ever been to the dentist, sometimes when they give you anesthesia, your whole face could be swollen. I'm like, this looks like a hematoma, and it looks more so like an allergic reaction to something. This is not a break. Breaks don't look like that. But you see, there were so many women already, especially a lot of Black American women who already they were ready to hate. You know, they're like, their factory setting is, I have to hate Black American men. So when that girl said these niggas, they automatically assumed they were Black American. Oh, the Black men does not protect the Black women. I said, girl, these people are Somali. And Somali people don't even think they're Black. What are you doing? You gonna go fight your brother because some goofy ass Somali that you never met. I even thought she was a trans person because she looks a little weird. Okay? But I'm like, girl, most Somalis do not think they're Black. They'll tell you, oh, I'm Arab, I'm da-da-da. Do you see, that's what I mean. I know these immigrants. That's why I don't get involved in their foolishness. Agents of chaos, right? But because when she said these niggas, these girls automatically assumed she was talking about Black American men. I'm like, what are the odds? Maybe if you say he shot you, yeah, that could be one, I guess. But a break, I don't know, I never heard that one. And the place looked suspicious. I was like, I don't see Black American people going to that kind of place. Like, this is really weird. But you see, the woman went crazy. Black men don't protect Black women over a Somali. And the people don't even consider themselves to be Black. But y'all, it was crazy. Then it turned into a diaspora war. Black Americans versus African people. I was like, oh, my Lord. One lie. Y'all should have seen what it caused. It was horrendous. One lie. One person. Well, that girl, what's her name? What's the name? I forgot her name. Rhoda. That girl, Rhoda, what she did, she should have been deported. It was so disgusting. And then when she got caught, she was like, oh, what's the problem? You know, we scam anyways. We be out here be scamming. What's wrong with scamming? I'm like, girl, what? Do you have any idea of the harm you have caused? The divide you caused? And this girl talked about she a Muslim. But she out here, she had her niece. I'm like, and her niece, a Muslim, a little baby girl. She made the little girl twerk. The girl was in a bathing suit. She's in a bathing suit. She made the little baby twerk. I say haram. Like, what is this? I'm like, this woman is not trustworthy. It doesn't matter. It's not. It's about the lie. If the lie is suitable enough, they will believe it. But you see, now she's facing court. Like, it's serious. She had to first see where she had to go. There was a warrant out. She went. Her trial has started. And I hope she gets punished. And I truly hope she gets deported. Because people like that are dangerous. They are seriously dangerous. I'm like, you are lying. Nobody hit you with a brick. And then when they found the man, it wasn't even a brick. It was water. He hit her with a water bottle because she hit him first. She hit the girl he was with, and then she started to hit him. So she hit two people. Then he got fed up, and he hit her with a water bottle. But ultimately, the swelling on her face, she had that prior to that night. That's why she wore up. She had this ski mask thingy because she was hiding it in the club, right? So it's not the water bottle. She was already swollen before. But you see how she lied. You guys, you should have seen what she did. It was awful. I'm sitting on social media like, wow, you are crazy. But I'm like, this is what one lie can do to people, to communities, to just weaponizing preconceived fears and hysteria and paranoia that people have. It's so disgusting. And my wish is that she is punished. They should not have any mercy on her. And then after that, deport her ass. Tom Holman needs to come get her and send her back to Somalia because she doesn't deserve to live in America. Go to Somalia and do your foolishness over there. Go back to Mogadishu and do your bullshit in Mogadishu. This is insanity. This is real insanity. And here again, you see, there you got again too. Someone like Cassie, who is Filipina, even if she has Black in her, her phenotype gives Filipina. Nobody would ever look at that girl and think that she's Black. Her hair is not even kinky. It's super straight. So to me, she's Filipina. Her phenotype gives Filipina. But you have, once again, a white-skinned girl who is Filipina, who's also causing divide between Black women and Black men. You see this? Always outsiders. Always. And it always works. It always works. Which lets you know a lot of people here need to really work on forgiveness. People need serious healing, and people need to seriously forgive other people and let shit go. Because otherwise it's going to keep going. And then tomorrow will be a Vietnamese, and tomorrow will be a white woman. Tomorrow will be even an alien. An alien can come here and do the same thing. And it will start all over again. People need serious healing. People need to look at themselves in the mirror and ask themselves, what kind of Black community do I want? And do you keep it the way it is, or does it need to change? Where everybody learns to forgive a little bit, look at yourself a little bit, you know what I'm saying? Like, calm down. Because at this rate, it will keep going. Because they know they can. Because it's there. The seed is there. Right? That's why these ethnic wars, they always work. Because people already have stuff in their heart. And if you don't forgive people, that's why forgiveness, it really is for you. Otherwise, people will take advantage of you, and people will use your hatred or your unforgiveness to make you do evil things against another person. They sure will, because you have unforgiveness in your heart. Too many people, and I will say this, too many Black American women carry unforgiveness in their heart. You're mad at the wrong person. You are truly mad at the wrong person. And many of y'all, and you might be offended, but what do I care? Many of y'all, you need to be mad at your mothers. You always mad at men and men and men. The reality is your mother failed you. It's not a man. You're not where you are because of a man. You're where you are because of your matriarchy. You are truly mad at the wrong person. And every time it makes you look crazy. It truly makes you look crazy. And you wonder why so many people are afraid to get close to you. Because people don't know what to expect. People truly don't know what person am I going to get today? Which version of you am I going to get today? It's not okay. Now you allow these immigrants to come here and to hype you up. Many of them are toxic. Because good people will say, you are all you got. Some of us who might go back to Africa, y'all gonna stay here because this is what you have. But if you keep treating each other like this, it's not going to end well. If you continue to allow outsiders to do this, it's not going to end well. If you continue to allow a woman of white skin and to come over here and say all kinds of bullshit, and you are quick to believe, like, girl, I need receipts. Give me something. Not, give me real evidence. It's not going to end well. Because people out here, they're truly out here seeking who to divide, destroy. It's a real thing. And I've seen it multiple times. And like, here we are again with Cassie. It never fails. And it always works. But this girl got $30 million. And I'm telling you all this, right? Even Cassie was an ass to Kim Porter. And I wish her best friend would have spoken up. But Cassie ain't shit. And never been shit. Cassie was awful to Kim Porter. And it's all going to come out. You'll see, it will all come out. The kind of stuff she did, the kind of stuff she said, it will all come out. I'm telling y'all, it will come out. And you will see how she treated your fellow African-American sister. You will see it for yourself. You'll be like, oh, wow, Marlene, the West African, told me. I sure did. She's mean. She's very mean. She's very mean. She's very manipulative, and she's very divisive. Cassie's not a girl's girl. That's why her own best friend sued her. How many of her friends sued her for money? And she paid. Why? Why? What did you do to your friends that they suing you for money? She doesn't protect other women. She protects nobody. Okay? Kim used to be on the bed. Cassie and Diddy be like, get up. And they start laughing at her. It's all going to come out. It's all going to come out. And I sure will be outside. Hold on, Maverick. I sure will be outside to make those videos. I sure will be outside to make those videos. We're going to go do the live because it will come out. How she treated Kim Porter, the stuff she did, it's all going to come out. Armand Wiggins already told us when she was on the stand, they asked her, were you jealous of Kim Porter? She said, yes. So here you are. You have all these girls, these black girls out here putting this girl on a pedestal because her skin is white, her eyes are slanted, and her hair is straight. The whole time, she was jealous of a black woman. And every time she thought Diddy was with Kim, she would propose those freak offs. So he would leave Kim and run to her for this nasty stuff. I'm a grown ass woman. I know exactly what I'm looking at. Because he's not really into you, because before you came into his life, his heart was already taken. And she knew that. So you propose these freak offs. So that way, if he's with Kim, he's going to run to you for your nasty shit. Passive aggressive. You know what I'm saying? Bullshit. She knew Kim was there. She knew Kim had children. She knew Kim had the twin. She probably even knew Kim was pregnant. She knew, and she did it anyways. Watch this man overdose. You do drugs knowing that he got a woman with the babies at the house, and you do it anyway. She's not a good person. And I will never stop saying it. She is not a good person. She's not a good person. Even a woman, a good woman, even at 25, 28, you know better. Like, you have a family. Got to go back to your family. You have a family. And I will never be a reason why a man does not take care of his woman and his kids. I got to go. You have a family. You're young. You can be with anybody. You found Michael B. Jordan? No. You found that? No. The fact that I want to win, she was in a competition with Kim. And like most women, how often does a mistress, even, they're like, oh, I didn't know he was married. Okay, that's fine. But once you knew he was married, what did you do? You stayed. Why? Because you were competing with the wife. That's what they do. Many mistresses could go. They don't want to go. Look at Marriage Huntsville. Ariane could have been gone a long time ago. She don't want to leave because it gets to a point she is competing with Melody. That's what it is. They don't want to leave. They want to compete. And she wants to do as much as she can to see if she can get you to leave your wife. You know, you can say, I didn't know he was married. Okay. But once you know he's married, what did you do? You didn't leave. There you go. Why? Because you became obsessed with, I need to get this man for me. And then when you find out the wife is beautiful, when you find out the wife has this and that, the more the wife has, the more it increases the stakes pretty much, right? Because you want to be her. What's so special about her that he loves her so much? What is so special about her that he calls her a soulmate? She was truly triggered by Diddy saying that Kim was his soulmate. But I'm like, yeah, because Kim knew Sean. You knew Diddy. You don't know Sean. You know Diddy. But it's all going to come out. And I sure will be outside. I sure will be outside. When everything comes out about how Cassie treated Kim Porter, we will be outside. It's going to come out. Everything always comes out. You go first with your lies, your scheming, your division. Go ahead. It's all going to come out. Just like Rhoda is going to come out. Even with Carmelo, everything, it's going to come out, but it's going to get to a point where people will not be able to deny. These are the facts. It's going to come out. People are always so euphoric in the beginning. They have all this exuberance in the beginning. But life is a marathon. Go ahead, start, go crazy. But eventually, it's all going to come out. And people will see for themselves what Cassie did. They will see how Cassie treated Kim Porter. And you're going to be like, oh, wow. Oh, well. That's why you wait. That's why you wait. That's why when most people are quick to judge, insult, degrade, you don't join in. You wait for more facts to come out. You got to be slow to speak. Observe more than you actually speak, right? Because you will be surprised. Because just when you think you know, you don't know. Just when you think it makes sense, it's like, does it really make sense? I don't know. So we got to wait, right? Never be amongst the first people to start casting stones against people. Calm down. Because somebody probably is lying. Somebody is probably withholding information that you need. Be very careful. Because out here, all people do is sell narratives. All people do is manipulate. All people do is control the media to get you to see things a certain way so you can hate somebody. That's all they want. Make you hateful. I'm like, this is crazy. This is really crazy. Yes, ma'am.
That the prosecutors chose not to even address. And every time they tried to overrule some of this stuff being like admitted in and Cassie having to speak to it, the judge let it fly because it's like, it's valid. I don't understand why the prosecution would throw her to the wolves like that today. They made a lot of her testimony and her credibility look horrible. Look so horrible. Oh my God. They brought back up the Suge Knight stuff that she mentioned, right? And Diddy's team debunked that. Again, making her credibility look so shaky. They said, hey, you mentioned yesterday in the examination that you were in the car, that you stayed home when Diddy and his security guard went to, he stopped in the middle of the freak off and went to go run down to Mel's Diner because Suge Knight was there. They put guns on them. Allegedly, they did all these things, right? To go run into Suge Knight. And the defense is like, do you remember when you spoke to the police, like, or the prosecutors, and you told them on this date that you were in the car with them and you were crying? Basically, like, you were made to go. Again, trying to make the example of she didn't have a choice. And she was like, no, I didn't say that. So they went back. They read the interview she did with prosecutors with her saying that she was in the car and she was like basically forced to go. She didn't want to go and that she was crying. And it was like, and she was like, I don't remember saying that because Cassie said, I don't remember saying that because I've always said I was not there when they went to go confront or whatever happened with Suge Knight.
Okay. And you see, even that, the whole Suge Knight thing, right? Because she's always, everybody knows Diddy and Suge Knight don't like each other, right? And people always say, oh, did he kill Pac? Did he kill Biggie? Did he kill this? You know? So she just knew. She just lied. Because it fits. It fits the urban legend. And plus he's black. And also, you know, what made it more believable is that when Diddy was dating J-Lo and they went to the club with Shine, right? There was a gun and things like that. So Diddy, a gun, a girlfriend, you know, it's like, yeah, she just knew, like, yeah, it's believable. He's black. He's a rapper. Like, it's believable, right? Why not? Why not lie? He's black. Just say whatever. She could have said, oh, even Diddy made her like transport kilos. of coke, they would have believed it. Why not? He's black. Why would you not say it? Right? He's black. You can say whatever. It's going to stick. Because people act as if they don't know how America works. In America, you can say whatever you want to say about black people. Especially black men, you can say whatever. Oh, he does drugs. Oh, he made me do this. He made me carry guns. He made me do whatever. Why will people not believe it? Even his own people gonna believe it. They'll be like, yeah, sounds about right. Yeah, he did that shit. So like, why, if you are from a different community, why would you say it? Say whatever. Oh, he made me carry keys. When we were in Miami, I had to carry keys on a boat. Okay, to Biscayne Bay. They're like, oh yeah, he was out here treating her like a mule. Why not? They're gonna believe it. He's black. Say whatever you want. It's going to stick, right? But if you say, oh no, Diddy took me to church, now that does not fit. That doesn't feel like, oh no, he didn't do that. She lying, right? But if say whatever you want. You can even say, oh, one day I walked in into his office and Diddy was, beating somebody up with a pistol. And I was like, oh my gosh, Sean, what are you doing? You gonna kill him? They're like, oh my gosh, yes. She said he was beating somebody up with a pistol. Oh my gosh, yeah, he did that. It's going to stick. He's black. Say whatever you want. Say whatever you want. If people have seen it in a movie or if they've seen it in a music video, they will believe it. Why not? He is black. Say whatever you want. Say whatever you want. It is going to stick. But there are certain things you can't say about like an Asian man. Oh, this Korean guy made me grab a gun. That doesn't fit their image, right? Because they have an image, right? But Diddy, you can say whatever you want. It will stick. So go ahead, say it. But now you understand because now you can perjure yourself. I don't remember saying that. Well, I never said that. Me? Who said that? I never said that. Why? Because when you were talking to these people, she was not under oath. But understand, she is under oath. So whatever she says up there, she can perjure herself. Right? So that's what I'm saying. Like even these lawsuits, people can say whatever in a lawsuit. They're not under oath. They can say whatever. If you believe it, hey. So I'm like, why not? Write whatever you want in your lawsuit. Who cares? Because lawsuits also, it's about destroying the person's image. These lawsuits, you can write whatever you want in a lawsuit. You can say, oh, he even made me have sex with a pig. He made me have sex with a horse. Because the thing is to write a lawsuit, he's going to go public because it's the courthouse. It'll be public and people will be so disgusted. So if somebody makes money off their public image, they're going to be scared of you and your lawsuit. But I've come to realize people can write whatever they want in a lawsuit. You can write whatever you want. It's extortion. It should even be illegal. Okay, you should not be able to write things in a lawsuit that you can't even prove, but whatever. People write whatever because the goal is to shock people into disgust. We need people to be so disgusted that you won't have a choice but to give us what we want. It's extortion, right? So you say one thing in your lawsuit, then understand, I didn't say that. I never said that. Me, who, me? Because now you're under oath and you don't want to perjure yourself. There you go. That's why I said, let's go to court. Let's see. I'm like, this girl, she is so crazy.
I don't know what the prosecutors are doing here, but they, it looked pretty insane. Like it really looked pretty insane. Wow. Like even the drug stuff, like, a lot of that conversation that they were having today was about, they both were on drugs. And this is why I asked, if you guys go watch my interview I did with Cassie's attorney, this is why I asked him, like, do you feel like today, the way that they talked about drugs and withdrawal, and they allowed Cassie today and yesterday, even the prosecution, they allowed Cassie to paint the narrative of what their drug use was and what trying to get off drugs was and what that looked like. And Cassie mentioned, how hard it was, how hard the withdrawals were, how irritable they made you, how angry they made you. Today, they asked her directly in regards to Diddy, when he was trying to withdraw from drugs, was he irritable? She said, yes. Was he angry? Yes. Way more angry? Yes. Was it harder when he was trying to withdraw as far as his anger? Yes. And I'm like, oh, they're not trying to take away from that video, but they're not running from it because they're using this to paint the picture of like, they're softening it. Like, and they've already admitted it happened and it was wrong and it shouldn't have happened. But now they're adding context to some things, which they're attempting to try and humanize him, but they can only do it but so much around this video, because no matter how you look at it, drug withdrawal or not, that girl should not have been hit like that.
Shut up. You just say all kinds of bullshit. If you were on drugs, even her on drugs, she has no idea what she would do. People love to be under a sober mindset, a resting heart rate, dry and safe to say what it would have done. It's not with Carmelo Anthony. If you were there in his body that day, 9 o'clock in the morning, against 40 people in the rain, you have no idea what your heart rate would be like. So when you are sitting down with a resting heart rate of like what 60 beats per minute, you cannot speak on what you would do if your heart rate was at 180 beats per minute. Shut the fuck up. You are dumb. People are stupid. People are very stupid. What you would do at 180 beats per minute versus what you would do at 101 beats per minute is not the same. Because at 180 beats per minute, your adrenal glands are going crazy. There is adrenaline running through your body. That's why people get scared. Don't do it. So you don't know what you would do because you're safe. You have a very quiet, very chill, low resting heartbeat. You're dry. And not just that, you don't have that threat in front of you. You don't know what it is. You don't even know what it is. You know what it looks like. If you've never been on crack, you've never been on whatever the fuck they're on, you don't know what coming off of that is. So I can't say, oh, Diddy shouldn't have done that. I don't know. I've never been on drugs. I don't know what crack does to a person. But I can see, because I see homeless people, they get violent. Sometimes they beat themselves because it's a toxin. It's toxic. It's toxic. And when that pituitary gland is secreting, whatever it secretes, only God knows. That's why I say no to drugs. But if you are a junkie, if you're coming off of a lot of drugs, I can't say, well, you should come off of drugs and still be peaceful. I don't know. I've never been on drugs. Exactly. I don't know what that is. So who am I to say and mind you, I'm the Christian one over here, so I should be even way more judgmental. But I'm like, who am I to say that somebody going through withdrawal should be peaceful and meek and soft-spoken? They're fucking crashing out on the drugs. I don't know what they would do. Don't know what they would do. That's why I never took drugs. I don't want to find out. So it's all cute to say that, hey, she should have never. She also never should have been taking the drugs for damn self. But most junkies are not nice to each other. They love each other hard and they beat each other hard. It's the addiction. That's what it is. So it's not nice to look at. Yeah. But it's not for you to throw your morals on it, because you will never understand what that is and consider yourself lucky. No, you're not an addict. I'm not an addict. Growing up, I saw my auntie Whitney, she was doing the drugs and stuff. But I felt bad for her, because when she was good, she was good. When she was sick, she was very sick. You could see it. Even when she was calling and cussing out Wendy, I don't think she was in her right frame of mind. But we saw Bobby and Whitney. We grew up to that. It's not healthy. Even Krishan and Blueface, there is no way these people don't do drugs. There ain't no way. This is not normal. This love ain't normal. This is so damn toxic. These people, they need help. Like I'm saying, people need help. Yeah, exactly. Who knows what she was doing? But I'm like, West Indian women are violent. They are truly violent. Like, everybody knows this. They are violent and they're quick to grab a knife. Like, please, I lived in London. I was surrounded by them. Like, they are quick to grab a knife. They have bad tempers, really bad tempers. They're very violent people. So it's okay. It's fine, right? But my thing is like, so you can't say that. You've never been an addict. But if you were an addict, you don't even know what you would do. I saw a lady on Instagram with her mental distress. She was violent, attacking people, but she's mentally ill. Thank God her family came and they got her. Let me see if I can show you the video. Thank God her family came and they got her. But she's a woman too, but she's getting violent. But I don't think intentionally she's a violent woman. But it seems like she's been having a mental breakdown. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. You see? Let me show you. You see? She's throwing stuff at people.
Do you need an ambulance?
I want to try to help her, but she don't fucking listen to me. Like, go back to your body then.
She's back in her bag.
Oh, yeah, see you. Let's go.
Beautiful moment.
She's fighting with someone. Hey, stop it.
Simi, do you need an ambulance?
I want to try to help her, but she don't fucking listen to me. Like, go back.
Now look at her. Econom says this is her. So it's like, it seems like she had a breakdown. This is her. She was like 20, well, however long that was, 2019. You know, she was 21. Look at her today. This is the girl. Life will humble you. So this is April 27, 2019. 21, pregnant with twins. What'd she say? Alone in a relationship, laughingstock of many friends, immigrant, student, peer advisor, domestic violence victim, right? You see this? Look at her. Look at her. This is her.
She been packing her bag.
Oh, yeah, see, let's go.
Beautiful moment.
She's fighting with someone. Hey, stop it.
Simi, do you need an ambulance?
I want to try to help.
You see? This is her. So 6 years later, we start here. We end here. Okay? Mental illness. This stuff is real. Man, does she use drugs? I don't know. I can't say that. But you can also have a nervous breakdown so bad that you have a psychotic episode, which is why when we watch that video and goes, oh, it's the Tyler Perry thing. She's like, oh, it's okay for Black women to fall apart. That's the, oh, really? When she falls apart, are you going to pull her together? They love to romanticize nervous breakdown, falling apart. Do not fall apart. Because you can truly, when you start having manic episodes, depressive episodes, acute manic episodes, your brain might not recover. Your brain might not recover. You have to protect your brain. Okay? You got to protect your brain. As hard as it is, do not fall apart. Understand? Because if a person falls apart, how are you sure you can put them back together? Oh, it's okay to fall apart. No, it's not. You can fall down. Do not fall apart. Okay? You see, it's sad. It's really sad. And they can do violent things, but it's not because they're bad people. Their brain is not okay. So you cannot have a normal brain. You cannot have enough white matter. And also, depending on how long you use drugs for and what kind of drugs you've used, I even wonder how it affects the white matter of your brain. So some of your connection stuff, it might not be working. Certain parts of your brain might not connect properly because this drug crap and this stuff, it has consumed a lot of your white matter. So you don't have enough white matter anymore. So I'm like, there's so much we don't know about the human brain. Some people have defective brains. Some they're born like that. Some it occurs naturally, like there's some kind of like decline of the brain, I guess. And in some people is the use of drugs. Right? But not everybody has a healthy brain. And so you'll see people with a healthy brain trying to judge people whose brains are not healthy. Oh, but how come you're not doing this? They don't have the brain for that. Consider yourself lucky. Okay? All right. But you just never know. You just never know.
She had been dragged around that floor like that. But they were using Cassie today to basically create a narrative of like, it's not just, this man is sober and just, being this animal. He had issues, and that's what brought the animal out of him. Now it's going to be up to the jury to determine whether, the drugs and all that other stuff, whether it matters that triggered the animal or if they just cared that the animal was there in the beginning. But again, he's not on trial for domestic violence. However, they're using this because they want to prove that him being able to get to that point shows how far he will go in any situation. Today was just like, man, I really don't feel like,
One thing is also his lawyers. I think his lawyers did not do a good job. I mean, I'd probably give him like a B- maybe, but they should have brought like, I don't know how you call those people, like a drug counselor, a drug therapist, a psychiatrist, like a person who has a lot of experience with addicts to explain what addiction is, what it is to be an addict, and what withdrawals are. And yes, violence is part of withdrawals. You know what I'm saying? So it's not intentional acts of violence. These are violence that are associated with withdrawals. So if he doesn't use, he's fine. But if he uses it, he crashes out. His anima or animus, however you say it, it comes out of him. But me, I would go with BDSM. But anyways, but you can still do the BDSM and do that, right? But the fact that his lawyers never once brought like like a drug counselor or a psychiatrist to really help the jury understand it's not that he himself, he's violent, but these drugs, here's how they affect the brain, and here's how they affect your adrenal gland. And when a person is having withdrawals, they're more likely to do this, this, and that, because this part of the brain is triggered, and it's not something they can help. So you are judging somebody saying, but you should know better. Yes, if the violence was naturally occurring, but if the violence is a byproduct of a drug withdrawal, they cannot control themselves. And what they need is help. And that's why even him being here for 10 months and another 3 months is actually unsafe. Because now that we recognize that he's a drug addict that has withdrawals, we need to get him help. And he's not going to get it in this goofy ass Brooklyn ass prison. Okay, it's not going to work. He needs to have access to medical help. But we want to criminalize people who struggle with addiction, and we watch their crash out on camera. But what about when you crash out? You have the privacy of crashing out in private, right? So I'm like, that's what to me, I'm like, his lawyer, I don't even know why they were happy. I'm like, y'all didn't do a good job. You didn't do a good job. You let the prosecution bring all their witnesses, and you never, with all the money Diddy's paying you, you should have had a lot of experts explaining what addiction is. Now, let's also talk about the specific drugs they use, though. What kind of drugs do they use? And how does that even affect the brain? And if you do it for 6 months, what does that look like? But what if you do it for 9 years? We are looking at definitely in their relationship, 9 years of drug abuse. So what does that look like? Okay, it's not that hard. Now, Academic did this video because I guess Vlad, he went and he found all the people, like he found a lot of the sex worker people, and he interviewed the sex workers, which is really crazy. Hold on.
2023 and one was the beginning of 2024.
Okay, so 23, 24.
August 20.
All these people, I don't even know how he found these, but I guess they want to be famous too, though. They want to be famous because they weren't prosecuted, you know, because I'm like, you are alleged rapist. You are not prosecuted. Cassie doesn't want y'all prosecuted. The DA doesn't want to prosecute you. It's only Diddy. Everything is Diddy. But these men all had sex with her against her consent. But she's not mad at any of that, even though she's the one who found them. She found them. She paid them. She told them what to do. But somehow it's all Diddy's fault. I'm like, this has got to be a joke, right? This has to be a joke. And now these dudes out here are trying to sell books. They want to be famous. They want to be talked about. And maybe they want more customers. Maybe they want new clients. Maybe they want new clients. But I'm like, they want to be famous from this. They have no shame. So are they actual rapists? Or was it all a vibe? Because I couldn't imagine like attaching myself to sleeping with a woman that didn't want to sleep with me. That's weird.
3, I think it was.
Okay.
Damn.
Now, at the agency, you said that you had a friend who.
Yeah, how the hell Vlad found? Oh, he found another nigga too. It's like a third escort Vlad
star.
Right.
And you worked for an agency called Cowboys for Angels.
Right. Yeah.
Now, what happened around 2016?
2016, I just moved to Miami from Atlanta, and that's when I got the call for a celebrity client.
And you see, and that's the thing, people moving to Miami, you don't have Miami money. I moved from Miami to Atlanta, so you didn't have a job. And I'm like, this brother, I'm like, you brothers are crazy. You don't want to work. These are also soft queens. These are little princesses. They don't want to work. They were born with big penises, so therefore they want to be mediocre. Oh, I got a big penis, so I guess I could put it to work. Like that, I'm like, your mom is going to see this. But I'm telling you, we live in a very dishonorable time. People don't care. People do not care. People are so dishonorable. But nonetheless, he left Atlanta for Miami. So you don't have money? Why would you leave Atlanta? Miami is really expensive. Even in 2016, Miami is very expensive. Very expensive. Why are you there if you ain't got money? Stay in Atlanta. So he moves to Miami, ain't got no money. So he decides to sell his penis so he can take care of himself. This is shameful behavior. Very shameful.
To meet at the one hotel on South Beach, and that ended up being Diddy.
Okay, now previous to that, now you did adult films, but were you actually doing escorting, you know, meeting with women, couples, and so forth?
So at that point in time, in 2016, wasn't doing any adult films. I didn't do that until 2023 is when I started, or 2024.
Why?
So to that point, it was just I had a job as a market development manager for a small startup company, and then I ended up getting into the escorting business just by way of modeling. Somebody hit me up off Model Mayhem. It looked like spam. First name Garen, last name Teed. Pitched this idea of being a gigolo. Had no idea what that was other than Deuce Bigelow, male gigolo. So, but ended up getting into that, and it was just dates. You know, go on a date with this older lady and just tell her she's attractive and this is a great time and compliment her. And that's all it was. It was, I mean, I had one point where I went on a date with a lady and she had heart palpitations. I had to take her to the, these are old. Damn. These are old, these women are, right? Like, so
what was
for the most part,
woman that you went on a date with?
You know, I hope you guys see, right? This is because people worship money. In America, you are encouraged to worship money. Can you imagine going on a date with an old woman? She's so damn old, she's having a heart attack on the date. Palpitations. How old was she? Like 70, 80? Sir, if you cannot afford to live in Miami without degrading yourself, go back to Atlanta. So you go from working for a startup. You go from working for a startup to you get into modeling, then you get into escort. Then people say, okay, we'll pay you money to go on dates with older women. And these women are so damn old. They're having heart palpitations the other day. How old was she? This is disgusting. I'm like, this is just the love of money. It really is the root of all evil. This is overwhelming. This big ass dude like this, get a job, have an honorable career. No. So if you started escorting in 2016, you didn't make enough money in the past, like almost 9 years, like almost like, no, not 9 years, right? Almost 8 years to do something else, like okay, I made enough money. I saved enough money. I invested enough money. Gotta stop. No. You go from being an escort to full-on pornography in 2024. You are regressing. When you do porn, you are truly at your lowest. They don't pay porn people good money. Porn people don't make good money. You are truly at your lowest. When you do escort, it's a one-on-one service. Like it's more of like a tailored service. Like you have one client, so they pay more money. But to do porn, you went from doing a lot better to doing so much worse in like 8 years. You see, because money that you make dishonorably is not going to last. So first you work for a startup, then you get into modeling, then you get into escort, then you get into freak offs, and then when the freak off money stops, then you go into pornography. People need to give their life to Jesus.
73. Yeah.
Did you guys consummate that?
We did not. No, okay. I'm not a miracle worker. I can't make the dead rise or this. So I was just like, you know, we're gonna eat this. We're gonna eat this Italian food, and that's gonna be it. Okay. But that's how it was. You know, the whole thing was described to me. It was like, this isn't sexual. You know, for sexual contact for monetary gratification. Like this was just going to be dates and stuff like that. So and that's really what it was up until this point in time.
Okay, so you're working for Cowboys for Angels.
He's lying that he wasn't doing it for money. It's not until he met Diddy that he started doing it for money. Is he trying to blame somebody else? None narcissist. You were going on dates with women in their 70s out of the kindness of your heart. You want me to believe that? You left Atlanta. You moved to a more expensive city like Miami, South Beach, right? And you want me to believe that you were going on dates with women so old, they were having strokes on the date because they're like in their late 70s. And I wasn't doing it for money. You doing it for food? You use those dates so you could feed yourself for the day. So even if it's just for food, it's still money because they're paying for the food. But miss me with that. You were selling, you're being an escort. You know exactly what an escort means. You go with people, they pay for your time. So you called yourself an escort. So you know it was transactional. Miss me with, oh, there was no money. There was money. Otherwise, you wouldn't be there. They're like you said, you're not a miracle worker. So why the fuck are you there? Right? You're there for money. Okay? You were there for money. The vast majority of people in Miami, they love money. You were there for money. Now with Diddy, it became a whole different thing. But you were already taking money from taking these older women on dates. And they were feeding you and they probably paying for the bill as well. You see? And that's how it goes. Most older women, I don't need a man. The more older they get, they're going to have to start paying for love. They pay to sleep with younger men. They pay for escorts because women don't want to be alone. They don't.
And you get a call that there's a celebrity client. And they don't tell you who it is yet.
Oh my God.
No, they don't tell me who it is. All they told me was it was a celebrity client, last name Lopez. And then they went on, as I'm on the way to the hotel, they're like, yeah, so just ask for Mr. Lopez. And in my head, I'm like, you know, this is a straight male escort agency. So I'm trying to figure out what Mr., how does this work into the situation? I'm like, they knew that wasn't my thing. So I'm thinking in my head, like George Lopez or Jennifer Lopez. It could be like, I'm thinking any Lopez celebrity name.
So you're telling us you weren't doing this for money. And you're also trying to tell us that you're not gay. You don't sleep with men. So when they told you, ask for Mr. Lopez, why didn't you say, I don't do men? You went there anyways. You went there anyways. So money motivates you a lot. So even though you don't do men, if the price had been right, you would have slept with the man. There you go. If the price had been right, he would have slept with that man. Because if you don't do men, and they're telling you once you get there, you ask for Mr. Lopez, you at least going to call back the company and be like, well, I told you I don't do men. So why is it Mr. Lopez? You don't call back the office. You don't double check. Is it a man? We're like, what is going on? You proceed to go because you needed the money. Was your rent due? Was your cell phone bill due? But my point is, had you gone there and it had been a man, you would have slept with that man. So don't tell me what you will and will not do. You are a sex worker. You will do anything for money. You don't respect yourself. You do not respect yourself. If you were even a sex worker with some kind of standards, you would have called back and double checked. Is Mr. Lopez a code name? Is it a woman? Because I don't sleep with men. But you didn't check because you didn't care. Because had you gone there and the price was right, you would have slept with that man. Right? Shut up. It's so disgusting.
So then I get to the hotel.
Oh my gosh.
And the front desk clerk walks me upstairs. I said, I'm there for Mr. Lopez. Get up there. It's like Latin music playing in the hallway. So I'm really thinking this is a Hispanic person, celebrity, still trying to rack my brain to figure out who it is. And
he knew, he wanted to see if it was a celebrity. That's why he went. Because he said it's on South Beach. You guys, South Beach is like, that's when you watch the stuff like the movies and the shows, like that's the fancy part of Miami where all the Cubans own everything. Okay, it's the fancy part. So it's a hotel on South Beach, and I'm sure he probably knew the address. So he's like, okay, Mr. Lopez. He's like, maybe it's J-Lo. But I mean, he's thinking it's somebody big. So he wants to go and see. That's why he never called to say, I don't do men, because he want to know. He don't want to miss out. You see, people are full of shit. He ain't shit. They're like, you're not an honorable man also. You don't want to be successful by working. You were just born with a big penis, and now you're abusing your own penis. This is disgusting. It's people who just do that to their own body parts. That is so disgusting. You have no respect for your own body parts. Well, I have a big penis, so I guess that'll be it. You are dumb as fuck. Bum. A whole bum.
Door opens up and Diddy's just standing there in like a black wife beater and some shorts. And he's like, what's up, man? I'm like, oh. First thought was like, oh, it's Diddy. Like, this is, and then I was like, oh no, it's Diddy. Because at this point in time, people still, those accusations were out there. So I'm like, I had to double take that for a second. But it was chill. Like, walked right in. And
so once you saw it was Diddy, you see, he's still not trying to save his butthole. So you knew. So you're like, oh, that's Diddy. Oh shit, that's Diddy. Then you remember people say that Diddy is gay, and you are like, oh, not my butthole. you don't say to yourself, not my butthole. You go in there because now it's Diddy. Like you grew up, you saw him on TV, you danced to his music. Like you're right next to Diddy. It's the D, the I, the D, the D, the Y. Okay, why didn't you think about your butthole? Because people have said that Diddy sleeps with men, and you say you don't do men. So once it's Diddy, oh shit, this man, he might look off my booty. So why didn't you protect your booty? Why didn't you think about the integrity of your booty? No, he walks in there. You see how people are. Even if people say, oh, I will never do this, it's because first of all, is it the right price? Everybody has a price. Number two, is it with the right person? A man can say, I'm not gay. It depends who you're asking him to sleep with. Right? Because I'm like, if you don't want to sleep with men, people say Diddy sleeps with men. You should be like, okay, never mind. Nice to meet you, though. What's up, Diddy? But not my ass. Not today, Jose. Not today. Not tomorrow. Not never. Not my butthole. But no, they don't fight for his butthole. He walks in there because it's Diddy. You see, these people all willing participants. Okay, fame, able to say, I was next to a celebrity. Let's go.
It was pretty easy. Got in there. It looked like an episode of Cribs. It was nothing but Ciroc from like bottom to top of the shelf in the refrigerator, drinking Ciroc, sitting, chilling. He offered me a joint. We smoking. He seemed like he was very cool guy. He just got off of some knee surgery for and was doing some type of commercial about his recovery at that point in time. So all in all, when this very beginning, it was more so very chill, just kind of hanging out, smoking, chilling. Not until like a couple hours into that did he tell me like, oh, what were you doing tonight? And, you know, you're about to have the best Valentine's Day of your life. And then Cassie walks out.
Okay. So he's telling us, did he open the door? Did he greeted him in a black, what is it again? A black little tank and then some black shorts. Then there was Ciroc from the ceiling to the floor, whatever. They sat down. They smoked weed for hours. And Diddy and him are having conversations. It's not until hours later that Diddy said, oh, what were you doing tonight? And I'm like, a multimillionaire was entertaining a sex worker in conversations for hours. You want me to believe that shit? Diddy brought you over so he could just have a friend to talk to. He couldn't call Sean, and I mean Sean Carter. He was waiting for you to come today. But, oh, yeah. Oh, sit, let's talk. For 4 hours, you talked to Diddy. You want me to believe that? And then after like hours, like 4 hours passed, he was like, oh, by the way, what were you doing tonight? Boy, shut up. If you slept with Diddy and you're embarrassed to say so, because I'm like, 4 hours, you are a sex worker. What could you and Diddy, what could you and Diddy have to talk about? You are not rich, you're not connected, you are dusty, you're broke, you're struggling in Miami, you can't feed yourself, right? You sell your body for sex work. You and Diddy talk for hours. If you said maybe like 15 minutes, I could kind of believe that. Diddy gave you 4 hours of his time, and then he said, oh, but what were you doing tonight? Shut up. Did you sleep with him or not? So maybe you slept with him first, and then Cassie came out once you two were done. Because I don't see why he would talk to you for 4 hours. This part to me was very suspicious. I'm like, why would Diddy talk to you for 4 hours? You're not his friend. Doesn't know you. Why would he talk to you for 4 hours? I don't believe this. You're not.
Okay, so Cassie comes in red lingerie, and you knew who she was right away.
Immediately. I'm a year younger than her, so I grew up with the Me and You song and stuff. I'm like, okay, this is crazy. I don't believe that I'm really here right now, but let's see where this goes. So
okay, so then the two of you started to talk.
Yeah, we started talking. He left the room for a second, and mind you, when I got in there, I didn't really know what was going to happen, but I just noticed like there's a lot of towels, white towels on all the couches and the furniture and stuff. There's a red light over in the side. They're playing like, some very vibey music. And there's like a ton of baby oil like scattered about everywhere, like more than any one man should have, especially in a hotel room, right?
Okay, let's do this full shit. So he walked in there. He gets there. He goes to the lobby. There's, I guess, salsa. Okay, sure, Jose. Then Diddy opens the door. Diddy's wearing a black white beater and some black shorts, I guess. Then there's Ciroc everywhere. Then Diddy says, sit down, let's talk. They're smoking. The baby oil, the red light, the towels everywhere, it didn't make you nervous? For 4 hours, you were not nervous? You become nervous once Cassie comes out. Once Cassie comes out to all these hours, then you notice the white towels, then you notice the baby oil, then you notice the red light. Something is off. So either you saw the stuff coming in and you didn't care because you sat down and talked to them for 4 hours. Or I just felt like you don't want people to look at you for the monster that you also are. Because they said it was there. I was talking to you for 4 hours. Okay, there was baby all around you, right? You wanted to be around a celebrity. You wanted to party with a celebrity, and you were also down for whatever. Miss me with all this baby oil talk because you see that now because you've been keeping up with social media, and you know everybody's making a big deal of this freaking baby oil crap. Sir, you could have left. Like you said, there was even a time Diddy left the room. Why were you still there? You could have left, but you didn't want to leave. because you realized you stood a chance to sleep with Cassie. And you wanted to be able to say, wow, I met Diddy, I met Cassie, and I had sex with Cassie. Even if you couldn't tell none of your friends, right? You knew it was going to be a night like no other. And you were willing to participate in that. Because with your broke ass, when were you ever going to be able to sleep with someone like Cassie Ventura? Okay? People can be honest. People just love to lie. They make no sense.
So he had got up and left, and I'm looking at her. I'm like, I made the joke like, there's so much baby oil and candles in here. Like, one wrong move and we all gonna die. You know, we all gonna blow up in this thing. So, but she was very communicative in the fact that she was joking and very playful with me. She told me that she picked me from the site, and it seemed as if
Cassie picked him. So she won the site, like you know, just looking at these people. So Cassie picked this man, not Diddy. She picked him. She chose. I'm like, but somehow everything's on Diddy. So she was very playful. She told me that she picked me. So it made you feel special. Okay, let's keep going.
This was something that they'd been doing for some years. They said they'd been doing this for a while too. So as far as like the vibe of the night, I took my cues from them. They pretty much knew exactly what they wanted. Again, felt like they'd done this before. And that's pretty much how it started out.
So this sort of talking and,
oh, Lord,
you know, sort of intimate kind of conversation, that lasted for hours.
Yeah, I mean, I was initially supposed to be with her for about 4 or 5 hours. I got paid as soon as I got there.
Okay.
And I'm thinking, again, up to this point, a lot of what I'd been doing was just hanging out.
Sounds stupid. This dude is so dishonest. You guys, this man is on a website for escorts, right? Cowboys Angels or something like that. So he agreed to be on, even when he said, I started modeling. No, it was probably erotic shit. It's not like he wants to be a model. Like, he didn't care about being a real model. Otherwise, there's no way he would have turned into an escort, a gigolo, right? He's on a specific website for people who want to pay for sex workers. He's on there. He's willingly on there. His agency calls him and says, here's your client, Mr. Lopez, at this hotel on South Beach, right? He's like, I don't do men, but he doesn't call, doesn't complain. He goes to the hotel anyways because it's an expensive place. I'm sure he wants to know, is it J-Lo? Is it George Lopez? Right? So he already, the curiosity child, the cat is here. He wants it, okay? He gets there. He's like, oh, now he's saying when he got there, Diddy paid him right away. But now he's saying, oh, we chilled, we talked. I didn't know what it was. Why would a man pay you for no reason? Is it customary for you to just receive money from men? You a grown-ass man. Diddy's a grown-ass man. Why would a grown-ass man you don't know? He's not your family. Okay? I mean, you're black in your black family at large, but he's definitely not your direct family. Why would he just give you money? Why would Diddy just give you money? In a hotel room with that? He don't know you? You got booked from your sex website. You get there, they give you money. Sir, you are there for sex. Don't play with me. Do not play with me. That's why I say these 4 hours where you claim you were just talking to Diddy, did y'all have sex? Because why would Diddy talk to you? What do you have to offer? What can he learn from you? I can see Diddy talking to Sean, to the Carter for 4 hours. I cannot. I cannot see him talking to you. I truly cannot. So he gave you money, so you knew you were there for sex. You're not there to be a friend. You're not there to be a counselor, a therapist. You are there for sex. So stop lying to people. Stop. And stop lying to yourself. You're a sex worker.
At that point, yeah, it was 4 or 5 hours into it. I thinking I'm about to go home, and then all of a sudden he was like, all right, you know, we're gonna turn this thing up a little bit. The music changed. More baby oil comes out. Baby oil and KY. I'm like, who got this? You know, it's baby oil and KY comes out. It's heated. They've been heating the baby oil the whole time that we talking in the tub. Right? So this was like they kind of knew what they were doing. I'm still trying to figure out what's going on. Yeah, that's when it kind of started off. He was more so wanting us to just talk to each other. You know, his whole thing is like being.
There's baby oil. There's baby oil. Sir, you're focused on the baby oil. I feel like it's like to take away from the fact that instead of being a productive member of society, you have decided to sell your body to make a living. And that to me is way more disturbing. Okay. This is crazy. And this is really crazy. This is crazy.
Very verbal. So he was in the kitchen in the dark with a bottle of Ciroc. And we're sitting on the couch and he was like, what do you like about him? You picked him from the site. What made you pick him from the site? What do you like about her? You know, he was more so, he wanted us to talk and act like he was not there at all. So that's kind of how it progressed. But it was a very long progression over the course of hours and hours.
Right. Because at one point he said, it's the love hour.
Right. And that's when when the love hour happened and he became Brother Love, then it was like a totally different, the vibe changed. It was more so like the music switched up. He was asking, did he want to refresh drinks and stuff, like a cool host almost, but you can kind of tell like they had some type of formula of where they wanted the night to go. So I was just along for the ride, honestly.
So she didn't get victim. She like, so I don't know if you got when y'all sleep. It's okay. I just took the live as if you guys are still up. When you wake up and you can watch this. But I'm like, so yeah, she's involved in this and she wants this too. He's like, oh, he was a cool host. So you didn't feel like he was threatening you for your life. You didn't feel like you couldn't leave. You didn't feel like you were going to die. Like, this is what they do. This is this BDSM stuff. Like, it's really weird. Okay. This is weird.
Okay. So you guys start with sexual contact in the beginning, and that actually leads up to penetration at the end?
Yeah, it was more so just physical touch. So there was lots of baby oil around, as I said before, and he was like, okay, why don't you put some baby oil on her? And then she was like, he asked her, do you want you to put some baby oil on him? So it was more so that talk.
Can y'all see? Let me make sure. Y'all probably asleep. Forehead, are you still here? Tell me. Do you see this? Y'all probably sleeping. Oh my God, I can't stop this one. Let me make sure, child. I see the numbers. Let me make sure I still. Oh, you're still here? Okay, you can see it. Yeah, I think they use people like toys. They really do. They use them like toys. But they're both doing this. Because she picks him. He's like, yo, you picked him. Tell me why you picked him. Do you like what you like about him? This is crazy.
Caressing, stuff like that for hours. Like for an ungodly long amount of time. And at a certain point, she would start to kind of like come towards me to kind of like move things along. And he would be like, no, go back. You know, you just tell him you're moving too fast, you know? So he never was telling anybody what he wanted them to do. He never gave demands to say, touch him, do this. He would say, what do you want to do? Do you want to do this? Do you like that about him? It was all about the verbal cues for him.
You see, isn't that what Lauren LaRosa said? Like, what do you want to do? Hold on.
And they wanted to clarify who led into the conversation about that freak off day with the CNN video. And I'm gonna tell y'all why I keep bringing up this video. There's a lot more, but this one I thought was a big bombshell. And they didn't even finish this one because not only did Cassie initiate the conversation, but Cassie made it seem like, you know, during these freak offs, her body was violated. You know, she made it seem like Diddy had no regard for her health. She talked about having sores in her mouth, and basically all he said was, oh, you need to go to the doctor. She talked about having so many UTIs back to back that like antibiotics weren't even helping her anymore. She was trying to figure it out naturally, but like it wasn't happening. She was in pain because of the back-to-back UTIs. Like there was just no regard or no, like she had no control over these situations she was put in. It was a job. She just had to show up to her job, and she did it because she loved this man and she wanted this man to love her and to not go anywhere and be anywhere with anybody else, right? Multiple times in the conversations leading up to this CNN video, Puff is asking Cassie, like, well, what you want to do tonight? Where you want to go? What you doing tonight? What's the word type vibes, right? So she finally gets to the point where she's like, I just want to be with you. So now he's like, okay, like, and he's telling her, like, since it's your idea, you set it up. Like, what do you want tonight to be like? Like, what is, she talked about, it was a very well choreographed thing when they did the freak offs.
Isn't that what that man described? Isn't that what she's the one coming towards? And isn't that what that man just described? Listen to this.
She didn't tell us she was choreographing too. And that's what it was giving. Like, he's asking her, like, well, who do you want to do it with? And blah, blah, blah. Like, she had control at some points. And the reason why all of this is important is because, yes, Yesterday, prosecution did an amazing job at showing us that they do have proof that Cassie was threatened with videos from these freak-offs and things of that nature. But today, even when talking about the CNN video, and when I'm talking to you guys about the control, some of the control that she did have, right? There was one point where she's preparing to go and meet him to figure this out, and or to figure another freak off out, and she's like, dang, I forgot the tablet. And he's like, oh shoot, like she was okay with the tablets being there and things being recorded, and like today just painted such a different narrative around that whole evening, right? To the point where like Diddy at one point, the person that was in the room with them, whoever ended up in the room, because they brought up a man named Johnny, but then she had said at one point it was like I believe she said or like another name, whatever. But as before they got to the room, as they were still planning, Puff said to her, we could just watch and it just be us. Like there's a guy named Johnny that they booked from some sort of service, and I guess the service was it was a strip service. So at that point, if Puff is saying to you, because another thing that Cassie made a big deal of yesterday was, because here's the issue, right? A lot of this is Cassie not saying, I don't want to do this, not saying no, not saying, it's like he doesn't know that you don't want to do these things, right? You're alleging that he knew you didn't want to do these things and he did it anyway, and he threatened you, you know, with certain things if you didn't do it, like if you didn't comply, right? But now you're here and you're not pushing back on either. You're not pushing back on none of these conversations. We're having conversations about him literally saying to you, she said, oh, he never wanted to spend time just us. So I did the freak offs because that was the only time that we could spend together. And even in the freak offs, he never wanted it to just be us. When I tell y'all, Puff was giving her this one, right? This is one. That's the moment that led up to that CNN video. He was giving her every bit of, it could just be us, baby. We could just chill. On her, like, no, that's not what I want to do. I want to have fun. I want to have a fun night. I want to relax. I don't want to, you know what I mean? Even down to, she talked about how high they used to get during these freak offs, and you know how it made her almost like kind of like defenseless, and you know, like she couldn't remember a lot, and it was just hard on her body, and you know, like it got her to a point where she just didn't have a choice. There was a conversation that was had prior to the Intercontinental moment, which is where we see Puff beating her on camera, where and y'all remember Cassie said, I wanted to basically do the freak off to get ahead of the fact that Monday I needed to have a good day because that was my big movie premiere. So if I made him happy, I knew I could have a good day. Not only did they talk about today the fact that Puff went to a brunch with her to celebrate the movie premiere, but you know, he kept telling her he was proud of her all weekend. He was telling her to relax. He was telling her like, yo, look, if you're gonna do this freak off, let's do it early so you can get your rest. You got, you know what I mean, your big day coming up. He's like, yo, if we do it, let's not get caught up in the matrix. Like let's not do too much. Like, let's take it easy on the drugs and you know, all of that. Like, it was just a completely different picture that was painted. And it wasn't like it was just testimony, so you got to figure out whether it was true or not. It was in a text thread that the prosecutors chose not to even address.
Okay. So now let's go back to this brother. The brother here, let him say it again. Let him say it again.
Music changed. More baby oil comes out. Baby oil and KY. I'm like, who got this? You know, it's baby oil and KY comes out. It's heated. They've been heating the baby oil the whole time that we talking in the tub. Right. So this was like they kind of knew what they were doing. I'm still trying to figure out what's going on. Yeah, that's when it kind of started off. He was more so wanting us to just talk to each other. You know, his whole thing is like being very verbal. So he was in the kitchen in the dark.
So Diddy wants y'all to be verbal. Talk. If you're not comfortable, say something. It's not like, oh, he came in. Okay, go ahead, just start raping her. No, they were talking. You picked her. Tell him why. You know what I mean? So just because it's like he said, this is your thing. You want to do it. So tell him why he's here. Okay? Tell him why he's here. Right? You see this? I'm like, it corroborates exactly what Lauren is saying. You see this? Oh my gosh.
With a bottle of Ciroc. And we're sitting on the couch, and he was like, what do you like about him? You picked him from the site. What made you pick him from the site?
Mm-hmm.
What do you like about her? You know, he was more so, he wanted us to talk and act like he was not there at all. So that's kind of.
It's her thing. I hope you guys realize, I really hope you guys realize, Diddy is not into the freak-offs. Freak-offs are not his idea. It's her thing. He's like, okay, well, I guess you do it. I'm just here to watch. Because Diddy's a voyeur. Right? We said that early on. It's not his thing. It's not his ideas. Diddy is a voyeur. That's his paraphilic disorder. He's a voyeur. He likes to watch. But he's not the one telling her to do it. He can watch other people, I'm sure. Right? But she's like, no, I want to do it. He's like, okay, well, tell him why he's here. You picked him. You know, that's why he gets up and he leaves. I'm like, well, I don't know. He'll watch, but he's like, y'all need to talk. Don't just stop, papa. But you see what I'm saying? That's why I said all the time, you gotta take your time to hear everything out. You know, these are her these things are coming from her head. The girl is crazy.
How it progressed, but it was a very long progression over the course of hours and hours.
Right, because at one point he said it's the love hour.
Right, and that's when the love hour happened, and he became Brother Love. Then it was like a totally different. The vibe changed. It was more so like the music switched up. He was asking, did he want to refresh drinks and stuff, like a cool host almost. But
cool host? Does that sound like a person that's trafficking human beings? Oh, he was a cool host. Even the guy that got hired was like, yeah, it was cool. Like, he was really nice. He was friendly. We smoked. He greeted me. We drank this, that. He said, oh, y'all need to talk, because it's her thing. That's all I say. Like, was she molested for her mind to be like this? And now she's putting all on him. She's going to pay for this. Diddy should have taken that damn stand and explained to people what was going on. This is crazy.
But you can kind of tell, like, they had some type of formula of where they wanted the night to go. Mm-hmm. So I was just along for the ride, honestly.
Oh, we know.
Okay, so you guys start with sexual contact in the beginning, and that actually leads up to penetration at the end?
Yeah, it was more so just physical touch. Mm-hmm. So there was lots of baby oil around, as I said before, and he was like, okay, why don't you put some baby oil on her? And then she was like, he asked her, do you want you to put some baby oil on him? So it was more so that talking, caressing, stuff like that for hours, like for an ungodly long amount of time. So
I hope you know what I'm realizing? The reason why these freak-offs last 12 hours, it's starting to make sense to me now. I'm starting to get it. Because when you hear the prosecution, the media people, oh, freak-offs lasted 12 hours. You think she's having sex for 12 hours straight? No. So when you go to a freak-off, right, Diddy might talk to you, Cassie will talk to you. But first of all, they don't want you to feel like a stranger. He doesn't want her to feel like she's having sex with a stranger. That's why they talk to you. You know what I mean? And that it takes time. So maybe he is right. Maybe Diddy did talk to him for 4 hours to check his mind. And maybe if he didn't like him, Cassie wouldn't have came out. Maybe he's right. Come on, why would he talk to you for 4 hours? But if a freak off is 12 hours, Diddy already talked to him for 4 hours, right? So we're left with what? 8 hours, right? Cassie comes out. They say, okay, y'all need to talk. Tell him why you picked them. And so he can understand, so it doesn't feel like a sex job. Do y'all see this? Does that make sense? There you go. So talk to him so that way y'all feel familiar. So when you have sex, it doesn't seem like you're having sex with a stranger, right? Cool. Then everybody's a bit more cool. Like, okay, that's so-and-so. It's not like a man from a sex app or whatever. You understand? Then it's like the touching, the rubbing. But he said we spent a long time doing, so they're still not having sex yet. So how much time you think is gone now? Maybe another 4 hours. So it's like 8 hours now. You see? So by the time they start, they might only have sex for maybe 2 hours, maybe an hour. But it's not 12 hours of straight sex. That's why I say his lawyers are mediocre. He should have hired me. I would have got this thing straightened out. It's some foolishness. I'm like, it makes sense now. That's why it lasts so long. It lasts about 12 hours because he needs to get to know you first. It's not like you just come in and then it's not like that. But that's what we were told because they call them things freak off. And did they even say it? And they didn't call it a freak off to just gross us out. They're shit, bunch of racist white women. Okay? But the thing is, you go in there and then he gets to know you or she has to get to know you. So that's going to take a certain amount of time. So he said his was 4 hours just conversing with Diddy, smoking with Diddy. He offered him some alcohol. He asked him, what were you up to today? You know, so it doesn't feel like, you know, like, let's act like we know each other. So it's not weird, even though it is weird. Okay. And then Cassie comes out. Now, Cassie has to get to know you. So it's okay. Tell him why you picked them. Da, 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 da. So he feels a bit more comfortable because Diddy is a voyeur. So it has to make seem like, so I get it. Because then it has to make it seem like he's watching two people who like each other, or people who have a relationship. He's just like prying in, trying to say, oh, let me see what they're doing. So it has to feel natural. I get it. And for that, it takes time to get to know a person. Everybody feels better. And then once they feel better, then you change the music. It's a different kind of mood because now everybody's good. But I can see how that can probably take 8 hours with the caressing stuff before you even get to the sex part. I'm like, this is making sense to me. His lawyers are horrible. Get your money back, Diddy. They ain't shit. They didn't represent you right.
And at a certain point, she would start to kind of like come towards me to kind of like move things along.
Okay.
And he would be like, no, go back. You know, you just tell him you moving too fast, you know, so he.
You see, that's why the freak offs are taking a long time. He wants it to go very, very slow. So it doesn't feel like you're paying for sex. I get it. It has to feel like two people in a relationship. And then he happens to be the voyeur. It makes sense to me. It really does. Okay. I'm understanding this BDSM stuff. All right. She's like, no, you're moving too fast. And he's right. Yes. I'm starting. Do you see it, Janet? Do you see it? Because if you come in and you just have sex, that's not this is what is this? It's giving rape. It's giving, this is too much. It's sex work. Diddy wants a situation where it feels like two intimate people in a relationship and they're having with lover sex. I guess a love hour, but it's like, it has to feel like two lovers. Not like, because it's acting. He doesn't want it to feel like you paid for the service. But if he doesn't know you and you don't know him, it will feel like that. So there is, I guess, like there's almost like 4 to 6 hours that are spent getting to know each other. You have to know Diddy because he needs to make sure you ain't shit. And then you have to also know Cassie. Cassie also has to get to know you so that way she's comfortable. And you remember when we studied BDSM, like when we studied the whole thing about the submissive and the dominant, right? The difference between BDSM and just straight up violence is that in BDSM, they have safe words. That's why he said Diddy was always checking in. Are you okay? Do you want a drink? Do you want this? That's why I told y'all when it comes to the hotel room, the hotel lobby, why I believe is BDSM. Because at one point, Cassie puts her hood over. Cassie puts her hoodie. But when the hoodie is on, she's talking to Diddy. And I said the fact that she's applying lip gloss could be a cue, right? It could be a cue because she's applying lip gloss. And we went over that. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. I don't know. Is it here? Okay, yes, I have my document. Okay, there you go. I got it. I should have been his lawyer. He should have hired me. Shit, I would have come up with a big ass payday, y'all. I would have given y'all some money. Okay, then he should have hired me. Okay, in BDSM, cues are signals that a submissive uses to indicate they're enjoying something and want their dominant to continue are often referred to as green lights, encouragement cues, or keep going signals. These can be verbal or nonverbal, depending on the dynamic and the pre-negotiated communication method. You see, and this is why he does all that talking. This is why he does all that. So make sure she's okay. This is BDSM. I have told y'all this from the beginning. You're not looking at you're looking at BDSM. We have entered a whole new realm of kink, okay? You see? That's what guys, he was like, y'all want drinks? Are you okay? Slow down, take your time. You see that? That's what a dominant have to do. And they call it like pre-care and aftercare. Right? That's why I say like you can't say it's domestic violence because you don't know if Diddy give her aftercare. But we know they went to brunch earlier and he was encouraging her. So then it goes crazy in the elevator. No, it's BDSM. This is BDSM. Hold on. I'll come back. Okay. All right. So common example, verbal cues, more please, don't stop. Yes, just like that. Green, if using a traffic light system, moans, whimpers, or begging. So even begging too. So a regular person, you might see a woman beg and think she's being abused. No, it's BDSM. If consensual and part of the dynamic. Nonverbal cues, pushing back into impact play, arch back or presenting more, nodding if not restrained, squeezing a dom's hand if using a nonverbal signal system. Importance of pre-negotiation. Since reaction can vary by person and scene, it's important to discuss these cues before play to ensure clear consent and avoid miscommunication. So do you see why in the 12-hour freak-offs, there's so much time spent on talking? They talk more than they have sex. It makes a lot of sense. Diddy had horrible lawyers. That's why just because you pay for a white attorney doesn't mean that you have a great attorney. I'm just saying, you should have paid me. I would have taken care of the shit. Okay? Should have paid me. I would have taken care of the shit. That's why there's so much time spent. And it goes to show, like, his lawyers didn't even take the time to understand these freak-offs. Because that's why they rushed to say, just confess to domestic violence. No, he should never have done that. It is not domestic violence. It's BDSM. He never should have done that. They made him do that. He never should have done that. And also his lawyers did not even take the time to truly ask him, like, explain to me how those freak-offs actually work. They went with a very standard defense strategy, and it was very boring. It was very old, and it was very archaic. And even though Diddy got acquitted from the RICO and the serious stuff, you have not, to me, I think a successful defense is not to just get you acquitted, but it's to restore your public image. Because you can be acquitted and your public image is in the trash. Diddy's public image is in the trash. So they didn't do a good job. Because your job is to get him acquitted on all charges and restore his public image. And then we're going to sue the Southern District of New York. They're going to pay my money back. Then I'm going to sue CNN. Matter of fact, I would have sued CNN at the same time. I got time. I don't sleep, y'all. I don't sleep at night. I would have sued CNN. I'm suing all you fuckers. And I would have sued Cassie also. I want my money back. You will give me all my money back, you lying bitch. You will get my money back. I will get it all back. And then when I'm done, you will acquit me and you're going to restore my reputation. And when I leave here, people are going to feel bad for me. Oh my gosh, he's an addict. Oh, he needs help. He has paraphilic disorders. He can't help it. There you go. He's going to treatment. There you go. And I will have a whole PR thing of him going to treatment, trying to get help. They're like, yes, I want to be better. I want to get better. There you go, idiot. Should have paid me. I would have done it. Should have paid me. Anyways, right? What's it called? So some doms may also check in with phrases like, you like that? To gauge their sub's response. Would you like suggestions for structuring? Okay, yeah, whatever. Okay? In BDSM, context, negotiation, and consent are everything. If the dominant and submissive had pre-negotiated that applying lip gloss in the middle of an intense scene, such as the dom screaming angrily, is a deliberate cue to encourage the dom to keep going, then yes, it could function as playful, bratty, or seductive signal. However, without prior discussion, this action could be misinterpreted as defiance if the sub is being bratty and trying to provoke, distraction if the sub is trying to lighten the mood, disengagement if the sub is dissociating or self-soothing, a safe word-like signal if the dom assumes it means stop. Okay? How to make it work as a cue. So that's the part where I was asking AI about. Her using her lip gloss. Okay? Explicitly discuss it. If the sub wants it to be a keep going signal, they should clarify that beforehand. Match the dynamic. In some power exchange dynamic like primal play or consent non-consent or bratting, teasing actions like applying lip gloss mid-scene can be a way to intensify the dom's reaction. Check reaction. If the dom enjoys the challenge, they might escalate. For example, oh, you think it's the time for makeup? If they find it disrespectful, it could kill the mood, okay? Alternative interpretation. Bratting, the sub might be trying to poke the bear for a harsher response. Self-soothing. If the sub is anxious, they might unconsciously use lip gloss as a calming mechanism, which can mean they need aftercare. Like I said, because the video, okay? Because the video, there's no audio. Just like Carmelo's video, there's no audio. So because there is no audio, we cannot say it's not BDSM. Because she's talking to him, but there's no audio. Diddy is talking to her. You cannot say that she said stop. You cannot say that she said keep going. She could have, she could not have, right? But ultimately, she went back in the room. Also, she goes back in the room. We don't see them. We don't even see them leave the hotel because that would have been more interesting. We see her go back in the room, but we have no idea how these people even left the room. Like, because it was time for checkout, okay? They were checking out. So nobody knows if she was given aftercare. And because his lawyers did not take the time to really have Diddy explain to them what this freak off is, right? They also then think to say, when y'all left that hotel, what happened? Because what if he took her out to eat? What if he took her to have a massage? What if he most likely gave her aftercare? Because you can see he cares about her. Okay, I didn't think he did, but actually he does. That's why he talks to these people for hours. And it could also be why they keep using the same people, because she feels safer with them. He wants her to feel safe. So they keep using the same people, not different people. They have their go-to people for these freak offs. Right? There you go. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, this is crazy. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see if I can find a video for you real quick. Hold on. Because you need to see the video too, huh? Let me replay the video so it fits, because some people might not have seen it. Okay. Let me. Let's see. Hold on. Where's the video? Yeah, where's the video that I played? Oh, right there. Okay. I got it.
This is a 16-minute video.
Yeah, 16 minutes with no audio. No, she doesn't.
That does not look like consensual to me. Does it to you?
Because you don't know.
And then she was asked, why were you just laying there? Because I didn't want to get hurt anymore.
Okay, sure. Okay, you see? There you go. So here she is applying the lip gloss. I got it. You see? Here she is applying her lip gloss, right? So I'm like, this right here could have been a cue. But if you don't know that what you're looking at is BDSM, I can see how you would think, oh, it's abuse. It's abuse. It's not abuse. This is what they do. And like Cassie, she's a sub. She does the brat behavior stuff, the antagonizing stuff, you know? So she's applying her lip gloss. This is not normal for somebody who's trying to flee for her life. Look at her applying her lip gloss. There you go. And you see, she's not stressed. She's not anxious. She's calm. She's very, very calm.
Oh, he's not touching.
And you see, he's right in front of her. Like, he's right here. Here she is. She's pulling out the lip gloss.
Her because she's on the phone.
You see? And here she is applying her lip gloss. There you go. All right. So then we said that, yes, it could work as a cue. Okay. So if it is a consensual, pre-negotiated tease, it can be a fun, erotic way to egg the dom on. That is my point. But if it's spontaneous, the dom might not know whether to escalate, ignore it, or stop the seed. Communication is key. Okay. Remember this? So yes. Because I'm like, why would you be applying lip gloss if this man is beating you and you're running for your life? You are a victim of domestic violence applying lip gloss in front of a man who allegedly wants to kill you and force you into a 12-hour freak off. But is it really? Yeah, right. Anyways, let's get back over here. Okay, let's get back over here.
Never was telling anybody what he wanted them to do. He never gave demands to say, touch him, do this. He would say, what do you want to do? Do you want to do this? Do you like that about him? It was all about the verbal cues for him.
Okay, it was all about the verbal cues for him. Let's go back over here in BDSM. Cues or signal. There you go. There you go. We are looking at BDSM. It was all about the verbal cues. You check in on her. Like the dom has to check in on the sub, right? In BDSM, cues or signals. Cues or signals that a submissive uses an indicator enjoying something and they want their dominant to continue are often referred to as green lights, encouragement cues, or keep going signals. These can be verbal or nonverbal depending on pre-negotiated terms. Give me a second. Hold on. He's not going to find a video on this. Child. Everything over here just blocked. Why we can't see these pictures? What's wrong? Some of these videos are just so long. Okay, let's see. Let's see right here. Hold on. Okay, what's a good dom? Let's see. You see, this man also is a dom. And I'm sure if you saw his videos, you'd think he's violent. Yeah.
And in the dom. And today we're talking about 7 behaviors for a good dominant. Now, when I'm discussing behaviors, I'm moving beyond consent and moving beyond, doing research about what kinks you're going to get into and the processes for doing that. And the reason being is because I think somebody that wants to engage in BDSM should be doing that by default. In the scene, we have terms for that called top and bottom. The top is the one doing the act to somebody. The bottom is the one receiving the act. And I think both sides of those coins have to educate themselves about BDSM so that they're doing it in a safe, sane, and consensual way. However, dominance and submission are a little different. You can think about it like cooking. You can make chicken breasts and you can boil chicken breasts like a bodybuilder, and it can be pretty bland, but technically you're getting all the nutrition. That's what I think being a top and bottom would be about. However, dominance and submission are kind of like adding spices to that, making a culinary experience for what you're about to eat. Dominance and submission is the intention behind whatever act you're doing as a top or bottom. So today, as we're thinking about the behaviors of a good dominant, really think about these as mindsets or the intentions behind the actions. I'm going to scroll through the article that I had written on my website so that you can see what I'm talking about. However, you can go and read this article.
And that's where Diddy's lawyers fucked up. And the intention behind the action. It's kind of like with murder, right? Somebody dies. You can have first degree murder, second. You can also have manslaughter. The intention matters. So yes, you see this and that. But what are his intention? Is it truly to harm her? The answer is no. The intentions behind these freak offs, was it really to hurt Cassie? No. Cassie has fantasies to sleep with multiple men. Cassie is into BDSM. Cassie's a sexual masochist. She's also a sexual sadist, but she definitely is a sexual masochist. Cassie is part of these women who have multiple rape fantasies per week. Now, Diddy, being her dom, he wanted her to be safe. So the freak offs, these are her ideas. Diddy's saying, take your time, talk, be patient, don't go fast, slow down, let's talk. Blah, blah, blah. Now that's him making sure she does it safe. She would have done, maybe she was doing freak offs before him. I'm like, this way, she didn't do freak offs for him. She was already doing them. I feel like she pulled him into that world. And I think he got involved in BDSM without even knowing he was doing BDSM. Because she's had these kinks before. Like I said, I showed you the article from the NIH, right? What did it say? From the NIH, right? About what? There you go. There you go. It's right here. Okay. There you go. It's right here. So even our very government has invested in research to understand why do women have rape fantasies. Okay. So the nature of women's rape fantasies, an analysis of prevalence, frequency, and contents. All right, there you go. There you go. Okay, let me read this. So the study evaluated the rape fantasies of female undergraduates and population size, sample size 355, using a fantasy checklist that reflected the legal definition of rape and a sexual fantasy log that included systemic prompts and self-rating. Results indicated that 62% of women have had a rape fantasy, which is somewhat higher than previous estimates. For women who have had rape fantasies, the median frequency is of these fantasies was about 4 times per year, with 14% of participants reporting that they had rape fantasies at least once a week, mile away. In contrast to previous research, which suggested that rape fantasies were either entirely aversive or entirely erotic. Rape fantasies were found to exist on erotic aversive continuum, when 9% completely aversive, 45% completely erotic. You see, 46% both erotic and aversive. Okay, you see this, right? This is the NIH. Okay, I am making this up. Okay, this is the government who paid for this. Many women have fantasies of being raped. Okay, many of them do. All right. So let's keep going here. So that's why mentioning, like talking about Diddy's intentions, it really, really matters. It truly matters. They're not good lawyers.
In further depth to get a little more explanation about each one of these behaviors. So you can see the first one is leadership. I think this is the core of being a dominant. And when I speak of leadership, I mean it sort of in the captain and first mate dynamic, where the captain of the ship knows exactly what's going on in the entire ship. He's spoken to all of his crew members. He knows the vision for where he's going, but he also knows the goals of all the members on the ship.
There you go.
And all the members on the ship are trusting the captain to get them there. They know that the captain has the skills and has the interests of each one of the crewmen at the heart of the captain. I think dominance and submission are the same way. A submissive is giving over their power because they believe the dominant actually has their best interests in mind. And it's the dominant's job to kind of create a vision for where they're going. Now, if you're in like a full 100% DS dynamic, that could be your entire life together. The dominant is taking the vision for where you're headed in life and as a couple. But it could be as simple as in the scene, what is the goal of the dominant? What's the goal of the submissive? And how can we structure that to get there? And just like any good leader, if the dom is only serving what he wants, then he becomes a tyrant, in which some cases that could be fun, but I don't think for the entire relationship, at least that's not how I run mine. And if they're only serving the submissive and the goals of the submissive, well, then they're kind of like a coin operated top. They're doing everything that the submissive wants, but never checking in with their own goals. So even though we've had the power exchange and the dom has all the power, I think the desires of each one is taken into account. Basically, the dom is being the leader, getting each person on a team. And I really think there's 3 core parts that are important for leadership. So that's creating a vision. Where are we headed? What's the goal? That's bringing people together on a team in order to execute on that vision. And then bringing resources together to execute on that vision.
Okay.
Now it's a very like business sense. But
yeah. And what is Diddy? A very successful businessman. So you see, so do you see how it matches what that guy just said? You meet Diddy, he talks to you, he gonna make sure like you understand. You come out, you talk to him. Like, you see that? I'm like, it's making sense now. And that's why it takes 12 hours. Because it's not about you just come in there and just start having sex. No, it's not that. She wants to do freak offs. He is her dom. He has to make sure she does it safely. And then he's a voyeur so that you get your freak off and then he get his voyeurism. And we're going to try and do it in a way that it feels like we all know each other and nobody's really being hired to do this. I'm like, well, this is making a whole lot of sense. So I'll be back to this video. Let me get back over here. So let him say it again and you'll see. Think about what this guy is saying. Let's watch this one again.
Very cool guy. He just got off of some knee surgery for
okay,
and was doing some type of commercial about his recovery at that point in time. So all in all, when this very beginning, it was more so very chill, just kind of hanging out, smoking, chilling. Not until like a couple hours into that did he tell me like, oh, what were you doing tonight? And you know, you about to have the best Valentine's Day of your life. And then Cassie walks out.
Okay, so Cassie comes in red lingerie. And you knew who she was right away.
Immediately. I'm a year younger than her, so I grew up with the, you know, the Me and You song and stuff. I'm like, okay, this is crazy. I don't believe that I'm really here right now, but let's see where this goes. So
okay, so then the two of you started to talk.
Yeah, we started talking. He left the room for a second, and mind you, when I got in there, I didn't really know what was going to happen, but I just noticed like there's a lot of towels, white towels on all the couches and the furniture and stuff. There's a red light over in the side. They're playing like, you know, some very vibey music. And there's like a ton of baby oil like scattered about everywhere, like more than any one man should have, you know, and especially in a hotel room, right? So he had got up and left, and I'm looking at her. I'm like, I made the joke like, there's so much baby oil and candles in here. Like, one wrong move and we all gonna die. You know, we all gonna blow up in this thing. So, but she was very communicative in the fact that she was joking and very playful with me. She told me that she picked me from the site. And it seemed as if this was something that they'd been doing for some years. They said they'd been doing this for a while too. So as far as like the vibe of the night, I took my cues from them. They pretty much knew exactly what they wanted. Again, felt like they'd done this before. And that's pretty much how it started out.
So this sort of talking and
You see?
you know,
And there's a
sort of
lot of
intimate
talk.
kind of conversation that lasted for hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I was initially supposed to be with her for about 4 or 5 hours. I got paid as soon as I got there. And I'm thinking, again, up to this point, a lot of what I'd been doing was just hanging out. And at that point, yeah, it was 4 or 5 hours into it. I thinking I'm about to go home, and then all of a sudden he was like, "All right, you know, we're gonna turn this thing up a little bit." The music changed. More baby oil comes out. Baby oil and KY. I'm like, who got this? You know, it's baby oil and KY comes out. It's heated. They've been heating the baby oil the whole time that we talking in the tub. Right. So this was like they kind of knew what they were doing. I'm still trying to figure out what's going on. Yeah, that's when it kind of started off. He was more so wanting us to just talk to each other. You know, his whole thing is like being very verbal. So he was in the kitchen in the dark with a bottle of Ciroc. And we're sitting on the couch, and he was like, "What do you like about him? You picked him from the site. What made you pick him from the site? What do you like about her?" You know, he was more so, he wanted us to talk and act like he was not there at all. So that's kind of how it progressed. But it was a very long progression over the course of hours and hours.
Right.
And they still haven't had sex yet. It's been hours. They haven't had sex. Nobody's having sex. They're just talking. You see? Now it's like, it makes you think, are these things really freak offs? These people just lie. Because he's black. He's black. Whatever you say, like freak off, sex, oil, drugs. People are just so dumb. It's like, I get it now. Like, they talk for a whole lot because it needs to feel natural. It needs to feel organic. Not like she's having sex with a sex worker. It needs to feel natural. And like I said, she's a sub, he's a dom. So he has to, like, there are a lot of verbal cues. There's a lot of communication. Like that Diddy's very chill. He talked to him, told him about his knee, because he wants them to feel like they're friends. Okay. I'm like, it's making sense to me. It's starting to make sense.
At one point he said, "It's the love hour."
Right. And that's when when the love hour happened and he became Brother Love, then it was like a totally different, the vibe changed. It was more so like the music switched up. He was asking, did he want to refresh drinks and stuff, like a cool host almost, but you can kind of tell like they had some type of formula of where they wanted the night to go. So I was just along for the ride, honestly.
Okay. So you guys start with sexual contact in the beginning, and that actually leads up to penetration at the end?
Yeah, it was more so just physical touch. So there was lots of baby oil around, as I said before, and he was like, "Okay, why don't you put some baby oil on her?" And then she was like, he asked her, "Do you want you to put some baby oil on him?" So it was more so that talking.
Asked, would you like for him to put that on you? See, he asked, yes, just put it on her body. Like, who gives a fuck what she has to say? You see, she was treated very well. She was treated very well. Diddy is good with his care stuff. He's pretty good. Pretty good.
Caressing, stuff like that for hours, like for an ungodly long amount of time.
Okay.
And at a certain point, she would start to kind of like come towards me to kind of like move things along. And he would be like, no, go back. You know, you just tell him you're moving too fast, you know? So he never was telling anybody what he wanted them to do. He never gave demands to say, touch him, do this. He would say, what do you want to do? Do you want to do this? Do you like that about him? It was all about the verbal cues for him.
And he, like the guy said, you're like the commander of the ship, whatever. So otherwise you become a tyrant. So he was not a tyrant. Okay.
Okay. So at the end, you guys actually engage in intercourse.
Yeah, at the end, about like hour 8 or 9 or something like that.
What?
Yeah.
At the end of the intercourse, though.
Is he? So freak offs will last 12 hours, but 9 hours are just spent on talking and talking, a little bit of caressing, but like 9 hours. So you see, like when you put it in perspective, it's not that bad. But the way, especially his goofy ass lawyers, the way they let the prosecutors tell it, it sounds like it's 12 hours of straight sex. No, it's not. It's almost like 9 hours of just talking. By like the 9th hour, now you're starting to have, that's the first time you're having penetration, but you've been there for 9 hours. So it's not about raping Cassie. And it's not about her being a sex slave. And with that girl, Lauren, what she said about Diddy saying, like, we got to do it early so that way you can get some rest. I see why. Because it takes time to talk to people. It takes time. So if you got to work tomorrow, what time are we going to start? And what time are we going to finish? So he thought, oh, let's do it early because it takes time because you got to talk to people, get to know people. It takes a lot to warm up. And by the time you start, what time is it? That's why I say we don't have to do it because you got to work tomorrow. She said, no, I want to do it. He said, okay, let's not do it with too much. Let's not get lost in the matrix. Okay, because it takes a long time. You got to invest 9 hours in these sex workers before you even get to the sex part. Okay, his lawyers, they suck. Get your money back.
Something specific happens.
Right. So he wanted me to finish on climax on her. So and this was something that she said that she was ready for as well. Okay. Again, we've been there for a couple hours.
You've been there for 9 hours, not a couple. Couples too. So you see, he said that he wanted him to ejaculate, I guess, on Cassie's body, right? And so he checked in with her, and Cassie said, yes, I'm ready for that. So you see, this is not rape, you guys. It's BDSM. When people rape you, they don't ask for your permission. And when people rape you also, they're going to spend 9 hours talking to you, getting to know you. They're going to get straight to the raping part, okay? But he checked and thought, he asked her, are you okay with that? She said yes, that she's ready for that. Okay, this is BDSM. It's okay. It is okay. It's seriously okay.
It was a weird thing because at this point in time, I'd never had like another male in the room like that. So when he was like, finish, you got to finish manually. So it was a task. Like, I feel like this arm was significantly bigger than this arm by the time I left, because I'm just like, you know, this is weird. He's literally off to the side, drinking Ciroc, talking about, get it, king. Get it, king. It was just a weird.
Get it, king. Get it, king. Imagine a nigga cheering you on to nut. Yo, get it, king. You deserve it, daddy. You deserve it, man. You've been scrambling and scraping all night. It's been hour 9. It's hour 10 in here. You deserve it, daddy. Get that nut. Pause.
A couple hours. It was a weird thing because at this point in time,
his lawyers did not help him. And the mere fact that the judge used what his lawyer said to say we can't give him bail before his sentencing, they suck. I'm like, this Italian man is so fat. All he does is eat what? Pasta, meatballs, and treboni. Okay, does he even exercise? He even do cardio? He's on the Stairmaster. You don't give him more clarity. I'm like, they should have framed this. It's like he's ill. He's mentally ill. He needs help. He has paraphilic disorders. Okay, but you see, this is BDSM. This. She's not being raped. She's not being abused. Diddy does not have a complete disregard for her safety. No, he had plenty of regards for her safety. Plenty. And that's why it took 9 hours of talking before they even got to the sex part. But they called it a freak off because they knew people were going to think the worst because he's black. He's black. He's a rapper. They don't think the worst of him. But you see, he's not that bad. He's not that bad. He really is not that bad. But he didn't let her sleep with random people. He got to know the people. And so that she's, oh no, calm down, slow down, tell him he's moving too fast. Even though she's the one that's moving towards him. Okay? But that Russian man really did save Diddy, man. He saved him.
I'd never had like another male in the room like that. So when he was like, finish,
yeah,
you got to finish manually. So it was a task. Like, I feel like this arm was significantly bigger than this arm by the time I left, because I'm just like, you know, this is weird. He's literally off to the side, drinking Ciroc, talking about, get it, king. Get her, king. It was just a weird, you know, he's in like this. So I'm like, all right, this is surreal. But so I finish, and my thought process is, you know, they were getting up to go take a shower because we're in the living room. And they were going to go back to their back room. So when she got up to go to the back room, I didn't think anything of it. You're not going to use these KY Johnson & Johnson towels to wipe that off, right? So I'm thinking you're going to go to the back room. So I never crossed my mind what they were doing back there. Had no idea that she was finger painting on his chest with, you know, so.
Your man juice.
Yeah.
Yeah, what was funny was when I had Punisher on my show, and the exact same routine, right? Have sex, pull out, bust on her, and then she would like run off in the other room, you know, with it. Because a lot of times with him, like Diddy would go in the other room before they finished. She would like go to him and close the door. And he said when he watched the trial, and when she said that, you know, she would take the cum and rub it on his chest, he was actually relieved because he thought that Diddy was eating it.
I don't know if I'd be relieved. I'm probably equally as terrified from both of those things, right? I'm like, there's no way this is a good.
And this is the part. This part right here where she takes his sperm. So that's why they put it. I guess they don't want to damage the furniture, but they also want to pick up the sperm. So you cannot come inside of her. As long as she's not even, you cannot come inside of her. You come on top of her. And then she picks it up. She goes into the room. Remember when I played the thing about cuckold? When the lady is a porn star and sex worker and her husband, and he said he also bisexual. And he was like, he likes it when she goes to work because she's a porn star. And then she'll come home to him and he'll sleep with her too. And he likes that because it excites him. This part of their BDSM journey, like this part right here, is what you're calling a being cuckold. Like it's so bizarre, but this is what you call cuckold. Remember where's this one? Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I go to my history if I can find it. But he was like, yeah, like I like it when she is it cuckold? Let me see. Okay. Do you remember this?
Ladies who make.
Do you know why? He's like, wink. I was just hanging out with
Hold on.
Real life cucks. Are you guys really cucks?
Absolutely, we are.
Yes, we are. Well, also, both of us actually.
Both of us, because actually, quite recently, I've kind of turned into like a bit of like a cuck queen, and I really enjoy it.
Oh,
yeah.
Wow.
So the roles are reversed.
Oh wait,
Yeah,
I'm
so
so
we're both
excited
cucks.
for this.
She's the woman. She's like, I'm the cuck queen. There you go. Go ahead, sis. Own your shit. Own it. Go ahead, sis. I like girls like that. I mean, I don't like what she does because to me, I'm a Christian. I wish she wouldn't do that. But I like women who own their shit. Not, oh, I'm being abused. No, she said she like it. She like it.
Conversation. There's so much to learn. There's so much to investigate. But I think for the sake of people listening and watching that just don't even know the word, can you please educate everyone? Like, what is cuckolding?
So basically, it is where one of the couple, as in one partner, I kind of, you get off on watching them be fucked.
Yeah.
You know, and there's, I think
like that you layman terms, baby.
Simple. And I think there's different levels of it as well. You've got humiliation, which we don't actually do. We're more the sort of soft cuckolding, where it's more kind of, what's the word? Like,
well, as in if you're watching me get fucked by another guy,
it's non-humiliation.
It's non-humiliation, and like I'm talking to Finn whilst being fucked, saying, "Oh, like you really enjoy watching me get fucked, don't you?
Yeah.
Like wank your cock for me, like show me like how much you love watching me get fucked."
Wang your cock for me. I'm gonna say that to my husband tonight. He's like, wink. I was just hanging out with the Brits. Wait, so can you explain the difference? You said soft cucks, like soft cuck holding, and then hard?
Yeah, so you've got some cucks who are very sort of submissive.
Yeah.
You know, where, you know, you'll be licking fucking spunk out of their pussy and stuff like that. I mean, I'm into that as well.
Yeah.
But it's on the.
Did you hear what he said? Because his accent is like, where is he from? Manchester? But did you hear what he said? So you have soft cocks and you have hard cocks. So a man that's cuckold is a man that's getting cheated on. Okay? Like he doesn't know. In French, we say cocufié. Okay? Oh, so he's a cocu. Meaning he's a man that's like, he's cockified. Like his wife cheats on him and he doesn't even know. Like he's so stupid. So we call that a cocu. Okay? So in English, it's cuckold. So this man is a cock. In French, he'll be cocu. So this dude, he said that you have two types of cocks. You have a soft cock and you have a hard cock. So a soft cock, that's not Diddy. A soft cock, he's submissive. And so he would let the other man sleep, like the other man would ejaculate inside the vagina. And then he would come and lick it off from the vagina. So he would lick off another man's sperm out of the vagina. You understand? Diddy, you're going to put it on Cassie, and Cassie's going to come to him, and then Cassie's going to put it on him. You see this? This is real, y'all. This is real. It's like a soft cock. Another man is going to ejaculate inside the woman, and then the soft cock is going to come behind that man and lick it out of the vagina. My Lord Jesus, this is so wild. This is, oh my God, I need to go to church tomorrow. What's tomorrow, Saturday? What's the line?
The non-humiliation side. So you've got guys and girls who will humiliate that person.
And normally, I think the guys that are into the humiliation side of it are just a very submissive naturally. They maybe have like a really like small penis or like micro penis, and they kind of want to feel like degraded. So they want to see like their partner or mistress or whoever get fucked by a really big dick. And it kind of makes them feel not like inferior, but they kind of get off on that. And then normally they get told to like clean up afterwards.
And
maybe Diddy also has a small penis. Maybe Diddy, because Cassie only goes for really, really big penises. So maybe also Diddy also has a small penis.
What does clean up mean?
Cleaning up the cum, baby.
Yeah.
So you're like licking another man's cum off of your woman's body parts.
Yes.
Or inside, well, coming out of body parts. Yeah.
Oh, wow. And there are people that are into that.
Absolutely.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow. But we did not know that it was popular.
Yeah, but I mean, we don't really do that side of it, do we?
Not really, but I mean, I am into that in my, because I'm bi as well.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't mind that kind of thing, if you know what I mean. So,
yeah. So if you were to choose, like minus the occupation, like minus the job, like if you were to choose to really do the most, like your dream scenario of cuckolding, like what does it look like for, I guess, for each of you, because it might be different.
So for me, it would have to be trans. So a trans lady.
Yeah.
Fucking Belle.
Okay, so trans lady with a penis still.
Yeah.
Okay. Fucking Belle.
Yeah. And then I'm sat in the corner having a wank, and
I like that you explained it so simply. Like, that's it.
Yeah, sat in the corner having
There's so much setup in that, but you're like, just that. It's a Tuesday after coffee.
It's simple. And yeah, I don't know. Or I kind of like the idea of me being at home, Belle going out on a night out, and I'm saying, go and find a guy.
Yeah.
Her getting fucked, and then her coming home, obviously with cum inside her, and then like sort of reclaim sex.
Oh,
yeah, baby.
Reclaim sex.
Yeah, reclaim.
Which is a term that like other people use as well. Or is this just a term that you use?
I think that's actually a term.
It's in the lifestyle. Like people use reclaim sex.
I think so. Yeah.
Which is when
Vibe in the cut, like she was like, well, I don't know if I believe you. Now she's like, oh shit, it is real. Vibe, I've missed you. It is real. You guys, this is not a joke. I know, because I'm like, even me, I sound crazy. Like, Marlene, are you defending domestic violence? I am telling you guys, we are looking at BDSM. We're not looking at normal behavior. Hey, my baby, we're not looking at normal behavior. These people are into BDSM. This is called cuckolding. It is a real thing. There are men who get turned on by their wives, their women having sex with other men. And maybe that's why people do threesomes. Maybe. But they don't even know it's called cuckolding. I'm into the threesome. But because I've always said as a woman, like, why would I ever sit here and watch another woman have sex with my husband? I'm going to kill you. Like, what the heck? You see, because I'm normal. Like, I am definitely normal. Okay. It's like for us normal people, somebody propositioning you with a threesome, you're going to beat their ass. Like, this is so disrespectful. Right. But there are people, it turns them on to see, and you see it. Tiana Taylor said it. Tiana said it. Tiana said she's the one who introduced Iman to threesomes. Isn't that crazy? Because once again, you see, if people had said Iman had introduced her, people would have believed that he's black. You see how people think if there's a bad idea, it has to be a black man. If there's like some kind of sexual perversion, it has to come from the black man. No, not really. Tiana said she's the one who introduced Iman to threesomes. So that means he didn't want to do it. She made him do it. Because she wants to see him do it to other women. It turns her on because Tiana's a lesbian. Okay? I hope you've noticed that. People who do this kind of stuff, they want to be with the opposite sex, but they're not ready to come out to themselves. So they use the partner as a proxy. Even Diddy's bisexual. I'm going to tell you this. To me, Marlene, Diddy is bisexual. Diddy has a small penis. It works because he got all them kids. Diddy is bisexual. If he doesn't have a small penis, he has a normal sized penis. And that's why these sex worker people, they're out of the norm. Okay? Their mandinga is like out of the norm. Listen to me. He's just like this man. That man said his preference is he would want her to sleep with a trans. You hear the stuff, right? But it's usually people who are not ready to admit that they want to swing the other way. So they use their partner as a proxy. Sleep with her, then sleep with me. That way I don't have to say I'm a lesbian. sleep with him, then sleep with me. That way I don't have to say I'm gay. Okay, that's how it goes. All right. So Diddy, to me, they're into BDSM. They have paraphilic disorders. He's a voyeur. I think Diddy is bisexual, and I also think that Diddy has, if he doesn't have a small penis, he has a normal size penis. Okay, so seeing her sleep with men that have a bigger penis, she likes free calls. Because remember how that guy said, like, when you are into sub-dom, you got to consider what both people want. So Cassie, she wants free calls. Like, Cassie is an auto trasher. She likes to have sex with multiple men. Diddy has a preference for men, black men. Diddy has a, then they have white people. Diddy has a preference for black men with big penises. So when they combine them together, she gets to sleep with multiple men, and then he gets to see her have sex with men that have bigger penises, or at least penises that he wish he had. That makes sense, you guys? Right? This is BDSM. This is their cuckolding. This is what it's called, being cuckold. That's it. So Diddy is, even though he's the dom, Diddy is also the cuckold, because he's the one being cuckold. That's why these men come in, they sleep with her. Even when she's going with Alex Fine, she's going with Michael B. Jordan, she's going with Kid Cudi. That's why I know Diddy is not the one who put that thing in his car, because it turns them on. It doesn't make them mad. That's why Diddy even took him out to eat. You see, remember Kid Cudi's thingy? He was like, Diddy took him out to eat. Diddy pay? He didn't pay. Diddy took him out to eat. Even though he slept with Cassie, Diddy did not touch this man. He didn't beat him. And Kid Cudi, the only reason why, we can do it tomorrow, the only reason why Kid Cudi believed that it was Diddy who came into his house, right? And we should have known it was a woman. Because what kind of man gonna come break into your house and open Chanel boxes? These are female behaviors, which I think that girl, what's her name, Capricorn, she did it. Cassie let her in. She did it. That's why she put the camera down, because you couldn't, because the cameras were down. Somebody put the cameras down. It was her. And that's why she went in there and she opened the Chanel box, and then she put the dog away in the bathroom and closed the door. It's a lot of attention to detail. It's giving feminine. A man, Diddy's not going to come in there and open boxes of Chanel. For what reason? He can buy the entire store. Diddy is more likely to come into your house and drink your cognac and be like, this is shit. This is piss. I drink Syrah. Diddy is more likely to come into your house and drink all your alcohol. And he might even take your dog with him, right? But think about the attention to detail. A woman, like somebody comes in, they open Chanel boxes, right? And then somebody grabs a dog, puts the dog in the back, don't hurt the dog, and close the door. That sounds like a woman. Capricorn did it. It is Cassie and Capricorn who told him, Diddy is going to come after you. Nobody is coming after. That's why she went back to Diddy. Diddy's not mad. Basketball, football player, Michael B. Jordan, Kid Cudi, Alex Fine, he's not mad. It's part of their relationship, because Diddy is the cuckold. It excites him. Like, she sleeps with other men, then she comes back to him. It turns them on. He's not mad. Even with Alex, he wasn't mad. She left, she came back. He had sex with her. He sent her back to Alex. Has he ever threatened Alex? Has he ever tried to beat him up? No. It's called getting cuckold. That's it. Even this guy, he said he wants his wife to go out there, find a man, sleep with him, let him come inside of you. Do not wipe it out. Then come to me. He's not mad. It turns him on. And it would turn him on even more if she did it with a trans woman. You see, it is a real thing. It is a real, no, I'm like, come on, like, it's a real thing. People have to listen. But because he's black, even Tiana said she is the one who put it. And look how big Iman is. Look at how small Tiana is. A woman has a lot of power over a man. But Iman is a giant. He is a giant. He's not a small, let me show you, hold on. Hold on. You see, and Tiana lies a lot too. She's another one. She lies a lot. But look at how big Iman is. And because you see, he's a black man, he's like my Timu version of Tupac, if you're asking me, right? Basketball player, he's black, tatted up, he smokes, braids his hair, you know. So people will think, oh, it's Iman who introduced Tiana to the freak offs, because there's no way, right? Tiana's so pretty. Tiana has a six-pack. Tiana. You don't know the real her. And I wish a lot of women would stop doing this bullshit. You can say a woman is very pretty. I like her style. But honestly, I can't speak on her character. There you go. But what a lot of women do, oh, she's pretty. Oh, I watch her content. Oh, I'm subscribed to her, so I know her character. No, you don't know this person. what you know is an avatar. You don't know these people intimately. Because even me, what I believe, I think I would. I always thought she was a lesbian. I think Tiana is bisexual. I think she's a lesbian. Even that her relationship with Mufasa, like the black dude, is fake. He's gay. He's gay. She's a lesbian. They're out here playing in people's faces. Okay? But she's the one who introduced Iman to the freak offs. Hold on. What's that man's name? You spell his name again? Jadena? What's his name? Can't even remember. What's his name again? I don't know how to spell his name. Hold on. Hold on. Where's that video? Hold on. Tiana, hold on. Introducing Iman to threesomes. Hold on. It was her idea. Let me see where I can find the videos. Hold on. I don't have 3 minutes. I don't have all this time. Hold on.
I think a lot of girls like, oh yeah, it's crazy how you gotta have a threesome to keep your man. Baby, we never said that. And it was like another blog that was like,
it's all right. These are our ideas. Like she puts him on that kind of stuff, you know. But I'm like, a lot of people will never think like, oh no, it had to be him. It had to be him. He put her onto that. She would never do something like that. No, she would. Okay. Oh, here it is. Here it is.
Everybody heard that like me and my husband had threesomes before. It was like, oh, she's willing to do that to keep a man. I'm like,
nah.
That was all me.
Yeah.
That was all me. Like, but I hate the idea of people thinking like it's always a guy that wants this, that. So she introduced you to the poly life. It's like me introducing that, you know what I'm saying, to my husband. And it's just like, yo, this is what I want to do.
But the reality of it too is that if you are of one gender and you want a threesome with the same gender as you, you're gay. No, you're bisexual. So she wants threesome with other women, not other men, because she's a lesbian. She's bisexual. Tiana is bisexual, right? Diddy wants the freak off, whatever you call it, with other men also. Diddy is bisexual. You understand? They think it's a flex. You are telling on yourself. You are telling on yourself. Tiana is bisexual. She is very bisexual. Right? She, like, I guess maybe she wanted kids and then she had nothing going on. And also Iman has money, but he's not very smart. He's very submissive. Very submissive. And she got him exactly where she wanted him to be. Okay? All right? That's how it goes. But she's bisexual. So is Diddy. All right? If you are doing it with people of the same sex as you, right? You're just using the other person as a proxy. So you don't have to admit to yourself that you have same-sex attraction. You know what I mean? There you go. That's how it goes, right? So even Tiny is also bisexual, which wouldn't be surprising because I also believe that Candy's bisexual. I think that whole crew in Atlanta, Candy, Tiny, Rashida, all of them. I think Portia, because you see, what did Candy say to Portia? That you are an aggressive lesbian when you're drunk. Even Shamia, I think Shamia also has slept with women. That these girls in Atlanta, I think the vast majority of them have slept with women, continue to sleep with women. They are bisexual women. They are truly bisexual. That's why Atlanta is such a mess like that. And it's okay. Portia also is bisexual. Portia is bisexual. Shamia is bisexual. It could even be that Portia and Shamia, they've even had sex before. It's very possible. A lot of women have slept with their so-called best friend. They have. It's okay. We can be honest. Okay? It's okay. So let me go back to my video about people being cuckolded. Where is it?
The partner that like have sex with each other and reclaim the sense of kind of ownership.
Yeah, the bond.
Wow. Yeah. That's fascinating. Okay, now wait. Actually, before I go to you, I have a probing question.
Okay.
I guess like within your own, like the psychology behind like a trans woman cuckolding scene, like, do you know why?
Yeah. So I was in the military.
Okay.
So for quite a long time, from the age of sort of 17 onwards.
Show us your guns.
Not anymore. Getting a bit older. But yeah, so I spent a long time away, like without the sort of communication, without the kind of interaction with any women, because the unit I was in, there was no women allowed kind of thing. So it was very sort of male orientated.
Yeah.
And we were away all the time. So like the girlfriends I had at the time, we were doing that kind of, that's the only way I could get off really.
Yeah.
Or watch porn.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's where I think it has stemmed from. And then every leave, we used to go to Thailand a lot. So that's how the sort of the trans fascination began for me.
Interesting.
And it was by accident, my first one.
So the first trans woman you had sex with, that was an accident. You thought it was a woman.
Thought it was a woman, gave the translator a reach around, and then that was it. I was that horny.
Yeah.
I was like, fuck it, I'm going to fuck her anyway.
Okay. And so afterwards, you were like, whoa, I really like this.
Yeah. You kind of get the best of both worlds, because I love sucking dick.
Yeah.
Like, that's my kind of
thing.
I don't really like anything else, but I'd really like sucking dick.
Yeah. Like, why? Because, you know, like a lot of heterosexual women will say like it's a blow job, like it's a job for a reason, like, you know, it's work.
Yeah,
it's work, baby. It's not pleasure. Like, why is it pleasurable?
I don't really know. It's one of them. It's just it's
within your psyche. It's kind of like it gives you the power to give someone pleasure, and you're like, oh wow, like I'm giving, I'm generous.
Yeah, maybe I'm actually like punishing myself. In a really interesting way. Do you know what I mean? Where I'm like, is this right? Is this wrong?
Yeah.
Like, should I be doing it? And that's
like the
probably
forbidden fruit type thing.
It's like, is it a punishment which I get off on?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So yeah.
Interesting.
It is very interesting.
That's fascinating.
Yeah.
I'm actually originally from Thailand.
Yeah. Okay.
So I know a lot about like kind of that world, the industry.
Yeah.
It's a very prominent industry, but still like very secretive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was in Pattaya a lot. Pattaya.
Yeah, there's a lot of that there. A lot of
I love it. We're going again. We're going in December.
I am. My first time to Thailand.
Oh, really?
I'm so excited.
Are you gonna have a threesome with a
hell? We're gonna have multiple probably whilst we're there.
Wow! I can't. You have to come back on the podcast to talk about your adventures.
Yes,
I'd love to.
The real life cucks in Thailand.
Yeah,
cucks on tour.
Yeah, cucks on tour. Okay, so now your ideal dream scenario for cuckolding.
Oh, so I think my dream scenario would be Finn with like multiple women, almost like a reverse gangbang.
Oh,
yeah. So maybe like 3 or 4 women and him just devouring him, and I'm just sat there just watching.
And are you wanking too?
Absolutely. Dildo, fingers.
Someone, if you're in the chair, you're wanking.
Oh yeah. Like
then what's the point, right?
That's what the cook chair's for.
That's what it's all about.
Okay, now I want to talk about something controversial. So there are like therapists out there that say that cuckolding is very unhealthy and comes from
I like how white men are more honest, free, and apologetic about their sexual desires. Like men are ashamed. That's what Diddy did in his secret. Yes. Yeah. He was whatever. Yeah. I think a lot of black dudes too, like they feel like they gotta have a hard image, you know, because Diddy think about being a rapper, then you admit that you like to be cuckold. Like it doesn't fit because they make money off their image. They make money off of being tough and being this and being that. So it's like if you admit to that, it really messes up your image, right? And they don't want to mess up their image. You know what I mean? That's the problem. That's the problem. Otherwise, this I'm like, you see, this we're looking at BDSM. Like this is BDSM behavior.
Disempowering position. And I'm always the kind of person that's against people saying things like that because I'm like, you don't know, you don't do it. right? Like you take these like theories from textbooks, and I'm a big fan of practitioners because I think the people that do it actually know better.
Absolutely.
You know, I have a funny short story, like a side note. I once dated a guy who's very successful in real estate and never went to school. And I told him, like, you know, that's so funny because like there's real estate like major in college, like in universities. And, you know, I see these people, these kids, like in universities, like learning from these professors. And he was laughing and he said, and these professors have never closed a deal. So it's like, I remember that vividly just because it changed my perspective on like, wow, there is a discrepancy between things you learn in school, which like, you know, like I'm Dr. Tar, I have a PhD, I study these things, but like there's so many things I have never done and I don't know what it's like. And I totally admit that, like, I don't know. But then there will be, I would say there will be persons of authority that, you know, like therapists that have a platform that will come out and say like, oh, that's so unhealthy. What do you say to that?
I think that's a load of rubbish, to be honest.
Tell us
like
more.
A load of rubbish. I would say that actually, like, well, in our dynamic anyway, I would say like it's really, I feel really empowered as a woman being the cock queen because I'm the one.
You see? And that's why this is where Cassie's evil, because Cassie knows the average person, if they're introduced to BDSM without like instructions, it looks crazy as hell. Diddy looks sick as fuck. And that's where she's really evil. Because things that are consensual, that are crazy, but consensual between you guys, because you know what kind of world you're in, you bring that to the public sphere. You bring that to the public space where people are going to use their understanding, their, I guess, traditional views, their traditional morals and stuff like that, and look at Diddy and be like, what the fuck? Right? And then he looks crazy as hell, and he does look violent. The whole time is like, this is it's more than what we see. But she knows, like she knew most people were not going to understand. And she knew most people were going to quickly call it domestic violence. Right? You know how they say humiliation? Even in BDSM, there are people who want to be humiliated. Let me show you this other guy. He was like, in BDSM, like when he does the BDSM stuff, he wants to poop on people. Okay, so his sub, because he's the dom, he's the hold on. BDSM live replay explain. Let me show you. Let me see. Forgot their channel. Oh yeah, what's the say? There you go. Yeah, let me show you. Hold on. I remember their videos. I was here, right? What video did I see? Hold on. But he was like, yeah. So with his sub, he poops on him. He asked the guy if he could poop on him. Let me see. Damn, they have all these videos. Oh, about this. Oh my Lord. Yo, where is that video? I don't even know what it's called. Let me see. Wow. That's a lot of videos. Okay, yeah, consent, non-consent, that's what it was, okay.
He's counted them as basically the same. I'd love to hear your take on this. So, CNC, consensual non-consent, TPE. Why is it so hot and fun? I had it a little.
Yeah, I got that part.
Why is it hot to you?
So I've been to bondage all my life. So I grew up watching Westerns where someone was tied up against their will, prisoner of war, captives. That always turned me on. So I've always wanted to reenact those things in my sex life.
You see? But you see, imagine if somebody took that video and showed us that. Oh my gosh, they're abusive. They're tying him up. The whole time he wants to be tied up. So imagine whoever he's doing that with, if he later decides to sue the person's album and release these tapes, we're not going to understand it. Come on, oh my gosh, you're evil. You had him bound. the whole time he asked this man to bind his ass because it turns him on. That's what they call sexual masochism. It's like people who want violence during sex. And then you have people that are sexual sadists. They want to be degraded during sex. So a masochist wants violence. A sadist wants torture. Like they want pain, degradation, humiliation. That's a sadist. Then you have a masochist. They want pain. So when he wants to be bound like that, that makes him a sexual masochist because he has a paraphilic disorder. And honestly, homosexuality also is a paraphilic disorder. Okay, but yes, hold on, he's coming.
CNC plays with fire. It walks across the street without looking both ways. It runs with scissors. She's not like other kinks. She's different.
And also it's hot not to have any choices. So to have those taken away from you, being thrown in the boot of a car and driven around, it's hot, right?
I think that's interesting.
How he said he's hot, but what if tomorrow he removes consent and now he wants to weaponize that? Oh, you kidnapped me, you put me in the back of a car, and you drove me around, and then you had sex with me. You're like, oh my God, that's a monster. Lock him up. The whole time you asked for that because it turned you on. Just like Cassie in the elevator scene is BDSM. They call it live action replay. When you replay a scene, and I'm telling you, there's a song that Madonna did. It looks just the same, where a woman acts like she wants to escape the hotel, but she doesn't want to escape the hotel. It's like you're mimicking provoking the bait, where the man is going to come running behind you and drag you back into that room and have sex with you. That's what you want. That's why I said that's why she's out here putting lip gloss on. It's BDSM. But that kind of BDSM, when you are replaying scenes of like kidnap, being bounded, somebody put you in the trunk of a car, and or somebody kidnapping you and shit like that, that is called live action replay. And it turns them on because these people do not get horny off of like regular stuff. It got to be dangerous. If it's not dangerous, it doesn't turn them on. Even her calling the security guard, it's another element of that. Oh, are we getting caught? Are you getting caught? It makes it hotter. They're mentally ill, pretty much. They need help. They need a lot of help. Okay, like I said, it's very dangerous. If you don't get it, it seems crazy.
Though, because you say that your choices are being taken away, you are giving the permission. It's a different way to express it, but sometimes people's brains click when you change the perspective of how you talk about it.
It is also a trust thing that you have with your partner. So you have established this trust, so you give them free range sometimes to do things that they may surprise you with.
So we want to instill from the get-go, from the very beginning of the episode, this is a complicated one, but this is like varsity level kink.
And you need to trust that the person isn't going to harm you.
Yeah. And speaking of negotiating, this next question from...
Do you see why the freak-offs, before they start, they take 9 hours? Is it making sense now? So she can feel safe. Cassie she's a submissive. That's why before they get to the sex part, it takes 9 hours before they get started because he needs to make sure she feels safe. What she did is very evil. And it's like, this whole BDSM thing with Diddy thing, it kind of reminds me of like people who know that somebody's in a closet and they out the person out the closet, knowing dang well they're in a closet. They don't want to come out the closet. And maybe she knew Diddy was never going to confess to being cuckold, BDSM, She probably knew he never would. Just like most people, just like Tyler Perry. Tyler Perry will never come out and say that he's gay. He's not going to do it. And they keep trying to force him out the closet, which I think is very inhumane. And mind you, I'm the Christian. But I'm like, he doesn't want to do it. He doesn't want to do it. Right? But they want to force people out. And when you don't want to come out, it gives them more leverage to do a lawsuit because you'll do anything to protect your secret. And that's what Cassie realized. They'll never believe that I wanted any of this. Look at me. My skin is white. My eyes are slanted. My hair is straight. And people think I'm innocent. They'll never believe it was my idea. But they will believe it's your idea. You're black and you're a rapper. You people think you're a criminal. Diddy has a very ominous presence. People fear him. So it's very easy to lie on him. And he's dark skinned. So imagine that, right? But she knew. But I'm like, this right here is nothing. It's no different than outing someone out the closet, forcing somebody to come out the closet. And they're not going to say anything. So you're okay, well, I guess I'll get your money and send you to prison. Very wicked. This is very, very wicked.
Port Aubert really hits home on there's so many different ways to do this, because he says, it's something I've considered trying, but for gay guys, when it comes to some sex, it requires preparation. So for gay guys, would the sub just need to be clean as much as possible? I think it would depend on the couple, but just curious how others have handled this and like negotiated how to do certain scenes. So like, let's say you want to do butt sex as part of your CNC. Right. You can't do surprise butt sex.
I think they're just being specific on one very specific part of CNC.
Sure.
Not everyone needs to have their hole cleaned.
No, but no, but I love this question because it makes me think, and it's like, how do you send a signal to your partner that it's time to do the CNC? And I've got some ideas. So let's say like I'm doing things around the house and like, I'm like, ooh, CNC time, and I've already cleaned out. I'm gonna go, I don't know, put on my play collar. And that could be a way in which I'm signaling to you that, hey, if you're down, I'm in the mood for it. And you already know, because we've negotiated beforehand, what the paces could be.
Or depending on the type of scene, there could be surprises. So if you're blindfolded and somebody's feeding you different foods and you don't know what the foods are that are coming.
That's still CNC.
There's a great scene in 9.5 Weeks that does that with Kim Basinger. It could be honey, it could be red hot peppers. That's CNC.
But that's a great example of like ravishment in the very sense versus like feeding your partner food because they're blindfolded.
Ice cream so good. So when he's saying ravishment, he doesn't want to say grape. He doesn't say grape, he said ravishment. Because it's consent, non-consent, right? So he doesn't want to use the word grape because people will think of like the traditional grape, which is real. But then they're just doing a live action replay of what a grape scene would look like. So he's calling it ravishment. Mm-hmm. Yes, he has.
Those are both still CNC and fall under that umbrella term. But it's a way in which you code switch or signal to your partner that you're ready for it that can make it very spontaneous and fun. And this is where our D&D nerds or anyone that does LARPing might get involved, because call outs or calibration signals are things that you do within a role play of like LARPing, which stands for...
What's LARPing?
What do you think it stands for?
Oh, God. Long arm real player.
You're not... I mean, live action role play.
Oh, okay.
So it's the people who do like the fighting with swords, lightning bolt, lightning bolt, lightning bolt.
The elevator scene is LARP, live action replay. That's what that is, okay? Madonna did a video like that where she's trying to escape her room. Something about justify my love. Is that what it is?
What's lightning bolt, lightning bolt, lightning bolt?
I'm doing Eastham. What do you mean?
Oh, Eastham. That, just say that.
Within roleplay, callouts could be like, oh yeah, you did this one thing. You're so naughty. And then you could be like, no, please, no more. Or you could be like, you'll never stop me. Like, those are different ways. Rats are great at CNC.
And that's what, let's go back. Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can find that video. That's why with that video where you see, where's Cassie? Did I? Hold on. When Cassie's like, oh, don't hit me. It's like, girl, you could have left now if you wanted to, right? You see that scene? Where is it? Hold on. Let's watch this again. Hold on. Look at this. You'll see it. It seemed like she said, oh, don't hit me. Don't hit me. You see? Like I said, instead of calling the elevator, she's out here picking irrelevant paper on the ground. For what reason? This girl's not trying to leave. This girl's not trying to leave. You see? You're like, girl, if you don't call this elevator, no. She walks past the button. She's like, whatever. No bruises. She's not crying. You see? Watch Diddy come through. And you'll see her apply lip gloss, you see?
And here he is in a fucking towel.
Yes, and see. And watch. She'll apply her lip gloss.
Now here's the problem that Sean Puff Daddy, you know, he doesn't have any argument against this.
He does.
Except for that he just lost his shit. I'm really sorry. Mm-hmm. And he already apologized for it on his video. You remember that?
He shouldn't have done that. Okay. Look at her taking out. Now she's taking out the lip gloss.
Now he's not touching her because she's on the phone.
Look, you see? She's putting out the lip gloss. You see? And she put on her lip gloss. There you go. And there you go, but we know you're scared, sis. We know you're scared. Don't have your lips get dry. Now, this part of where it gets interesting because once she puts on her hoodie, she's talking to him. So you can't say that she's not telling him to keep going. Even with the see, there's a part where he comes back and she's like, stop. But she's not really trying to get out the way. Because remember, she took his phone. She took his phone. So you see, it's brat behavior. Like in BDSM, they call it brat behavior. So you do something naughty, so he can come like he's your daddy, like he about to check you or something. She took his phone. She's like, no, but she has his phone. Keep watching, y'all. Watch. Is he? No. Just give him his phone then.
You can see him in the mirror back there. What he's doing.
Mm-hmm. She took his phone. You see? That's his phone. There you go. Is she?
Big man taking her phone.
It's not her phone. It's his phone.
Big man.
There you go. And that's what you call brat behavior. Like, it's called being a brat in BDSM. Let me show you. Hold on. What am I on? Okay, music. And they have all these videos. Hold on. Let me stop this. Stop sharing. Share again. Show the screen. Boom. All right, look. You see how many viewers they have? The good brat. Yeah, it's real. The toxic brat. So let's see what this one is. Hold on.
Hey, Alex Army, and welcome back to part 2 of this free bratting masterclass. As we discussed in part 1, the principles we'll cover in this series all rest on the same framework. And as you can see, this framework has 4 distinct parts.
Hold on. She said she has part 1. So what's part 2? The side of a tongue. Okay, I guess the light side. Okay.
Hey, Alex Army, and welcome back. Today we're starting a we'll be covering over the next 5 weeks, including healthy bratting methods versus toxic bratting methods, as well as how to handle and tame a brat with a contrasting breakdown of each 3-step approach. And the principles we'll cover in this series all rest on the same framework, which is where I'd like to start today. And as you can see on the screen, this framework has 4 distinct parts: style, goal, method, and result.
Wow.
Today, we'll add the first 3 positive or playful styles of bratting to our chart. And next week, we'll get into the dark and destructive styles of bratting. Now, despite the diversity of these bratting styles, I found a striking constant throughout each style.
No.
Ready for it?
No, yeah, sure.
No matter what style of bratting is at play, and we'll cover the 6 main ones over the next 2 weeks, no matter what style is at play, the ultimate desired result never changes.
No.
And what is that?
What is that?
What is the overarching theme? An increased power gap. An increased gap between dominant and submissive, because this increased power gap gives that sense of submissive arousal that the bottom player subtype often craves. So regardless of the style, motivation, or method, all bratting leads to the same end: an increased power gap. And I'll prove it to you in this series. So each style simply adds a unique nuance to this objective. So what are the 3 styles we're discussing today? Bratting, backtalking, commonly referred to as a smartass masochist, and personal expression. Now, bratting is essentially adding a touch of mischief to your interactions.
Taking his phone.
Smarting off incorporates verbal challenges or quid pro quo type dialogue. And personal expression serves as a platform for freedom and subsequent feistiness. But remember the point we made a minute ago? All forms or styles of bratting have the same goal, which is increased power gap.
Okay.
In other words, these 3 styles and the 3 toxic methods we'll discuss next week are all employed to get a variation of the increased power gap, whether that includes simply more time and dominant attention, deeper caregiving, increased sexual tension, or correction and their favorite punishment. The goal never changes. The ultimate desired result never changes, but the style of bratting definitely determines how the subtype is looking for the power gap to manifest. In other words, in the realm of brat taming or brat handling, it's not about addressing the what, but the why. But this can be really tricky to determine, right? This is where my dominant coaching clients will ask me, how can I know for sure what my subtype is doing or is thinking or what they're after? What are they trying to accomplish? And how do I handle it appropriately? Because if not, things can go bad fast. So if that's you, you don't want to miss my new brat taming bundle on Patreon, which includes some epic new resources. And yeah, I say epic because I have created a bratting decision.
This is too much work. Let me see this one.
Hello, everyone. My name is Evie Lupine. Welcome back to my channel. And today I have another video for you all. Today, we are going to be talking about bratting. I know I am a little late to the party in this one since brat summer is now entirely over. But in my defense, what is more true to brat form than doing things at the time I want to do them and not when I'm supposed to? Always a bottom or submissive who enjoys acting out, breaking the rules on purpose, or otherwise intentionally getting a rise out of their partner. To be frank, this is often stereotyped as a thing younger female submissives do, but anyone of any gender, age, or experience level can be a brat. And while bratting is also often thought of as an all-the-time thing, like someone is either totally a brat or they are not one at all, it doesn't have to be that way either. Some people do have being a brat as their primary kink identity, the way other people identify with being a pet or a little. For other people, they only feel it comes out with specific parts.
Some people identify as pets. What the freak? Like, what is going on here? What?
Kink identity, the way other people identify with being a pet or a little. For other people, they only feel it comes out with specific partners, or they only choose to engage with their brat persona on rare occasions. You can have whatever relationship to bratting you want to. It doesn't have to be an all or nothing thing.
What?
And for some people, bratting immediately clicks. It makes sense. Ooh, you mean I get to play around with the rules and poke fun? Heck yes, that's totally my thing. But for other people, it doesn't make much sense at all. What do you mean you can call yourself a submissive, but you break the rules on purpose and you like it? What do you mean you talk back or roll your eyes? What is the point of even being a sub if you are going to be disrespectful and not obey your dom instantly? Many arguments about bratting have started over the years thanks to trains of thought like this. And, hey, bratting is not going to be for everyone. If this does not resonate with you at all, that's totally fine. But that doesn't mean the people who like bratting are wrong or bad. For the people who strictly think all subs and bottoms have to be meek and obedient, I have a very simple explanation for the allure of bratting. You know how many people are into BDSM, are into it because it's taboo, because it goes against the grain? It's naughty, it's wrong, according to the vanilla world, at least most of the time. Well, the same allure of the taboo also happens within the kink community. Being a brat is playing with those very expectations of compliance and demureness because it's taboo within the community to not be those things and also be an S-type. Brats are basically doing taboo section in a way. So I don't think it's fair to fault brats for doing the same thing millions of other kinksters do, just from a different direction. But this is not the only reason why people brat. Just like being into the taboo isn't the only reason why people are into kink. For many people, the taboo is not even on their radar for why they're into kink. Many people like to brat because it gives them an appropriate container for their fantasies, especially with masochism. Bratting pairs well with the naughty schoolgirl fantasy, or corporal punishment, or caregiver little, or DDLG, and, of course, heavy masochism. For many people, it is hard, both physically and psychologically, to say they want to be in pain. So they have to come up with a reason to justify it. You know, they just had to be punished. They deserved it. The pain, therefore, has a reason. It becomes the consequence of their actions, letting them get their needs met without having to admit to themselves directly that the pain was what they really wanted in the first place.
Okay, so like you leave the room, you take his phone, so that way you unfoolish him, but you don't want to say you unfoolish. This is mental health.
And even for people who have done the work to become comfortable with their desires, it can still be fun to play at it, like you're getting what's coming to you. And for some people, that's yet another motivation, the desire to be who they fully are without being rejected. This is especially true for what I would call natural brats, or people who always have some element of bratting in their kink and in their larger personality. Some people just like to tease, like to poke at others, and they are generally a little bit on the naughty side. For most folks, this is not something that they can safely express in a vanilla relationship, especially without clear boundaries. They may have been told in the past that they were too much effort, they were annoying or rude or immature, even when they were just being true to who they are and how they express affection in their relationships. A kink relationship gives them the structure necessary to be their authentic selves and not only have it be tolerated, but loved and rewarded too. And, can't we all relate to that desire? Don't we all want to have people in our lives who see us for who we are truly and don't reject us out of hand for our quirks? Brats deserve to have that as well, even if they might do kink in a way that looks very different from how we would do it. You may have noticed in there, though, in those statements, that I specifically referenced boundaries and structure. And this is where bratting gets tricky. A lot of people will just hear, ooh, I can make fun of my partner and tease them, and that's okay, and they have to accept it because I'm being true to who I am, and they are off to the races without so much as a check-in. Don't do that, please. This is the kind of behavior that gets brats a bad reputation in the scene. A lot of people, fairly or unfairly, really do not like brats, either because of experiences they have had or experiences they have heard others having, where it seems like bratting is used as a get-out-of-jail-free card for submissives who want to not listen and get away with it. People who want to pretend to be submissive, but don't actually have a subby bone in their bodies. Some even go so far as to openly brat to strangers in public or at parties, hoping to get attention by any means necessary. So it's not really a wonder why brats aren't everyone's favorites. And I will not deny that this happens sometimes. I am disappointed whenever I hear about it. And I myself have seen some uncomfortable interactions supposed brats have had with their supposed doms that make me question whether or not the brat actually cares about their partner's consent or their emotional well-being. But we should be careful not to make broad statements about all brats everywhere when what we're really talking about is specific bad actors. With the right education, brats can be just as ethical and thoughtful as any other kinkster. They just need some direction first. So, let's say you're a brat or a wannabe brat. How can you tell your partner you want to try bratting? Pop quiz! Do you A, suddenly play a prank on them out of nowhere, like swapping their toothpaste for mayonnaise? B, start calling them verbal insults in an attempt to get them to spank you as a punishment? Or C, talk about your desires and set up some limits? The correct answer is C, of course. All ethical bratting should be done with explicit consent and clear guidelines. That includes not only the limits of the S-type, but the limits of the D-type as well. We often forget about this in other forms of BDSM, but doms and tops can have limits too. If your D-type partner tells you, hey, please don't call me names, you have to respect that. I recommend having a conversation where you discuss when and where bratting is okay, what kind of bratting is acceptable, and how you will communicate if any unexpected limits are crossed. Discussing any goals or desires is good too. If you're bratting because you want to be put in a corner and humiliated, but your partner assumes that what you're looking for is an over-the-knee spanking and being told you're a bad girl, neither one of you is going to really end up getting what you wanted. And speaking of that, Even though a lot of brats are masochists, they are not all masochists. And not all of them are physical masochists either. Some are into this purely for power exchange reasons and like being put in place by their dominant partner. They like knowing that they aren't the one in control. And if they do push things too far, their partner is not only able to, but cares enough to remind them of their role in the relationship. Others are emotional masochists who aren't looking for physical pain, but maybe looking for humiliation or verbal degradation, or they may want to be objectified. A lot of non-consensual bratting interactions are sourced from this, where a person tries to intentionally make someone mad or upset to be made fun of, embarrassed, or threatened in return. But the point is, don't assume what kind of brat you're dealing with. Ask questions and figure out exactly what they want and why they do what they do. Not all brats initially will know what that looks like for them, but you should have some kind of place to work out what it is, because if you don't know it all and no one in the relationship knows, how are you going to have a successful bratting dynamic? Especially if you have a power exchange relationship you want to add bratting to, it is vital to be clear about which rules are okay to mess with and which ones aren't. Being able to mess with all of the rules a little bit can be okay. Still, it is more likely to slowly erode your relationship over time if you are not coming into it with a lot of experience and total confidence in your communication abilities. People tend to either follow the philosophy that the rules of the power exchange relationship are off limits for bratting altogether, or they give very specific guidelines about which are okay to mug about with. For example, you might not mind too much if your partner finds a way to brat about the rule that says they must take a picture of their lunch every day, but you might be very upset if they decide to brat about the rule that says you will be honest with each other. Many couples therefore draw a bold line between core rules and bratable rules. The core rules are never to be messed with under any circumstances and usually involve mental and physical well-being, honesty, and trust. On the other hand, the bratable rules tend to be the ones that are there more for flavor. You know, having a bedtime, reporting water intake, keeping a journal, things like that. If you want to add bratting to a power exchange relationship, I always recommend giving your partner permission to brat about one or two things at first, keeping it super narrow, and then expanding from there if it goes well, and then reeling it back in if it doesn't. And hey, what if it does go well? What do you do after your partner brats at you if you're dominant and you have one? Well, you have to correct them, of course. What's that? The correction isn't working? They just keep bratting more and more and more, and they're running the whole household? Well, in that case, you ought to know about the difference between punishments and punishments. A punishment in a BDSM context is an act performed to deter an unwanted behavior and reduce the chance it will occur in the future. This is most commonly used in a power exchange relationship where breaking a rule may lead to a punishment, so a submissive will not willingly break it again. A punishment is a play punishment. Often a punishment is used as part of a role-play narrative where no rule has actually really been broken, but the participants want to act as though one has. A punishment or a fun punishment can also be used whenever you want to play with the aesthetics of a punishment, but don't actually want to or need to correct any underlying behavior. Both have their place. The problem is when you don't know the difference or try to do one when you mean to be doing the other. Some of this can be rectified if you are clear up front about the motivations for what you're doing. Are you doing a punishment for real? Or is this just a role play thing for fun? But the big issue is, if you do have a brat in your hands who is also a masochist, you may need to work harder to find effective punishments for them. A swat on the butt is just going to make them do it more for a lot of them. So you need to find that sweet spot between things they don't like and things they still consent to. Often this can involve acts of physical labor, acts of service, or acts of contrition, like writing an apology letter or being made to grovel and beg for forgiveness while slobbering on some boots. I have other videos where I've talked about non-physical punishment ideas extensively if you want more concepts for that. And then when it comes to punishment, you can do almost anything you want to. assuming you are okay with reinforcing whatever behavior led to the punishment, if any. Remember, we teach people how to treat us. For this reason, I don't recommend playing with punishment if it starts from a place of someone bratting without your consent or outside of whatever scope you agreed to. Both punishments and punishments can work really well for brats and for non-brats too, but you just really have to know what you're working with in order to be able to make them effective. I also want to talk about safe words in bratting. I have known brats in my day who take a lot of pleasure out of playing with safe words. And by that I mean they are not just saying no when they don't really mean no. They might also say red or safe word or whatever their safe word is when they don't actually really mean it, because they're playing with the safe word the same way that they would play with a no. I've seen this across the board in many scenarios. And if that is you and you are drawn to that, I really recommend not doing that, especially in a public setting. You might be able to come up with a way to do it in private where you both agree, red doesn't mean stop, but purple means what red normally means. Like, you could come up with a different alternative system for a safe word that works privately, but at a public dungeon, at least at most of them, safe word or red is going to be taken as a universal safe word. And if you say it around a group of people, or if you say it in a public dungeon, at the very least, people are going to raise eyebrows and be concerned, and you could have people who try to step in and stop your scene, or even get into an altercation with the dominant partner if they think the dominant isn't listening to a real safe word when they should be. And that is something that you should hopefully want to avoid. So just be careful with playing around with safe words. I find a lot of brats in particular like really messing with them, but they're in place for a reason. Find alternative ways to get that urge out if you have that urge, or just be really careful about when and where you're doing it. Now, finally, I want to talk about what to do if you have a bratting partner that is simply not listening to your boundaries and not respecting your consent. And this sadly can be a really prominent issue because not very many DOMs are taught how to deal with this, because it's sort of assumed that it won't happen. If you're the D-type, if you're the Dom, you're the one in power, just order them not to do it. You're the sadist, they're a masochist. You're the one holding the flogger. What do you mean they're hurting you? And that really does not respect the fact that toxic dynamics can happen in many different ways. And it can not only be physical, it can also be emotional, it can be mental. And especially because so many BDSM relationships are not only BDSM relationships, but also romantic in nature. People can hurt each other regardless of what their role is. It does not matter if you're a dom or a top or a sadist or anything. You can still be hurt by your partners, and you need to know how to make sure that your consent is respected and what to do if that is not happening for you. So number one, the first technique, if you are just dealing with like, oh, it doesn't really seem like they're really taking me seriously when I'm saying something, how can I get them to really understand that this is a boundary? The first step that you need to do is to be very clear, very firm, be a broken record on what your boundaries are. Don't sugarcoat it. Don't try to be nice. Don't be mean about it either. Like, don't make the problem worse by, giving it back to them, but be firm, be clear, and be direct. Do not beat around the bush. Say very clearly, hey, stop that. You are not allowed to treat me that way. You are not allowed to talk to me that way. If you do or say that again, this is what the consequence is going to be. And then stick to that consequence. If that means no contact, if that means you're going to break up, if that means that you will not go to dungeons with them anymore, whatever the thing that you are going to do as a consequence, make sure they know what that is and then follow through on it, because then they will take it very seriously. Hopefully they should wake up to that. If they are an ethical person, they're just like maybe not fully understanding how two-way consent in BDSM works. They might then go, oh, I didn't realize, like, I had no idea, I'm really sorry. And then they can behave differently after that, once it's been made crystal clear what the stakes are and exactly what they are doing wrong. And then just repeat that, stick to it, don't compromise. If something happens again, you have to follow through on whatever you say you're going to do as a result of that. And that could be no longer being in a DS relationship. That could be those other things that I talked about, but stick to whatever it is. And hopefully for most people, that will simply cause them to realize, oh, boundaries go both ways and I need to get my act together. But there are going to be people that even when you are really, really firm with your boundaries and say, hey, this is not okay. Do not do this. You are not allowed to treat me this way. they will find a way around that. They will poke at you a different way. They will find a way to do it anyways. They will try to dig their heels in, and they still refuse to change their behavior because, well, but I'm a brat, but it's not a big deal, but whatever thing they have in their head that tells them, well, but it should be fine because, you know, it's not that big of a deal. I'm not trying to hurt you, or just take a joke. Don't take it personally. All those things that people will say to try to get you to be okay with something that you know is actually hurting you. It's a sadly common occurrence in relationships. And honestly, really, my advice is to walk away from the relationship. If this person has demonstrated time and time again a lack of respect for you, a lack of willingness to listen to your boundaries, and they're belittling what your boundaries are, and then when you're even giving them every chance to really listen to you and really understand the gravity of the scenario, they still are not respecting that, at some point you have to choose to walk away. And you can say why. You can say, all right, if you really feel that way, we are not compatible in a relationship, and whatever your protocol is for that breakup, if you're in a DS relationship, what that means, if you're just dating, what that means, if you're just play partners, what does that mean? But you have to execute on it. And I really would encourage people as dominants to not take it if somebody is disrespecting their boundaries, because your consent matters, your emotional and mental well-being matters, and even though you're just a dominant, your partner is still capable of hurting you and causing damage to not only you, but the relationship itself. And don't stick in a relationship.
And this is what she's doing now. This is what she's doing.
Because, you know, as the dominant, you should be able to make them obey, or like that'll happen too. You'll get brats who are like, in my mind, not even really brats because they're doing it non-consensually and doing it in a non-ethical way. Like you will get people who will say, well, but I would listen to you if you would just, you know, hit me more, or if you would like man up or be more dominant. Like if you hear that, no, I'm gonna put a flag on the play. Do not continue. To me, that's a really big red flag. I don't think that person has the kind of mentality that I would assume goes with a fully consensual, mutually pleasurable DS relationship. And yeah, if anyone is trying to pass off their behavior as being okay because it's not a big deal, or because, well, actually, it's your fault I'm behaving this way because you're simply not manly enough, or not dominant enough, or not authoritative enough. Okay, I guess I'm not for you then. Guess
you can see how a lot of women also are brats, though. Like that's why what she's saying here is like it's giving. Oh, you're not man enough. You can't tame me. I need a man that can tame me. She's like, yeah, she gotta go because it's too much. Like this is just too much. Do you want to be here or not? Okay. Oh, you gotta be able to handle me. You gotta be able to tame me. You are a brat. You're into BDSM. You might want to stop. Okay.
We shouldn't be in this relationship. And I don't mean to say that nonchalantly, like it's easy to break up with someone when you're not compatible, but like I don't want people to feel like they should be stuck in a relationship that doesn't make them happy because they don't know that as a dominant that they're supposed to also have their boundaries be respected. And they like the way to move through that is just to like, well, if I'm just more dominant, I can make them respect me. Like, no, they should act like a play partner who cares about you, a sub who cares about you, will care about you. They don't have to be made to care about you. They just will. That should be a fundamental part of the relationship. But that's just my 2 cents on that. Thank you all so much for listening. I would love to hear your thoughts about this one in a comment down below. If you are a brat.
But if you break it down into a DS dynamic, they're creating a vision for what the scene's going to be like. What's the relationship going to be like? What are our goals as you and I are on a team? And then bringing together that team, obviously you and that other person that's in the dynamic, but sometimes it's more people, depending on what your scene may be. And then any of the resources that you actually need in order to fulfill that goal. Those could be toys, that could be the setting, it could be whatever you need to actually prepare to actually execute that scene. So that's leadership. The next is responsibility. Obviously, the Spider-Man line comes to mind here. With great power comes great responsibility. The only reason that the submissive is giving over power is because they believe that you're going to take responsibility for them. You're going to care for them. You're going to help them reach their goals. And hopefully you're going to give them a pretty freaking good time. The other reason that this is important is it begins to create trust. And that's the only time that the submissive actually gets to sink into that submissive mindset, that they can let go of the worry and thinking about themselves and having to worry about what's going on because they know somebody else is responsible for that. That's really one of the gifts that the dominant gives the submissive. All right, behavior number 3 is creating order or creating structure. When we're role-playing with dominance and submission, we're kind of creating this container to allow this world to happen. It's not always something that we get to do out in the real world. So we kind of have to create boundaries, rules, and structures around that so that we can have the most fun. It's sort of like letting kids play out at a park or at some playground. There's a fence, a structure, an area where you're allowed to play. And within that, you can do whatever you want, or, whatever you've agreed upon. It's the same thing in the DS dynamic. We create certain rules and boundaries where we can actually have that play. But dominance also gives submissives another gift in this structure. A lot of times, the submissive has some sort of goal, and the dominant creates structures, behaviors, rules, and things to help them reach that goal. Now, these can be goals that are very, self-development focused, such as the classic drinking more water, or it could be anything from losing weight, trying to get a promotion at a job, whatever the submissive needs the dominant's help in doing. The dominant can lay out certain behaviors that he wants the submissive to do in order to reach that goal. However, this could be a sexual thing as well. For example, if the submissive wants to experience some sort of orgasm, the dominant can give the submissive certain things to do in order to help her learn more about her own pleasure and different tasks that help her get closer to that orgasm. All right, the next one is communication. This is the one that you're going to hear all the time. Communication is the bread and butter of these DS dynamics. Honestly, they're the bread and butter of a good, healthy relationship. And the reason that communication is important is it creates clarity. I am not in your head. You're not in my head. We can't read each other's minds yet. Maybe when Elon Musk gets done with Neuralink, we can just connect those and transmit stuff, and we never have to have the hard, dirty conversations. However, those are the most fun, so I don't know why we'd want to get rid of them. But communication is about creating clarity. Clarity in what we want and clarity in what we don't want. We want to be able to speak about our desires and to be able to share our boundaries. Now, as the dominant, you're creating some sort of structure to allow that to happen. Oftentimes, you're the one that needs to go first, to be a little more vulnerable about your desires, but you're also modeling what it means to share your desires and to share your boundaries so that it's easier for your submissive to do so. You're also trying to show what it means to actively listen to the other person and to actually hear what they wanted, to start to ask questions, to gain more clarity. Because oftentimes, a submissive, being a submissive person, wants to please their dom. And so they might try and say something that pleases their dom, even though they might not actually want to do it. Or vice versa, that is something they really want to do, but they know their dom's not really into it, so they never bring it up. As the dominant, it's our job to basically create a safe container with zero judgment to allow those things to flow out. And by creating this foundation of communication, when things get hard in the future, because they most inevitably will, it's easier for each person to actually have that conversation because they've done it a million times within this container. I also think it's important for the dom to be seeking feedback from the submissive about the relationship, about how a scene went, even just little things, in order for them to get better. So opening up that communication line is an important aspect of actually getting that feedback when you need it. Right, the next one is awareness. And this is not one that you're actually going to see a whole lot in people describing, what a good dominant is or what the good behaviors or traits or mindsets of a good dominant are. And awareness is actually something that I bring from Tantra into practicing dominance. And the reason I think it's important for a dominant to be aware not only of themselves, but of their submissive is because they can actually understand more about how the submissive is receiving some of the dominant acts. The example I use here in this article is, say you're doing impact play and you're swatting your submissive away. They're enjoying it. And then you do a swat and they start flinching a little bit. And you go do another swat and you see their body even reacting a little more than it normally is. If you're not aware of the situation, you might miss those. And you might be going over the line that your submissive can handle, or maybe even a boundary that your submissive has, but your submissive has not spoken up about it. However, if you're aware, you can read the body language and see that maybe you need to back off. Awareness is not only good in that situation, but also when you're having sex. You're out of your head and you're actually present with the moment, present with yourself and the pleasure that you're having.
Swatting. Oh, that's what it means. I'm like, what is swatting? Okay. They're saying within the context of BDSM, bondage, discipline, sadism, masochism. Oh, okay. All right. The term swatting typically refers to corporal punishment or impact play involving forceful, stinging blows, often administered to the buttocks or other muscled areas. This can be done with the hand, a paddle, a hairbrush, or other implements. What the freak? Okay. It's important to differentiate this BDSM practice from the act of swatting, a form of harassment where someone makes a false report. Okay. Key elements of swatting and BDSM: informed consent. Like all BDSM activities, swatting requires explicit and enthusiastic consent from all participants. Safe practices. BDSM practitioners emphasize the importance of safe, sane, and consensual play, or similar frameworks like risk-aware consensual kink. My God. A rack? What? Safe practices including open communication, clear boundaries, and safe words and are essential to ensure the well-being of all involved. Focus on the submissive experience. Swatting in BDSM often involves the submissive partner receiving the blows, which can be part of a power exchange dynamic and can involve elements of pain, pleasure, and emotional release. Oh, Lord. This is crazy.
I'm present with your sub and the pleasure that they're having. And the more that you can do that, the more you're going to enjoy the experience, the longer it's going to last, and the less you're going to be worried about a whole bunch of other crap that doesn't matter. All right, the next one is educating and creating growth for you and your submissive. Now, not every dominant takes on the teacher or mentor or educator role, but I often do. In my vanilla life, I'm an educator, and it's just not something that gets turned off. And it's something that I thoroughly enjoy in a dynamic, is showing my submissive something new or helping them grow in some way. I always like to leave people better off than I found them. And so educating is one way to do that. And this could be as simple as showing them new techniques, showing them new kinks, showing them a way to do something. But it could also be educating that person about themselves, helping them gain more self-awareness, helping them understand what their likes and dislikes are, where their boundaries are. I also like helping my submissive to experiment, kind of push the boundaries for them so that they can grow as a person. Not pushing their boundaries to something that they don't want to do, but helping them to develop themselves.
What?
I spend a lot of time learning about myself, educating myself. So I like to pass that along, but I also expect it of my submissives. That's something that I want in my dynamics. Right. The last one is love, or creating the intention. And a lot of times in BDSM, you're going to hear what's the difference between abuse and BDSM play.
Yeah.
And it's consent. I also think love should be in there as well. When you're committing one of these acts, when you're doing something in BDSM, are you doing it because you love the person, or are you doing it for some other reason? Even, a heavy spank could be done with love behind it. You're doing it because you care about that person. You're doing it because you know it's going to bring them pleasure. You're doing it because you know it's part of their goals. Something along those lines. You love that person to some degree. And I don't mean you have to be an entirely romantic love. It could be you just, really care for that person. So I believe any acts that you're doing in BDSM should be out of love, not out of hate or to hurt that person, unless they want to be hurt and that's their goal. And again, then you're doing it out of love and you just want to give them a really good time.
And I also think that he was doing it out of love. That's why it took 9 hours to get started. Okay, I see it. Okay, this is crazy.
Now, the last comment I want to make about these is these are very idealistic. They are mindsets and ideals that we're trying to aim for in being a good dominant. However, I fall short of these all the time. Other people fall short. But it's good to know what we're aiming at. Remember, going back to that leadership aspect, creating a vision. Where are we going? This is where we're trying to go as a dominant, the things that we're trying to do. And if we mess up along the way, well, then we take note of that, we repair any of the damage, and we move forward trying to be a better person. So those are the 7 behaviors of a good dominant, or at least the way I like to practice dominance. In a future video, I'm going to do the flip side of what is a good submissive and the 7 behaviors that go along with those and
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Good scenario.
it's all
But,
bad, no matter how you do it.
damn, it's a lot. I found out just like he did during the court process, and I'm reading this transcript with my girlfriend, and she's like, "He did what?" So it was like we were all blindsided by that. I never got that vibe from him, you know, that this was something that he was. To me, it was just he's all about the visual. He wants to watch. I didn't know they were engaging and stuff in the back room. When they would leave, he would be like, "All right, bro, you can go ahead and order room service and smoke, and you know, if you want to leave, you can leave, or I'll come back out and we'll hang out for a second, and then maybe we'll do another one." But you know, this is like 8 or 9 hours in. I'm not trying to do nothing else. So more times than not, it would just be wrapped up after that.
Damn.
So Diddy would even say, if you want, you can leave. You can get room service if you want. I'm like, what the heck? Diddy's not all that. It's kinky. It's a lot. It's very different. But I'm like, I'm seeing a softer side of him. Mm-hmm.
Get it, King. Get it. Nuts.
This is crazy.
Nigga did one. I ain't watching these yet. Yo, chat. We just kind of chilling. I'm gonna chill till 8, bro. Like I know, like it's a holiday week, and I'm still trying to put a little streaming hours in. Don't be like, damn, Ack, you just watching videos today. You know I be scrambling and scraping for y'all, chat. Pause. You know I deserve it. Chill. Nah, but it's July 4th. Let me chill a little bit. I'll stay on till 9, and then I get off and shit like that. You know, just trying to keep the streak going. I think we're on day 5. I think so. Get me? Again, I'm trying to figure out the particulars because I'm about to go on vacation, chat. I'm trying to figure out the particulars how I could stream like an hour a day during my vacation. An hour a day. It's like an hour a day type shit. You feel me? But yeah, just you know, I know we have a high standard for streaming. Just give me a little break. We just finished a big trial. You know, it's the 4th. I'm sipping a little bit. I told you I don't got no friends. Nobody, I ain't gonna lie, I swear, nobody invited me to a cookout today. That shit was crazy. Niggas do cookouts still? Not one invite. Like, yo, bro, what you doing today? Not one. I don't know what's going on. My phone look dry. I have to check my other phone. Man. I ain't get invited to nothing. So I said, I'm gonna just get on stream, man. I'm like, nobody love me but the chat niggas, man. Yo, you ever feel lonely? I'm like, ain't nobody love me. That's a fact. Because this nigga sound like he's a great host. He's passing you Ciroc. He might pass you a condom. You bought a nut. He cheering you on. Get it, King. You know what I mean? He's like, nah, hold on. Nah, he telling the bitch to appreciate you. Yo, tell him what you appreciate about him. Damn. What more do you want from me? Like, God damn, bro.
Although rubbing your cum on his nipples is somewhat gay, so
I wasn't involved in that. I wasn't involved in that.
I know you weren't, but I'm just saying.
Yes. Yeah, what he did,
rumors,
that was diabolical.
There's
what he
that
did
one
behind
hill you have
closed
to get
doors.
over, you know, to try to dispel that myth. I'm just saying, it's a big hill. It's very steep.
It's a very big hill.
It's a very steep hill. Now, in the beginning, you and Cassie were using condoms, but that switched at one point.
Yeah, I think one time we went without, and to be clear on that, he would always ask, do you want to do this without a condom? And they would have a conversation as if I'm not in the room. Very calm.
You see? He would always ask, BDSM, do you want to do this without a condom? Are you okay to do this? Are you ready for this? Right? Is that BDSM? Okay, BDSM. Diddy is dumb. And he's a good one. I would say he's a pretty good one. He's a pretty good one.
She'd be like, oh, I don't know. He's like, these guys are tested. And she would ask me, I'm like, yeah, I'm tested. And he'd be like, do you want to do this? And she'd be like, no, not right now. And he would kind of just let that go. He was never forceful in like saying, you need to do this, you need to do that.
I think his lawyers did a good job. I don't think his lawyers humanized him. His lawyers even went in there, oh yeah, he's violent. Oh yeah, he takes drugs. Oh yes, even his lawyers are a bunch of racists. I mean, they're a bunch of Italians. So who is he? His lawyers himself. Isn't it funny how your own lawyers can get you in more trouble? Because even they themselves have inherent biases about Black people. His lawyers did not humanize him. They fucked this shit up. He thought by paying a whole lot of money, they were going to be good lawyers. No, they just took your money. right? But I'm like you hear this guy's like, okay. He was asking, do you want to do this? Are you okay with doing this? Is this what you want to do? If you don't want to, you don't have to. Does that sound like somebody who's being raped? Does that sound like a man who wants to rape a woman, have no regard for her body? Put up. No, it does not. It does not. Okay, it doesn't.
So, and I think one of the times out of the 4 was one time that we did engage in intercourse without protection, but it was very quick. She came to me and started that process and looked to him to see if this was something that was like cool to do, and he kind of gave a head nod, and that's what it was.
In the words of Cameron, how's the pussy?
How do you think it was? It was great.
It was great.
It was great. I was singing Me and You in my head the whole time.
Oh shit. Ding, 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 ding. Yeah, I think Cassie was tight. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think most of these niggas could nut, not only because Diddy was walking around him jerking off. Man. Yo, Cassie shit gotta be loose. You know what I mean? You know, now they got surgeries and shit that could address that, but you know, shout out to Cassie though. We ain't trying to shame her. No type of shit like that. His other nigga. That other guy, the third guy, he funny. He funny. The last one we just listened to, he funny. I could tell he like joking wise, like he funny.
You know, this was like maybe like 6 months later, 9 months later, something like that.
Yeah.
When you heard about the lawsuit, what did you think?
It kind of like blew my mind. And then like when the lawsuit came out, like all allegations came out, and there was like 3 friends I told about the situation, and they called me instantly, and they're like, man, Rico, remember you telling me about that all situation and like sending me the links. And I'm like, man, this is crazy, you know, but I never thought it would come to me. And I started getting calls from, the Federal Bureau of Investigations, the FBI started calling me, saying they wanted to talk to me. And I had a friend that was an attorney. So I called him, and he was like, well, you don't have to talk to them. They don't have a subpoena, this and this. So then like 2 days later, they called me. They was like, we have a subpoena, so you got to talk to us. So I just avoided them. Like they was calling me, trying to meet up with me. And they knew I lived on Sunset. They was like, we're here on Sunset. We just want you to talk to you for a second. So I avoided them for like 5 months. And then I was promoting an event I was working for, and I posted on social.
The feds are so, I'm like, imagine having the FBI investigate like BDSM. Okay. Like, this is crazy. This is really, really crazy. These people are really, really dumb. They are truly dumb. This is how they waste taxpayers' money. The feds, like, y'all don't got nothing to do. Bunch of kids are missing. I'm not even the migrant kids, like, what are those 300,000 kids? Don't even care about that, right? Do not care. These people want to be famous as well. Oh, yes, we investigate. Shut up. This is BDSM. Go sit down somewhere. You are crazy.
Social media. And so I go outside. They're like, Rico, someone's outside. And I think it's just one of my guests trying to get into the event. And when I go out there, like the guy pulls up a phone and start recording me. Like he hands me a letter. And as he's handing it to me, I grab it. And it's like a long line of people outside and the producer for the show. When I grab it, and he pulls out his phone, and he's like, you're set to be here in the pier. He pulled up his shirt and showed his badge. It was like being like loud about it. And like, I knew exactly what it was once he started doing that. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. So now you have an actual subpoena.
Yeah.
For the grand jury.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, did the Diddy house raids already happen or no?
Yeah.
Okay. So you now know that things are getting more and more serious. Real. Right. So the Diddy house raids happen. The Cassie lawsuit has been settled, but everyone got to read through all the craziness in it. And did the Cassie video come out yet or no?
It was like just beginning. Like that stuff was just beginning to come out.
Okay. When you saw the Cassie video, like the hallway, Intercontinental video, what'd you think?
I felt like that was bad. Like I felt bad for her, and like felt bad for being around someone that ruthless that would do that to a woman. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah. I mean, before the video came out, he had a whole Instagram post, like, all these lies spread about me. I will protect my name and my family. They're all false, whatever. Then that video comes out, and then he did he's like, yo, I'm fucked up.
Yeah.
I was in a dark place.
Should have said that at first. Right?
I know, right? So the video comes out, the lawsuit, has been settled. The house raids have happened. I mean, when you heard about the house raids, when they raided both his LA and Miami home, did you think at this point, okay, things are really getting serious?
Yeah, I did. But at the same time, in my head, I was like, I didn't let him record any of me, so I wasn't really worried. So I didn't think I had anything to worry about,
Right. But now you have an actual subpoena to go to a grand jury. Where was that? In what state?
New York.
In New York?
Yep.
Okay. So what was the grand jury like?
I actually did it on Zoom. So it was like me and like 8 people. It was me, my lawyer, I guess, like the DA and like 7 jurors. And they just questioned me about what happened and everything that went on. Kind of told them the same thing, and was asking questions like, did I feel forced, or did it feel like she was forced, or was there any drugs around, like kind of stuff that could lead to something,
Right. And I mean, based on what you said, you weren't forced.
Yep.
Did she seem like she was forced at all?
She was chill and enjoying it. I didn't feel like nobody was forced in the situation.
So these people, he showed up with his lawyer to the grand jury, and he said that he wasn't forced. And from what he can tell, Cassie was not forced. So how did they get the indictment? Because the other guy too, if he also went, he said he wasn't forced. So it's like, this is a witch hunt. Because if all these guys are going in there saying, it didn't feel forced, she looked okay. Did he talk to me? Did he fed me? He asked me if I was okay. He talked to her a lot. Then how exactly did this indictment went through? That's what this grand jury stuff is. To me, this grand jury stuff is a joke. It's truly diabolical. It's really evil. So the first guy said it. He's saying it. He was not forced. I was not forced. Then you're saying she wasn't forced. The other guy said she wasn't forced. So then how exactly did they get the indictment? That's why I say these DAs, they go in front of those grand juries and just say whatever. They just say whatever. That's crazy.
Right. And there really were no drugs. It was just...
How the hell did they get an indictment? Well,
exactly.
They always say you could indict a ham sandwich, chat.
That's true. You see?
Remember, let me break this down one more time for y'all, chat.
Right.
To convict someone at trial is the highest burden of proof required in the land, beyond a reasonable doubt. Okay? For someone to, beyond that is going to be a search warrant. A search warrant is, you have to have extremely strong probable cause. This is why they use Tyrone, not Tyrone, Lil Rod, Ronnie Jones, because he knew where things were going to be. And it's not only to say, I think this nigga's doing a crime, let's go in his house. You need to know what you're going to find in the house, where it's at, and what you reasonably expect to help give you to help prove your case. Okay. So we're going down how easy shit is, right? Then beyond that, right? That's still in the probable cause realm, but that probable cause has to be signed off by a judge. So a search warrant, you need probable cause, but a judge has to approve it. Okay. Then you need, let's see what else you need probable cause for. Okay, probable cause to search your car. Don't need no judge. Yo, we smelled weed. That's usually good enough, or they could bring a dog. Like if you're in a car, there's actually a lot more different rules when it comes to like cars, because it's still the 4th Amendment right. They could run up in your car. They don't need a judge. They don't need a judge. When it comes to a house, they always need a judge. Your car on public roads, they don't need a judge. Okay? What else is probable cause? Right? I'm trying to think. What else? That was my train of thought. I am drinking a little bit. I'm sorry, child.
Feel forced, or did it feel like she was forced?
And I mean, based on
so my whole thing is why it's easy to indict. So when to get an indictment from a grand jury, and in most places, in most precincts, to get a indictment on felony charges, with most places usually require a felony. For a felony or a serious felony, especially 1st degree or 2nd degree, they want a jury of your own peers to indict you. what is the indictment means? There is a probable cause that a crime was committed by that person. Now, there's a saying, a grand jury could indict a ham sandwich. Why? The grand jury only hears, in most places, from the prosecutor. So it'll be 23 people. I think it's the same in New York. And 23 people, they will link up. They're reviewing evidence. The jurors are able to ask. So I don't know if it works. I think it does work the same federally. So a grand juror was able to ask him a question like, yo, bro, did he ever grab you by the neck? And, so they were able to ask questions, a Q&A damn near, right? The prosecution is almost just guiding the evidence. This is why it says it's easy to indict anyone, because there's no pushback. When we heard all this Diddy shit, there's no pushback in a grand jury hearings. They're just kind of laying it out.
Yeah.
Maybe.
And you see, and this is why I said, like, for the Carmelo thing, they were like these racists and these coons were out here celebrating because Carmelo got indicted on a first-degree murder charge. Indictments are just, you see, who cares? Who truly cares? I'll see your bitch ass in court. Who cares? Because it's only the DA that's there. It's the DA and the grand jury. They can say whatever. They can control the narrative. They can control what's said and what's not said. And with Carmelo also, you can understand why he would get indicted. I mean, they would be okay with a first-degree charge, because even manslaughter, I would have had more respect for these people. But it's okay. God is good. But I'm like, a first-degree murder charge. Why? But Carmelo said, I did it, because he said he did it. So then you can just turn that narrative, spin it, whatever. But okay, first-degree murder charge. Maybe they brought other students who was like, yeah, he did it. No problem. There's an indictment. An indictment doesn't mean you're guilty. Now, I think what they do is they try to find the highest charge. Like in Carmelo's case, it's a first-degree murder charge to scare you. They want to scare you because these people don't want to go to court. They truly do not want to go to court. They ain't shit. They don't want to go to court. So if they can get the highest charge possible in the indictment, most likely you'll be more receptive to plea, right? So they don't want to court. Most people also are very afraid because they don't understand the process. They don't understand the process. Number two, most people don't have the money. People think about the money. How long is it going to take me? Because you got to go through a pretrial, day of a trial. It's a lot of money. Most people don't have it. So you might even be guilty. You might even be guilty of a lesser charge. What do I know? But it's like you get an indictment. They go for the highest charge possible. And they use that to scare you. Right? It's bullshit. Like for Carmelo, it's bullshit. First-degree murder, sure. I'll see your bitch ass in court. Now, when it comes to Diddy, if these sex workers went in there and they said, first of all, you can see that Cassie put this together. Cassie's the one who's telling the FBI who to talk to, who to look for, phone number, where they live. Like the guy said in the first video, the guy who's suing her. She has everybody's contact. And she sent the feds to those people. That's why I say she's a mastermind. She really is, right? So they talk to these people. People are going before the grand jury on Zoom. And they're saying, I was not abused. I was not forced. From the looks of it, she also was not abused. She was not forced, right? So it goes to show you. This trial against Diddy is a witch hunt. And most likely it's just to teach him a lesson. The problem is he panicked. He panicked. And like mentally, he stopped being strong. He went to a depression. He panicked. He didn't have the right lawyers, so he panicked. He never should have paid her. And he needs to sue her for his money back. If I was his lawyer, I will sue her. I want the money back. Plus interest. You will pay me back. You're not just going to pay me back. You're going to issue a public apology. You have to train people. Like the lady said, with these brats. You got to spank these people. You're going to give my money back. You were consenting. You people have BDSM. You're in BDSM. You're doing cuckolding. You're doing the brat bullshit. Like, girl, bye. You are involved in BDSM with your weird disorders. Okay? You will give my money back. He never should have paid her. Number 2, he never should have apologized. Number 3, his lawyers never should have leaned into the stereotypes. Black man does drugs. Black man is violent. Because you see, that's why he's not getting out. That is crazy. That is truly, I'm like, where do these people go to law school? Maybe I should go to law school. I don't know. Probably do it over a summer or something, because at this rate, it's concerning. But I'm like, they still got an indictment. So they wanted him to be indicted anyways, because it's a circus. And like most of the DAs also, they use celebrities like that, like Diddy, to build their careers so that one day they can run for a governor. They can run for state attorney general. They can run for this and run for that. They will destroy people's lives to build their careers. The American legal system ain't shit. It really ain't shit. It's disgusting.
They talked to some of these guys before and knew like, all right, you gonna say some shit that the grand jury ain't gonna like. We're not gonna put you in front of the grand jury.
Yeah.
We want to put a narrative there.
Yeah.
So the grand jury has to vote, and the indictment in most places, except the Commonwealths, like for example, Pennsylvania and a couple other places, they might have different percentage. Sometimes it's 66%, but usually it's over 50%, which means that's what, if I say 23 people, you just need, and by the way, the grand jury listens to many different cases. They'll convene for maybe 2 to 3 months. They'll listen to mad cases and they'll vote. And usually if we're going on the 51% rule, as long as 12 out of 23 votes probable cause is there to indict, a true bill of indictment comes down. Okay? It's an easy way to take accountability off of the DA, off of the investigators. It basically says a jury of your peers, a grand jury of your peers says you should stand trial. Okay, so let's keep going down. And so that's how Diddy got indicted. But the more I'm hearing this, I'm like, how did the nigga get indicted? Because all the sex workers are saying it's consensual. No one is saying it's non-consensual.
And the thing is also, and like I told you last time, like it's political. District attorneys, they are public servants. They are up for elections and re-elections and things like that. Because in Carmelo's case, that white man, he truly did not have to bring that up. You know, like, hey, it was self-defense. But because he's up for re-election, it got a lot of public attention. A lot of people are talking about it. So he got to do the most. He has to put 20 on 10. Because even he knows. He's from Texas. He knows. He knows better. He knows what self-defense is, right? But they bring an indictment. I even said that. I'm like, they'll bring up an indictment like that, first-degree murder charge, to scare you. They want to scare you into a plea, right? I think they offered Carmelo a plea. I think he turned it down. Why would you not turn it down? Stupidity. Number 2, they want to be able to say, we fought for the maximum charge because they're up for re-election. You know, why would you not lie? America's a country where you thrive when you lie. So like, okay, either way, he wins. The district attorney, either way, he wins. If he's able to get a first-degree murder indictment, he can say, I fought real hard. Okay? If he can get a first-degree indictment and then you get scared and you take a bullshit-ass plea, he also wins. Either way, he wins. Because these people are just here to make people feel as though we're working hard to keep our cities safe. We're working hard so we can keep our track meets safe. Bunch of bullshit. No, you want to be reelected. Fuck you. All right? But it's bullshit. So even here with Diddy, like I said, I haven't watched this part, but I'm not confused. Because if everybody that is coming on is saying I wasn't forced. She didn't seem like she was forced. It seemed like she enjoyed it. Why didn't they say that? Because it's a witch hunt. And they were truly trying to use Diddy so that they could all build their careers, write books. They were all going to be New York Times bestsellers. This is how white people do it. White people will build an empire, I don't know, off of you, off of your misfortune. Like they will connive your misfortune so they can get wealthy by destroying you. This is what they do. I'm like, how did you get an indictment? So many sex workers are saying I was not forced. And it seems like she was enjoying it because she was. She was. She picked all of them. She picked all of them. She spent hours talking to every single one of them for like 8 years. Some she was talking to for 8 years. Even after she left Diddy, as you can see, she still had their numbers. And she was still talking to them, right? It's okay. It really is okay. Some women are freaks. It's okay.
But Cassie and that fucking whole Jane Doe, the least, and hopefully when I'm like kicking my shit a little bit, hopefully you could understand and take this. It's law for most places. You might have to specify. It depends on where you live at, because trust me, there's so many different places in New York. Yo, I'm gonna fuck Prince up. He's up there barking up a storm. Prince think he's beefing with an inanimate object. He just sits there and like barks at it the whole time. I can hear this motherfucker. I got him out there with Pluto. That's his son. Pluto got to teach that nigga, like, shut the fuck up. Anyway, so the lesser thing is reasonable suspicion. Reasonable suspicion is what is a very low level suspicion, but it's reasonable suspicion that a crime has been committed or was about to be committed. Usually in most places, that's where people could ask you for ID. That's as much as they could do. They could stop you and they could briefly detain you to ask simple questions, okay? And when I mean briefly detain you, say, hey, listen, not put you in custody and cuffs. Hey, could you identify yourself, sir? We got a call that there's a 6'5" guy who's black wearing a white t-shirt that just broke into a house. You look like you're over 6 foot. You got a white t-shirt. Could you show us some ID? That doesn't mean somebody's getting arrested, but that's the lowest level of investigation, right? Reasonable suspicion could be someone made a 911 call. Someone made an anonymous report. The police are just investigating a crime or investigating some suspicious things, and they have now deemed that a crime may have been committed, and they think, and now they're trying to do that. So again, you have reasonable suspicion at the bottom, right? So that's the cops thinking a crime has been committed, or will be committed, or was about to be committed. Then you have probable cause. Probable cause has been subject of so many Supreme Court cases, because probable cause goes into sometimes affecting your constitutional rights, especially your Fourth Amendment right, which is the right against unlawful searches and seizures, right? If they tell you to get out the car and they're going to search your car, that's because they think they have probable cause that, you know, if they see a chopped off head in the back of the car, it's clearly probable cause. We think that's someone dead. We're going to go search the fucking car, my nigga, okay? Clear probable cause. The thing they use a lot when, you know, obviously they've legalized weed a lot in most states, but like if you go to Florida, and I'm pretty sure I just seen D-Thing get arrested for a gun, probably had in the car. All these niggas who love having guns, love smoking. In a place like Florida, weed is still illegal. The cops comes up, they probably see a bunch of niggas, red eyes, they look like they're up to no good. All the cop gonna do, kind of lean in, say he smelled weed, say he want to search a car or go get a dog, and they're gonna go get the probable cause that there's weed in the car. They search a car, they could go find your gun. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So you have reasonable suspicion, probable cause, and when you get to the court system, it's beyond a reasonable doubt. But the sad thing about the grand jury process is that it still deals with probable cause. It's on a slightly higher level, but not that much. So put it like this. The same probable cause that a cop said, oh, I think I smelled some weed in your car, I got to search it, is the same around the realm probable cause that ends up being you getting indicted and having to be locked up for like a year and potentially go to jail for life.
Yeah.
Ain't that a bitch?
Yeah, it's stupid. It's awful.
Because a grand jury indicts on probable cause. That's it. Sorry for the spiel, but you know I'm a little lit. But you know, that's my wannabe legal ass trying to put y'all on some game.
And they just questioned me about what happened and everything that went on. Kind of told them the same thing, you know, and was asking questions like, did I feel forced, or did it feel like she was forced, or was there any drugs around, like kind of stuff that could lead to something, you know?
Right. And I mean, based on what you said, you weren't forced.
Yep.
Did she seem like she was forced at all?
She was chill and enjoying it. I didn't feel like nobody was forced in the situation.
Right. And there really were no drugs. It was just like it
was just weed, alcohol. Yeah.
Exactly. And then just the various, you know.
And because there were no drugs, That's why they focus so much on the baby oil stuff. Baby oil, baby oil, baby oil. I'm like, what the heck? Because there were no drugs. But they would have loved that. But there weren't no drugs. Okay, we're making an obsession out of the baby oil. This is why I did not want Kamala Harris to win also. I don't like federal prosecutors. They're evil people.
Corner store pills and honey and whatever else, right? And baby oil. Exactly. Were you worried that you might get charged with prostitution at that point?
Yeah.
Okay. And what do they say about that?
They just told me as long as I just tell them what really happened, I won't have nothing to worry about.
I mean, during this grand jury process,
See, that's why he was avoiding it. I'm not going to get charged. They're like, no, as long as you say whatever, like just say something about Diddy. So it was always about Diddy. It was not about protecting women, justice for Cassie. It's just get Diddy down. Just get him. He's more crazy.
Any of the other, escorts that were part of this agency, were they part of it as well? Like some of your people were also part of this grand jury?
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys were like talking with each other, like, yo, I'm about to go, and you go, and so forth. So how many people did you know that were part of this grand jury?
2.
So 3 of you total.
Yeah.
And how did everyone feel when you guys were talking to each other?
Kind of just like nervous that there would be consequences for us and wondering what the turnout was going to be, and like we didn't know at the time that it was going to be released, so like none of us was really saying anything about it.
Were they saying they're going to actually put you on the stand?
They said it's a possibility.
Okay. How'd you feel about that?
I didn't want to do it, but if I had to, you have to,
Did any of the other escorts that you do, the other 2 guys, did they ever took the stand?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Which one?
Punisher.
Oh, you do Punisher?
Yeah.
Aha. Okay. How do you feel about this whole penis implant thing, by the way?
That was a question you're asking, Vlad. How do I feel about a man penis implant? Hey, okay, so maybe all these 3 guys. So him, Punishers, they're from Cowboy and Angels. I think this guy Don, the dealer, is probably his too. Interesting. Interesting, Chad.
This is just crazy.
Yo, Adam and Lena did an interview.
Do you?
I think, man.
Wait.
No.
I mean, if you look at both your careers individually, who's made more money?
I think me.
Do you?
I think, man.
No, I think me for sure. Like, for sure. I mean, I have less overhead and I made a lot of money. Like, I had OnlyFans before the pandemic, and then the pandemic happened, and I thought my money was going to go down. I was pregnant February 2020, and everything was going up because everyone had those checks to spend at home. And so, and then I did the thing with Jason, and that made millions. And I have like 1 employee, so I've pocketed a lot more of it.
I agree. I think that there's been times where I was bringing in more money than her, but in terms of just consistency, I mean, her fans and her.
I don't know what he's talking about now because he's moved on to something else. Let me see. Let me go over here.
One in control.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like,
you can say no at any point.
Yeah.
If you know what I mean.
like,
Yeah.
I'm the one.
And the
like,
cuck queen is the one in the chair.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or the
Yeah. Like it's still cuckold, but like the technical term for like a female cuck is a cuck queen.
Okay.
But I find it super empowering because if I wanted to say stop, it would. Like normally I would be the one that like initiates what happens.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the same with the cuckold as a male. You're ultimately in power, so I think it is empowering.
Mm-hmm.
And anyway, like again,
and it's so much fun seeing your partner have fun.
Yeah.
So,
and no one's cheating.
Right.
You're not going out bloody cheating or anything like that.
Yeah. And the people that you're playing, like people, however many people you're playing with, like you've chosen those together.
Yeah.
Very collaborative process.
Yeah.
A very bonding experience.
Yeah. And those people in these sort of morality sort of positions, what's it for them to say that kind of thing?
Yeah.
Do you know
I
what
mean, a lot
they're
of
not
people
living your
kind of
life. So.
want to come out and I don't know. I can see where they're coming from, but I feel like it's from a very like self-righteous place.
Yes.
Like only monogamy and one true love like matters and nothing else.
Society-based morality, isn't it? It's
Yeah,
like,
yeah. And it's socially constructed. Like humans constructed it, right?
Yes. Yeah.
But also, like, as a human, you're going to be attracted to different people, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's just natural.
Yeah.
So why limit yourself to like one person for the rest of your life? But I still get it at the same time.
Yeah.
But I feel like maybe there's a huge percentage of those people that maybe feel trapped or have all of these fantasies but don't necessarily want to act them out. Maybe they're scared.
We kind of get that with our sort of work. We get a lot of people message us, you know, who want to live that fantasy and they can't because they're trapped in their sort of relationship world.
Yeah.
You know, so it's really interesting, isn't it, to see these messages come through.
Yeah.
Saying, "Oh, I really want to be a cook."
Yeah.
How do we do it? And how do I approach my wife?
Yeah.
And it's like, well,
so your business name is Real Life Cucks.
yes.
Tell us about your work.
You go
No,
first.
you go.
Okay. So I met Belle about 4 years ago, and I was in the fire and rescue service at the time.
And your guys are boyfriend and girlfriend.
Yes. In real life. And yeah, so Belle was already in the sort of porn / adult work.
Yeah.
So I knew that beforehand getting into the relationship. And then a few years down the line, I was getting used to be stunt cock. You know, for some of the videos, just showing just showing my dick.
Stunt cock.
Stunt cock, yeah. And then all of a sudden, I was kind of getting bored of the fire and rescue world. And it was just, I was north of London, so it was quite busy.
Yeah.
And I was just like, do you know what? I don't want to be doing this anymore.
You just want to rescue something else.
Yeah. Rescue the pussy.
Yeah.
And that was it. We kind of just set up a couples account and then I left the fire service.
But we decided, like, how Real Life Cucks came about was we decided that we want to be a bit different. Like, there wasn't anyone,
because there's so many people doing like porn or just erotic movies.
Like, we wanted it to be real life. We wanted it to be something that people could relate to. We wanted it to be something that was educational and inspiring to people. To maybe inspire people to be more free in their relationships. And it was a little bit quirky.
Yeah. And different.
And just different. And so
and it's something we're into. So it's kind of win-win.
Okay. So what originally got you guys into cuckolding?
That would be me. I again just watching her get fucked.
Okay, so yours is recent. Like
no,
the last like 4 years. You've been
I've always been like that, but I've never I was originally from a place called the Isle of Man, right, which is a little island in the north sort of west of the UK, in between Ireland and England, and it is the population's about 80,000 people.
Oh my gosh!
So it is very
tiny
backwards.
town.
It's very backwards in mentality.
Yeah, they're living in the 70s still.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, it was okay when I was in the military because I could come home on leave for a few weeks and then just go back. So you're kind of forgotten about because I used to fuck around like anything.
Yeah.
And I was a man slut. I'm proud.
Woo!
And but then I went back there to live, and it kind of it's like, oh, you can't do that.
Right.
You know,
like your life experiences at this point is bigger than that town.
Yeah. It's like, what? You can't have multiple partners. You can't. You know, it's very anti that. So yeah, I think I was experimenting over there, maybe with women in the UK who were kind of into that, and that's where I think that's where.
But you haven't been in an actual relationship.
No, I'd never been
with like as in with that dynamic.
Yeah, until I found you.
Yeah.
Wow, look at that. Soulmates.
Absolutely.
What about you? How did you get into cuckolding?
So I would say since being with you, and actually like where we'd like shot a few scenes where you were being the cuck, I wanted to give it a go because I was like, oh, actually, like I think I might quite like to watch like Finn with someone else.
Yeah.
And so we shot a scene first, didn't we? Yeah. And I really enjoyed it.
Ooh.
Like I really got off on it.
Okay.
And then it just kind of escalated from there.
So you both got into it through like experimentation.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it wasn't like an accident or someone kind of made you do it. It was like, let's just try it and see if we like it. And if we didn't like it, we could just not do it.
Yeah,
right?
exactly that. But actually, like a lot of our movies we film now are cut queen.
Yeah.
Because I love it so much. And I love him like giving another female a cream pie and then me licking it out.
Wow.
That's like one of my favorite things.
That's what we did this morning.
You guys
In
are
fact, that is exactly what we did this morning.
Yeah,
You
that's
guys
what
are kinky as hell. You're some of the kinkiest people I've ever met. And I just interviewed a 25-year dominatrix woman the other day. So when you say like, I like watching him having sex with another woman, I think a lot of women, both queer women and heterosexual women might say like, oh, like I don't think I can ever do that. Like, that's my person. What do you think that is? Like, what's the difference between you and them? Or maybe there's no difference, but they haven't experimented. Like, what do you think is behind the logic behind this?
Maybe insecurities, like maybe jealousy might like stop people. I don't really know.
Power and control.
Yeah.
I think it's like, and again, that whole society-based morality thing where we're told at such an early age from watching these sort of cartoon movies that there is a Prince Charming and a princess, and you kind of have to be together. And society has done that, hasn't it, over hundreds and thousands of years, for control, for that very reason.
I blame Shakespeare.
Yeah.
But it's just fun. Like, we have fun. Like, it's not serious.
Yeah.
And even when I'm watching, like, we'll talk and interact with each other, and like you'll tell me that you love me, and like I'm like, oh baby, like fuck her harder, like fuck her in this position. I want to see this.
So
like,
so when you have sex with another woman, you're talking to Belle.
Yeah.
And you're also talking back. And is that woman talking?
Yeah, sometimes.
Oh, okay.
Or like sometimes I might be like, like, do you love fucking my husband?
Yeah.
Like, and she's like, you know,
She'll
this
just be
morning,
like,
like I was asking Nikki, I was like, oh, do you love my husband's cock? And like, as she was like, oh yes, I love your husband's cock.
and you love that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, because then it kind of like eggs me on to be more directive about what I want to see.
Yeah.
If I can see her having a really good time as well.
Oh, so then you command like positions?
Sometimes.
So you go, okay, now like turn her around.
Like, I want to see
and
this.
you just do what she says.
Yeah. And vice versa, when like I'm the cook, I'll hold Belle's hand.
Yeah.
And stroke her face. and stuff like that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's lovely.
Or sometimes like put your hand around.
Or maybe do the whole choking thing. It's hot.
While another man is having sex with you.
Yeah.
So this is what I mean by like us being like feeling empowered.
Yeah. Yeah. I think it's beautiful.
Yeah.
Do you ever have sex with women?
Oh yeah, I love women.
Oh, so you're bi too? Oh, so
so I've been bi from a very young age.
Match made in heaven.
Yeah.
Great.
It's a very like
just
open,
greedy.
like the world is your oyster kind of situation.
I just feel like, why limit yourself? Like, I think it's really important to try new things.
Yeah.
Because if you don't like it, you don't have to do it again.
Right.
And then actually that can make your relationship even stronger by trying something. And, you know, if it works, great.
Yeah.
If it doesn't, then it gives you things to talk about.
I agree. It's like experimenting and finding things out together.
Yeah. And it's about holding a safe space for each other with no judgment.
Yeah, like the sense of like you'll never be judged.
Yeah.
You are safe. You are respected, regardless of any sexual preferences. That is an insane type of relationship that most people don't have. They're so afraid to be judged. They can't say what they truly want to try. So you guys are very like liberated in a way. Okay, so for those listening and watching, they may have heard some terms. So I want to ask you guys to kind of talk about the differences. You just talked about like kind of cuckolding, because so cuckolding is like the act, right? Like the lifestyle, the act, the type of relationship. And then cuckweening is it's a woman in the chair.
Yes.
watching.
So it's exactly the same, but just the woman in the chair instead.
Right. Then what's hot wifing?
So again, I've had this thing in my head about hot wife and cuckolding. Again, it's these genres, like they're very sort of similar.
Yeah, yeah.
Like,
but just with hot wifing, you're not there.
Well, but even you can maybe cuckold without. Well, maybe not. Actually.
No, I don't.
So yeah, I'd say hot wifing is more obviously lifestyle based. I'd say cuckolding is more sort of BDSM influenced, maybe in that subgenre of BDSM, whereas hot wifing is more lifestyle.
Okay.
If you know what I mean.
And the hot wife is able to have sex with other men outside of the
yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
yeah.
So you're not watching.
Do you guys hot wife?
Yeah, we don't
We've
But
spoken about it.
But we kind of do with work. I get off on her going to like
Well,
work.
Yeah, I mean, technically, it is when I go off to.
I have a wank.
Work with guys.
Yeah,
That
but
is
you
true.
guys-
He does do that. Sometimes he'll go to bed early and he'll message me saying, I'm watching your porn. Which means that when I go in there, he'll be watching my porn and having a wank, and then I'll come and like finish you off.
That's amazing. That's such a compliment. Like you can watch any porn, but you're watching your girlfriend's porn. Do you subscribe to her OnlyFans?
No, he has a free trial.
Free trial.
Wow, I find this like so fascinating. I want to hear, do you have experiences in like different forms of BDSM, I guess outside of cuckolding?
Belle is more than BDSM.
I've actually been into like fetish BDSM since I was about 18. Like that's
Okay.
when I went to my very first fetish club.
That feels young.
Yeah.
Yeah. What got you into it?
Just a group of friends, really.
Okay.
We
Like your
just
friends are so
decided-
advanced.
We
Were
just-
they 18 as well?
Yeah.
Wow. I was
Yeah.
playing tag when I was 18.
Well, it's a bit of a weird one because my friends at the time, like their parents went to fetish clubs.
Oh.
And so like my friends knew about it from their parents.
So they had kinky parents.
Yeah, so
I see.
And then
okay.
we decided that we wanted to go, and so
Yeah.
I bought like my first latex outfit,
Yeah.
and we went, and it opened my eyes.
Tell me more. Like, what did you see the
And
first time?
I loved it. Like there was lots of people in latex, people with like rubber hoods, people being like walked around on leashes, people being spanked and flogged everywhere,
hot
and like
hot.
industrial music, just sexy people everywhere. And I was like, this is a bit of me.
Wow.
Yeah.
Was this a torture garden?
It was.
Yeah.
It was. It was torture
I
garden
went to
New
that
Year's
party
Eve.
before. They were also my first BDSM party.
Oh.
Yeah, it was so hot.
It's so good.
I know, right?
Yeah.
We love it.
So then
I put
since-
a collar on my husband and he was
nice.
like, I will do it this one time. I don't really like it.
Yeah, I like it. But I've got a very big latex collection.
Wow. I feel like when I go to London, I want to like get an apartment tour.
You're more than welcome.
At
Oh
your
my gosh,
house.
can we take you to a fetish
we can
club?
take
when you come to London?
Yeah, we can film a little like show, like a little series.
Yeah, let's do it.
So there's also this like idea of like it's really hard to do something like this, like cuckolding. Like it's hard to have this conversation. It's hard to get into, or even like when you get into it, it's hard because there's so many potential scenarios where like bad feelings kind of come up. So do you guys, when you guys started, have you ever experienced any challenges or roadblocks?
Yeah.
What were those?
That's very natural, isn't it?
I think that's natural. Again, communication is so key. in
Yeah.
this. Like, telling your partner about your boundaries. Sometimes, we've gone to these nights, like our first time going to lifestyle events, we were a bit nervous. So we had a bit too much to drink, and then that leads to things. And, so it's like we do, at the start, especially now, it's kind of just free.
Now you're pros.
We're pros now.
And you know each other's boundaries
Yeah.
very well.
Yes.
And it was crazy going to our first lifestyle club because I was so nervous.
Yeah.
And I couldn't get my head around why I was so nervous
Yeah.
because I have sex for work and I've been doing that for like 6 years. So it's like this is what we do. Like, so why am I so nervous? And I think it was maybe because like feelings and emotions were attached.
Yeah.
But then we got there and it was great.
It was great. And then just to touch on that, actually, like fetish versus sort of lifestyle, very similar, but very different.
Tell us more.
So, like, say the TG, for instance, Torture Garden, you go there, there's not so much play going on, and it's more kind of showy.
Yeah, it's like an erotic party.
Yeah, it's like, exactly that.
And there are playrooms, obviously.
Yeah.
But not like sex playrooms
Yeah.
because sex doesn't really happen at fetish clubs. It's
Right.
more kind of like spanking
Flogging.
and flogging
Right,
and that kind
right.
of stuff.
Whereas you go to a lifestyle sort of club,
Right.
within an hour, everyone's naked and they're all
Yeah.
fucking.
And then it's just like a mass orgy.
Yeah. Now, it's funny because lifestylers look at people who are into the fetish world and think
Right.
that's extreme.
Right. But
You
they're
know,
just wearing things and
Yeah.
doing things that
Mhm.
there's like no sex.
Yeah.
Have you been to Killing Kittens?
No.
Okay.
No. We've obviously heard about it, but we've
Yeah,
never
we've
actually-
just
I just
never
know that
been,
it's
have we?
huge in London.
It's big in London and also in Manchester. They do
Oh,
like parties
okay.
all around. But
Mhm.
there's a club we like, and that's called Antichrist.
Yes, and-
Antichrist.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's good. We'll take
and
it.
also
We'll take it.
ZDR.
Where
ZDR,
where
yeah.
where is it?
It's in London.
In London?
Yeah.
Where in London?
Vauxhall normally.
Vauxhall. Is that west or east?
It's near MI5 buildings, isn't it?
MI5. Oh, I bet the MI5 people go there.
Oh yeah,
because like
They'll be
here,
in
like
there.
the FBI, the CIA, they all like go see dominatrixes get their
they're some of the
get their
kinkiest
face
people, I
stepped on
think.
and yelled, "You have a small penis."
Yeah. Yeah.
What's the what would you say is like when you're in a scene, right? And whether you're doing it like outside of work or for work or making content, what is like the hardest thing about the scene to make it happen?
So I would say in the BDSM kink world, there's a lot of trauma.
Okay.
Again, you see that. I think obviously there's probably both male and female who aren't secure as such, and maybe that's their kind of, I don't know, release, and that can lead to problems. We've never really personally experienced it, but we know people who have had issues, have been accusations thrown around, all that kind of thing.
Oh, that's so hard.
Oh, it's
because you don't know.
Yeah.
You know, like, and if they consent to it, it's kind of like, oh, well, and now you don't.
Yeah.
It's hard. It's really hard.
Yeah. So, well, how about you?
Any challenges for you within a scene? Any?
As in, like, for work?
Yeah,
Or
like
just-
both. Like
or-
whenever you're cuckolding, like, is there like any challenge for you?
I don't think so. No, like the very
just fun.
The very first one I ever did, I was like very excited, but also a little bit nervous because I didn't know how I was going to feel.
Yeah.
Because in my head, I was thinking, oh, this is going to be amazing.
Yeah.
But then you kind of also think, well, what if I don't like it? But it just turned out that I loved it. So.
And you do it regularly. You just did it this morning.
And we're doing it again later. So.
Wow. So you can come multiple times a day?
Yeah, probably about 3 or 4.
How big are your loads?
First one's good. Second one's good. Third one, it's going. Fourth one is a bit of dust. It's like,
you know what you could use? What you could use is Popstar. So I'm gonna shout out Popstar real quick. This is like one of my favorite sexual wellness companies out there that's really taking care of men and also just couples, right? Because as women, we love big loads.
Yes, we do.
We love big loads.
The bigger the better.
The bigger the better. Because like with big loads, I think there is a connotation or the meaning of like, oh, you're really into me, or like that was really good for you, right? And for men, when they come a big load, they also feel more confident and dominant and feel good, right?
Big load right all over that pretty face.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Who loves a facial? Take Popstar. So Popstar is a supplement. I shouldn't say it's a supplement brand because now they have lube too. It's a sexual wellness brand that was created by 2 board certified urologists in America, and they're well known actually. Like one of them is Dr. Joshua Gonzalez, and he's regularly on my podcast and also on our radio show Loveline, and also he has a big like social media account. But anyways, they saw a problem right of a lot of men because they're urologists. They see men like every single day. They see many dicks a day, and they're like, oh, okay, there is a consistent problem of men feeling like their cum load is too small.
Yeah.
So they came up with this. It's completely body safe. Lots of research. If you want to go to our website and look at it, it's called Volume Plus Taste Enhancer.
Yeah.
Now, are you a fan of good tasting cum?
Yes, I am.
I love that you said it so earnestly too. Yes, I am. With a Queen's English. So the supplement has ingredients in there that are that help men have better tasting load.
Oh, I
so
like
it's
the sound.
bigger load, better tasting load. Popstar, definitely check it out. There's a link in my episode description, but also they just came out with lube called Play. There's water based for people that tend to be more sensitive, and silicone based, which is my favorite. I like silicone because it just lasts longer. Silicone based as well, so definitely check it out, my loves. You can click the link in the episode description. I'm gonna gift this to you before you leave.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So you have slippery sex and bigger, better tasting load.
We shall let you know.
We'll send you photos of the loads.
Sure.
It works, everyone. It works.
Sure. DM me.
Oh,
DM me.
We will. We'll slide into your DMs.
Victoria looks at my DM. Hi, Victoria.
Victoria, if you see my face covered in lots of white frosting, that is not cake frosting.
She'll love it.
It's Finn's cum.
So, have you experienced a lot of judgment?
Yes.
Yes.
All
me
the
more.
time.
So recently, in fact, it was actually quite awful. We posted a reel on our Instagram account, and it's kind of like a jokey kind of reel, which said something like, we were actually in Vegas and Belle has got the camera and I'm walking behind her looking a bit glum, as I do. And then one of the quote was something like, he doesn't know that I've got multiple guys.
No, another man's, and then you did a milk emoji running down my leg.
Mhm.
Completely, it's a joke.
It's a joke,
Yeah.
and you're like the real life cucks.
Yeah.
So it's a
the hate we received on. We had like people threatening to kill us, people telling us that we shouldn't be alive, like talking about our parents. Like, honestly, you should see the comments on this reel.
Did you turn off your comments?
No, because it's good engagement.
You're like, I don't care. I only like statistics.
Yeah.
Like,
well, the thing is,
you don't read it, right?
If people are stupid enough to think that it's real, we just let them crack on.
And people get so offended.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's like, what? This is two people you don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Engaging in whatever, even if it's true, like it's fun for them. And like, that's
Who are you
ridiculous.
to judge, kind of thing?
There was lots of like nice comments as
Someone
well.
tried to
but
kill you? Like someone was like,
Honestly.
I'm gonna kill you?
Yeah. You should be euthanized. Like your
What?
your
Yeah.
parents should be proud. And then about, religion and all
Mhm.
sorts of craziness,
Well,
like that we're going to burn in hell. And honestly, it was quite incredible.
But you keep the comment section open.
Yeah.
Because you're like, I'm not
well,
reading this.
whatever.
Well, yeah.
We do. I think in this kind of world, you can't let that get to you in this
No,
industry.
you really can't. There's so
'Cause
many
you're gonna get it.
judgmental
You're gonna
people.
get it.
Yeah.
And also, we are just two normal people, like
Not normal,
who love sex.
Yeah.
Who do it
And
for
very
work.
sweet and pleasant, by the way.
Oh,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
There are so many people out there that are not having sex or sexually frustrated or like hate their spouses and partners, and it's just like it's probably triggering for them to see people that are just like liberated
that's very
and
Yeah,
having
like
fun.
jealousy in a way.
Yeah. What would you say is the biggest, how do I say this, like the biggest compliment you've ever received about your work?
Tips on OnlyFans. No, I don't know. Just maybe being told that we've helped someone's relationship, or
Yeah,
helped someone's
yeah.
personal life, get through.
Have you had people that said
Yeah,
that?
yeah, definitely.
Wow.
So-
What did it help them with?
I don't know. Maybe a bit of trauma they're going through. I mean, there's been multiple messages, not just one. It's kind of quite regular, to be totally honest.
we get people messaging us on OnlyFans, don't we?
Yeah. And
For
you've had
advice
that
and
as
stuff.
well.
Yeah.
Your personal.
And it's nice because like what we shoot is very real and very authentic.
Yeah.
Like we keep bloopers in, for example, if we're all laughing or someone
Yeah.
cracks a joke. And like we get a lot of compliments on that too, that actually they
Yeah.
do really like the realness and the
Refreshing,
rawness.
yeah.
Rather than everything be like very staged and like perfect.
Yeah, the porn category I watch is amateur.
Yeah.
Because I
'Cause
just
it's
like
relatable.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And sometimes my friend Kazumi.
Oh,
we met Kazumi in the
She's
lift
lovely.
in an elevator.
Oh, she's
She
so
was lovely.
great. She was on this podcast as well. So if you guys are curious, this is a huge porn star and she was on the podcast. So go back to older episodes and find her.
She's lovely.
Yeah,
she is.
very sweet. Okay, so my next question is, what is the biggest misconception people have about cuckolding?
That I think the male is some form of simp.
Mm-hmm.
Some
And that you're
form of
weak.
Weak.
Mm.
Whereas I think again, what we alluded to before, technically the male is in control, really. I mean,
Mhm.
you do have some doms, like female doms, who, exploit.
Oh
no,
yeah,
no,
but
sorry, that's a bad word,
but
you know what I mean.
they're still working to that cuckold's boundaries.
Yes.
So technically, the cuck is still in control.
Still in control because the cuck will have told the dom his boundaries.
Mm.
So you are in control, basically.
Yeah.
So I think the weak person isn't what you expect.
Mm-hmm.
If you know
The
what I mean.
weak person is a person commenting.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I don't think like there's a weak person in any of the dynamic actually.
No. Yeah, because everyone wants to do it,
Mhm.
and it's all consensual,
Yeah.
and everyone's having fun.
Since you guys are like open-minded and like you're doing very, very kinky things, like what?
You know, you say like, oh, it's consensual. Everybody wants to do it. I'm like, yeah. Sounds like they didn't get it. Yeah, it's consensual. Cuckolding. This is
What are
crazy.
some of your boundaries? What are some of your, you know how like there's green light, yellow light, red light? Like, what are some of your red lights? Like absolutely not that.
Obviously shit.
Oh yeah, no poop.
no poop.
No poop.
No poop.
At all.
No
Okay.
vomit.
Yeah.
I like water sports.
Yeah. I don't do anal.
No.
What is it?
I don't do anal.
Anal.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't do anal. Okay.
No.
No
So
anal.
that's probably a boundary.
No anal with anyone. Not with him, not with a third.
No.
How do you call a third? A bull?
Bull. What else don't I like? We've tried period play once, didn't we?
Yeah.
Did you
I
like it?
poured my moon cup on his dick and then sucked it off.
Then we started kissing.
Wow. What was that for?
They have sex with their own period. So listen to this. Let's go back to this one. Hold on. Hold on. What was this original video?
I am Dave, the man who has just sued Cassandra Ventura for damages involved in the Sean Combs sex trafficking trial. And I'm looking through social media and I see a lot of the women out there, particularly black women like myself, who choose to victim shame me and try to do everything they can to discredit me, because the truth is that the loss of the Sean Combs trial was a loss to the Me Too movement and to hating women like the women who are trying to insult me. So let me tell you something, you women out there who would like to insult me. This is my story. I was paid by Cassie, Cassandra Ventura, for 8 years to be her male provider. I didn't have to be the best looking guy. I was the best in bed. And because I was the best in bed, guess what? I was given this arrangement. I was coerced. I was drugged. I was manipulated with promises of money and gifts for over a period of 8 years to continue to be this woman's provider at her expense and at the expense of Diddy. Now, at the time, legally, I didn't know my rights as well as I do now. I didn't create this conflict with Cassandra Ventura. She created it with me. She's the one who decided to bring up things that happened over 10 to 15 years ago to hold Sean Combs accountable for what was a partial truth. She's the person who introduced me to the U.S. Attorney's Office. She's the person who told the U.S. Attorney's Office about our relationship. So in essence, those out there who want to hate on me, who want to say that I'm attacking Cassie, you should realize the truth, that Cassandra Ventura, your idol, did this to herself. She exposed herself to liability when she got on the stand and decided to mention me as the male escort who was with her when she overdosed and Diddy made her have sex with him. That was a lie, people. Cassie had just woke up from sleeping 8 hours. Myself and Sean Combs were exhausted. We wanted to go home. Cassie's the one who forced that sexual encounter. People, she tells you that Sean Combs made her have sex on her menstrual cycle. I can't speak for anyone else but myself. But I know the one time that did happen, that Sean Combs was not responsible for that Cassie, in a drunken, intoxicated, hormonally imbalanced state due to her period, manipulated and forced herself on me during her menstrual cycle. And what I mean by that is I had no knowledge she was on her menstrual cycle because the room was completely dark. She manipulated the room. She manipulated the environment to get what she wanted, and then she totally got up like I was the one who should have been grateful. You're on your period. That's disgusting, and I deserved more respect than that. As a man, if I had laid down with a woman and forced myself on her and orgasmed in her and she got up and it was leaking out of her, guess what? I would have raped her. So by statute, by case law definition, Cassandra Ventura sexually assaulted me. I'm not looking to destroy Cassie. I've given Cassie more than a year to settle this before things got out of control. The problem is she's being supported by women like you who would choose to attack male victims instead of accept the truth, which is that a woman could have lied to get revenge on the ex-boyfriend who broke her heart and hurt her. It happens, people. They say hell hath no fury like a woman scorned, and that's true. If you hurt some women, they will do everything in their power. If you hurt some men, they'll do everything in their power to hurt you. But I want to end this by saying this. Cassie did this to herself. They say he who sets out on a course of revenge should dig 2 graves. People, Cassie dug the grave that is Clayton Howard herself. Cassie got on the stand trying to destroy Diddy. She should have took her $20-30 million and walked into the sunset, people. She should have never gotten on the stand and created further liability for herself by telling more of the lie that she created to get this man sent to prison for his life. She made a mistake when she got on the stand, people. She made a mistake when she got on the stand and lied about the events with Clayton Howard. Clayton Howard is a victim of Cassandra Ventura. Clayton Howard didn't ask to be in a relationship with Cassandra Ventura while she was sleeping with numerous men per week. I get it. You all think I was a nasty male prostitute sleeping with women, all different women all the time. It actually didn't work like that. To have certain types of people that can pay you that well, what you really have to do is you have to focus on people who are affluent. And affluent people don't engage in activities like that. So I might have had a client once a month. The truth is I was only a male escort for 2 years. I continued in the profession because Cassie and Diddy continued to pay me very well. And I was an ex-con. I needed money. I was trapped in the situation. I'll admit that. I didn't know what to do. But does that mean I should be victim shamed? Because the same thing that happened to women all the time happened to me as a man? No. And for those women out there, for you black women, who choose to shame me as a black man for telling my truth, you should be ashamed of yourself. That's really pretty much all I have to say. You will not see me too much in the media. I don't need the public to believe me. I just need a jury of my peers and 12 people to believe me in the court. And thanks to the testimony of Cassie during the trial of Sean Combs, I have that.
Okay, so now let's go back here. You see? Having sex on your period and stuff. It's all in this.
Well, what else do I like? We've tried period play once, didn't we?
Yeah.
Did you
I
like
poured my moon cup on his dick and then sucked it off.
Then we started kissing.
Wow. What was that for, like a vampires?
That wasn't even filming it. That was just for our we just wanted to experiment. We were like, oh, I wonder what it's like.
You really experiment. Like so you pull out your diva cup.
I did
for period, and there's period in it. You pour it on his dick.
I can't believe you've just poured that up on.
And then you kissed. Wow.
Yeah.
Have you ever done it again?
No,
we haven't actually.
Just that one time.
Just that one
Too
time.
messy.
Tick in the box.
Checking a box.
Yeah,
wow. I wonder. So okay, what is a box that you have not checked that you really want to?
Ooh. So I have a massive CNC fantasy about like walking down the street and like a van pulling up and like being bundled into the back of a van, like tied up and
fucked.
And again, it's a
naughty
fantasy,
things
guys. If you're listening and watching,
It
don't
is
freak out.
totally
It's
a fantasy.
All consensual.
And I know that might be quite extreme for some of you. And I don't even know why I have this fantasy. It just sounds really hot in my head.
I think many women have this fantasy.
Yeah, it's more common, you know.
Consensual, consensual non-consent. I think that's why like there's a porn category that's called like forced or like right, and it's like a woman like in a bus and she's like being groped and she's like, oh no, but then yes.
I think it stems from though. So I'm quite like, I'm not a control freak, but I like to be in control. And I feel like maybe it comes from a place of like not having any control.
Yeah, I think we have friends who have done it with ladies who may be high up in the police. They may be high up in sort of the banking world where they're obviously in control.
Yeah.
A lot. Whereas, you know, obviously they
just want to surrender.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like that sometimes. Like just
you want to be
just do it. Just take care of me.
We can sort that out for you. We'll be the ones that kidnap you.
Yeah. You have a van?
We can get
I'll hire one.
Okay. So with couples that are people that are listening and watching and they like are very curious and they want to try, like what would be the first step in even bringing this up to their partner?
Communication.
Communication is number one.
I mean,
what would you say?
How would you bring it up?
Yeah, how would you bring it up?
I personally, you've just got to be honest.
Yeah, and just say that I've got like a fantasy, explain the fantasy, see what your partner says. Yeah, I don't really know.
I mean, we've had messages on this, and my response is always just be honest.
Yeah.
I mean, but I understand like sometimes it may come across really bad and that the girl may freak out or the guy may freak out.
Yeah.
I understand that, but what other way can you really do it other than being honest?
Yeah.
Otherwise that can lead to cheating.
Yeah.
And then again, we have it where guys are going off to our OnlyFans and living their sort of fantasy vicariously through us. Do you know what I mean? They're messaging us, they're watching our videos or they're watching your personal videos. So it's interesting.
So since when did you guys start OnlyFans?
So I've had it since 2018.
Oh, okay. So a long time ago.
Yeah. And then the couples page has been going for 2 years.
About a year and a half now.
Year and a half.
So how popular is the real life Cucks page?
Massively
Very
popular.
Good. I just feel blessed and lucky.
Yeah.
I get to do this.
Yeah.
Get to travel.
Yes, exactly. And because of everyone that like supports real life cucks, like, you know, we get to travel out to America, we get to kind of
all around Europe.
do the things that we want to do. And we wouldn't be able to do that if it wasn't for the people supporting what we do.
Yeah, and now you're here spreading the knowledge on a podcast, right? Like helping people becoming more open-minded, liberated, explorative. I think it's wonderful. I'm so happy for you guys. Now, if you can give one final tip regarding like cuckolding and or just being sexually liberated or exploring, what would your tip be? Maybe one each.
So I just think like life is too short not to do the things that you're thinking about and like to hold yourself back. And so I think the one thing that I would say is do the things that scare you, because actually you might find that you really love it.
I love that. What about you?
Yeah, similar sort of wavelength really is just be yourself. You know, like don't be scared to free yourself. You know, don't be scared by society. Don't be scared by even your family in some cases. Because once you do, and I've had this from living on that tiny island, once you let go of that fear, you realize, wow, all this weight's lifted, and then you can truly be happy or happier in this sort of crazy life we live in. But yeah, just be yourself, I'd say.
Do your families know what you do?
Yep.
Yep.
And what is their response?
Great.
Really supportive. I mean, my parents like have always known that I've been a bit kinky because my like they knew that I was going to fetish clubs.
Yeah, when you were 18.
This is crazy.
Those are different ways you can say yes more in this consensual non-consent, or this is like your yellow safe word. You know, I'm getting close maybe, but you can do some more, or a way in which you can test your soft limits, but still be in the role.
A great soft safe word is mercy, because it gives the illusion that they could keep going if they don't give you mercy.
Or maybe you just need a bucket and a mop.
What's that for? Water sports?
No, because Little Pup Kratal actually chimed in the thread. You guys had some great like references as well as responses to the thread for questions that said, should some people write up a mop or methods on procedure for the scene, and then you walk through, including the scenes, any back out procedures, any safe wording, aftercare procedures. Like if that's how your CNC unfolds and you are that prepared, I love that for you. That is how you do your CNC.
I mean, you can do it that way, but that takes some of the spontaneity out of it.
You can build spontaneity parts in it though. I mean, it's how your flow chart works. Everyone's a little bit different. Sure. But if you need a bucket and a mop for after cleaning out, maybe you just need a tushy.
No mopping up there.
Today's sponsor. Which, thank you again, Tushy, for sponsoring today's episode, making this conversation possible, keeping our lights on, because there's a lot of them, and keeping our butts nice and squeaky clean. Is that the sound your butt makes?
Yeah. It's a squeaky clean butt. Lightning bolt, lightning bolt, lightning bolt.
It has to do with CNC that's not penetrative. And they ask, what are some ways to practice CNC without penetration?
Bondage.
Yeah, bondage is a great one. You could do like forced tickling scenes with bondage. That's some really good one. I really like the idea of like verbal humiliation or even a bullying, but that obviously you have like those guidelines of what you can make fun of, because that can step in some trauma.
And words that you can't use.
Yeah, you have to be very clear on words like that. There's also forced urination. You could cause someone to be like put in diapers and like humiliate them that way.
You peed on it, didn't you, little piss boy?
Manhandling aggressively, or even, we talked about this recently, blackmail and like interrogation. You don't need any penetration to do that.
Or free use where you're groping someone in public, or even like a sleeping kink. You sneak in on them while they're sleeping.
Yeah, somnophilia or like a sleeping beauty scenario. You don't have to do penetration for that, and you can have fun and manhandle someone within their agreed upon and consented upon actions. But again, always having those verbal or non-verbal safe words in place just to say,
Varsity kink.
But my favorite within that thread was actually Sailor Jupy, who had a recommendation for this. It said, creatively, a lot of extra work can get piled on the dom's plate. Something I'm working on for my daddy is a list of scenes that we could do that he can then roll on like a D&D random encounter table. I don't know what's coming next, but he doesn't have to do all the hard working. It's a win-win situation. That's such a smart way to do that too.
Yeah, no, you have a list of things that are acceptable to you, but you don't know when they'll be used on you.
And it really leans into that role play and that fantasy scenario in a way that I think is actually kind of fun and nerdy and hot. So I can't wait to see your list, Daddy. And then we're going to roll for perception.
With the D&D dice.
Yeah, roll for initiative. How about the next question? And we've been pretty good about safety concerns, but Tucker Max specifically asks, how do you keep yourself safe that there's some kind of proof it was agreed upon scene?
That's a good one. Because a lot of time, if someone is triggered or they view that you went too far, you're in hot water.
Or you might just step on a landmine that wasn't even present in your negotiation because it had, it wasn't really related to the scene, but you might have accidentally leaned into it.
Sure.
It can happen. I think that, and not to be like the conspiracy theorist, I think that it's a good idea to keep records of what's agreed upon, not only for your own reference in the moment, but just to be like, hey, I'm sorry, and take accountability, but like, here's where we were, here's where we went. And that goes for both DOMs and subs. There have been many a Dom that has gotten in trouble legally because they did something non-consensual, when in fact, there were records of like what they were doing and why.
And the problem is a lot of times in horny texts, subs especially will say, oh, I wish you would do this to me, and I wish you would do this to me. And then when the Dom does it, they're like, I never said I couldn't wanted that.
It's important to have very explicit, consented upon things. And that's all these nasty messages. Where having a sit down is important. Like, yeah, horny texting is fun, but you need to be able to have a very clear, explicit prior permission. And this is actually something that the NCSF, actually a guest on our podcast, talked about, EPP.
Yeah, you know me.
Which stands for explicit prior permission, a way in which they are trying to change how consent is being labeled in legal arguments and actual defenses. And according to them, permission is explicit under Section 10 when it is personally given verbally or in a written agreement, but needs to A, specifying that the actor may ignore the other party's expressions of unwillingness or other absence of consent, B, identifying the specific forms and extent of force, restraint, or threats that are permitted, and C, that stipulating the specific words or gestures that will withdraw the permission. Essentially saying, here's what's on the table, here's what it means when I'm, not wanting to do something, and here's the express action or word that means stop. You should be negotiating that either way, but that's where they're trying to push consent, at least legally. And they're actually doing a really good job of it. I want to give the NCSF some props there because consent, BDSM, and kink is already so villainized and criminalized. So shout out to them. If you want more information, we have that link down below.
And we did a podcast on them.
Yeah, they're great. We love them. Do they know you?
They know me.
Next question. And this one you should be ready for because this one comes from Tucker James, Seattle, who says, as a fan of CNC and TPE, I've always counted them as basically the same. I'd love to hear your take on this. So, CNC, consensual non-consent, TPE.
Total power exchange. So with total power exchange, that is an agreed upon exchange of power between two parties. So it's not being taken.
What is power?
And we talked about something earlier called blanket consent, which has a distinguishing factor here that makes CNC and TPE very different things. Now, in CNC, you are essentially saying, I am consenting to you taking these things away from me.
Right.
In a blanket consent power dynamic like a TPE, you are saying,
I'm giving.
I am your sub. Yes. I am giving myself to you.
Yes.
You're not breaking my consent, but I am following your orders because I am your 24/7 dynamic sub.
And I want to.
Hopefully. TPE in that sense is about service. It's oriented to the DS dynamic, whereas CNC generally is short-term scenes that have an endpoint, and a goal that you are going towards. There's a rule book where I think TPE, do you have a rule book every day with your Dom?
We have a contract.
Sure. You can have a contract in CNC too, though. That's a whole other thing. Mr. Gray, we watched 50 Shades of Grey recently, and that contract scene is
apologize.
So it's so funny. Leave a comment down below if you want to see our reactions. Or how about the next one from Ride One about all things safety, who asks, what are some of the safety precautions one should take when practicing CNC, physically, mentally, and emotionally?
That's a lot.
Yeah.
Physically, that you don't harm anyone beyond repair. Emotionally, that you don't damage them emotionally. How do you put it? Leave the campsite the way you found it.
I like that analogy. When in any relationship, I like the campsite rule, which essentially says, you are going to a campsite. You have rented out this space for a scene. You're going to have your fun. You're going to make your mess, but you should leave that campsite as you found it or better in a good scenario,
Don't leave your garbage all around.
Yeah, because then someone else has to pick up that trauma down the line or deal with that. And that could be a therapist or another partner who steps in a landmine.
Make sure you put your fire out.
But also, like, stretching before a scene physically is important with CNC, making sure you know what you're going to do. Emotionally and mentally, I think it's just a lot about planning. Make sure you have your safe words.
Make sure you don't lose the keys, especially if you lock someone in the trunk of the car. Chains. Make sure you don't want to run to the fire station to have handcuffs cut off.
And mentally and emotionally, please make sure that there's aftercare involved, and not just for the sub, because doms go through a lot of mental distress sometimes with very consensual non-consent scenes, and they feel like they're a bad person.
Right.
So you have to make sure that you are communicating a lot beforehand with the planning, but also a lot afterwards.
Because a lot of CNC is acting, right?
We come to this place for magic.
So if you're like in a kidnap scene or a ravishment scene, you're trying to be this character of being the bad person, right? So that can take its toll on people.
And those safety precautions need to be very risk-aware, or RAC, risk-aware consensual kink. What happens when that person uses the safe word? Like, mentally, are you ready for that? Mentally, are you ready to understand that you didn't do something wrong? You might have just, like, that's what the safe word is for.
You push them too far, but you can't beat yourself up for it.
Yeah, you were asked to do this thing, you might have messed up, but you aren't a bad person for pushing it into the direction that someone asked you to. And you have to be able to have those conversations emotionally. You have to be ready for that. If somebody gets too taxed emotionally, physically, mentally, you have to be ready for that. And that is something you do need to be ready for if you're going to do CNC. I would love some negotiation recommendations. Like, how would you negotiate a CNC scene?
Say you wanted to do a bondage stress position. I would show the dom pictures of things that appeal to me. Say you were going to, like, for me, hate to be tickled. So if I did a tickling scene, I would want to say when my limit is. Sometimes in a tickling scene, my muscles will cramp up, and I'm not expecting that.
Body language, being able to express to your partner, here's where I'm feeling good, and here's where I'm in distress. Being able to negotiate out those landmines and present trauma in a way that is not baggage your partner has to take on, but it's information they can use to make sure you are safe.
And how would you do it?
I would do a yes, no, maybe list, which is generally like things I will do, go in the yes, things I won't do, go in the no. And then the maybe list is a very important list for CNC, because those are the things, those might be my soft limits. And I'm like, these are the things that we can do, but here are the rules. Or these are the things we can do that can be surprises. And last question actually comes from Ben. It does talk about headspace and trauma a bit, which says, how do you get into this headspace? It just seems so hard to get into this headspace where you feel like you're actually in danger. And that happens in CNC all the time.
I'm in danger.
I think that that's where CNC gets a bad rap, because people will not negotiate properly and then put themselves in harm's way, or a dom will go too far on accident.
I've been there, and it's like, oh, fuck, what did I get myself into? And how do I stop this now?
The headspace is inherently, for some people, very triggering. But even psychologists will say that extreme uncomfortability or triggering things can still be arousing. Dr. Kate Balestri agrees that CNC can be helpful to SA survivors. Though it may seem paradoxical to some, CNC allows people to let go in a way that they can feel safe. When, in parentheses, survivors step into this role, regardless of whether they're dom or sub, it gives them access to control and having mastery over a situation that they were once very much out of control in. Essentially giving people the ability to...
It could be that Cassie was sexually assaulted before she met Diddy. It could be that she was raped before. The people who do non-consent, what's it called? Consent, non-consent. It's a form of like shock therapy. Like you replicate the moment when you were almost like raped, and then you're in control, I guess, like you keep going. So I'm like, this is like, it's, to me, it reminds me of, no, I didn't sleep. I'm about to go. I'm done with my hair. You can watch the rest. I gotta go soon. I'm finishing this up. Then I gotta go. Maverick will go. But like, I'm like, yeah, people who do consent, non-consent, many of these women have been through rape. They've been raped before. They've been raped. So they get into, because it's very risky behavior, huh? It's very, very risky. So they get into these scenes where they kind of want to replicate rape, and it helps them to like cope with the fact that they were raped. I'm like, it's like shock therapy. It's just sad.
To play through scenes that they didn't have control in before. They were not given control, and now they can take that power back. That all said, please go to therapy if you have trauma. Kink is not going to fix the trauma. It's going to help you work through things that you've already fixed with a therapist and are working on.
And it's also important to remember that there's a difference between fantasy and reality. Things that you find horny online or in a movie, like being buried alive, is very different in reality.
Do we need to,
well, you know what I mean. Like,
you're in a camping mood today, and I don't know. You just asked me before I want to go camping the other day?
The reality of some situations is way more than you can take, even if it turns you on.
You can be Lady Gaga right now. CNC as therapy, which a lot of people will talk about online, revolves around exposure therapy, which is this idea that you expose yourself to something that you might have had trauma around to help heal. And while I am no therapist, and I do think that exposure therapy can help with some things, experts in those fields do differentiate that exposure therapy or even cognitive behavioral therapy, where you condition yourself against something, those methods only really work when those fears are irrational or there is nothing to fear there. If someone is still scared of or has trauma about something, this does not help. This is going to make it worse. Yeah. It could be a long journey to get into that proper headspace if you had some trauma, but there's lots of ways to work through it. That said, how do you get into a headspace? We kind of tangented there, but
how do you get into a headspace? Usually having a time and place helps.
Time and place.
So knowing, like if you're doing a kidnapping scene, knowing the night it's going to occur.
You can do the signaling that we talked about before, where you wear a certain kind of outfit, but just make sure it's a very specific outfit. Like
my ravishment dress.
I'm going to wear my Bridgerton accurate period piece dress, and then we can get into some CNC. Otherwise,
and then you rip that bodice off.
And of course, getting in this headspace also requires fantasy. A lot of people will say, especially in the erotica, the literature realm, that CNC literature has helped them get agency of the things that they are turned on by or that they didn't have control over, and contextualize it in a way that makes them feel good and then helps them to realize their fantasies and bring them to reality. Or let's say you just want to show your partner what you're into and maybe get both you in the headspace. Show your partner some sort of erotica or video content that really turns you on and gets you in the headspace. Show them positivity, be like, I want that. I want to look like that. This is why I like that. Give them something to really not only get in the mood, but give them an idea of what you want to do. Or hey, show them a video onto YouTube.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah.
But all that to say, CNC, is it hot?
Absolutely. I love giving up that control.
And I think that it is also a little controversial sometimes. I want to be very clear that, like, while we're having fun and laughing, it's because educating and also talking about serious topics, sometimes laughter helps to disengage. But education is important, especially on these kinds of topics. I don't want to see people using CNC as a crutch or an excuse to be abusive. And I certainly don't want someone being like, I know all about CNC now, I'm going to go do it. No, take your time, please. Negotiate. Know what you want to get into and why. Because at the end of the day, the only one that's going to take your safety seriously
is yourself.
Yeah. You can't trust the other person every time until you have learned to trust them. No one deserves your trust around CNC until they have earned it. And whether you're getting into CNC or not, always have a safe word. Today's safe word is,
I'm begging you for mercy. Mercy.
Because my morals got me on my knees, begging please. But safe words are still important. And hey, if you like today's episode, leave a comment down below. Let us know what you thought of CNC. If you're into CNC, if you have some...
It's some dangerous stuff. Because the woman asks you to do CNC and then later she says you raped her. What the fuck do you do? That's crazy. All right, you guys, I'm done with my hair now. So, my hair takes a long time. Hopefully you enjoyed this video, okay? Gotta go now. Thank you so much. Y'all can just catch the replay, okay? Enjoy. Those of you guys who stayed with me all night, you're the real ones. I'll see you guys later, okay? Good night. Bonne nuit. Bisous. Gotta go. Gotta go. My mark is up. Oh, my goodness.